Chapter 61. To spare myself the torture of waiting to hear whether or not the body in the swamp belongs to my father, I've designed a puzzle that will allow Sonny Thornfield to tell us what he knows without it being recorded in any way. I did this by drawing a grid on a piece of notebook paper, then listing the known murder victims vertically on the left side of the page. Across the top, I created columns for the killers, the murder weapons or torture methods, the dump sites. Then I gridded a second page and filled it with names, murder weapons, torture methods, and dump sites, multiple copies of each place name. Finally, using Kaiser's scissors, I cut that page into small rectangles with one word on each. As I did this, an FBI agent helped Kaiser tape a bedsheet over the one-way observation mirror. And though he did it quietly, I also heard Kaiser post an FBI guard at the cell block door with orders not to let me inside under any circumstances. After what he witnessed in the utility closet, he isn't going to let me near Snake Knox again. With the interrogation room's 2 doors shut and the camcorder unplugged, I spread the columned page on the table in front of Sonny Thornfield and piled the rectangular puzzle pieces beside it. Then, Kaiser and I take up stations on either side of the old man so that we can watch his progress, like parents watching a toddler work a puzzle. Thornfield is hesitant to begin, but Kaiser finally convinces him we have no way to record what he might do. That's the beauty of this method. The revelation only exists for a moment, and once the puzzle is completed, Sonny can simply toss the rectangles in the air, obliterating all evidence of what he's told us. After staring at the collection of names and words for a while, Sonny finally sets to work. His wrinkled hands move tentatively across the page, trembling as though he's in the early stages of Parkinson's disease. Time seems to slow as the quivering hands slide the rectangles across the page, and every second that ticks by feels like weight being piled on my heart. At any moment, Carl Sims could call back and say they've found my father dead. I feel trapped in some bizarre real-world demonstration of the physics paradox known as Schrödinger's cat. At this moment, while an old murderer uses a child's puzzle to reveal the knowledge that resides in his aging brain, a body floats face down in the Lussahatchee swamp. At this moment, that body both is and is not my father. It exists as a superposition of probabilities, and I must somehow hold myself together while accepting both outcomes as possible. But soon Caitlin, or Carl Sims, or Jordan Glass will turn that body over, and all possible states will collapse into the single observed reality. The corpse will either be my dead father, or it will not. And even if one believes that this choice has already been made or is known, until it is made known to me, both realities must be endured. "Look," Kaiser whispers, pointing over Sonny's shoulder. Thornfield hasn't filled in the second column, the killer's identities, but the third and fourth columns, the weapons and methods of torture or killing, and the dump sites. Albert Norris, flamethrower. Pookie Wilson, flamethrower, bone tree. Joe Lewis, flayed, bone tree. Jimmy Revels, shot, bone tree. Luther Davis, shot, drowned, Jericho hole. Viola Turner, overdose, home. Glenn Morehouse, overdose, home. "You haven't filled in the killer's column," Kaiser points out. "I get you leaving the dump site blank for Norris because he died in the hospital. But if you want lifetime protection for your family, you've got to give me every name of the killers." Sonny looks up like a reluctant child. Then, slowly, he tears off a new sheet of paper, writes about 20 names on it, many of them repetitions, and asks Kaiser to cut them into rectangles. Once Kaiser has complied, Sonny slides most of the new squares onto the paper. After he's finished, Kaiser stands so still that I'm sure he's stopped breathing. The first 2 columns of the puzzle now read, Albert Norris, Frank, Brody, Snake, Glenn. Pookie Wilson, Frank, Snake, Royal. Joe Louis Lewis, Frank, Snake, Glenn. Jimmy Revels, Snake, Glenn, Forrest, Royal. Luther Davis, Snake. Viola Turner, blank. Glenn Morehouse, Royal, Snake, Forrest. As I stare at the gridded page, I note that our prisoner has not only omitted his own name from every murder, he's listed no killers beside Viola Turner's name. Before I can comment on this, he lifts the makeshift puzzle and shakes it in the air, creating a snowstorm of paper. While the rectangles flutter to the floor, he puts his head down on his desk like a schoolboy. I give Kaiser an angry, questioning look. "All right, Sonny," he says. "We've got 2 problems. First, if you're not willing to implicate yourself, this is worthless. You'll be given immunity, but you have to tell the whole truth. And second, we need to know who killed Viola." "I need to know my grandkids are safe," Sonny replies without looking up. "I ain't saying nothing else, or doing no more damn puzzles." Crouching beside the table, I look into Thornfield's one exposed eye. "Did you love your father, Sonny?" The eye widens, then blinks slowly. "My father?" "You see, if that corpse in the swamp turns out to be my father, my mother won't be able to stand it. My little girl either." "They can stand it," he says. "People can stand almost anything when they have to." Kaiser taps my shoulder, but I don't move. "I'm not letting myself believe that corpse is my dad, Sonny. Any minute, I'm going to get a call saying it was some other poor bastard who crossed the Knox family, and when that happens, you're going to go back into the cell block and find out where Snake took my father." "Get up, Penn," Kaiser says sharply. As I stand, I say, "If you don't, I'm going to flush this deal you 2 are making straight down the toilet." "No, he won't," Kaiser says, pulling at my arm. "He can't, Sonny." "You don't think so? All I have to do is let Forrest Knox know who's been blabbing in here. I talked to him face to face less than an hour ago, and I've got a phone that'll put me right back in touch with him." Thornfield's eyes have locked onto mine, and the terror in them gives a measure of the fear Forrest inspires in his ranks. "Get your ass out of here, Penn!" Kaiser explodes, his face bright red. "Now!" "Not until I find out whether my father's dead or alive." When Mose finally brought his boat within reach of the corpse, Caitlin felt no relief. She had hoped for some distinguishing mark that would tell her the dead man wasn't Tom, but she saw nothing like that. The skin of the back was pale, as Tom's was, and since most of the corpse was jammed under some limbs, she couldn't turn it over. She looked for the red marks of psoriasis she had sometimes seen on Tom's back, but the water had probably soaked the skin to the point that they wouldn't show, especially under the surface. Mose cut the motor. "Do you have a pole or something?" Caitlin asked. "Pole no good for that. You need a hook. Grappling hook." "I think we're going to have to wait for Carl," Jordan said. "Maybe even for divers, or at least waders." The longer Caitlin stared at the submerged corpse, the more terrified she became. She had to know whether that was Tom or not. Carl was probably going to call Penn on the way over here, and the first question he would ask would be who the dead man was. "We have to identify him," Caitlin said. "How?" Jordan asked. "He doesn't have a head." "I have to know whether or not it's Tom." "That body missing a leg, too," Mose said, craning his neck. "Look, a gator took it off." Caitlin squinted into the muddy water, but she couldn't tell. "How did the body get caught up in the branches like that?" Jordan asked. "Gators do that," Mose said. They stuff their kill up under a bank or in some tree roots underwater, just like us putting meat in the frigid air. A shiver ran the length of Caitlin's body. She had been close to a feeding alligator before, and she wanted no part of it again. "We gotta get out of here," Mose said. "This business for the high sheriff." "How deep is the water here?" Caitlin asked, slowly untying the bandana from her neck. "Can't be sure," the fisherman replied. "Could be 4 feet, could be 10. "Guess." The old man surveyed the trees that bordered the patch of clear water, then studied the fallen tree that held the corpse in its branches. "Probably 6, 8 feet deep here." A sun-faded life jacket lay in the bottom of the boat near Jordan's feet. Caitlin picked it up, slipped it on, and tightened the straps as best she could. "What the hell you doing?" Mose asked, starting to stand. "This boat ain't gonna turn over." Before he could reach her, Caitlin bent her knees to let herself fall backward over the gunwale, the way she'd been taught to enter the water when scuba diving in the Caribbean. She prayed that the splash would scare away any scavengers. The black water enveloped her like an icy blanket. She'd expected it to be cold, but not this cold. After a stunned second or two, she bobbed to the surface, the life jacket bringing her upright. Jordan and Mose were screaming from the boat, telling her to get back in, but having gone this far, she wasn't about to stop now. She didn't think she could climb back into the boat without tipping it over anyway. She couldn't feel bottom beneath her, so she kicked toward the corpse. The reek worsened as she got closer, and her shoes grew heavy in the 20 seconds it took her to come within reach of the body. Catching hold of a waterlogged branch, Caitlin catalogued the physical traits that might identify Tom. The cold made it hard to concentrate, and the stink worsened the problem, but her fear was stronger than her revulsion. "Deformed fingers," she thought. "Spooned fingernails. Coronary bypass scar. Tom had his chest cracked in 1987. Would the scar still be visible after all these years? Gray chest hair." The way the corpse was situated, Caitlin realized that the quickest way to see anything was to simply swim under it, rather than try to shift it. As she struggled to shed the life jacket, Jordan began shouting at her again, but Caitlin ignored her. She simply had to know. The buckles of the life jacket were stuck. Caitlin pressed and jerked as hard as she could, but none of the damned clasps would come undone. Some part of her knew she must be doing something wrong, yet she couldn't solve this simple problem. The life jacket was strangling her. At last, Jordan's shouts broke through her wild frustration. "Catch this!" Jordan yelled. "There's a knife in it!" Caitlin's head cleared as though she'd been slapped. Looking up, she saw a dull flash of metal and somehow snatched it out of the air. Jordan's multi-tool. Flicking open the largest blade, Caitlin sawed through the 3 straps. Then she looked up and threw the knife back at Jordan. By the time the tool clanged against the bottom of the boat, she had kicked free of the life jacket. With that freedom came the memory that Tom had been shot in the shoulder on Tuesday night. Which shoulder had she seen the bandage on? The left. Caitlin screeched in terror as something bumped against her leg, then scooted away. It hadn't felt like a fish unless it was a damned big one. A gar, maybe. Or a catfish. "Caitlin!" Jordan shouted. "Get back in this boat and wait for the chopper!" Caitlin shoved all her fear down into a deep hole, took a huge breath, then dived deep under the tree and kicked hard. When she felt mud, she rolled over and opened her eyes. She could see amazingly well, but what she saw almost made her vomit. The corpse had no left shoulder. It had been eaten away. Likewise both hands. Fighting panic that scrambled in her chest like a crazed animal, she grabbed a limb that was jammed into the mud and tried desperately to remember her thoughts only moments ago. Gray chest hair. She couldn't see any hair on the chest. As she stared, something long and dark passed between her and the body, then disappeared. Primal terror surged through every fiber of her being. She let go of the branch and drove her feet against the bottom, desperate to reach the surface. As she broke through to air and sunlight, the last thing she had seen finally registered in her cerebral cortex. Black pubic hair. At the crotch of what remained of the dead man's legs, a thick thatch of black hair had been plainly visible. Caitlin had never seen Tom naked, but Penn's father was 73 years old, and he had silver-white hair and a beard of the same color. No way was his pubic hair black. Jordan had braced one hand against the gunwale of the John boat and was holding out a small boat paddle. "Grab it!" she cried. "Grab it, goddammit!" "It's not Tom!" Caitlin shouted. "It's not Tom!" "Thank God! Now get your crazy ass back in here!" She grabbed the paddle, but found herself too weak to pull. Mose Tyler took the paddle from Jordan and hauled Caitlin to the edge of the boat with surprising strength. Then an eerie hissing sent adrenaline surging through her again. She jerked her head in every direction, looking for snakes or any other threat, but it was only the hissing of fresh rain on the water. As her heartbeat steadied, Mose and Jordan reached down and dragged her up into the listing boat. When Caitlin came over the gunwale and collapsed onto the green metal bottom, she heard the heavy beat of approaching rotor blades. "It's not Tom," she said again, relief flooding through her like a drug. Jordan knelt above her and looked into her eyes like a doctor examining a patient. Apparently satisfied that she was not seriously hurt, Jordan said, "Not bad, little sister. Not bad at all." "Crazy is what that was," Mose said. "Craziest damn thing I ever saw." Caitlin felt a sudden panic, as in a nightmare when she'd lost something but didn't know what it was. Then she knew. The map. She dug into her pocket and pulled out what remained. A soggy mess like wet toilet paper, faintly stained with blue ink. "I lost the map," she said. "Toby's map." "Don't worry about it," Jordan said, squeezing her hand. "It's nothing." 10 seconds ago, Kaiser took out his phone and summoned 2 agents to drag me out of the interrogation room. As pounding feet sound in the hall, I see Sonny Thornfield pick up the pen I used to create the puzzle pieces and begin writing on the large page. "Look!" I cry. "John, look!" The door crashes open and 2 agents rush into the room. Kaiser holds up his hand long enough to look where I'm pointing, then walks to the metal table. After looking down at the page, he motions me forward. With his trembling hand, Sonny Thornfield has written 7 uppercase letters in the blank square next to Viola Turner's name. My breath goes shallow as I read the childishly written letters. Tom Cage. Sonny lays down the pen and then looks up at me, his eyes filled not with triumph or revenge, but with some unreadable emotion. "You happy now?" he asks hoarsely. "Is that what you wanted?" I cannot voice the thought that has arced through my mind like a rocket against a black sky. 2 nights ago, Brody Royal told me my father killed Viola. Now Sonny Thornfield has told me the same thing. "Let's go, Penn," Kaiser says, signaling the 2 agents to help me out of the room. "He's lying, John," I insist, as much to myself as to Kaiser. "How could he possibly know that?" I lunge at Sonny, but strong hands yank me back and a thick forearm locks around my neck. "How could you know that unless you were there?" I shout. Kaiser lays the flat of his hand on my chest. "Penn, I'm on your side, but you need to step out of this room." I start to protest when my cell phone rings. "Let me answer, John." Kaiser nods, and after a moment the agents release me. I pull my phone from my pocket and answer it. "Caitlin?" I ask, my arm and voice shaking. "Penn, can you hear me?" Stay on! We're airborne and climbing! My heart leaps at the sound of her voice. I hear you! I yell into the static. Whose body was it? Was it Dad? Tell me now! No, it wasn't Tom. Repeat, not your father. It was a much younger man. The sheriff's office down here thinks it's one of those missing boys from Vidalia, Casey Whalen. It wasn't him, I echo, though my brain has spun into some zone where it feels disconnected from my voice. It was one of those missing kids, Whalen. Thornfield's head whips up at the mention of the name. Thank God, says Kaiser, squeezing my shoulder. What about Jordan? Is she okay? Dizzy with relief, I half fall toward the metal table. Kaiser steadies me by taking hold of my shoulders, and I rest one hand against the table's edge to regain my balance. Tell John Jordan's fine, Caitlin says, the connection much clearer now. We'll probably be stuck down here talking to Sheriff Ellis for a while, but we're both good. There's no other word on Tom? No. Please call me the moment you hear anything. Already the euphoria of relief has begun to evaporate. All right. I love you, Caitlin shouts. Okay. I love you too. And then she's gone. I look down at my hand, and a shock of revulsion goes through me. I'd thought Kaiser was squeezing my wrist, but the hand wrapped around my arm belongs to Sonny Thornfield. I'm glad for you, the old man says. Yanking my arm free, I shake my head and speak with open disgust. You knew who was in that swamp. You killed Whalen, didn't you? Or you saw it done. I saw it in your face just now. Thornfield's watery eyes go wide. Then he shuts them tight and covers his face with his hands. Kaiser jerks me away from the old man and shoves me toward the door. Get out, Penn. You've had some luck just now, but don't push it. I plant my feet at the door and stop us. Luck is for fools, John. Are you going to give Thornfield his deal? He looks anxiously back at the old man. You've got to get him back to that cell block soon. You already kept him longer than you did Snake. Hold Penn here, Kaiser says to his agents. Then he walks back and squats beside Thornfield just as I did earlier. Why didn't you put your name by those victims, Sonny? The only way you could know who killed them was to be there yourself. Come on, man. Take the final step. The old man's body is trembling like a scarecrow in a rainstorm. Give me something I can believe, Kaiser pleads. Then your family can have a new lease on life. New names, a new town, far out of Forrest's reach. Thornfield's bloodshot eyes slowly focus on Kaiser. Something you can believe? How about Jimmy Revels' last words? Kaiser glances back at me. How do you know them? Thornfield shakes his head like a sinner facing his maker. They've haunted me for the last 40 years. That's how. That boy whispers in my ears when I sleep. Kaiser swallows in anticipation. True detectives live for these moments. What were they, Sonny? I forgive you, Thornfield says with utter desolation. Can you believe that? When Kaiser bows his head, I know Sonny's confession has rung the bell of truth within him. Jimmy tried to forgive me with them words, Sonny says, weeping openly now. But he damned me forever. 2 minutes after Thornfield's confession, Kaiser and I stand alone in the observation room while 2 agents flank him at the interrogation table. You've broken him, I say, but you've spent too long with him. If you're going to fly his family in, you'll have to send him back to the cell block in the meantime. Send him in with one mission, John. Find out where my father is. Kaiser shakes his head. Not yet, Penn. You're going to blow it, man. Don't get greedy. I know what you want, but you can't spend another hour in there with Sonny asking about the Kennedy assassination. Snake will realize that he's flipping. You've got to question the other Eagles to keep Sonny safe. Kaiser shakes his head, his expression adamant. I can have other agents question the other Eagles. I've already separated them from one another. None of them knows what's going on in here. Snake sure as hell doesn't know. I've got one of my agents questioning him right now to throw him off. But Snake will know. You know he will. It seems incomprehensible, but Kaiser is deaf to my appeals. You'll get the Kennedy stuff with all the rest of it. There's no deadline on that stuff. Why is it more important than half a dozen civil rights murders? Why is it more important than my father? Kaiser clenches his jaw, and for a moment, I believe I've shamed him back to sanity. But then he grabs my shoulders, his eyes blazing with passion. Why do you think, Penn? Dwight Stone is going under the knife in 90 minutes. Once they put him under, he may never wake up again. If I can give him the piece of the answer he's sought for 20 years, I'm going to give it to him. At the cost of all the other cases? Of Sonny's life? Sonny's not going to die. My father might. He's stuck somewhere without his medicine, if he's alive at all. He doesn't have nitro or insulin. 15 minutes, Penn. That's all I need. In 15 minutes, Sonny can confirm or deny every critical detail of the assassination. I just want to know whether Marcello was behind it and whether Frank Knox fired the kill shot. That's a 60-second conversation. Christ, can't you see? After this session, the director will authorize total protection for Sonny's family, and I'll bet any amount of money he'll do the same for your father. Like that matters now? Kaiser clutches my arm. Don't you want to know whether your father was complicit or not in writing that medical excuse for Frank Knox? Sonny might know that. I pull my arm free. I already know. Whatever's at the root of my dad's behavior, it isn't evil. I know that, even if you don't. Then at least let's do this for Dwight. After that, we'll see if Sonny can wheedle your dad's location out of Snake. At this point, I surrender. Nothing is going to stop him anyway. Chapter 62. Wilma Dean turned the stolen pickup right on Auburn Avenue, cruised for a quarter mile, then turned left on Duncan Avenue. This took her once more past the house that Penn Cage had pulled out of this morning, and where Forrest Knox had told her Tom Cage might be hiding. For the second time she saw a tall, broad-shouldered man in blue jeans walking in the front yard of the two-story house. Wilma was sure he was a guard, and she'd wanted to know if there was another in back. After she crossed over a rise in the street, she pulled over to a tall stand of hedges and stopped. A blond, wiry 25-year-old roustabout named Alois Engel stepped out of the hedge and climbed into the back seat of the truck. All Wilma knew about Alois was that Snake Knox had fathered him by some honky-tonk slut, and he worked for the Double Eagles in some capacity. She thought she remembered Sonny Thornfield once telling her the kid was into white supremacy, but he didn't look like much to her. The most distinctive thing about Engel was the anger that bled steadily from his eyes. He looked hungry for retribution, but Wilma had no idea for what. Nor did she care. She was here for one reason, to make sure her brother had not died for nothing. "Any guards in back?" Wilma asked, accelerating down State Street, which was lined with expensive cars. "One," said Alois. "An old nigger. I think he's a city cop, or used to be. The guy out front looks like an old hippie or something, doesn't he?" "He looks pretty tough to me. I think I've seen him doing dirt work across the river." "Fuck him. We just need a diversion to make sure we can get the bombs to the door." "We don't have a go order yet, do we?" "We will. I heard it in the colonel's voice." Alois jerked a dirty towel off the box sitting beside him on the back seat. In the box were 3 sealed wine bottles filled to the neck with a mixture of gasoline, kerosene, tar, and potassium chlorate. Taped to the side of each bottle were 2 wind-proof matches.
"Who did you say designed these things?" Wilma asked. "The Russians?"
"The Finns," Alois said irritably. The kid fancied himself a connoisseur of World War II weaponology. "They used them in the Winter War."
"Against the Russians?"
"Against the Germans."
Okay, BF deal. Somehow they don't look like real Molotov cocktails without the rag hanging out."
Alois grunted. "Do you want to look cool while you set yourself on fire? Or really hurt the people who wasted your brother?" Wilma said nothing. This kid had no idea what was really going on. To him, Glenn Morehouse had been just a fat old guy who'd lived in her house, not an unstoppable force that could be pointed at a target like a tank.
"How well do you know Forrest?"
Wilma asked. "Well enough to know that when he asks you to do him a favor, you do it. He's about the baddest son of a bitch I ever met, and I've met some." Wilma laughed.
"I'll just bet you have, Blondie."
The truck jounced over a speed bump, and the bottles clanked ominously in the box.
"Stuff that fucking towel in there," Wilma snapped. "Wedge it between the bottles. I don't plan on burning up in this truck."
Alois obeyed with surprising delicacy. Then he reached down to the floor and brought up a heavy Sig Sauer pistol. "You know, if that guy doesn't go in for a break pretty soon, I'm just going to walk up and blow his shit away."
"Forrest didn't say anything about shooting guards,"
Wilma said.
"Well, he doesn't want us waiting on the street all day. Just hold your water. You'll have to take a leak soon. You got the masks?"
Alois lifted a Walmart bag from the floor. "You get to Harry Potter. I'm taking Spider-Man." She shook her head in derision. Kids. Only once in her life had Peggy Cage had her faith in her husband tested, as it was being tested now, and she wasn't sure she was up to the challenge. Still, she put the best possible face on things, as she'd been taught to do from birth. Despite her protestations to Penn, having Kirk Boiseau close by had improved her sense of security. Like a lot of Natchez men of his generation, Kirk had been taught English by Peggy at St. Stephen's Prep back in the early 1970s. He'd grown up to be quite an imposing adult, and today she was glad of it. Tom's elderly patient, James Irvin, was guarding the back of the house, unless it was his brother Elvin. Peggy could scarcely tell the difference between the retired cops. With both James and Kirk on guard, it seemed that physical security was not a problem, and yet Peggy felt deeply unsettled. One reason was Annie. As the mayor's daughter, Annie Cage had become even more adept than her grandmother at putting on a public face. But the girl couldn't fool Peggy. Though she'd managed an animated discussion with Kirk, Annie was clearly worried about her father and Caitlin, and terrified for her grandfather. Annie had also suggested to Peggy that Penn and Caitlin were having relationship trouble. Though she had only her intuition and Caitlin's continued absence to support this assertion, Peggy suspected she was right. Early that morning, Annie had sat down in the den and made a great show of reading Caitlin's most recent articles aloud from the newspaper Kirk had brought with him. Peggy tried to look interested, but the only stories that held her interest anymore were those dealing with the murder for which Tom had been indicted, and there had been precious little information printed on that case after the initial story.
"Graham!"
Annie cried, getting to her feet with her cell phone held aloft.
"Caitlin just texted me."
Peggy clenched her abdomen in preparation for whatever might follow.
"What does she say, honey?"
Annie read from the screen.
"Hey, punk. Sorry I haven't been around much. You can see from the paper I'm working around the clock. Today I'm doing Laura Croft meets Nancy Drew. I may be on CNN tonight, so watch the news. With any luck, I'll be there to watch it with you. Love, Kate."
"Who's Laura Croft?" Peggy asked, relieved and thankful that Caitlin had thought to reassure Annie.
Just a character from a video game,
Annie said, her face glowing.
I wish Dad and Papa would text us like Caitlin does.
Me too. I'll be right back, sweetie, Peggy said, getting to her feet. I'm going to check on Mr. Kirk.
He's just plain Kirk,
Annie corrected her.
He told me not to call him Mister. He was 4 years ahead of Dad in school, but they played football together.
Peggy smiled and went into the den, where Kirk Boiseau was leaning against the wall and watching an old Western in black and white.
Are you all right, Kirk? Can I fix you a sandwich or something?
No, ma'am, he said with a smile. I'm good. Unable to think of any small talk, which was rare for her, Peggy looked at the television. On screen, she saw a black-clad cowboy brandishing a bullwhip, and the sight cut her to the quick. The actor was Lash LaRue, a Saturday matinee cowboy from the 1940s and 50s. Peggy recognized him because she and Tom had once stumbled into an impromptu performance by LaRue at the Dewdrop Inn in New Orleans just before Tom left for Korea. As a boy, Tom had worked as a theater usher during the 1940s, and he'd been ecstatic to find a star from his childhood on stage. He watched spellbound as the black-suited LaRue played his guitar with the Negro musicians, then cut paper from the mouth of a waitress with a bullwhip someone had produced from the back of the bar. Are you all right, Mrs. Cage? Kirk asked.
What?
Peggy asked, wiping a tear from her eyes.
Oh, yes. This has just been hard. I'm not used to doing without Tom.
Boiseau smiled. I'm sure it's all going to work out.
Are you?
She said quietly.
Because I'm not.
Penn will get it worked out. Peggy somehow summoned a smile.
Do you feel like we're pretty safe here?
Kirk smiled back, and Peggy thought his eyes looked too gentle to belong to a real soldier. But when he spoke, his voice held the hard edge of steel. I won't let anything happen to you or that girl. You can count on that. I gave Penn my word. You just try to relax.
Thank you. We'll try.
I saw that pistol in your purse, Kirk said. You know how to use it? Peggy nodded.
Tom taught me. A long time ago, but I hope it won't come to that. What are you guys doing?
Annie asked from the door.
What won't come to what?
Me eating healthy food, Kirk said easily. Your grandmother was trying to sell me on a salad. I want a big old skillet-fried grilled cheese sandwich. Annie looked suspicious for a second, but then she started laughing. I'm going to make another pass around the house, said Kirk.
And I'm going to make you that sandwich, Peggy said. Come help me, Annie.
Annie looked longingly after Kirk as he went out the front door. Eloise Engel braked at the stop sign at the corner of Auburn and Duncan Avenues and depressed the electric cigarette lighter. The hippie who'd been guarding the front of the house was still nowhere to be seen. There were no cars behind Eloise and none on the intersecting streets. Duncan Avenue felt like it had been transplanted from the Garden District in New Orleans. Facing a golf course dotted with black and white men in their 70s, this sleepy lane was due for some excitement. The cigarette light popped out, ready to go. Eloise removed the little metal plunger with its red-hot eye, then picked up the Molotov cocktail and carefully ignited the wind-proof match taped to the bottle's side. Then he wedged the bottle between the passenger seat and the console of his pickup. The match burned with a snake-like hiss. Eloise scanned 360 degrees around the intersection. Still no traffic. Picking up his cell phone, he texted a question mark to Wilma Dean, whom he'd dropped off on Ratcliffe Place near a home whose yard abutted the yard of the mayor's safe house. 10 seconds later, his phone pinged. Wilma's text read, "Still in position, ready to rock." Alois picked up the Spider-Man mask from the passenger seat and pulled it over his head. Then he let his foot off the brake and rolled forward. The mayor's house was 50 yards away. Alois had rolled only 10 yards when the blonde hippie walked out the front door and surveyed the street. "God damn it," Alois muttered. "I'm going to blow your shit away." But he didn't. He snapped off the head of the sizzling match and grabbed for his cell phone. Chapter 63. I'm about to observe the most surreal interrogation of my legal career, and I'm not even sure it's legal. John Kaiser hasn't set up this session to gather evidence for a court case. He wants to uncover a long-buried truth, one he believes to be bigger than any single case and more important than the fate of my father. For this reason, Kaiser has allowed things I've only rarely seen in a sheriff's office and never during an FBI interrogation. First, the video camcorder is unplugged. This occasionally happens and for a variety of reasons, but not usually to help the suspect. Second, the bed sheet is still hanging over the observation window, a sensible precaution. But strangest of all, Kaiser has submitted to a physical search by his prisoner so the double eagle can be sure the FBI agent isn't wearing any recording device. I had to endure the same treatment in order to be present, and since I hold out some hope that Sonny might recant what he wrote about my father on the puzzle I created, I consented. Sonny Thornfield has relaxed considerably since I was last in this room. The reason is simple. Kaiser's agents have already tracked down his grandson, the one preparing to depart for his second tour in Iraq. Kaiser actually brought in an encrypted FBI phone and allowed Sonny to speak to the kid on it. By then I knew the backstory. The boy saw his best friend maimed during his first tour, and he has no interest in sharing the same fate. Kaiser promised Sonny that if his grandson agreed to go into federal witness protection, he would not have to return to Iraq. I have no idea whether this is true, but Kaiser's confidently delivered answer, combined with the fact that he's already arranged to fly 3 of Sonny's family members here on FBI aircraft, told me that the FBI agent is pulling out all the stops for this case. So, here we sit, watching a former Ku Klux Klansman and double eagle prepared to reveal a secret he's carried for 40 years on pain of death in order to save himself and his family. Among my regrets, and they are many, is that Henry Sexton did not live to sit beside me in this moment. Whatever Sonny Thornfield knows, it might mean more to Henry than even to Dwight Stone. "I want to make one thing clear," Sonny begins, licking his lips and glancing over at the bed sheet to make sure it's still taped over the one-way mirror. "I'm not going to talk about any other case but the big one, Dallas. And when I say the name Frank, I'm referring to Frank Sinatra. Nobody else. Got it? Frank Sinatra." "Got it," says Kaiser. "Let's hear what old Blue Eyes did in Dallas in 1963. I always heard that he and JFK were friends." Sonny shrugs and turns up his palms. "What do you want to know? I can't just start talking. Ask me something." "All right. To your knowledge, who was behind the assassination? I mean the man at the very top." Thornfield rubs his stubbed chin as though pondering what answering that question would have cost him 40 years ago. "Come on," Kaiser urges. "Nobody can hear you." "It was Carlos Marcello's show," Sonny finally says. "All the way." When Kaiser turns to me, I see something like rapture in his eyes. "Who fired the kill shot? The one that blew Kennedy's brains out?" "You already know. Frank Sinatra." Kaiser doesn't react at first, but I can see from his frozen stillness how badly he wishes this were a legitimate interrogation. "How do you know that?" he asks. "He told me." "Who did?" "Frank." "When?" Sonny shakes his head. "What year then?" 1967, I believe. About a year after he had a family tragedy. Kaiser looks back at me. We're both thinking the same thing. A year after Frank Knox lost his son in Vietnam. Was he sober when he told you this? Kaiser asks. I don't think Frank was ever sober after 1966. Fair enough. How did Marcello approach Frank about that job? Or did someone else do that? I think Marcello did it. We'd done a few jobs for him over the years, mostly in Florida. But Carlos knew Frank from the anti-Castro training camp in Morgan City. That's how Frank knew, the other guy, too. What other guy? The other guy who was in on it. Oswald? Kaiser asks, but I know this is a feint to test Thornfield. No. Frank didn't know that nut job. Who then? Sonny practically whispers the name. David Ferry. Kaiser closes his eyes and exhales slowly. I have to admit, I feel a profound sense of satisfaction at hearing Dwight Stone's theory confirmed, and since Stone can't be here himself, I let myself enjoy it. What was Ferry's part in the operation? Kaiser asks. Sonny shrugs as though the answer is self-evident. He's the one who knew Oswald. How? They were both from New Orleans. Ferry had known him since Oswald was a kid. Known him how? Frank told me they were queer. I don't know if that's true, but that's what he said. Kaiser cuts his eyes at me again. So far, he and Dwight are batting 1,000. Did Frank know why Carlos wanted Kennedy dead? He told me JFK and his brother were going to run the little man out of the country. Carlos had tried everything he knew to stop it, but nothing worked. This was the last chance. Okay. Kaiser glances at his watch. Let's talk about the actual hit. Dealey Plaza. Sonny scratches his nose and looks at the bedsheet once more. You guys ain't got some kind of X-ray camera or anything in there, have you? No cameras, Kaiser says, treating it as a serious question. Are you sure Snake don't know what's going on in here? Positive. We're questioning Snake in another interrogation room right now. Sonny clearly gets a fair dose of relief from this knowledge. What else you want to know, then? Tell us about the rifles, Sonny. The ones from Brody's house. Penn says one was displayed in Brody's basement as the assassination rifle, but that was a Remington Model 700. So why did we find an exact copy of Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle upstairs in Brody's study? Sonny smiles strangely. You can thank Frank for that. See, Carlos and Ferry wanted him to use a rifle like Oswald's for the hit and then leave it at the scene. They wanted to sell a big commie conspiracy and blame Castro. To deflect suspicion from Carlos? Sure, and to get Carlos's casino action back. They figured if they could get the public mad enough at Castro, LBJ would invade. Kaiser happily clucks his tongue. So why didn't Frank use the Carcano to kill Kennedy? Because it was a piece of junk. The aftermarket Jap scope that came on it wasn't good enough for a BB gun. Frank told him he'd use his own rifle for the hit but leave the Italian one at the scene. But Ferry didn't like that idea. He'd given Frank bullets from the same box as Oswald's, and he said Frank had to use those. The bullets had to match, he said. I can only see Kaiser in profile, but an anticipatory smile has appeared on his face. So what did Frank do? He told Ferry no problem. Frank was a genius with guns, see? Any kind of weapon, really, but guns were his specialty. He told Ferry he could use his Remington and the bullets would still match, if the cops found any fragments at all. Kaiser's face is practically glowing. How could Frank manage that? Sonny chuckles with obvious admiration for his old sergeant. First, he took those 6.58 Carcano bullets and removed them from the cartridges. Then, he scraped the lead out of the copper jackets so he'd have a lead antimony mix that would match Oswald's bullets to a T.
or at least as well as could be done.
And then?
Then he used that lead to cast some .243 bullets to fit the cartridges for his Remington. He drilled out the cores so they'd blow apart on impact, and then he tested them to be sure.
How did he do that?
On some pigs.
Pigs. Did the bullets work as he wanted?
Hell yeah! I told you he was a genius. The damn things exploded when they hit the skulls, and they hardly left a trace.
Kaiser quietly considers all he has heard. If Frank went to all that trouble, then why didn't he leave the Carcano behind him after he made the shot like he'd promised?
Sonny settles back in his chair and folds his arms. A couple of reasons. He said toting it around was too risky. He already had to carry the Remington, broke down, of course. Carrying 2 guns doubled the risk. But that wasn't all. He was worried there might be forensic tests he didn't know nothing about. Space-age stuff, you know. He'd handled that rifle himself, and he didn't want it winding up in the Sandia National Lab or someplace like that.
Smart thinking.
Frank didn't miss much, boy.
Sonny looks anxiously around the interrogation room.
Is that enough? Can I go back to the brig now?
Kaiser shakes his head. Not yet. You haven't told us where he shot from. Was it the grassy knoll?
Kaiser is testing Sonny again. There's no way the kill shot could have been fired from the grassy knoll. In my view, this testing is a waste of time. Thornfield is obviously telling the truth as he knows it. The real question is, was Frank Knox telling Sonny the truth when he told him all this?
Sonny?
Kaiser prompts.
The grassy knoll?
Hell no. That's Hollywood bullshit. Frank shot from the building next to the book depository, catty corner to it, the Dow Tex building.
How do you remember the name?
I've seen some TV shows about it, documentaries. Hell, I watch the History Channel. It's pretty funny the stuff they come up with when you know what really happened. Everybody overthinks it, you know. Frank always took the shortest path between 2 points. I can't tell you how many times he said to me, "Simplest is best, son." From back when we were kids, all the way to the Pacific. He lived by the same rules.
How did he get into the Dow Tex building?
Sonny chuckles again. He went in as an elevator repairman with a toolbox. Kaiser thinks this over.
And how did he get out? The Dow Tex building was one of the first to be shut down after the shots were fired.
As a cop,
Sonny says, amazement in his voice.
Isn't that great? What could be simpler? He carried a Dallas police uniform in with him in the toolbox, wrapped around his rifle parts. Kept the gun from rattling. He put on the cop's uniform as soon as he got to the office he shot from. After he fired, he just walked out carrying the rifle. Everybody assumed he was part of the security detail, hunting for the shooter, even the Secret Service. Always hide in plain sight, right?
Did he carry the toolbox out?
Nope. He left it in the elevator machine room, empty. Sonny looks at me, then back to Kaiser. Can't I go? This is taking too long, and the mayor wants to know about his daddy, don't he?
Yes, he does, I say in a taut voice, my eyes on Kaiser. Just a little longer, says Kaiser, not looking at me. Tell me about Oswald, Sonny. Was Frank meant to fire the kill shot all along, or was he a backup for Oswald?
Backup. See, Ferry thought Oswald could make the shot. Shows you how much he knew about rifles. Frank said the way that scope was attached, Oswald was lucky he hit anything. With only 2 mountain screws, you couldn't even zero the damned thing. Yet another perfect correlation with Stone's theory.
Did they mean for Oswald to be captured?
Found dead, more like.
A new light shines from Sonny's eyes.
That was where the operation went wrong. Frank was supposed to kill the idiot right after the hit. Oswald was told to meet him in that stockyard parking lot behind the book depository, but on the day, he didn't show up.
Why not?
Frank figured that when Oswald saw the president's head explode in his scope, he knew he hadn't made that shot, and that scared the shit out of him. That's why he panicked and ran home to get the pistol he hadn't even brought with him to Dealey Plaza. The one he used to shoot that cop later. Tippit.
If Oswald didn't know anything about Frank, who did he think he was going to meet in the stockyard parking lot?
Ferry, of course. That fool thought Ferry was going to fly him to Havana. What a joke, right? But Frank told me Ferry had actually run guns to Cuba back before Castro allied with the Russians. And Oswald knew that. So maybe he wasn't so dumb to believe it.
All right, I say in the most conclusive tone I can. You've got what you wanted. Time to get on with the next act of this show. Kaiser looks at his watch. I think we're okay, Penn. I try to mask my growing anger. Sonny's not. Wanting doesn't make it so, John. Time's passing. Send him back to the cell block with Snake and give Dwight his victory call. That's the gift you wanted to give him, and he deserves it. Then start interrogating all the other Eagles. Spend just as much time with each of them as you did with Sonny, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get away with this. At this moment, Kaiser regrets bringing me into this room, but at some level he brought me in here to keep him from losing sight of his priorities. Then it's time for the big question, Kaiser says. Sonny, you've given me a lot of details today, and I appreciate it. But do you have any way of proving anything you've told me? Anything besides what you say Frank told you?
Sonny looks perplexed. Like what? Like something physical?
Exactly.
You know, I think there was something he kept. Frank never told me about it, but Snake said something once.
What are you talking about? Something besides the rifles?
Yeah, a letter maybe. Some kind of insurance.
A letter written by Frank?
No, somebody else. Ferry maybe, or even Oswald. It sure wouldn't be Carlos. Carlos was like Frank. He never wrote nothing down. He was famous for that.
How would Frank get a letter from Lee Harvey Oswald?
I don't know. But he followed the kid around for a while. A day or two, maybe. With Frank, you never know. I wouldn't be surprised if he screwed Oswald's Ruski wife while he was in town. That's how Frank rolled.
Kaiser isn't laughing. You're joking, right? Because that's just absurd.
Hey, I was just thinking out loud. Sonny shrugs. You had to know Frank. He was something else.
Kaiser finally turns to me, one eyebrow raised. Don't you have a question for Sonny? I close my eyes and ask myself if I want to give Sonny another opportunity to implicate my father. But in the end, I guess I have no choice. Standing and moving into Thornfield's sightline, I say, did my father have any connection at all to this plot? Sonny looks confused by my question.
Dr. Cage?
Yes. He looks blank.
Not that I know of. What could he have had to do with it?
Some people say he had a relationship with Carlos Marcelo when he lived in New Orleans as a young man. And he was the company doctor for Triton Battery, right? He knew Frank.
Sure, yeah. He took care of all of us.
Sonny suddenly holds up a forefinger.
Wait. I believe Doc did sign Frank's sick card for the time he was gone.
My stomach flutters at his memory of this detail. Did Frank mention that specifically?
Yeah, he did.
Kaiser gives me a regretful glance.
Wasn't no big thing, though, Sonny says. Frank spun Doc a story about having an affair with some floozy, said she was going to blow up his marriage unless he stayed with her a while and calmed her down. So Doc just put what he wanted on the medical excuse.
The relief that flows through me is like a powerful narcotic. 40 years ago, any male, even a doctor, would have accepted a story like Frank's without question, and many would have provided the requested cover. When I turn to Kaiser, he's looking at me with an expression I can't read. Does he accept this as exculpatory evidence? That's all for me, I tell him. Let's get him back to the block. Just one more question, says Kaiser. How did Frank get to Dallas and back? Shit, come on, I mutter, imagining Dad in a diabetic coma somewhere.
Ferry flew him out there, Sonny says. Snake flew him back.
Kaiser nods slowly. And how did Frank get around while he was in Dallas? A faint smile widens Sonny's mouth.
He used a car that some of Carlos's people left for him.
What people?
The Dallas mob out there, you know. I forget the name. Something that ends with a vowel.
Civello, maybe?
Sonny shrugs. It sounds right. An Itai name like that.
And Frank was out there the whole week.
I don't know for sure, but at least from Wednesday on he was. He reconned Dealey Plaza the first day he got there. Then he staked out Oswald. He wanted to know who the other shooter was, see? He wanted to be sure he killed the right guy.
Frank was a detail guy, Kaiser says with only light sarcasm.
Sonny gives Kaiser a hopeful look. Are we fucking done now?
I rise from my chair and retrieve my cell phones from the box where Sonny asked that I put them. The first one I switch on is the StarTAC that Walker Dennis took off Deputy Hunt when he caught him this morning. I can't deny that I'm hoping for a message from Forrest, but the screen only reads out the time.
Hey,
Sonny says to Kaiser.
You were being straight about my grandson, right? About getting him out of that second tour? 'Cause he's really scared about going back to Iraq.
Kaiser gets to his feet. That's one thing I can do, Sonny. I'm the government today, and we are definitely making a deal.
It really messed him up when his buddy got hurt like that. I saw that kind of shit all the time in my war, of course. Back then, you just had to choke it down and go on. But these kids today didn't come up the way we did through the Depression. They're not as hard. I don't judge them. I'm glad, you know. But they can't stand the same stuff we could.
Kaiser gives him an understanding nod. I hear you, Sonny. And after you sign that plea agreement, I will take care of him like he's my own. You have my word.
I just hope my daughter doesn't screw this thing up.
Me too, Kaiser says worriedly. I think we're done, Sonny. Let's get you back to your cell.
The old man grins. I'm ready, believe it or not.
I'm going to have a word with Mayor Cage outside. My guys will be in to take you back. If you get anything from Snake about where Dr. Cage is, act like you're having another heart attack. I'll get you out of there quick.
Got it.
Kaiser follows me into the hall where the electromechanical sounds of the open office out front filter back to us. Phones, printers, HVAC, the dispatcher's radio. Do you realize what we just heard in there? Kaiser asks, his eyes glowing with excitement.
Yeah, I heard it.
What do you think?
I think he was telling the truth. The question is, was Frank Knox telling him the truth?
But the details.
I know. It's like you and Dwight scripted everything he said. I'd say you guys had it figured pretty close. I'm glad Dwight's going to hear that before he goes under. Hopefully it'll help him through. Kaiser nods like someone who can't quite believe he's been so fully vindicated.
And good news about your dad. How do you feel about that?
Compared to his present crisis, I don't much care what he did 40 years ago.
I understand. Well, with luck, Sonny can get Snake to tell him where Dr. Cage is.
Maybe. But how long will it take him?
Kaiser shrugs. With Snake, Sonny gives us a better chance than using a car battery and jumper cables. Where will you go in the meantime?
No idea, I answer truthfully. I can hardly think right now.
Go see your little girl, Penn. I swear I'll call you the second I have any news. You did good work today, buddy. It was the tattoo that broke him.
Kaiser grips my shoulder, then steps back into the interrogation room and closes the door. As I make my way through the open area of the office, I recognize few of the remaining deputies, but Spanky Ford gives me a thumbs up as I pass and walk through the main doors out into the winter sun.
Chapter 64.
"If I hadn't had tickets on that flight to Cuba," said Jordan Glass, "I think that redneck sheriff would have kept us in his office all afternoon." "Cuba wasn't what did it," Caitlin countered. "If you weren't married to an FBI agent, good old Billy Ray Ellis would have jailed us as commie sympathizers."
Jordan laughed and led them out to her car, which Carl Sims had kindly sent a deputy to retrieve. Caitlin looked back at the sheriff's office, thinking of the hour of her life she had wasted inside it. Billy Ray Ellis had a lot in common with Billy Bird, and during his rather hostile interrogation, she'd gotten the feeling that he had spoken to his Adams County colleague. The only kindness he had shown was to give Caitlin a prison jumpsuit to wear while a matron dried her wet clothes.
"Look at that building," Jordan said. "It looks like 4 glorified mobile homes nailed together, but he's got a concrete helipad with Klieg lights, a windsock, and the biggest Mississippi flag I've ever seen."
Caitlin looked up at the stars and bars in the corner of the state flag, which hung just below an equal-size version of the Stars and Stripes.
"The only good thing I got out of here was the peppermints," she said. "I'm still starving."
Jordan laughed and pulled a handful of cellophane-wrapped peppermints out of her pocket.
"Me too. I emptied that secretary's jar. We need to get some lunch."
Jordan shook her head and moved on toward the car.
"I don't have time. If I don't leave in the next 20 minutes, I'll miss my flight."
Caitlin felt an anticipatory sense of loss at the realization that she would soon be without Jordan. She had already called Terry Foreman, a girl from the Examiner's marketing department, to pick her up at a local service station, but Sherry was no substitute for Jordan Glass. When they reached the car, Caitlin stood rather awkwardly by the door and stared at her friend across the roof.
"I can't tell you how much today meant to me."
Jordan waved her hand dismissively.
"I'm glad I came, but the day's not over yet. I've got a surprise for you."
Caitlin was confused.
"Surprise?"
Jordan gave her a mischievous, almost elfin look.
"You're about to owe me so big. Before you jumped in the drink, I shot 2 pictures of Toby Rambin's map." "What?"
Jordan's eyes twinkled with pleasure.
"While you were studying it earlier, I shot a couple of pics and made sure we had a copy. I didn't tell you in the boat because I didn't want Mose to hear." Caitlin still couldn't work it out. "But Sheriff Ellis had us searched when we got to his office."
"Mm-hmm."
"He confiscated your memory cards." "He confiscated a memory card."
Excited laughter burst from Caitlin's throat.
"Where was the real one?"
"They were both real. But while we waited to see the sheriff, I figured he might try something like that. It's what all third-world policemen do. So I put the card with the most pictures on it where they wouldn't find it and left the other one in the camera for him to steal."
"You are crazy."
"You don't know the half of it. When I went to the bathroom, I stepped into an empty office, plugged the card into a computer, and printed you a copy of the map." Caitlin gasped in disbelief.
"Oh, my God."
Jordan pulled a folded sheet out of her back pocket and passed it to Caitlin.
"I'm pretty sure you can see everything."
Caitlin unfolded the page and saw a high-resolution copy of Toby Rambin's map, her own thumbs showing above it on either side.
"You're a superhero," she said.
"Seriously."
"Well, don't show it to every deputy in the parking lot."
Jordan unslung her camera bag and tossed it into her car.
"Come on. Let's get you to your new wingman." "Wait a second. Where did you hide that memory card?"
"Trade secret." Jordan winked. "Let's go." Sonny Thornfield turned his head slightly to the left as a big deputy named Isbell led him into the cell block and toward his cell. When Snake caught Sonny's eye through the bars, Sonny winked, then put his eyes front again.
"Open number 7,
Isbell barked. Someone outside the block pressed a button, and the door to Sonny's cell opened. He went in and sat on his cot without looking back at the deputy. "Close 7." A deep buzzer sounded repeatedly, then the heavy motorized door slid down its track and clanged shut. "Hey, Sonny, when the fuck we getting out of here?" asked Skillet McCune, a flat-faced welder who had once been a Double Eagle squad leader. "They can't keep us here like this without a phone call." "FBI says we can," Deputy Isbell cut in. "Patriot Act. They can leave you in this hole till Judgment Day if they want. They can pull out your fucking fingernails, too. They can waterboard your ass, and the Supreme Court can't say shit about it." As the deputy passed Snake's cell, Snake said, "What's that chubby wife of yours get up to while you're standing guard over drunks and crackheads, boy?" The deputy's baton was off his belt in less than a second. He cracked the wood against the bars of Snake's cell, only missing his fingers because Snake jerked them clear in time. Snake got a good laugh from that. Isbell whacked the bars twice more, but Snake only laughed louder. The red-faced deputy cursed and stomped out of the cell block. Sonny lay on his cot with his hands behind his head. He felt like a man balanced on a tightrope, with hell on one side and purgatory on the other. As a Baptist, he didn't believe in purgatory, but he felt like that intermediate state of punishment was about the best he could hope for, given his past sins, with the hope of getting into heaven someday if he could atone in the time he had left. He was starting to identify with Glenn Morehouse, who had complained so bitterly during the last weeks of his life about all the sins he'd been dragging behind him like lead weights chained to his dying body. For Sonny, the prospect of starting over with his estranged family in some new town was like an unexpected gift. He couldn't afford to let himself believe too much in it, in case his daughter screwed it up for everyone, which, if the past was any guide, was a real possibility. He tensed up as he heard Snake sidle up to the bars of the adjacent cell. He could feel suspicion radiating like heat from that direction. Then Snake's voice floated to him, coarse but insinuating. "I hear you were gone an awful long time, Sonny. You making new friends out there?" "Fuck no. I got no control over how long they keep me. They're acting like I'm the weak link or something. Probably because of my heart attack, but fuck them." Snake nodded, seeming to buy Sonny's brazen act. "How'd they pitch you?" "They asked me a lot about Dr. Cage, actually. They want to know where he is." Snake laughed softly. "You didn't tell him, did you?" For a couple of seconds, Sonny considered saying that the FBI had already raided his cabin and found it empty, but his sanity stopped him. "Right. When the cabin's in my name? That'd be a genius move." Snake didn't comment on this. "They also kept telling me I was going to die in Angola. That Fed Kaiser asked me if I thought I'd last a week in a jail full of niggers once they found out who I was." Snake chuckled. "He's got a point there. It's a good thing none of us will spend a day on that farm." "You really think we should be talking like this? They could be taping everything we say in here." "No, they can't," said Snake. "That's against the law." "You heard Isbell," Skillet said from the cell to Sonny's right. "We're talking feds here. They don't give a shit about the law on this thing, not with that Patriot Act. Hell, they planted that meth, didn't they? And you can see the cameras right up there in the corner." "Those cameras are there to keep morons from killing themselves," Snake said. "Keeps the state from getting sued, but they don't record sound. What, you think Kaiser has a platoon of lip readers out there watching us?" "I wouldn't be surprised," said a reticent man named Gene Christian, a retired electrician's helper. "Sonny's right. Let's keep our mouths shut. Remember what Frank used to say. A man's worst enemy in this world is his mouth." "That's what Frank used to say, all right," Snake said. "Didn't he, Sonny?" "Sure," Sonny mumbled, closing his eyes and wishing he'd thrown out that goddamned Navy tattoo 30 years ago. Kaiser had promised to make no mention of the 8-inch swatch of human skin when talking to his family about the witness protection program. If Sonny's daughter heard about that, she might tell Kaiser to put her son back on the plane to California, even if he had to pull another tour in Iraq. Sonny thought back to the awful day they'd taken the tattoos from Revels and Davis. Snake had been the instigator, of course, as always. Only that day it was worse, since he'd been consumed with grief for his older brother. Frank had just died, and Snake had assumed the role of leader. The rest of the men had egged Sonny on like he was a virgin at a whorehouse waiting to lose his cherry. What could you do in the face of that? Even though it had been almost 40 years since that day, Sonny could hardly own up to what he'd done to that boy. He could still remember Revels's anguished screams as Morehouse held his skinny arm against the workbench so that Sonny could cut the blue-black anchor from his bloody skin. "Sonny," came a faint whisper. Snake again. "You're awful quiet in there, brother." "Get me the hell out of this cell and I'll talk a blue streak for you. But till then, leave me the fuck alone." But Snake couldn't do that. "I'm worried about Will," he said. "They've had him out as long as they had you. And Will ain't got your sand. He's a couple of years older than you, isn't he?" "That's right. What are you saying?" "I'm worried he might do what Glenn did, that's what. He's the oldest eagle left, and the idea of jail, or even the possibility of it, might just be enough to break him." "Bullshit," Sonny said, thinking how easy it had ultimately been for him to tell Kaiser what he'd wanted to know. "Will was the 7th man sworn into the group. Frank gave him his double eagle. He won't say anything." "Maybe," Snake conceded. "But what if he did?" "Then we'll worry about it then." "That could be too late. We learned our lesson with Glenn, didn't we? You wait too long and they start talking before you can stop them, right?" Sonny nodded. "We might have to try some preventative medicine. In here. You up for that?" Sonny's stomach rolled. "Any son of a bitch tries to cut a deal by naming names. He needs to die." We all took the oath. "That's right, brother. You stay ready." Jordan pulled into a diagonal parking space beside the Crossroads service station, which stood at the intersection of Highway 24 and the main drag of Athens Point, Mississippi. The town proper lay a mile closer to the river, but this intersection saw most of the commercial action. 3 corners were occupied by service stations, the 4th by a large grocery store. The Crossroads station was the largest of the 3. It held a full-service bait shop, an ice cream counter, and a cafe with booths and tables. The fueling bays did a brisk business with everything from semi-trucks to pickups hauling bass boats and ATVs on trailers. Caitlin had told Terry Foreman to meet them here, and the girl was waiting outside with 2 red-faced FBI agents standing like bookends at her shoulders, drawing stares from the mostly black clientele of the station. "Miss Glass, you scared the crap out of us," said one of them. "You also got us in deep shit," said the other, who obviously knew Jordan better. Jordan smiled her mischievous smile again. "Look at the bright side. You got the pleasure of hanging out with Terry here." Terry blushed. With her blonde hair, blue eyes, and trim figure, she still looked like a high school cheerleader. "We'd better get moving if you're going to make your plane," said the second agent. "We're cutting it really close." "Give me 30 seconds. "We're in the black Suburban." "I never would have guessed." Jordan took Caitlin's arm and led her around the corner of the station. Once there, she took Caitlin's hand and gave her a wholly unguarded smile. "I had a blast today. I'm sorry we didn't hit pay dirt, but that's the way it usually goes. The big coups take a lot of prep work.
Thanks for all you did to help me, Caitlin said. And thank you for inspiring me when I was a kid. And
stop it, Jordan said. We're colleagues now, right? Get that through your head. I hope I'm back to shoot the photo spread of the bone tree when you find it. Caitlin nodded, a strange elation flowing through her.
Oh, shit,
Jordan said, mock-slapping the side of her head as though she were an idiot. She reached into her camera bag and pulled out the multi-tool she'd lent Caitlin to cut her life jacket loose in the swamp.
This is for you. I've carried it through at least 24 countries, and it's never let me down. Time to pass it on to somebody who needs it more than I do.
Caitlin reached out to take the scarred metal tool. When Jordan dropped it into her hand, she realized that no gift had ever meant more to her.
Can I ask you something cheesy?
Sure.
Will you be one of my bridesmaids?
Jordan laughed so loudly that one of the FBI agents walked out to the gas pump island to peer around the corner at them.
Christ, I'm more like matron of honor age now. You're same age as Penn. Anyway, just think about it. And come back soon. And safe.
Safe? Jordan rolled her eyes.
Cuba's like Miami circa 1955. You're the one who needs to be careful. I will. Bullshit. You're just like I used to be. You'd walk into a minefield for a story, and you have the map now. Promise me you won't try to find the bone tree without Carl or some equivalent with you.
She jabbed Caitlin with her forefinger only half playfully.
Promise. I won't. I promise.
The photographer smiled and then hugged her.
Have babies and be happy,
she whispered fiercely in Caitlin's ear.
There's plenty of time for work.
Jordan's urgency sent a shock through her. But before she could analyze the feeling, Jordan hiked her camera bag higher on her shoulder and walked toward her car the way Caitlin had dreamed of walking since she was a girl. Like she'd been everywhere in the world at least twice and was on her way to one of the few places she hadn't seen yet. But the truth was, Jordan had already been to Cuba. She'd flirted with Castro, for God's sake. And what she wanted more than anything now was what Caitlin already had.
So why can't I be content?
Caitlin wondered. Jordan didn't look back as she drove out of the parking lot and turned onto 24, headed back toward Highway 61 South, the black Suburban on her tail. Terry Foreman walked up to Caitlin and shook her head.
Those guys were pretty cool. Are we heading back now?
Caitlin looked down at the multi-tool in her hand, wondering what kind of crazy jams it had gotten Jordan out of over the years.
Caitlin?
Caitlin looked up at Terry. Actually, she saw no reason to go home just yet. Natchez was filled with reporters all working the same story, and all hunting for a lead like the one she had folded in her back pocket. Penn and John were still interrogating the jailed double eagles, trying to force a confession out of one of them, like stonecutters looking for a crack in the face of a rock. And worst of all, Tom was still missing.
But I still have the map,
she thought. Mose Tyler might have fled the area, but somewhere in Athens Point or Woodville had to be someone who knew the location of the bone tree. There were probably quite a few. Most would be white, ex-Klansmen or double eagles who'd been there for God knows what rituals that made widows out of wives. Those men would never show Caitlin where that tree was. But there must also be black men who knew the tree's location, as Toby Rambin had claimed he had. She just needed to find one of them.
What's that?
Terry asked, pointing at the multi-tool.
Just something Jordan gave me to remember her. Huh. Wow.
Caitlin shoved the tool into the pocket of her jeans.
Hey, Terry said, sounding worried. Don't look now, but there's a black guy staring at us. He's creeping me out. Where?
Behind you, at the gas pumps, gassing up a truck.
Let's go in the cafe then.
Shouldn't we just head back to Natchez?
Not yet,
Caitlin said.
He might follow us down the road.
Terry's eyes widened.
God, you're right.
Caitlin wasn't worried about any black guy following them to Natchez. She just wanted to buy some time to think. It would be abnormal if men gassing up their vehicles didn't stare at two reasonably attractive young women standing outside a combination bait shop cafe. She simply wasn't ready to leave Athens Point yet. In fact, if she had an extra vehicle, she would send Terry back without her, then searched for a reliable guide to take her back into the swamp.
Order me a cheeseburger,
Caitlin said, nodding at the quick-service counter.
And get yourself something. I need to run to the bathroom.
Okay. Caitlin walked toward the restroom, but didn't go in. The dining area was a collection of booths with bright orange plastic seats and wood-topped tables. The smell of hot grease and onions permeated the air. Most people probably bought food from the counter, but there was a waitress who would come to your booth and take your order if you wanted to sit for a while. 3 booths were occupied, all by groups of men. 2 groups were black, 1 white. The black men were older and drank coffee as they pored over racing forms. The white men looked like truckers. She wondered what would happen if she approached one of the black men and struck up a conversation.
Jordan wouldn't think twice about doing that,
she thought, trying to work up her nerve. Chapter 65. Peggy had laid out a platter of roast beef, cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes in the kitchen. She and Annie were making sandwiches for themselves and for Officer Irvin. The iron skillet crackled and popped with melted butter as Irvin's grilled cheese crisped up. He'd seen Kirk Boiseau's earlier and decided he wanted to try one himself. Annie had the den television tuned to the Baton Rouge station and turned up loud so that she could hear any relevant news that might break in on regular programming. Earlier, she'd heard on the Jackson, Mississippi station that an interview with Caitlin would be broadcast on WJTV during tonight's 6 o'clock report. Peggy scooped the heavy grilled cheese out of the skillet with a spatula, then cut it in half and poured some potato chips onto the plate from a bag.
You take that to Mr. Irvin,
she said. As Annie disappeared through the back door, Kirk Boiseau entered the kitchen from the den and asked if there was any coffee.
I can make you some,
Peggy offered,
or I can offer you iced tea. I just made a pitcher.
Kirk looked suspiciously at the pitcher by the kitchen window, then walked over to it and tapped its glass rim. It's not that syrupy sweet stuff like we drank when I was a kid, is it? Peggy laughed.
The kind you can pour over pancakes? No. These days, even my tea has sweet and low in it.
Kirk laughed and said he'd try a glass after he made one more round of the house. Peggy fixed 2 roast beef sandwiches and set them on the counter for herself and Annie, then poured the tea and walked to the front door to find Boiseau. Her former student was just walking up the steps, and he accepted the glass with a grateful smile. Over his shoulder, Peggy watched a blue pickup truck roll up Duncan Avenue, then slow as though its driver was watching the foursome playing on the 18th fairway. Seeing her sightline change, Kirk turned toward the street. As she looked past him, the face in the driver's window caught her attention. Oddly, it didn't look human, but almost like a cartoon. Then she recognized the character. Spider-Man. As she registered a flicker of flame in the truck, Kirk shoved her back through the door. Falling backward, she saw an arm hook over the truck's roof and throw something toward the house, the way one of her newspaper delivery men used to heave the Examiner at her old house. A gun appeared in Kirk's hand, but before he could fire, a whirling object smashed against the steps and the air burst into flame. Peggy smelled kerosene, and then the truck tires screamed. Kirk Boiseau fired a fusillade of shots at the departing truck, then grabbed his leg and started to yell for Officer Irvin. With the unreality of a nightmare, Peggy saw fire run up Kirk's pant leg and gather around his waist. The floor vibrated like a drum beneath her, and then James Irvin ran past her, dragged Kurt down the steps, and rolled him onto the ground. Then he wrapped his jacket around Kirk's leg and smothered the fire. Peggy scrambled to her feet, her mind on one thing: Annie.
"Graham, what happened?"
the girl yelled from behind Peggy.
"Something's burning!"
Her frightened voice filled Peggy with relief, but instead of wasting time with conversation, Peggy pulled Annie into the kitchen, opened her purse, and took out the .38 that Tom had bought her long ago. Then she led Annie into the den and made her crouch behind a big club chair. Heavy footsteps hammered on the hardwood, and then Officer Irvin came pounding back into the den, his beagle-like face animated with anxiety. "You all right, Miss Cage?"
"We're fine, James. Was that a Molotov cocktail?"
Irvin nodded. "I believe it was. Call 911 and tell them we need the fire department. I'm going back outside." Peggy's phone was stored in her purse and powered down, as Penn had insisted. She started to get to her feet, but Annie already had her cell phone in hand and was entering the numbers while it searched for a signal. As Officer Irvin went back out the front door, 2 explosions sounded behind the house. Then Peggy heard a roar and crackle that could only be fire. She leaped to her feet and pulled Annie up with her.
"We've got to get out!"
Annie was speaking into her cell phone, but she let Peggy lead her toward the front door. Halfway there, Peggy stopped. What if the fire was meant to drive her and Annie into the open, where they could be shot or taken? She thought frantically. The best solution she could come up with was to hunker down just inside the front door, protected from gunfire, but near an escape route.
"We need a fire truck!"
Annie cried into her phone.
200 Duncan Avenue! A bomb just blew up at our house! Yes, a bomb!
Through the open door, Peggy heard a man roar in anger and pain. She knew it was Kirk Boiseau. Pulling Annie down to the floor, she took the phone from her granddaughter and tried to remember the last number Penn had given her. I'm parked in the drive-through lane of the Vidalia Burger King when my BlackBerry rings. It's Kaiser. "What's up?" I ask him. "Did Sonny get Snake to tell him about Dad?" "No. Where are you, Penn?" "Getting food." "Okay, stay calm. Your mother and daughter are fine, but there was some kind of attack on the house where you have them staying. A Molotov cocktail, it sounds like."
"What?"
A blast of adrenaline brings me straight up in my seat.
"How the hell did they find it?"
"I don't know that yet. Your mother called the sheriff's office looking for you. Whatever number she has for you didn't get answered, so she got me instead." I take out my burn phone, which I set on silent before meeting Forrest and neglected to switch back on after hearing Sonny's JFK story. "They just hit our satellite dish, too," Kaiser says, "at the hotel. This was a coordinated attack, Penn. Nobody was hurt at the hotel, but our secure communications with Washington had been knocked out. The Natchez PD and fire department are over at Duncan Avenue now, and they're covering your mother and daughter. I'm going to head over myself because my guys can handle the hotel scene." "I'm on my way, John. I'll talk to you there." I honk my horn, but the cars in front of me don't move. Rather than wait for a response, I wrench the wheel right and drive over the concrete curb, then squeal out of the parking lot. Once I'm on Highway 84, I speed dial Walt's burn phone. "Talk to me," he says. "The Knoxes just hit the house where I was hiding Mom and Annie. They're okay, but the war has definitely started. Where's Forrest?" "I'm following him south on Highway 61. He could be headed back to Baton Rouge, or he could turn east for Athens Point and head back to Valhalla. I'm hoping that's his plan." "Is Ozen still with him?" "Yep. They could easily have ordered the attack over the phone, though." "Don't lose them, Walt. We can't afford to now." "I won't. You take care of Peggy and your baby. I got these bastards covered." "Thanks." As my front wheels hit the eastbound Mississippi Bridge, I push the gas pedal close to the floor. Spanky Ford was sitting at his desk when the dispatcher informed him that the courthouse had received a bomb threat. Even though he'd known it was coming, his stomach flipped and his mind went blank for a few seconds. What's the protocol? Sheriff Dennis wasn't in the building and hadn't been since he'd stormed out and Agent Kaiser had announced that the FBI was taking over the department. Since the sheriff's department occupied much of the western end of the courthouse building, a bomb threat meant a twofold crisis, and Spanky set down the phone in a kind of daze. "What's the matter?" asked the FBI agent sitting at the desk with him, a man named Wilson. "We just got a bomb threat. Apparently it has something to do with Jojo Mentour." "Who the hell's that?" Wilson asked. "One of the meth prisoners. He's downstairs in the holding pen." "He's not one of the specials, is he?" "No, he's nobody. A Cajun who moved up here about 5 years ago." "What's the protocol? Do you guys have an EOD squad?" "Not really," said Spanky. "We're supposed to evacuate both the department and the courthouse." "For every phoner? Or only credible threats?" "How the hell do you know what's credible? Jojo's got some crazy-ass cousins. We've got to evacuate." Wilson thought for a moment. "Well, we can't move the special prisoners out of the cell block." "Why not? Sheriff Dennis left me in charge, and I'm not going to have deputies or prisoners blown to pieces on my watch. We already lost 2 men raiding these meth dealers." Wilson's face had colored. "Agent Kaiser will shit a brick if we let those prisoners out of there. Did the threat come with a time frame?" "Right now! How's that?" Spanky showed some temper. "What do you think your boss will do if those assholes get blown up or die of smoke inhalation?" "Good point. I'd better call him." "You do that. I'm calling an evac." Spanky hit the panic button at the front desk, and a loud alarm began blaring through the building. As deputies scattered to perform pre-assigned tasks, Agent Wilson stood and peered at the exterior windows as though some answer lay outside the building. Who the hell would bomb a courthouse over some low-level Cajun meth dealer, he asked. A meth charge might get you a stretch in the pen, but bombing a courthouse is a ticket to death row. Spanky was about to reply when the floor rocked beneath his feet, a vibration that went into his bones. The sound only arrived afterward, a muted blast that triggered a combination of awe and fear in him. "That was near the courtrooms!" Spanky cried. 2 more explosions sounded from outside the building, reminding Spanky of transformers exploding during a thunderstorm. Then the sprinkler system unleashed a torrent of water upon them. The lights went dim, wavered, blacked out. 7 seconds later, they switched back on as the emergency generator came online. Spanky saw Special Agent Wilson standing with surprising coolness, holding his phone to his ear. "Nobody would do this for some meth cooker," he said, wiping water from his eyes. "They're trying to get us to evacuate the cell block. They want to break the old guys out." As the 2 men stared at each other, a second detonation rattled the building. This time the room went dark and silent as all the computer drives and fans spun to a stop. "They took out the backup generator," said Spanky. "What do you think now?" At that moment, an FBI agent raced into the office from the hall that led to the courthouse. "Dan!" he cried, waving at Wilson. "Somebody just blew up 2 of our cars!" "Son of a bitch!" Wilson said, raising his hand to point at Spanky. "This may be an escape attempt. Don't let a soul in or out of the cell block until I get back." "Don't worry," said Spanky, stunned by how perfectly Forrest's predictions were being borne out. "You guys be careful out there." When the first shutter rolled through the cell block floor, all 6 double eagles came up off their cots. As the lights dimmed and came back on, a babble of questions bounced off the cinder block walls. The fear in the voices was plain. After 7 or 8 seconds, Snake shouted everyone down, and the block fell silent. "What the fuck, Snake?" whispered Gene Christian from his cell. "That was a bomb," said Skillet McCune. "C4 sounded like," said Snake. "Did you think Forrest was going to leave us in here to rot?" "Hot damn!" cried Skillet. Keep your yap shut. I want to listen.
Sonny Thornfield had known it was a bomb within 2 seconds of the blast. During the war, he'd been inside buildings that had taken direct hits from mortar rounds. That bone-rattling shudder of masonry and earth was unique to blast waves, at least in this part of the country. Sonny sat frozen on his cot, wondering what Snake might know that Sonny didn't. Would Forrest really try to stage a mass escape with FBI agents crawling all over the courthouse? A second detonation rocked the building, and this time the lights went out. Now the only illumination reaching the cells came from gray light spilling through the high, slit windows.
Jesus,
someone breathed. Were you expecting that one, Snake?
Right on time, boys. This is it, okay?
As Sonny wondered what Snake meant, all 8 cell doors slid open simultaneously.
Holy shit,
Skillet marveled.
Go time,
said Snake. In the darkness, Sonny heard the hiss of sock feet sliding across the floor. The sound seemed to come from all directions at once. He was no longer alone in his cell. The fear hit Sonny's chest like the boot of that Texas Ranger who'd kicked him in the sternum 3 days ago. He prayed that the pain was only angina and not another heart attack.
Stand him up, ordered Snake. Quick now.
Powerful hands seized Sonny's arms below the shoulders, then hoisted him to his feet. In the dim haze, he saw Snake's slit-eyed face inches from his own, and then a pair of hands looped something thick and dark around his neck. A towel, maybe? He tried to pry his arms loose, but the hands that held them were far too strong, and the towel quickly choked off his air. He thought briefly of Glenn Morehouse's giant hands twisting Jimmy Revels's coffee-colored arm down to the workbench. But Glenn was dead now. Sonny blinked in confusion. Everything he saw and felt was distorted by the prism of agony in his chest.
"Traitor!"
spat a venomous voice near his head. The words that followed penetrated no deeper than Sonny's eardrums. The terror he'd felt when the cell doors opened had yielded to an eerie sense of separateness, as though he were some Gemini spaceman whose tether had been cut, so that he drifted steadily away from his ship with its life-sustaining oxygen. Was this how Jimmy Revels had felt when he spoke the 3 words that had haunted Sonny every day of his life? I forgive you. Sonny couldn't forgive Snake Knox for stealing the last few years of his life, the only ones that might have really mattered. Sonny couldn't even forgive himself. He'd bitten so hard on the deal Kaiser had offered him, the dream of a life unburdened by association with men who'd goaded him to do things he would never have done on his own. How could he have been such a fool? When you'd gone as far down the road to damnation as he had, there was no getting back. Snake's face loomed before him, the familiar flattened smile of the hooded cobra swaying before its prey.
You know the rules, Sonny,
he hissed, his eyes filled with wounded pride.
Damn, but I never figured it'd be you who turned.
Sonny's eyelids began to close. He wanted to speak, to tell the rest of the boys to get away from Snake as fast and as far as they could, but whatever they'd wrapped around his neck had sealed his throat shut.
Next stop, hell, brother,
Snake whispered.
Say hello to Glenn for me.
Sonny thought of his grandson, flying toward Louisiana at 500 miles per hour, hoping to see his grandfather and to get a reprieve from war. He thought of his daughter, who would see his murder as a fitting end for a selfish old man. Then he thought of the eager-eyed FBI agent back in the interrogation room, who longed to tell the world who'd really killed President Kennedy. What could it matter after all this time? America had swerved so far off course since then
that nothing would ever bring the country back to what it had been. As the last light winked out in Sonny's mind, his final thought was a prayer that God had heard Jimmy Revels forgive him in the shadow of the bone tree. Chapter 66. Caitlin had intended to approach one of the black patrons of the Crossroads Cafe without Terry, but in the end her nerve had failed her. It was the audience of white men that had stopped her. Instead, she'd sat down in the booth farthest from the white men and taken Jordan's map photo from her pocket. Toby Rambin's hand-drawn graphic left a lot to be desired, but it was better than anything the FBI had. More even than the Lussahatchee County Sheriff's Department had, unless they'd known where the bone tree was all along. A waitress walked up to Caitlin's booth and asked if she needed help. Caitlin explained that her friend was ordering from the counter, but she asked for a cup of coffee and borrowed a pen from the waitress, a clear hexagonal Bic like the ones she'd used in grade school. Just holding it gave her a surprisingly nostalgic feeling. She pulled a napkin from the dispenser on her table and began drawing a map of where they'd found Casey Whalen's body. While Terry waited for their order at the counter, Caitlin stole glances at the men who were doing the same to her. In between looks, she would go back to her napkin, her mind on whether or not she might be able to lure Carl Sims away from work to help her locate the X on Rambin's map. She nearly jumped out of her skin when a boy of about 19 walked up to her booth and stared down at her. At least 6'2", he wore the traditional uniform of the gangbanger, with a bright designer sweatshirt and oversized shorts that hung so low that his butt crack had to be on constant display. "You pretty, baby," the boy said, shifting his package with his hand. "You got a boyfriend?" Caitlin glanced over at the men in the booths, but no one seemed inclined to come to her aid. "I'm married, baby," she said, holding up her engagement ring. "Course you is, hot as you are." A table of truckers were now watching the interchange, but no one interrupted. "That's a big rock," the boy said. "Your husband rich?" Caitlin looked up with all the hardness she could muster. "Listen, baby, I work for the DEA, and I'm in town to consult with Sheriff Ellis on the crack trade. Do you really want to sit down and get to know me better?" The boy gaped at her for a few seconds, then shuffled back toward the glass-fronted beer cases, his ass crack in plain view. The men in the booths went back to their papers. A couple chuckled softly. The waitress brought Caitlin her coffee. Someone left the cafe, and 2 more men walked in. Caitlin sipped the harsh mixture, then jotted some numbers on the napkin, trying to remember exactly how long she'd been off the pill when she'd conceived. She didn't care that people were going to realize she'd been pregnant before she was married. She just wanted to know that her body had cleared the artificial hormones before her egg was fertilized. About the time she'd figured out the relevant math, another young black man decided to hit on her. This one didn't merely approach the booth, but slid onto the bench seat opposite her as though he belonged there. Caitlin was so shocked that she didn't protest immediately. This boy was older than the first one, maybe 25. Not a boy, really, but a young man. He was also dressed in work clothes, reasonably clean jeans and a flannel shirt worn over a red long john top. His hair was cut close to his scalp, he was clean-shaven, and his eyes were large and bright. The only thing that tweaked her radar was the sharp tang of cigarette smoke that wafted off him when he leaned toward her and whispered so that the men in the booths could not hear him. "You the lady looking for the chain tree?" he asked. "Excuse me?" she said, a wave of heat coloring her cheeks. "The what?" The young man turned around far enough to check on the men in the booths. "The chain tree. Big cypress with old rusty chains on it, where the Klan killed all them boys back in the old days." A couple of the men were watching now, and Terry was staring fearfully from the counter. Caitlin leaned forward and said, "How do you know that?" The young man smiled faintly, and his eyes twinkled. "My daddy goes to Reverend Sims's church, Beulah Baptist. He was asking about the tree.
whether anybody knew where it was. He talked about the cat lady a little, the one whose son got beat to death out there and his wife got raped.
The cat lady, Caitlin thought, trying to work through the boy's words. It struck her then that he was the one who had been watching from the gas pumps when she and Terry first arrived.
How did you recognize me?
The boy laughed.
You don't exactly look like you fit in around here, you know. But I've seen your picture in the Natchez paper before. I saw you a minute ago when I was getting gas. I figured you had to be her. Carl Sims said you looked like a movie actress.
Do you know Carl?
I know his cousins, the Greens.
Caitlin didn't bother digging any deeper.
So why did you come over here? Just to chat me up?
The boy's smile broadened.
No, ma'am. I came to check if you still want to go see where that tree be at.
A dozen different thoughts tumbled through Caitlin's mind. At the counter, Terry looked like she was about to call 911. Caitlin gave her the OK sign, then slid the photo of the map across the table.
Do you recognize that?
Who drew this?
A friend.
The boy chuckled softly.
I know who drew this map. Old Toby Rambin.
The kid was sharper than he looked.
Do you see that X on it?
The boy nodded.
Is it in the right place?
He pursed his dark lips, then laid his long fingers on the edges of the map and regarded it from different angles. After several seconds, he took Caitlin's pen and drew an X about an inch from the one that Rambin had drawn.
Right there looks better to me.
What's there?
The boy looked up at her, his eyes like dark pools.
A place no black man ever went by choice.
Is everything okay?
Terry was standing at Caitlin's side with a tray in her hand. Her eyes were locked onto Caitlin's as though she was afraid to make eye contact with the stranger in the booth.
Everything's fine, Caitlin said. Sit here by me.
After some hesitation, Terry slid into the booth.
Terry, this is...
Caitlin gave the boy an inquisitive look.
Harold, he said. Harold Wallace.
Caitlin looked steadily into his eyes.
Show me your driver's license.
After a couple of seconds, he took out his wallet and opened it for her. The name under his driver's license photo read Harold Wallace.
You don't have a middle name?
Nope. Mama couldn't think of one. I got 8 brothers, and she said she ran out by the time she got to me.
Caitlin pointed at the map and lowered her voice still further.
How do you know where that X goes when nobody else seems to?
Easy. My granddaddy trapped and fished that swamp all his life, same as old Toby. He used to take me back there to help with the trot lines. I seen that tree a dozen times, even though Daddy cut a wide circle around it.
How long ago was this? You're not that old.
Harold shrugged.
15 years, maybe?
Did you ever see it up close?
Yes, ma'am. One time. And that's all I ever wanted to see it.
Is it hollow, like the legends say?
Harold nodded.
I shined a light through the crack in that big trunk.
Caitlin's pulse quickened.
What did you see?
A pile of bones.
She looked past Harold at the men in the booths. No one seemed to be eavesdropping.
Human?
She asked. Some was. I saw a skull, but I saw deer bones too. Set of antlers. Looked like a mess up in there, and I didn't look long. Granddaddy was about to skin me.
Where's Toby Rambin now?
Gone. Took off somewhere, I heard. He long gone.
Why?
Chicken, maybe. Or smart. I don't know.
What's he scared of?
Harold shook his head slightly.
Not in here.
Caitlin leaned toward him.
Do you know why I want to find that tree?
He nodded.
You looking for them dead boys.
What boys?
Them musicians from Faraday. Went missing back in the 60s. Used to play the blues clubs round here.
The men in the nearest booth got up and went to the cash register, keys jangling on their belts.
What else do you know?
Caitlin asked. Harold shrugged.
More boys than that got killed back in that swamp. Newspapers say you looking for them, too. That's what Stoney told me.
Stoney who?
Stoney Jackson. He go to Reverend Sims's church.
Harold suddenly looked nervous, or maybe just impatient.
Do you think those bones are still where you saw them? She asked.
Why wouldn't they be? Unless somebody moved them. And why would they do that?
Because they know the FBI is looking for them,
Caitlin said. Silent laughter animated Harold's dark face.
The men who own that hunting camp down there ain't scared of no FBI. They got senators and governors coming down here to hunt and get with women. Besides, the FBI didn't find nothing back in the day, so why should they find anything now? Sheriff Ellis ain't gonna help them none. And without help, they couldn't find their way out, if they ever did get in. That swamp ain't hardly been logged, lady. You saw it. It's like a dinosaur movie. You got to know exactly where you going to get anywhere.
How did you get in and out?
Boat. That's the only way.
Do you have a boat?
Got a pirogue. For setting out trot lines and such.
Caitlin tried to imagine what a pirogue might look like.
So, you want to see them bones or not?
Why are you willing to take me to them?
A cagey look came into Harold's face.
I hear you gave Mose $1,000 to take you through the game fence on that map.
I see. You want money?
Who don't?
What do you want it for? Drugs?
Hell no. I want to get out of this town just like everybody else. Everybody black, anyway.
Caitlin spoke so softly she doubted the boy would be able to hear.
Mose told me the bone tree is behind that fence. He said there was no way through without cutting it.
Harold smiled.
Mose don't know half of what he think he does. I know where there's a hole. Deer know it, too.
Are you a poacher, Harold?
The smile disappeared.
I do what my granddaddy taught me. I live off the land. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You want to see that tree or not?
Caitlin didn't hesitate.
Yes.
$1,000 ain't going to cover it. I need double that.
$2,000?
Hazard pay. Soon as I bring you back, I'm blowing town. Won't be able to stay after that. Once you get the police in there, the men who used that tree gonna start looking for whoever showed it to you. I gotta be long gone by then.
Are you sure you're not just trying to screw me out of this money you think I have?
The look of hurt pride on the boy's face actually made her feel guilty.
If all I wanted was your money, I could just run you off the road and take it, which some brothers around here would be happy to do. Crackers, too. I'm only asking what's fair. You see what I mean when you see where we got to go.
Caitlin nodded.
All right, 2,000, but that's it.
Harold thought about it hard.
Okay,
he said finally.
It's a deal.
Caitlin turned to Terry, whose eyes were as big as fried eggs. She laid her hand on Terry's arm.
You told me once that you envied the reporters who get to do important work. Well, this is it.
Terry swallowed hard but said nothing. Can we go today? Caitlin asked. Harold looked at the big window to their left. An MP&L truck rumbled up to the nearest gas pump, water steaming off its hood.
It's raining again, but that's the best time for us. Won't be nobody else back up in there.
The sheriff's men are down there, working a crime scene.
Harold smiled.
If they are, they won't stay. Not in this rain. Even the men at the hunting camp will stay inside. But once this rain stops for good, you don't want to be caught back there. We could all wind up like that boy you found.
Give us a minute to talk, Caitlin said. Go to the men's room or something.
Harold looked at Terry for a couple of seconds, then got up and went to the quick-serve food counter.
Oh, my God,
Terry said.
I know you're my boss, but are you crazy? That's the guy who was staring at us before we came in here. I know. I need you to calm down, Terry. I'm not going down into that swamp with that guy. That's right. You're not.
Terry's eyes narrowed, then went wide.
You're not either. Yes, I am. I need you to stay here and field my calls. There's almost no reception down in that swamp, not unless you're in a helicopter. I'm going to text Jamie to route all my calls to you. If Penn calls you while I'm gone, tell him I'm interviewing somebody and I can't talk to him until I'm done.
Terry grabbed her wrist.
Caitlin, you can't do this. You don't know this guy, and even if he's okay, you know that swamp is full of crazy rednecks. That swamp has about as many living people in it as the Natchez Cemetery. I'll be fine. Oh, this is not happening. Terry, how do you think people like Jordan Glass got famous? You think she went back to her hotel whenever the bullets started flying? I don't know, and I don't want to. Well, I do. She got where she is by going farther into the shit than anybody else was willing to go. Compared to that, what am I doing? Taking a boat ride with a poacher. You've seen the guy's face and read his driver's license.
Caitlin lowered her voice to a whisper.
He's black, for God's sake. He's not about to take his boat where the Knoxes can find us, okay?
Terry shook her head like a frightened little girl.
I still don't like it. You should call the FBI and tell them about this guy. He can take them to that bone tree. I'm not about to give them this guy. And you're not either. You hear me? I need 2 hours to myself. That's all.
Terry's eyes darted back and forth like she was looking for an escape route.
Promise me, Terry. Do you have pepper spray or something? I've got more than that.
Caitlin opened her purse and showed Terry the butt of her 9mm pistol.
Oh, my God. Do we have a deal?
Terry closed her eyes and struggled with her fear.
Okay, she said finally. But if you're not back here in 2 hours, I'm calling Mayor Cage and the cops and anybody else I can think of.
Caitlin squeezed her arm.
Good girl.
She waved at Harold, who walked back to the booth with some chicken fingers wrapped in wax paper.
We all set?
He asked, sliding into his seat.
Yep. I'll be your only passenger. Terry's staying here to man the phone for me. And if we're not back in 2 hours, she's calling the cavalry.
Harold looked discomfited by this news, but then he shrugged and said,
You're paying the fare. You make the rules.
Can we make it there and back in 2 hours?
Probably so, long as we don't run into company.
Is that your boat in the back of your pickup?
Yeah, and we better get moving before this rain lets up.
I'm ready.
One more thing,
he said, his face hardening. Caitlin raised her eyebrows.
You got a gun?
She nodded.
What kind?
9mm, in my purse.
Okay. I feel better already.
Do you have a gun?
Harold looked embarrassed.
All I got's is a .22 rifle for shooting snakes and such. I had to pawn my pistol. But we'll be all right with your 9.
Okay, then. I'll come out to your truck a minute after you leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Harold Wallace walked back to the counter, bought a pack of cigarettes, then sauntered out into the rain as if he had nothing to do for the rest of the day. A man in the far booth watched him for a few seconds, then went back to his coffee. Caitlin folded the map and slipped it into the side pocket of her purse. Then she looked at Terry and gave her a confident smile.
Don't worry, okay? Just drive around for a while, walk through a couple of stores. I'll be back before you know it.
Terry Foreman looked like she was about to cry.
You'd better be. 2 hours from now, you and I are going to be headed into the history books. I don't care about that. Well, I do. And I sign the checks.
Great. Terry got up so that Caitlin could get out of the booth. Caitlin shouldered her purse and walked to the door without looking back. She could hardly contain herself as she trudged through the rain toward the beat-up truck with the knife-like brown pirogue jutting from its open bed. Harold Wallace was already inside, and blue-gray exhaust puffed steadily from the tailpipe. With a silent prayer of thanks, Caitlin climbed into the truck. Chapter 67. Driven by panic, I crossed the Mississippi River and reached the police barricade at the intersection of Auburn and Duncan Avenues in record time. Topping 100 miles an hour on short stretches, weaving in and out of traffic like a PCP-crazed fugitive on cops. Thanks to a radio call by Chief Logan of the Natchez Police, no police cars tried to stop me. I don't think half the drivers I passed even saw me until I'd blown past them. My well-known face was enough to get me past the Natchez cops at the Duncan Avenue barricade, but it takes Kaiser to get me past the FBI agents and up to the Abrams house. A bright red fire engine is parked in the driveway, its crews spraying water on the face of the house, which still seems to be standing. As we move closer, I spy Annie and my mother sitting on the Abramses' front porch, watching the firemen work. Kirk Boiseau leans against one of the porch columns, his pants scorched, his face lined with pain. James Irvin is sitting against the column at his feet, his face covered with soot.
"Daddy!"
Annie cries, leaping off the porch and running to me. I lift her into my arms and squeeze tight. Beyond her, I see tears running down my mother's face.
"Kirk feels really bad,"
Annie says in my ear.
"But he was awesome."
She pulls back and begins chattering with eyes so bright and alive that I can only stare.
"The house isn't messed up too bad. The fire department was so close, and the sprinkler system worked just like it's supposed to. The back looks bad, all black, but the fire chief already said the damage is mostly superficial."
Sam Abrams is going to have a heart attack, I murmur, looking past her at Mom again.
"Tell Dad how Kirk saved you, Graham,"
Annie cries.
"Come here, Kirk."
Hugging my mother, I wave at my old friend. After patting Irvin on the shoulder, Kirk limps toward us.
"He got burned bad on his leg,"
Annie goes on.
"But he pushed Graham back through the door when Spider-Man threw the bomb."
"Spider-Man?" I ask in confusion.
"The guy who threw the bomb was wearing a Spider-Man mask. Kirk said it was a Molotov cocktail."
I lower her to the street and reach out to take Kirk's hand. "I'm so sorry," he says. "I should have reacted quicker." "Don't be stupid, man. You did great. I'm just glad you're alive. You obviously went far beyond the call of duty."
"He did," Mom says. "He was wonderful."
"I'll second that,"
John Kaiser says from behind me. As I turn back to Kaiser, my cell phone rings. I take it from my pocket and check the LCD, then stop. The screen reads Jordan Glass.
"Dad, listen,"
Annie says, pulling on my arm. "Hang on, babe." Jordan must have tried to reach Kaiser and failed, then decided to try me. But if my memory serves, she ought to be winging her way to Cuba now, or at least headed to the airport. I press send and say, "Hello? Jordan?"
"Penn, yeah, it's me."
"What's going on? Are you trying to reach John?" Kaiser moves around in front of me, his eyebrows raised.
"No, I wanted you. I'm worried about Caitlin."
30 yards to my right, a window shatters and falls to the ground. I whirl and see a fireman aiming his hose into the new opening in the house. Kaiser is still looking hard at me, but I signal for him to be patient.
"After we finished with the Lussahatchee sheriff's people, we split up at an Athens Point gas station. A girl from the Examiner had driven down, and she was supposed to drive Caitlin back to Natchez. Her name was Terry. But as I drove toward Baton Rouge, something told me I ought to be sure they'd done that, so I started calling Caitlin."
"She didn't answer?"
"No. She could have been busy, of course, but I had a funny feeling. I kept calling, and her phone started kicking me straight to voicemail. I tried 5 more times before I called you. Have you heard from her?"
"No. I've assumed she was on her way back."
"What's the cell reception like between Athens Point and Natchez?"
"Good, most of the way. Couple of dead spots."
"Maybe that's it. Or maybe she switched off that phone for some reason. But when I started thinking about her being out of range, I thought of that swamp. We had no reception at all at ground level, only in the chopper, and, well, I know how badly she wants to find the bone tree. I made her swear that she wouldn't go back until Carl or Danny could help her,
but I don't know. I do. Do you remember the last name of the girl she's supposed to be with?
Terry, that's all I know. She works in marketing at the paper.
Okay, that's enough to work with. Do you need to talk to John? He's about 5 feet away from me.
No, listen. I called you because I don't really have the right to tell John what I know about Caitlin. She has a lead that nobody else did. Henry had found a poacher who claimed to know where the bone tree was. The guy didn't show today, but he sent a map that supposedly showed the tree's location. Long story short, Caitlin still has that map, or at least a photo I shot of it. Also, she's not only after old bones from those cold cases. Frank Knox apparently hung on to some kind of document that he used as insurance against Carlos Marcello. It was supposedly written in Russian, and it was supposed to have been kept inside that tree at some point. You know Caitlin. She's not about to let somebody else get down in there and find that stuff before she does.
No shit. But how could she get back into the swamp?
That I don't know. But if there's a way,
she'll find it. Thanks, Jordan. I'll call you if I reach her. You do the same. I hang up without waiting for a goodbye, then dial Caitlin's office. Kaiser lays his hand on my forearm.
What the hell was that about? Where's Jordan now?
Headed to the New Orleans airport. I give him the quickest summary I can, omitting any mention of Frank Knox, but my narrative is terminated by a chipper female voice saying,
Natchez Examiner.
This is Penn Cage. I need to speak to Jamie Lewis immediately. While the call is transferred, I tell Kaiser that Caitlin might be trying to get back into the swamp. This is Jamie Lewis. Jamie, I need to know which female employee Caitlin took out of marketing today, and I need her cell number right now. This may be life or death, Jamie. Don't fuck around. It was Terry Foreman. She hasn't come back yet. It may take me a minute to get her cell number. Hurry! Kirk, Annie, my mother, and Kaiser close around me as I wait for the number, then dial it. The worry in my mother's eyes looks deeper than I would have expected, but Annie's face is almost bloodless.
This is Terry, says a young female voice.
This is Mayor Penn Cage. I need to speak to Caitlin. Immediately.
Oh, she's doing an interview right now. She told me not to disturb her until it's over.
Drop the lie, Terry. Jordan Glass called me worried sick. Are you with Caitlin? She hesitates only a moment.
No, sir.
Do you know where she is?
Not really. To be honest, I'm scared myself. Caitlin told me not to worry, but I'm not used to this kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff? Did she go back into the swamp?
Yes, sir.
How could she do that?
A black guy was going to show her where it was.
This answer throws me. A black guy? Was it Carl Sims?
I don't know who that is.
Was he a deputy?
Oh, no way. He was just a guy at a gas station. The Crossroads Cafe. He was some kind of fisherman or something.
Oh, God. Why didn't you go with them?
There was only room for 2 in the boat. Seriously, it was the littlest boat I ever saw. He called it a pirogue, I think. It was a Cajun boat.
A pirogue?
That's right.
Where are you now, Terry?
I'm still at the Crossroads Cafe. That's where she told me to wait for her.
Have you tried to call her?
Yes, sir. I can't reach her.
I close my eyes and try to stay calm. I want you to stay right where you are in case she comes back. If she contacts you by phone, call me right away. I'm coming straight down there, and I'm going to get the police involved. They'll probably come by the station to talk to you.
Oh, God. I knew she shouldn't have gone with that guy. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. You couldn't have stopped her. Tell the police everything you remember. Even the smallest thing could be important. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I was just trying to help Caitlin.
I know. You sit tight. We're going to find her, Terry. As soon as I click off, my mother asks me to explain the situation, but I'm too freaked out even to summarize it. I'll go with you, Kaiser says. I'll bring in bureau assets. I won't turn down FBI agents, but if you're going to protect Sonny, you need to keep questioning the other double eagles. I know. I intend to. But I'm going to try to expedite some air assets down there.
I'll also call ahead and inform the highway patrol you're going to be coming through, but don't kill yourself."
"Oh, Lord,"
my mother intones.
"there must be some other way. Daddy, is Caitlin really in trouble?"
I clench my daughter in a tight hug. "She's just exploring in the woods, babe. She's fine. But I want to make sure she doesn't get lost. I'm going to find her. You take care of Graham while I'm gone." Reaching to my right, I squeeze Kirk Boiseau's hand. The Marine shakes his head and says, "You don't think I'm staying here, do you?" "Hell yes. You've done enough for one day."
"You need to get to an ER," Kaiser tells him, "and don't worry about the Cage ladies. They're going to have a steel curtain around them."
Before Kirk can argue, Kaiser's cell phone rings and he answers with such authority in his voice that everyone falls silent. I give him a quick salute and start to move past him, but he grabs my arm and holds me in place. When I try to pull away, he tightens his grip, forcing me to look into his face, which has gone pale.
"Forget that," he says sharply. "Forget the bombs, forget the crowd, forget everything. Get into that cell block and get Sonny Thornfield out of there."
"Bombs?"
"I don't give a damn about an escape. Get Thornfield secured."
"What happened?" I ask, after he slaps the phone against his thigh.
"Some kind of explosive attack on the courthouse. And since the courthouse is attached to the sheriff's department, they had to evacuate it. I've got to get over there."
"What in God's name is going on?"
my mother asks. Kaiser drops my arm.
"Call me from the road, Penn. Let me know what you need."
"I will." After giving Annie and Mom a final hug, I sprint toward the police barricade, speed-dialing Carl Sims on the way. Walt had finally mastered the art of driving with his left hand while monitoring the GPS tracker that he held in his right. He followed Forrest and Ozen along Highway 61 as it wound through the pine and hardwood forests between Natchez and Woodville, then watched them turn east toward Athens Point. When the cruiser passed the turn to Valhalla without slowing, Walt feared the worst. His secret hope had been that Tom had been moved from Sonny's Old River fishing cabin to the hunting camp. But if Knox and Ozen weren't stopping, then he was probably elsewhere. The next time Walt looked down at the tracking screen, he did a double take. The cruiser had turned east off Highway 61 on a road about 2 miles past the turn to Valhalla. Maybe it led to some other destination on the camp property. He felt a fillip of excitement in his chest, but also concern. They might be nearing some hiding place unknown to anyone. In a matter of minutes, he might have to decide whether to try to rescue Tom himself or call for backup and hope for the best. Walt made up his mind then and there that if the pair led him to Tom, he would go in with his pistol-grip Benelli shotgun and finish them once and for all. The time for talking was done. It was kill or be killed. The question was, would he even get that chance? The German Audi S4 can do 180 miles per hour, but my American version is computer limited to 135. Despite a lightly falling rain, I've hit the maximum several times during the past 10 minutes, especially on the long stretch where Highway 61 climbs from Adams County into Wilkinson. I've spent much of the drive on the phone. Carl Sims quickly located Terry Foreman at the Crossroads Cafe. Reviewing the security footage there, Carl found video recordings of Caitlin speaking to a young black man inside the cafe, then getting into his truck in the parking lot. A Cajun pirogue was clearly visible in the back of his truck. A teenager eating in the cafe identified the black driver as Harold Wallace, a local fisherman, poacher, and sometime drug dealer. Carl told me that Caitlin didn't look as though she was under duress at any point on the tape. Carl also told me that Danny McDavitt was ready to do anything he could to help me locate Caitlin, but that Sheriff Ellis hadn't yet okayed the use of his chopper. If the sheriff stalled much longer, McDavitt would take me over the swamp in his own fixed-wing plane. I've tried to call Caitlin several times from the road, but she hasn't answered once. As I roar past the private prison north of Woodville, Mississippi, my cell phone rings again. My heart leaps. but it's only Kaiser again. "What have you got?" I ask.
"Sonny Thornfield's dead."
"No! How?"
"They got him in his cell. Someone opened the cells during the mandatory evacuation. There goes our star witness."
Jesus, John. I don't remind him of my warnings that the extra time he took with Thornfield would put his life in jeopardy.
Oh, and the meth Dennis planted was stolen from the evidence room during the alarm.
Yet again, the Knox family is 2 steps ahead of us. Was it obviously murder?
No. It looks like a heart attack, but I know better. At least one of Dennis's deputies had to be involved, but that's no surprise. We've got real trouble in this parish.
That's probably how Snake or Forrest learned of our special interrogation. "I'm sorry," I tell Kaiser. "I still need your help, though."
"Tell me."
"I need the Lussahatchee County helicopter in the air and searching for the truck Caitlin left that gas station in. Carl says the sheriff down there hasn't okayed it, and he may have ties to the Knox family. I'm not saying he's dirty, but he's definitely hunted out at Valhalla. He might be as obstructive as he can about us searching that land."
"I'll take care of it."
"The sheriff's name is Billy Ray Ellis. He's eating lunch with some hunting buddies now."
"Yeah? Well, I'm about to ruin his day. Good old Billy Ray is about to feel the full weight and power of the federal government."
I thank Kaiser and click off, then push the accelerator to the floor. The S4 eats up the miles like a starving beast, its quattro drive holding me in the curves when most other cars would spin off the steep shoulders and into the trees below. I reluctantly brake as I reach the outskirts of Woodville, Mississippi. The turn for Highway 24 east isn't far ahead, but my cell phone rings yet again before I reach it. It's Carl again. "Talk to me, buddy," I tell him.
"Danny and I got the chopper. Agent Kaiser lit a serious fire under the sheriff's ass. Billy Ray's spitting mad, but we're cleared to go into Valhalla if we need to. A judge is signing the warrant now. Right now we have to decide where to search. Do we run the roads and turnarounds, or do we start searching the swamp first? We'd rather you make that call."
"The swamp, no question. She's got a map to follow, and she wouldn't hesitate."
"I thought she lost her map when she dove on Whalen's corpse."
"She did, but Jordan Glass shot a picture of it before it was lost. She made a printout in your office. But if this Harold Wallace is a poacher, he may know where the bone tree is anyway. That's what she's after. How much do you remember of Rambin's map?"
"Enough to get us in the general area of where that X was."
There's a static-filled pause.
"But there's a million or so cypress trees down there, Penn. The only way to find that tree without the map is to grid search the whole area tree by tree."
"Screw the tree. We can search for Caitlin's cell phone if you have the equipment."
"We're already up and trying, but we haven't found a trace of it."
I look at the Audi's nav screen and make a quick calculation. "Carl, in 2 minutes I'll be on Highway 24 and moving toward you guys at close to 100 miles an hour. Can you set down on the road in front of me? Will Danny do that?"
"He'll do it. You still driving that black convertible?"
"Yep. I'll have my headlights on."
"We'll see you in a minute."
"Thanks, buddy." Dropping my cell on the passenger seat, I slam the accelerator to the floor. The Audi's rear end nearly slings out from under me as I start around a sweeping curve, but at the last instant the tires catch the wet pavement, and the increasing G-force presses me back in the seat.
"Come on, Caitlin," I whisper. "Call me."
Chapter 68. Caitlin sat in the bow of Harold Wallace's narrow pirogue, the rain shell of her jacket pulled tight around her as they trolled slowly under overhanging cypress branches. The steady hiss of rain on the black water was as familiar now as the stink of decaying vegetation. Beneath the hiss ran the hum of the trolling motor Harold had bolted to the side of the pirogue's stern. Pirogues were usually powered by a human with a pole, but the boy had cleverly worked out a way to save himself a lot of labor. Harold navigated the swamp much more deftly than Mose Tyler had earlier in the day. Perhaps it was his youth and the better vision that came with it, but he threaded his slender boat through the tangled jungle almost noiselessly, leaving no trace of their passing. Only the hum of the trolling motor marked their passage. Caitlin had brought along the little point-and-shoot camera she carried in her glove box in case of traffic accidents, and she'd already shot a mother alligator lying on a half-sunken log, 4 babies clinging to her back. The pirogue passing 10 feet away hadn't fazed the gator at all. This was her territory, not theirs. If Harold actually led Caitlin to the bone tree, she was going to wish she'd borrowed Jordan's Nikon. But in that event, 100 professional photographers would descend on this swamp. Today, her tiny Casio would have to do. In the pocket of her fleece jacket, Caitlin clutched her cell phone. She'd checked it every 2 or 3 minutes since they put into the water, but the LCD had yet to register a single bar. This worried her a little, she wouldn't deny that, because Harold Wallace, while a companionable guide, had begun acting like a nervous point man on combat patrol 5 minutes after they put into the water. She'd considered calling Penn before they left Athens Point behind, but he would have forbidden her to go into the swamp without Carl Sims as an escort. Nor could she call upon Carl or Danny. They were already in serious trouble for helping her, and she didn't want to jeopardize their jobs any further. Besides, she was armed, and Harold had his .22. She hoped that would be enough to drive off anyone who might have come out to the bone tree to remove whatever incriminating evidence lay inside it. But the deeper they penetrated into the ghostly stands of cypress trees, the clearer her memory of Henry Sexton's Bone Tree Journal became. Not the legends of ghosts and demons riding through the fog-shrouded swamp, but the real men on horseback who'd surely prompted those legends. Men who had killed for a dozen different causes, but always with ruthlessness, rage, or hatred. Today she was more likely to encounter angry rednecks riding souped-up ATVs rather than horses. The thought made her clench the pistol in her jacket pocket. She was glad that most of the Double Eagles were in jail today. Of course, Forrest Knox remained free, as did his nephew Billy, not to mention the intimidating Redbone who served as Forrest's right-hand man. Caitlin shivered at the memory of his flat, cruel stare the night she'd encountered him outside the Concordia Hospital. "You know where you are?" Harold asked softly. Caitlin took the map out of her left pocket and studied it, then peered through the rain, trying to orient herself.
"No. Where are we?"
"Close to where you found that boy's body earlier. We just coming at it from a different way, in case there's still cops out here."
"Are we?"
she wondered. The pirogue soon glided out into a circular pool like the one in which she'd wrestled Casey Whalen's torso into a helicopter's rescue basket. But was it the same? Yes. An exhilarating shudder of recognition went through her.
"We're close to that game fence, aren't we?"
"Yeah," Harold said. "You don't see any deputies, do you?"
"No."
"Hear anything?"
She listened for a moment.
"No, nothing."
"Like I said, Sheriff Ellis don't want anybody to find that tree."
"Are you saying he already knows where it is?"
Harold shrugged.
"I know he hunts over on Valhalla every fall."
"How do you know that?"
"I done worked over there as a guide. I seen the sheriff cozying up to country singers and football players."
"How far away is the hole in the game fence?"
"A little farther on. This rain will make it easier to get to by boat. When the water's low, you gotta walk the last 50 yards.
Harold eased back on the throttle, then cut the motor altogether as they drifted into a narrow channel between 2 grassy tussocks.
"Look,"
he whispered, and something in his voice made the hair on the back of her neck stand up.
"Where?"
"You can't see that hog?"
Caitlin froze as her eyes locked with the eyes of a wild hog even larger than the ones she and Jordan had seen by the road earlier.
"Is it dangerous?"
she whispered.
"I wouldn't get out of the boat if I was you. She might have babies close by."
As Caitlin stared at the massive animal in the eerie silence, she heard a low whine from somewhere to her left. It sounded like a truck passing on a distant road.
"What's that?"
"Boat," Harold whispered. "Somebody's still down here."
"What do we do?"
"Keep going."
He restarted the trolling motor and left the 2 tussocks behind. As they hummed through the trees, she realized that the trunks of the cypresses were getting closer together. A cracking boom like thunder echoed through the trees from somewhere to their right. Whirling, she saw Harold cock his head as though gauging distance and direction.
"Was that a rifle?"
she asked.
"Yeah, somebody's shooting over at Valhalla. Probably took a deer."
"How far away?"
He rubbed his chin with an audible scratching sound.
"A mile, maybe 2.
"Is it hunting season now?"
Ute season."
"Ute? What's that?"
"That's when little boys can hunt, but their daddies can't."
"Ah."
She felt embarrassed for misunderstanding him the first time. Harold increased speed through the narrow channel. The tall wire fence appeared to the right of the boat. Caitlin experienced the disturbing feeling Jordan had spoken of, that they were at the edge of a prison camp. Today, Caitlin wasn't sure whether she was on the inside of the fence or the outside. Suddenly, Harold cut the motor, and the pirogue drifted to a stop.
"What is it?"
she whispered.
"Listen. Outboard again. That other boat's closer now."
"I don't hear it. Where?"
He pointed at the fence.
"It's on that side."
"What do you think?"
"I think you didn't pay me enough for this gig."
A tingle of fear and frustration went through her.
"I'll add 500 to the pot. Let's just get to that damned tree."
Harold stared through the fence, seemingly weighing odds.
"Get your pistol out," he said. "Keep it in your hand."
Caitlin's fear kicked up several notches. She let go of her phone and took the 9mm from her pocket. As she did, she saw her coach purse lying in 2 inches of water at the bottom of the pirogue.
"Cock it," Harold said. "But be careful you don't shoot me by mistake."
Caitlin cycled the slide with a violent motion. The metallic snick of machined parts echoed off the trees and back over the water. Then she tensed both forearms, holding the gun the way Tom had taught her.
"What am I watching for?"
she asked in a quavering voice.
"White men," Harold said. "Maybe in a boat, maybe on foot, maybe even on horseback. You never know what them crackers get up to."
Caitlin shivered at this prospect.
"What do I do if I see somebody?"
"Keep your gun lower. Yeah, like that. Out of sight. Let me do the talking. You a smart lady. You see it going bad, you start pulling that trigger and don't stop."
"Okay."
"Can you hit what you aim at?"
Caitlin remembered Tom teaching her how to shoot.
"I can hit bottles on a fence post."
"You could hit a man. Just be on the lookout."
Harold started the motor and continued up the channel. They followed the game fence for a couple of minutes, then Harold guided the boat onto a shallow slope of mud until they scraped to a stop. Caitlin's heart thumped in anticipation. With the cold gun butt clenched in her hand, she scanned the surrounding trees while Harold tugged on a pair of knee-high rubber boots and climbed out. Wading into the dark water, he went to the game fence, took a pair of pliers from his jacket, and pulled open a 4-foot by 4-foot gap.
"What about the other hole?"
she asked.
"Somebody might be watching that. Could be a game camera there, no telling. We gonna go through here to be safe. The chain tree ain't far."
He tugged the pirogue back into deep water, then climbed in, started the motor, and steered them through the opening as sweet as you please.
"What would the white men do if they knew you put a hole in their fence?"
Harold laughed softly.
"Hang me on one of them hooks they got in their skinning shack. They'd skin me like a buck, then mount my head on the wall."
Caitlin shuddered at the dark undertone in his laughter. Numbing fear competed with the electric anticipation she felt as they neared the object of her quest.
"How far are we from the tree now?"
Couple minutes, no more.
Sweat had broken out beneath her jacket. Every cypress tree they passed seemed larger than the one before, and the air grew dark and close beneath the overhanging limbs.
You want to hear a scary story?
Harold asked.
Hell no.
Harold chuckled softly.
You know what a mandrake is?
Caitlin thought she remembered some John Donne from college that referred to a mandrake. Go and catch a falling star. Get with child a mandrake root. Tell me where all past years are, or who cleft the devil's foot.
It's some kind of plant, isn't it?
That's right. My granny used to fool with some witching, charms and stuff like that, voodoo from New Orleans. She said a mandrake will scream when you pull it out of the ground, and the scream will kill anybody who hears it.
Caitlin rolled her eyes at this quaint superstition, and a little wave of relief rolled through her.
Granny said you have to harvest that mandrake a special way.
Harold peered into the dimness ahead.
You tie a dog's tail to it, then run away. When the dog runs after you, he pulls up the plant. Then you can go back safe and get it.
What made you think of that story?
Granny made Granddaddy bring her out here one time. She said the real mandrake only grew where the seed of a hanged man spilled on the ground.
He paused a beat.
You know what I'm talking about?
Caitlin thought about it for a few seconds, then grunted in the affirmative.
Granny knew some boys had been hung out here, see? More than one with his clothes off. And some people say they cut them boys' manhood off. The ones hung from the chain tree, anyway. So Granny figured there would be mandrakes growing under it.
Caitlin gripped the pistol tighter.
That's enough. You're creeping me out.
Hey, I'm scared too. I wouldn't even be here without you paying me that money.
Instinctively, she pulled open her jacket and checked her phone. Still no reception.
There it is,
Harold said, a note of awe in his voice.
Just like I told you. Man alive, look at that.
Caitlin jerked up her head. Before her stood the near-mythical object of so many fruitless searches. Just as the legend said, the bone tree towered more than 100 feet over the water, its lower branches joining the crowns of other trees to form a tangled canopy. The fibrous bark of the massive cypress looked like the leathery skin of some great creature, not dead, but only sleeping. At its bottom, the trunk divided into leg-like partitions that plunged into the muddy tussock that supported the tree. What lay inside that vast trunk, she wondered. Were Elam Knox's bones really wired to the inside wall of its organic cave? As the pirogue glided toward the tussock, Harold was forced to slow the motor and thread his way between giant knees that protruded from the water like the backs of prehistoric animals basking in the water.
Where's the opening?
She whispered.
Other side,
Harold answered softly.
There's the chains.
Caitlin followed his pointing finger. From a twisted limb 15 feet above the ground hung 2 thick, rusting chains of iron. Wild euphoria surged through her at this confirmation of her hopes. At last, she was close to the consummation of her dream, and Henry Sexton's too. As she said a silent prayer for Henry, the chainsaw whine of an outboard motor smothered her joy and made her duck down in the boat. The motor was much closer than before, maybe 50 yards away. She could see nothing through the ranks of cypress trunks, but when she turned and looked to the stern of the pirogue, she saw pure terror in Harold's eyes.
What should we do?
She hissed.
We need to get out of here.
He reached for the trolling motor.
No,
she whispered.
Not before I see what's inside that tree. We've come too far.
Then get out and do it, quick, 'cause 2 minutes from now I'll be gone from this motherfucker.
John Kaiser sat alone on a bunk in the cell block of the Concordia Parish Jail, staring down at the corpse of Sonny Thornfield. He felt like a fool. He'd fallen for the oldest trick in the book, a diversionary attack. Both the shotgunning of the FBI satellite truck and the firebombing of Penn's family's safe house had been timed to draw him and his men away from the courthouse, making the murder of Sonny Thornfield possible. This meant that someone with connections in both the criminal and law enforcement spheres was pulling the strings. Forrest Knox. He should have known that a former LERP like Forrest would employ military tactics. Kaiser's second mistake had been placing confidence in Sheriff Dennis's men and the facilities under their command. Dennis himself had been absent during the attack, and he still hadn't shown up. But of course, Kaiser had effectively banned him from the premises after the torture fiasco in the utility closet. Kaiser had examined Thornfield's body inch by inch, and his best guess was that a double eagle had strangled or suffocated Sonny with something soft, a shirt or towel, while the others gently held him down. Thornfield's arms showed faint bruising, but he'd been far too weak to fight hard, or for long. Murder was going to be hard to prove. The grim truth was, his heart might have given out even before his oxygen. No one could understand how the killers had gotten into Thornfield's cell, but Kaiser was pretty sure of what had happened. In the event of a power failure, the emergency generators kicked on, which powered the electronic gate system controlled by the duty guard. But after the second bomb had taken out the generator, the cell doors would have had to be operated manually. There hadn't been enough time for someone to crank open those doors, allow the eagles to Thornfield, then close the doors again in the time that Agent Wilson had been absent from the sheriff's office. But Kaiser had examined the door mechanism, and there was a dual DC controller for the unit, which meant that you could hook a car battery to it and operate the doors in an emergency. He suspected that someone with advanced knowledge of the bombs and their targets had done just that. Spanky Ford had claimed this was practically impossible, and Kaiser planned to hook Ford up to a lie detector as soon as possible, but the damage was already done. He was about to go down to the garage-level holding pen where Snake and the remaining double eagles had been moved when he heard boots approaching the cell block door. A few seconds later, the broad silhouette of Walker Dennis filled the space, and then the sheriff stumped down between the cells and stopped outside Sonny's. He didn't even nod to Kaiser, but only stared down at the body with what looked like cold fury. "Where the hell have you been?" Kaiser asked between gritted teeth. "None of your goddamn business," Dennis muttered. Kaiser shook his head in amazement. "You're going to have to do better than that, Sheriff. 4 bombs go off at your courthouse, your department falls apart, a star witness is murdered in your jail, and you don't show up until a half hour after the fact?" "I don't answer to you, Kaiser." "No, but that begs the question. Just who do you answer to?" Dennis looked up at last, his eyes burning with rage. "Fuck you." Kaiser fought to control his temper. When he spoke, it was in a low voice that almost any man would recognize as dangerous. "Sheriff, either you come clean and tell me everything that's going on, or I'm going to federalize your department. In all frankness, I may have to do that regardless of your actions." Dennis studied Kaiser for several seconds. Then he turned and walked out of the cell block. Chapter 69. Caitlin scrambled out of the pirogue with her pistol in her right hand and clambered onto the grassy earth beneath the bone tree. Her left hand held a cheap flashlight Harold had passed to her.
"Which way?" she asked. "Where's the opening?"
"Go to your right, around to the other side, and quiet down. Jesus, we ain't the only ones out here."
"Sorry,"
she panted. Fear and excitement were making her hyperventilate. She kept her eyes on the wet ground as she moved around the great legs of the trunk, watching for cottonmouth moccasins, which were plentiful out here. She felt like she was moving in slow motion, but she knew this was only adrenaline distorting her sense of time. The trunk of the bone tree was so vast that the John boat disappeared as she worked her way around it. Again, she thought of the tree of life in the animal kingdom at Walt Disney World, but this tree had been made by God or nature, and it was no tree of life, but of death. As she worked her way to her right, a black opening like a cave mouth showed between two of the cypress's elephantine legs. Her breath stopped in her throat. The inverted V was more a crack than a door, but certainly wide enough for men and animals to pass through.
"Harold!"
she cried, forgetting all caution.
"Come around here! Hurry!"
"Shut up!"
hissed her guide.
"Them bones ain't going nowhere, if they even in there."
He appeared about 5 feet behind Caitlin, his old .22 rifle clutched in his hands.
I know, I'm sorry. This is just freaking me out. This is a major deal, Harold. You have no idea what's going to happen behind this. Do you think it's safe to go inside?"
"Probably safer in there than out here."
She started to venture in, but Harold held up his hand.
"What is it?"
she whispered.
"I heard that motor again."
"Shit. It's just hunters, right?"
"You think that's good news?"
"I don't care anymore. Just stand guard while I check out what's inside. 5 minutes is all I need."
Harold turned and scanned the darkness under the canopy of trees. With his dark skin and the primitive atmosphere around the chain tree, Caitlin couldn't help but picture a runaway slave from 150 years ago, afraid of being lynched.
"If you want to stay 5 minutes," he said, "give me your gun."
Caitlin hugged the pistol to her belly.
"My gun? Why? You've got a rifle."
He snorted.
"This little .22 ain't worth spit against the deer guns them hunters carry. They'll blow a pound of meat out of me. I need some firepower."
Caitlin thought about it.
"What if there are animals inside the tree?"
Harold took the stock of his rifle and banged it against the trunk of the bone tree. The wood made a dull thump against the fibrous bark. He watched the black opening for several seconds, then said,
"Anything but a snake would scoot right out of there. And you wouldn't hit a snake with that pistol anyway. You got boots on. Just give 'em a wide berth."
"I'm not giving you my gun,"
Caitlin said.
"I'm sorry. I'll hurry, I promise. Now promise you won't lead me."
"You gonna pay me the extra $500?
"Absolutely. I'll pay you an extra 1,000 if those bones are in there. Hell, you'll be going on talk shows for the next 6 months."
This notion didn't seem to impress her guide. He flicked his hand like she should get on with it, then turned and gazed out over the water with his rifle clenched in his hands. Closing her left hand tight around the flashlight, Caitlin inched toward the lightless opening with the pistol held in front of her. She felt like an archaeologist carrying a flaming torch into an undiscovered tomb. The fissure in the tree was tall and narrower than she'd first thought. A man Penn's size would have difficulty squeezing through, but she was thin and could pass with relative ease. Pausing on the threshold of the strange doorway, she shone the flashlight's weak yellow beam into the darkness at the heart of the tree. She saw bones, far more than she'd expected. Some were white as chalk, while others looked brown and coated with moss. There seemed to be no order to their arrangement. She would have to move closer to understand exactly what she was looking at. Shining the beam just inside the crack, she saw no snakes on the dry-looking floor of the cave. She sucked in a deep, preparatory breath, then turned sideways and stepped through the fissure. A small animal scrambled out of her path, and she jerked backward, shining the light around in a panic. A possum stared at her from 10 feet across the floor, its red eyes glazed with terror. She aimed her pistol at the gray-furred animal and started to squeeze the trigger, then stopped. A gunshot might send Harold into panicked flight across the swamp. Instead, she moved several feet to the side of the fissure, crouched, picked up a long bone, and then hurled it at the possum. The animal started, froze, then scuttled around the inner wall of the cave and vanished through the crack of light that led to freedom. Caitlin heard Harold laughing softly. Now that she was alone in the hollow heart of the cypress, a profound transformation overcame her. She sensed the great age of the tree, an ancient, hoary temple of fiber more resilient than any bone. She understood why wounded animals might seek out this silent chamber to die. It was literally a mausoleum, and it felt like one, only without the artificiality of the stone sweat boxes in human cemeteries. In one curve of the round room, it appeared that animals or humans had mounded up earth and moss against the wall. Remembering the need for haste, she dropped to her knees, set her pistol beside her, and began to examine the bones. Caitlin knew little about anthropology, but she seemed to be looking at a mixture of deer and human bones. Then her flashlight played across the hollow eyes of a human skull lying sideways beneath a pile of arching rib bones, and her breath stopped. 5 feet away she saw another. Something coiled beside the second skull caused her to scrabble backward, then jerk up her pistol and squint into the darkness. It wasn't a snake, she realized, but a thick rope. Picking up the flashlight again, she saw that the rope was rotted half through. With sickening certainty, she realized that someone had probably been bound with that while being tortured. She gasped as she started breathing again. Forcing herself to relax her diaphragm, she shone the light upward to give herself a break from the horror. What she found was horror magnified and confirmation of the story Jason Abbott had told the FBI back in 1972. Wired to rusted nails driven into the walls of the tree were enough human bones to make a skeleton. The collection had lost much of its original composition, but the bones had clearly been posed to represent an inverted crucifixion. It brought to mind the cross of St. Peter, but Caitlin knew that Elam Knox's death was no martyrdom. She dropped the beam and let it play over the bones on the floor again. "I can't leave these here," she said softly. "God!" Hot tears slid down her cheeks. She had come here looking to make her reputation, but she'd found something so profoundly sad that it humbled her beyond all thought for herself. As soon as she came within range of a cell tower, she would call John Kaiser. This obscene place was the business of the FBI, not a swarm of ravenous reporters craving the latest titillating story. She pocketed her flashlight and pulled out her Casio camera to start photographing the bones.
"Harold?"
she called over her shoulder while shooting pictures methodically.
"Could you come in here, please?"
Getting no answer, she looked back at the vertical crack of daylight behind her.
"Harold?"
No reply. She felt a moment of panic at the thought that he'd abandoned her, but then his dark silhouette blotted out the lower 2/3 of light shining through the crack. "You find what you was looking for?" he asked.
"Yes. I'm going to pass you a skull and a few bones. It's terrible crime scene procedure, but I'm worried that whoever's in that boat might come back and get rid of the evidence before the FBI can get here. Preserving some of this is far more important than any damage we might do, okay?"
The boy didn't answer. Fear struck her like an arrow as she confronted the dark and silent silhouette in the crack.
"Is that even Harold?" she thought crazily. "Of course it is. He just doesn't want to take the bones."
But something odd about the figure's posture stoked Caitlin's fear into panic. Was someone standing behind him? Did Harold have a gun jammed in his back? Moving as naturally as she could, she dropped her camera, closed both hands around the butt of her pistol, then shifted her feet so that she was facing the crack. "You're being paranoid," she told herself. "Just take out your fucking light and shine it on him." When she did, she saw Harold watching her with a strange intensity.
"What's the matter?"
she whispered, trying to look past him. But her eyes had adjusted to the dimness, and the light beyond the door was blinding. "I'm about to do you the biggest favor of your life," Harold said. A spit of flame erupted from the center of the silhouette, and a blazing dart punched through her chest. Stunned, Caitlin wavered, then fell to her knees, trying to draw breath. "Don't fight it," Harold said. "I don't want to have to shoot you again." From pure instinct, she raised her pistol and fired 5 rounds at the shadow in the opening. The blasts of her pistol deafened and blinded her, but they must have driven her guide away from the tree, because a few moments later her traumatized retinas again perceived the blue-gray light of the crack. Every instinct told her to lie down and try to catch her breath, but what remained of her reason argued that doing so would mean death. Flattening her left hand on the cool floor, she struggled unsteadily to her feet, even as someone turned a giant screw at the center of her chest, driving it into her heart. She nearly collapsed twice, but somehow she managed to stay erect. Her plan was to stagger through the crack with her pistol in front of her, then take the bully's boat by force. She told her right foot to take the first step, but more primitive fibers than her cerebral cortex now had control of her brain. After 2 labored breaths, she backpedaled until she collided with the wall of the bone tree, then sat down hard. For half a minute she could do no more than force breath into her lungs. The stink of burnt gunpowder in the closed space sickened her. She laid the flashlight beside her. Then, shifting the pistol to her left hand, she raised her right and slipped her fingers inside her jacket. "Oh, God," she gurgled, feeling warm fluid soaking her top. Then she felt the small, ridged hole a couple of inches below her left nipple. "My heart is under that," she thought. "I'm dead." "Hey, lady," said a soft voice. Harold's voice. "Can you still talk?" Caitlin squinted at the crack of light, searching for a target, but she saw nothing. She still wasn't sure what had happened. Had Harold shot her? Or had someone standing behind him shot them both? Or had they shot her and knifed him? "What happened?" she croaked. "I know you've got more bullets. That Springfield holds 10. Caitlin didn't want to believe that the boy had shot her. If he had, then she had no hope of getting out of here alive. "What happened?" she asked. "Is somebody else out there?" "No, and you owe me for that. Captain Ozen told me to call him when I got you out here, but I didn't, and I ain't gonna. I got a walkie-talkie right here, and I ain't even turned it on. You a nice lady. You don't need to go through that." A racking sob burst from Caitlin's throat. "You shot me?" "I had to. But it's way better than what could have happened, believe me. Pretty thing like you, they'd rape you for sure. All day long, front and back. Even shot like you are now. They don't care. That Ozen and Colonel Forrest, man, they're sick." Gasping for breath, Caitlin tried to understand why a black man would be working for the likes of the Knox family. "Look up to the left of those wired-up bones," Harold said. "Shine my flashlight. You see what's up there?" Caitlin didn't try to lift the light, but in a shaft thrown from the door, she saw a woman's leather coat hanging on a nail, brown and tattered where the waist hem should have been. "That ain't what you think it is," Harold said. "That's a skin. That lady wasn't much older than you either. Mexican lady. She got in the wrong car one night, police car. Now there she is." Caitlin struggled to hold down the few bites of cheeseburger she'd eaten at the Crossroads Cafe. She thought of Terry Foreman waiting there, her bright cheerleader's face lined with worry. "Will you help me?" she asked, trying not to sound pathetic. "I'll pay anything you ask. $100,000. 200. "You should have said something sooner. It's too late now." Caitlin thought of her father sitting in his office in the glass tower high above Charlotte. "My father will pay you $1 million if you take me to a hospital, Harold. $1 million. No questions asked. I mean it. He doesn't care about any of this crap. Not the bones. Nothing. Only me." Caitlin realized she was crying.
"Shit,"
Harold muttered from outside the fissure.
"After what I done just now, your daddy would stake me to the ground and back his car over me."
"He wouldn't."
"This ain't what I wanted," said the boy. "My brother's stuck in Angola. 20-year sentence. Now that I done this, Colonel Forrest will get him out. Next month when his parole hearing comes up."
Caitlin finally understood what had happened. Harold Wallace was probably a low-level drug dealer. He'd recognized her the moment he saw her standing outside the service station with Terry, and he'd called someone in the Knox organization. Probably Captain Ozen. Ozen had made him a proposition or given him an order, and he'd strolled into the cafe to make his pitch. And she'd been so gullible. She'd brushed Terry's doubts aside like the fears of a nervous child. After all, wasn't she on a crusade for justice? Justice for murdered black activists? Surely a young black man would be on the side of the angels. Caitlin cursed as the pain in her chest intensified. She'd made an assumption based on race, exactly what she'd always told others not to do. And it had proved her undoing. The irony was that she'd made a positive assumption, and thus hadn't seen it as an assumption at all.
"You won't get away with this!" she screamed.
Every word caused her agony, but she kept shouting.
"Terry saw you at the cafe! She saw your driver's license! They have security cameras back there! The FBI will find you no matter where you go!"
"Lady, you got no idea how things work down here. Colonel Forrest can make them tapes disappear. He can make that Terry disappear if he wants to. She's liable to be in a car with Captain Ozen right now, thinking he's trying to save you."
Caitlin moaned. She felt as though a strong man were pressing down on her breastbone.
"Colonel Forrest, he's connected all over this state, even up in Washington. That's how it's always been down here. My granddaddy told me that. Forrest's daddy was just like him. He kept all the niggers round here in line for the man."
She wanted to speak, but her lungs felt like they'd shrunk to a quarter of their normal size.
"Maybe it's panic," she thought.
"You still awake?"
Harold called. When she didn't reply, he said,
"Come on now. Don't play games with me."
A terrifying thought came to her.
"Harold, please,"
she gasped.
"I'm pregnant."
The boy said nothing to this. Had she struck a chord of compassion?
"I just found out I was supposed to be getting married next week, and I'm already pregnant. If you let me die here, you're killing my baby, too."
After a long silence, a spooked whisper said,
"You're lying."
"I'm not,"
Caitlin sobbed.
"I wouldn't lie about that."
"Women lie about being with child all the time."
"Oh, God," she croaked. "Why don't you just fucking get it over with?"
"'Cause I know you got more bullets. It'll be over soon enough."
She wondered why Harold had only shot her once. He must be worried about attracting attention, in case there were still deputies in the swamp. Honest deputies like Carl Sims. Harold had been genuinely frightened by the sounds of the boat motors during the trip in. With desperate effort, Caitlin raised her pistol, then shut her eyes and fired 2 shots at the crack of light. Then she opened her eyes and watched for the slightest movement at the edge of the fissure. A shadow deepened at the right edge of the crack. She fired. Harold cried out in pain, then screamed in fury. Caitlin gritted her teeth and scooted about 3 feet to her left. Seconds later, the barrel of the .22 rifle appeared in the crack, and orange flame shot from its barrel. The impacting rounds knocked stinging wood chips into her face, but at least no lead struck her.
"Fuck you!"
she yelled, and fired another round.
"You missed!"
1 shot left. She waited for the barrel to appear again, but it didn't. 20 seconds later, she heard the trolling motor start up. Panic shot through her like a jolt of electric current. She tried to roll sideways and crawl across the dirt floor, but it was useless. Before she'd made it 2 feet, she heard the hum of the motor fading. 10 seconds later, all was silent. But not for long. For some reason, her ears began ringing, making a harsh sound like her junior high school bell, only this bell wouldn't stop. She drew all the breath she could into her lungs, then slowly, agonizingly forced herself back into a sitting position. She only managed it because the earth humped against the wall helped her get herself out of a prone position. Taking the flashlight in her hand, she shone it around once more in hopes of finding something that might somehow help her. This time, she played the beam around the seam where the trunk legs met the earth, where dirt and other organic matter had been mounded up in the darkest part of the cave. As the beam came closer to her, she realized that the mound she had clung to as she pulled herself up was not all made of earth. It was human. There was a body lying face down against the wall of the tree. Whoever that person was, they had to be dead. He or she had not stirred during the gunfight, and that could mean only one thing. Knowing she was probably only minutes from death herself, Caitlin let her body fall sideways, then used her elbows to crawl close enough to the head to shine her light on it. The hair was gray and white. She steeled herself against her fear, then held the flashlight closer with her left hand, took hold of the hair with her right, and pulled the head as far back as she could. The moment the beam fell on the face, she recognized what had been, but now would never be, her future father-in-law, Tom Cage. Highway 24 is a serpentine track of asphalt cut through deep, encroaching woods and bordered by 11-foot game fences. With the leaden sky above and no other cars in sight, it feels like I'm driving through some Central European country during the darkest days of the Cold War. But somewhere between the tiny hamlet of Leslie and Lake Mary, the Lussahatchie County Sheriff's Department jet ranger swoops out of the sky ahead and drops toward the wet asphalt like a gunship on a strafing run. I brake as hard as I dare and finally skid to a stop mere yards from where Danny McDavitt has flared the helicopter to land. Grabbing my pistol from my glove box, I shove it into my belt, snatch up my cell phone, then leap from the car and run to the chopper as it settles onto the road. Carl pulls me through the side hatch and starts strapping a 4-point harness over my chest. "Any signs of Caitlin's cell signal?" I ask. The deputy points to the headset muffling his ears, then slaps an identical one over my head. "What'd you say?" he asks, working at my harness buckles. "Have you seen any sign of Caitlin's cell signal?" "Not yet." "Kaiser called. The last tower her phone pinged was 4 miles west of here. I don't think she's far away." "Yeah, well, I don't want to bring you down, but you haven't seen that swamp yet." Carl slaps my chest, then gives McDavitt a thumbs up. "You secure, Mayor?" asks the pilot. "Go!" I shout. "Get her up!" The jet ranger rises slowly at first, but then its nose tips forward, and we beat our way into the dark sky like a mother hawk in search of a lost fledgling. Chapter 70. Caitlin sat with her back against the inner wall of the bone tree, staring at Tom's motionless face. She'd recoiled in horror upon first recognizing the corpse as Penn's father, but then, realizing that he might be the last person she would ever see, she'd placed her hand on his cheek and murmured a prayer. As she did, she realized Tom could not have been dead long because his cheek was not yet cold. Then he breathed on her wrist. At first, she jumped back in terror, but then she understood what that breath meant. Leaning over the body, she spoke Tom's name, shook him, then pinched his cheek hard, but nothing brought him around. His breaths were faint and frighteningly far between. He might be so close to death that he could not be revived, even by doctors. That would explain why he hadn't stirred during the gunfire. Caitlin knew she needed to attend to her own injury, but the terrible truth was that without Tom's knowledge and skill, she wouldn't live more than a few minutes. The pain in her chest had begun to drive out all thought when an obvious realization struck her. Tom is diabetic. If he'd been dumped here without food, he might have gone into diabetic shock. Low blood sugar could send a diabetic into a coma, even kill them. And if Tom had gone hours without sugar? Shifting her body painfully, Caitlin dug her hand into her pants pocket, searching for the peppermints she and Jordan had stolen from the Lussahatchee Sheriff's Office. She had one left. Her hands shook terribly as she unwrapped the cellophane, but she finally got it out. Since Tom was unconscious, she forced his mouth open and pushed the peppermint between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. He might choke on the candy, but she could address that if it happened. If she was right, then that sugar was his only hope. The next minutes passed with the slowness of a nightmare. Tom did not move or make a sound. Caitlin, by contrast, grew steadily more agitated. She stared down at the hole in her chest, which she'd exposed by removing her jacket and shirt. It was so small the skin hardly puckered around it, though a little distended rim of flesh had begun to swell under a slow but steady flow of blood. As best she could tell, the bullet had grazed the lower left edge of her sternum and passed between two ribs, entering her chest just below her bra. She hadn't known whether the slug had passed through her body entirely until she'd gotten her shirt off and seen that its back was free of blood. The bullet was still in her chest. Caitlin knew enough anatomy to understand that her heart, lungs, and several major blood vessels might lie in the path of that chunk of lead. Yet she was still alive and conscious. For the first couple of minutes after Harold fled, breathing had become a little easier, but now it seemed harder to fill her lungs with each passing breath. The pressure in her chest felt like the flat of someone's hand pressing down on her sternum, harder and harder. She checked her cell phone for the 100th time. Still no reception. "I've got to get outside this tree," she thought, with a last hopeless look at Tom. "I've got to find a signal." With a supreme act of will, she packed her phone into her jacket, then managed to flex her thighs hard enough to slide her back up the inner wall of the tree and get to her feet. Using the wall as a brace, she slid her way around to the crack in the trunk and turned sideways. She'd planned to marshal her strength for a few moments, but as soon as she was at a right angle to the crack, she fell through, crashing to the ground with an impact that blacked out her vision for a few seconds. "Ah!" she groaned, feeling tears on her face. "This is bad." Even as she said this, a thought went through her mind. What would Jordan do? "Jordan wouldn't be here," she said. "TSTL, that's me. Too stupid to live." She rolled onto her stomach, reached into the pocket of her fallen jacket, and pulled her phone up to her face. The LCD still read no service. Fighting back panic, she looked around the tree. The rain had stopped. All she saw were more cypress trees jutting from the black water, the largest of them standing on tufts of earth. Between the trees, an endless mere stretched into the distance. She couldn't walk through that water, and she hadn't the strength to swim it. Even if she had, she'd seen enough alligators during the ride in to know that slogging through a swamp trailing blood wasn't a good idea. "You have to climb," said a voice in her head. "Get high enough, and your phone will find a tower." "I can't climb," she wailed with self-disgust. "I can't even walk." It wasn't a matter of will. The pain in her chest was so intense that she'd be lucky to stand again. "There are people nearby," she thought, "within gunshot range. Fire the bullet you have left and hope to attract attention." This idea wasn't completely stupid, except for the fact that she'd left her pistol back inside the tree. "If I can't get out of here on my own, then I have to stay alive until somebody comes for me. Terry will call someone eventually." Caitlin thought back to a night 2 months ago when she'd been trapped in a building with another woman and death seemed certain. She'd summoned extraordinary strength that night and done things most people wouldn't have been able to do. The police and paramedics had told her that. She was a survivor. She'd proved it in spades. But somehow the bullet in her chest made a mockery of all her confidence. A tiny lump of lead fired from a plinking gun, a child's rifle. But a plain old .22 could kill you if it hit a vital organ or artery. The bullet, she thought in a haze of confusion. That's my problem. Bracing herself for further pain, she fought her way onto her knees and elbows, then crawled to the wall of the cypress trunk and sat against it just beside the fissure. What would Tom do if he were conscious? Call a fucking medevac chopper, that's what. But the phones don't work. So what else? He'd do what he could on the spot. The bullet obviously hit something important. The pressure's increasing, so I must be bleeding. Unless my lung has collapsed. Pneumothorax, she whispered, recalling Tom telling her how he'd once saved a car victim on the side of a highway by punching a hypodermic needle between his ribs and reinflating the lung. Sucking chest wound. She stopped laboring to breathe and forced herself to listen. Then she slowly drew in a lungful of air. She heard no wheeze from the hole in her chest. Not my lung, she thought, which is good, because I don't have a needle anyway. What else could it be? The bullet had punched through her chest on the left side of what Tom had always called the midline. Caitlin was pretty sure the aorta lay under that hole, as well as her heart. If he'd hit my aorta, she thought, I'd be dead now. What else could the bullet have hit? I must be bleeding internally. A wave of terror hit her as she imagined drowning in her own blood. She saw Penn looking down at her dead body, a froth of clotted blood on her face and chest. Seconds or minutes later, she realized that her brain was wavering between consciousness and sleep. That's not sleep, she realized. That's death. Think, goddammit, think! A strange sound came from the interior of the tree. It sounded like a cat with something caught in its throat. An electric shock of possibility flashed through her. Could Tom be choking? If he was choking, he was alive. Caitlin started to crawl back through the opening, but found she couldn't move. Tears of desperation flowed down her face. "Hello?" called a rough voice from the darkness inside the tree.
Tom!
She cried, sobbing with relief.
It's Caitlin! Can you hear me?
A moan of pain came from the opening. Then Tom said, "Where are you?"
Outside. I can't move. I'm in trouble. Can you get outside the tree?
I don't know. My hands are tied behind me. Handcuffed, I think. Is anybody else out there?
No, and I'm shot in the chest.
Tom was silent. Then he said, "Hold on, darling. I'm coming." Half a minute later, Tom Cage knee-walked through the opening in the trunk of the cypress, his hands bound behind him. With his dirty gray face and bloody clothes, he looked like a man who'd just crawled out of his own grave. But to Caitlin, he looked like an angel. Her angel didn't waste time with small talk either. His eyes were on her chest as he lurched toward her. "How long ago did that happen?"
8 or 10 minutes, she wheezed. I'm not sure. It was a .22 rifle.
Tom tucked his chin into his chest as he studied the wound, but then he looked up at Caitlin's neck.
What is it?
She asked anxiously.
Are you having trouble breathing?
She nodded.
And pressure in the neck?
She nodded again, her fear blooming into panic. Tom leaned forward and studied the right side of her neck. The second he did, she saw his eyes darken.
What is it?
Your jugular veins are distended. Touch your neck.
She put her hand against the skin beneath her jaw, and the bottom dropped out of her stomach. Tom was right. One blood vessel felt like a hose filled near to bursting.
"What's the matter with me?"
Tom laid his right ear against her chest and pressed it hard against her.
"I can barely hear your heart. It's pericardial tamponade."
"What's that?"
"The bullet probably nicked your heart."
Caitlin shut her eyes tight, trying not to scream.
"Take it easy,"
Tom said in his reassuring voice.
"Not all heart wounds are fatal. When the heart is hit by something that doesn't destroy its ability to pump outright, it bleeds into the pericardium, the protective sac around it. As blood flows into the sac, it creates external pressure on the heart like a crushing fist. What you feel now is that pressure making it harder for your heart to beat."
Caitlin's stomach fluttered again.
"How long till it stops altogether?"
"That depends on the rate of bleeding. Never, if I have anything to do with it. Do you have any tools with you? Anything?"
"Not much. What do you need?"
"In an ideal world, a 6-inch needle to aspirate the excess blood."
"Sorry. Fresh out. Will anything else work?"
Tom bit his lip and looked around the muddy tussock beneath the tree.
"We need a tube of some kind. The longer, the better."
"Like a reed?"
"In principle, but it has to be rigid. A reed wouldn't be near strong enough."
As he searched the edge of the water with his eyes, she dug into her pocket and fished out the multi-tool Jordan had given her when they parted. With spastic fingers, she unfolded knife blades, screwdrivers, a bottle opener, scissors, everything but what she needed. Nothing even resembled a needle.
"What's that you've got?" Tom asked.
"A multi-tool. Nothing hollow on it, though."
"We can use that knife blade. We still need a tube, though. Without it—"
"I'm dead."
Tom grimaced but didn't argue the point. Instead, he kept searching the area around the tree, although what he hoped to find, Caitlin had no idea.
"What else do I have?" she thought desperately. "A useless cell phone."
She remembered the handheld walkie-talkie Mose had carried with its old-time metal antenna. If she'd taken that, she could snap off the antenna, shove the tube into the bullet hole, and ask Tom to suck the blood out of her pericardium like a gangbanger siphoning gas from a Mercedes. Of course, if she had a walkie-talkie, they could radio Danny McDavitt to airlift them out of this fucking swamp, the deus ex machina of her dreams. She blinked in silent shock.
"Harold said he had a walkie-talkie."
Caitlin struggled to her knees, then scanned the ground like a strung-out addict hunting a dropped bag of crack. She saw nothing other than a cigarette butt near a footprint in the mud. No walkie-talkie.
"How's your breathing?"
Tom asked, turning back to her.
"Somebody's sitting on my chest."
"I want you to sit down. Your blood pressure's going to drop as the pericardium fills. Do you feel lightheaded?"
She went still, her panic morphing into something close to shock. As carefully as she could, she leaned back against the tree and sat down. She fell harder than she'd intended, scraping her back and landing on something that jabbed her right buttock. Leaning to her left so that she could reach whatever it was, her fingers touched hard plastic, then froze. Wedged tight along the vertical seam of her right pocket was the clear Bic ballpoint she'd borrowed from the waitress in the cafe.
"Tom!"
she cried, taking it out and extending her hand to him.
"I hope to God you can pull some kind of MacGyver shit with this thing."
"Hallelujah,"
he said, moving back to her.
"It's thick, but it's about the best we could hope for."
"You mean it's thicker than the bullet hole?"
"We'll find out. With the .22, the track through your body will have swelled shut, but not permanently, which means—"
"What? Tell me."
"To drain the pericardium, you've got to get the tip of that pen barrel to it. To get that tube to your pericardium, you'll have to reopen the wound."
"So?"
"The pain will be severe, and with my hands cuffed behind me, I can't do the procedure.
Then tell me what to do.
Tom stared at her for a few seconds, then at the wound. He shook his head slowly. When she began to sob, he sighed and said, "Take the ink tube out of the pen barrel and throw it on the ground. Then open that knife and get ready to use it." Caitlin stuck the pen's point between her teeth, bit down and yanked out the ink-filled insert. Then she slid a fingernail under the edge of the blue end cap and popped it out. What remained was a strong hexagonal tube about 6 inches long, awfully thick for a needle, but better than nothing.
"What about sterilization?" she asked.
Tom actually laughed. "Infection is the least of our worries. You just worry about getting that bick to your heart."
"I'll do it. Tell me what to do."
Tom knelt before her, then allowed himself to fall onto his butt. As he coached her, his eyes moved constantly between her eyes and the bullet hole. Caitlin felt like she was about to climb Everest or jump out of an airplane, and Tom was the only instructor she would ever have. "In a clinical setting, we'd have an ultrasound machine to guide the needle. You're going to have to do it by feel. But first, you have to widen the hole. You're going to insert the point of the blade, then work it along the track of the bullet by touch, widening the track as you go. It won't be easy. First, because it will hurt like hell. Second, because the point might hang up in tissue all along the way. You've got to ignore the pain, but not altogether, because if you blot it out totally, you might go too far and hurt yourself worse, or pass out."
"I understand. How do I keep from going too far?"
Tom considered this question. "That's my job. I'm going to watch you closely. Once you have the blade halfway in, you're going to guide the pen barrel along the blade, then push both toward the pericardium. Don't be surprised if you get a squirt of blood. There's quite a bit of pressure in that sac right now."
"Won't there be blood the whole time?"
she asked. "Not that much. When you reach the pericardium, you'll know." She had a feeling he was underplaying the horror she might soon experience. Tom tried to smile. "All right. Let's do it. If you pass out, this isn't going to get done." Dropping the bick between her legs, Caitlin picked up the multi-tool and looked at the knife blade. 3 inches of tempered steel with a glittering edge. "Don't think about it," Tom said. "Just do it." As she contemplated shoving the blade into her chest, something froze her hands. She was thinking of a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in which a character slices open his own palm with a pocket knife. "Kate? Come on, girl, you can do it."
"I know. Fuck it."
She grabbed a twig from the mud, stuck it between her teeth, and bit down as hard as she could. Then she shoved the point of the knife into the bullet hole and pushed it slowly but steadily toward her heart. The twig flew out of her mouth when she screamed. She saw keen empathy in Tom's eyes, but also resolve. "Keep going," he urged. "If you stop, you won't start again." She pressed the blade deeper, and fire seared her chest. When she wiggled the blade in the wound, the pain was nearly unbearable. "Back it out a little," Tom advised. "The point's probably buried in tissue." She did as he advised, and blessed relief was her reward. "Okay, back in. You've probably got another inch to go." She shut her eyes and drove the knife deeper into the wound track. It was like threading a catheter into your bladder, only a catheter that had been heated to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. "Stop," Tom said. "It's time to put the pen barrel in there." Christ, she thought, shivering from adrenaline. She picked up the clear barrel of the bick and held it along the knife handle, its narrow end near the bullet hole. "Be deliberate," Tom said. The pen barrel actually hurt worse than the blade because of its thickness. She groaned and screamed each time the tube penetrated deeper into her chest, and as it disappeared, she realized that her breathing was even more difficult.
"That's as far as I can go without cutting more," she gasped. "What's the fucking problem?"
"Stay still. I want to try something." Tom bent at the waist and put his gray lips around the pen barrel. After taking a deep breath through his nose, he began sucking as hard as he could.
How can he do that?
She wondered, and then she realized something that brought tears to her eyes. Tom loved her and the child that she carried within her. This procedure was a brutal act of self-preservation, not for themselves alone, but for each other and for their family.
Keep going,
she urged as Tom's face reddened. Despite his effort, nothing darkened the clear tube. At length, he pulled his head back, gasping for breath. I'm lightheaded. You've got to go deeper. And faster. I think my sugar's bottoming out again.
Did you finish that peppermint I put in your mouth?
I didn't know I had one. All I knew was I was choking on something.
You should find whatever's left so you can eat it. That's all I have with me.
I'd better look. Getting to the pericardium is only half the job.
A blast of panic went through her.
What are you talking about?
Take it easy.
Now, what's keeping your heart from bleeding out, probably the left ventricle in this case, is the pressure of the blood in the pericardium. Since we have no way to plug the hole in your heart, if we drain too much blood from the sac around it, there's no more pressure to hold in the blood. You understand?
You're telling me that if we somehow succeed at this, I'm going to bleed to death?
No, you're not. The trick is to drain out enough blood to let your heart pump well and get your blood pressure back up, but not so much that you bleed to death. We can do that by plugging the end of the pen barrel with a finger. Okay?
Okay.
But to do that, at least one of us has to be conscious. Caitlin gritted her teeth against the fire in her chest. A runnel of blood slid down her bare belly. She looked up at Tom, her jaw set.
Go find that goddamn peppermint.
While Tom knee-walked into the bone tree, Caitlin gingerly held the knife and pen barrel as steady as possible in her chest. She feared that any second a jet of blood would burst from the tube, and she would die. To block out that image, she focused on the pain, which reminded her of going to the dentist when she was a child. Her father had always taken her to an elderly practitioner who seemed not to have heard of Novocaine. He took forever to fill teeth, and she always felt like he was drilling directly into a living nerve. Ice and fire living together in the heart of a tooth. That was what she felt now beneath her breastbone.
I couldn't find it,
Tom croaked, falling beside her again.
Most of it probably melted before I came to. How do you feel?
Caitlin nodded, unwilling to waste breath answering. Tom gave the buried steel an appraising look.
Time to try again.
She took a deep breath, then drove the steel and plastic still farther toward her heart. When she'd probed as deeply as she dared, Tom leaned down again to begin sucking, but before he could, dark blood spurted into his eyes.
Oh my God!
Caitlin cried as the blood kept coming.
Oh shit! I'm sorry!
Tom pulled away and shook the blood out of his eyes.
Cover the end with your finger. We've got to control the flow.
The jet had slowed to a dribble by the time she capped the pen with her fingertip. As she leaned back against the cypress trunk, she realized that Tom was right. Unless one of them remained conscious, she would bleed to death through a Bic pen.
Why couldn't that waitress have kept the freaking blue cap on it?
She thought, picturing a chewed-up pen cap from her junior high days. At that moment, she remembered the tiny flat end plug she had dropped on the ground. She could see it in the mud between her thighs. If she felt lightheaded, she could plug the tube with that.
How do you feel?
Tom asked again, studying her neck.
Your venous distension looks a lot better.
She hadn't thought about the result of her efforts beyond the blood, but the very fact that she hadn't must mean that her condition had improved.
It's better. Everything's better. But what do we do now? If we're going to get out of here, one of us has got to climb high enough up a tree to get cellular reception so someone can pull us out.
She thought of Carl Sims and Danny McDavitt and their beautiful jet ranger. How easily they could drop down and lift both her and Tom out of danger.
Tom?
She cried, suddenly afraid. He'd started coughing violently, and as she gaped in horror, he rolled onto his back, fighting for air.
Tom! Roll over on your stomach!
He didn't seem to hear her. Caitlin tried to push herself off the ground and go to him, but she didn't have the strength to change positions, especially while holding the pen in place. If she wasn't careful, she'd fall over and not be able to get up again. Tom had finally stopped coughing, but he was no longer moving either. His face was gray except for where her blood still marked it, and his eyes were closed. A chill like the one Caitlin had felt inside the tree when she first recognized him went through her again. Only this time she feared she was right.
Tom?
She said, almost pleadingly.
Tom, say something.
He didn't move.
Tom, please!
She screamed.
Don't leave me! Tom, wake up!
Carl assures me that Danny is pushing the envelope as far as he dares, but the jet ranger slides over the tops of the cypress trees at a maddeningly slow pace. Ever since I learned that Caitlin left the service station with a young black man, I've tried to convince myself that she knew what she was doing and that she's all right. But every neural fiber that drives my instinct tells me she's not. In the heat of chasing a story, Caitlin sometimes loses the judgment that serves her so well the rest of the time.
Can't we go any faster? I ask. Just a couple of knots? We can, Danny says in my headset, but we shouldn't. Her phone will only be pinging for a tower every 1 to 3 minutes. If we pass over her too fast, we could miss it.
You realize we were doing this very thing only 2 months ago,
I say in a shaky voice. Searching for Caitlin.
That was different, Carl says in my headset. Then we were flying at night, and we were using FLIR to look for her body heat. We were trying to pick her out of thousands of false positives created by animals, and we didn't have any decent idea of where she was.
And now?
Now we're scanning for a ping with a 2 to 4 mile range, line of sight. If we fly close enough, that phone will come up on this scope like a lighthouse in the night. We can fly straight to her. If her phone's on, Danny says in a grim voice. And if she still has it. Fuck that noise! Carl snaps in a rare display of temper. The girl knows what she's about. She's a survivor. She'll have it on.
If she's such a survivor, I mutter, how does she keep winding up in these situations?
You know how, Carl says. She can't stand to sit by and do nothing when she sees something messed up. Keep your eyes on the deck, Penn.
What I can see from the window is far less valuable information than the electrons on the Raytheon screen Carl is studying on the scope behind my seat. Yet I can't take my eyes from the cypress trees passing steadily beneath the chopper.
Watch for boat wakes, Carl says. Anything.
No wakes so far, Danny says. I've been watching.
Caitlin's smart, Carl insists, almost like a mantra. If she hears this chopper, she'll find a way to signal. She's got a gun on her, too. I saw it.
Thank God, I say silently. How are you choosing your course, Major?
I'm riding the border between the Federal Preserve and the private hunting land. That's our best shot, right? Right, says Carl.
Time passes with inexorable slowness. I feel more like I'm riding in a cable car than a helicopter.
Carl?
I say into my headset mic.
Nothing? Not a beep, bro. Just keep the faith.
A frantic pressure is building in my chest, so strong that I wonder if I've inherited my father's propensity for heart attacks.
What are we missing?
I ask in desperation.
Are we making some stupid mistake? Maybe the problem is that she doesn't know she's in danger. Maybe she's actually hiding from us, or from someone else she thinks is out there.
That's a good point, McDavitt says. Bullshit, Carl insists. If she's in trouble, she knows it. This is like fishing. We've just got to stick with it.
I hate fishing, I mutter.
Hold it, Carl yells. I got a ping. Decent strength. I think she's trying to make a call. Which way? Danny asks. 60 degrees. Strong, too. Eyes open, Penn. She's down there. Watch for that pirogue.
Danny banks to the right for what feels like a quarter mile, then goes into a hover. Carl studies his screen like a sonar operator tracking a torpedo that could kill him. Agonizing seconds pass.
Carl? I prompt. Hold it. I've lost the signal. Backtrack, Danny.
Oh, God, I whisper.
Hang tight, Penn. We're close.
Chapter 71. Caitlin hunched against the trunk of the cypress tree, gasping for breath, every atom of consciousness focused on the bloody tube protruding from her chest. Shock had set in. She knew from the uncontrollable shivering. Her visual field had darkened at the edges. The world was fading to a small circle, to the tube in her hand. Most alarming, her jugular vein had swollen again, so badly that it was hard to bend her neck. Every few seconds she looked skyward and twisted her neck. The motion seemed to keep her conscious. As her symptoms worsened, Caitlin had tried to drain more blood from her chest, but to her horror, she discovered that the tube had clogged shut. The blood must have clotted inside the pen barrel. She figured she might be able to expel the blood from the tube if she pulled it out of her chest and blew as hard as she could, but she knew she'd never get the damned thing back into her pericardium. Her panic over Tom passing out again had become anger, then rage at his weakness. But after screaming for half a minute, she'd realized two things. First, that Tom was never going to wake up again. And second, this situation was as much her fault as his, for lying to Penn last night when she could easily have told him that Tom was hiding at Quentin Avery's house. If she'd only done that, everything that followed would have been different. Faced with the reality that she would die unless she could relieve the growing pressure on her heart, she tried to contort her neck sufficiently to suck on the barrel herself. This was akin to trying to suck her own nipple, which she'd once done at the request of a college boyfriend, only much more difficult. Because the pen was 3 inches lower than her nipple, and also because as the end of the pen barrel neared her lips, she felt its tip slip out of her pericardium. Dizzy with pain and terror, she drove the pen to its maximum depth again. A dark rivulet of blood ran down her belly. At first she thought the fresh pressure of built-up cardiac blood had driven the clot out of the tube. A surreal image of herself on television rose in her mind. She was making the talk show rounds, like that kid who'd cut off his own arm to get free from a cliff. And I'm just as stupid as he was for running off to a blank space on the map, where no one knew where to look. "I'm a media whore!" she cried, giggling hysterically as the echo of her voice rebounded through the swamp. But her exultation evaporated almost instantly. The rivulet of blood had come from her wound, not the pen barrel. The plastic tube was still clotted shut. "No," she whispered, fighting the urge to drive the barrel deeper into her suffocating heart. "No, no, no." Her back and chest felt as though someone had been pounding them with a mallet. "Please, God," she moaned, remembering the blessed relief after the first jets of blood had drained enough smothering fluid for her heart to find its rhythm again. Staring down at the clogged tube, she began to sob quietly. "I'm going to die because I don't have a 6-inch needle and a syringe." "For want of a nail," she whispered. "One motherfucking nail." She probably had only minutes to live. Tom lying motionless on the ground made her future all too plain. A wail of desolation forced its way up through her constricted throat, but the strangled squawk that emerged probably traveled less than 50 feet. Her vision flickered, faded to black. Panicked again, she shook her head and shifted position. The world returned. Magic, she thought. But soon the light would vanish forever. A soft hiss sounded in her ears. Then little splashes threw water droplets off the surface of the swamp like glass beads over a black floor. Only a few dozen at first, then hundreds, thousands, millions. As Caitlin stared, each impacting raindrop registered in her brain as a separate event. Time had slowed or dilated somehow, every second stretching to many times its usual duration. The chilling drops fell indifferently on Tom's gray face, and he did not move. Somewhere above the canopy of branches, she knew, beyond the leaden clouds, glorious sunlight streamed over the horizon onto this part of the world. A few miles to the west, the Mississippi River rolled over the land as it had for millions of years. And somewhere to the north, Penn had probably heard from Terry Foreman by now. He might be racing toward Athens Point even now. But long before he found Caitlin, she would have vanished from the world. Her baby, too. The thought of a new life growing inside her did not drive Caitlin to fight harder. The last thin filament that held her to the world, an umbilical as fine as a strand of spiderweb, had stretched to the point of breaking. The old part of her, the super-competent control freak, was finally laying down her weapons and giving in to the ebb and flow of eternity. She recalled how safe she'd felt inside the ancient tree behind her, the sacred chamber, a centuries-old repository of bones. Why not use her last reserve of strength to get out of the rain? Even dying animals had the sense to find a warm, dry place to lie down for the last time. She tried to scoot to her left, but she couldn't manage it. She could no longer even shift her own body weight. She would die here, and before long, animals would crawl up out of the water and devour what remained of her. Circle of fucking life, she thought. So it goes. The rain fell cold upon her face, but she didn't care. Now that she'd accepted the inevitable, her thoughts drifted to Penn and to Annie. She wished she could say something to them, explain that she'd had no intention of abandoning them when she came on this crazy quest. She picked up her trio and checked the screen again, praying for a miracle. One bar could be considered divine intervention at this point, but there were none. She pressed 911 anyway. Nothing happened. Staring at the silver device, Caitlin realized that she had one last way to speak to Penn and Annie, or at least to leave them a message. After gathering her thoughts as best she could, she activated the voice memo program and began talking softly. She had to pause every few words to take replenishing breaths, but this effort brought her a feeling of peace that nothing else had. She tried not to cry, but tears came anyway. She felt like a mountaineer trapped on a storm-shrouded peak, leaving a final message for her family. As she ran out of words, she realized with a jolt that she was losing consciousness. "Is this how it ends?" she thought dully. She still had enough neurons firing to know that if she could clear the clot from the pen and drive it back into her pericardium, she might be able to save herself. As she lowered her gaze, the world began to shrink again, tunneling down to the small plastic tube. Then a new train of thoughts flashed through her mind, not images from her past, but from the future. She lay on a hospital bed, a pink baby swaddled in her arms. Tom stood beside the bed, grinning through his white beard. He had somehow delivered the baby, even though his arthritic hands made that all but impossible. Peggy stood on the other side of the bed, Annie smiling beside her. The scene was pure Norman Rockwell. Yet as corny as it was, Caitlin wanted it more than anything else the world had to offer. But where was Penn? He wasn't in the picture. He wasn't even in the room. But Caitlin could hear him. He was shouting at her, seemingly from far away. What was he saying? He wanted her to do something, but what? "Pull it out!" he cried. "You have to do it now! Pull it out and clear that clot!" "Do it now," she echoed, her voice slurred. Caitlin raised her right hand to the 2 inches of plastic protruding from her chest. Her fingers, slick with blood, could barely grip the pen barrel. She tried to squeeze harder, but her fingers lost their purchase. The hexagonal tube stayed in her chest. With her last pulse of energy, she seized the tube, yanked it from her body, stuck it in her mouth, and blew with all the force left in her. "Got it!" Carl shouts as Danny holds the hover with perfect steadiness. "If it is her," Danny says worriedly, "it could be one of the search teams. We must be right on top of her." "No boat wake," I say, desperately scanning the black water as Danny shifts the bird 30 yards to starboard. The surface of the swamp is empty of human signs for as far as I can see. 10 o'clock! Cries Carl. "What do you see, Penn?" "Holy shit!" I breathe, catching sight of the crown of a massive cypress tree in the distance. "Look at that, Carl!" "Son of a bitch," he says. "That's gotta be it. Danny?" The chopper is already rolling right, picking up speed as we bore in toward the ancient giant. "Got it again," Carl says. "This is it." As Danny slows to a hover 50 yards from the tree, I catch sight of something too white and clean to be part of the natural environment. "Onto the tree!" I shout. "Something white!" "I see it," says Danny. The Jet Ranger dips forward, then descends toward what now looks almost like a white flag of surrender. As we draw closer, I recognize the red stripe across the back of Caitlin's jacket. "It's her!" I scream, straining against the 4-point harness that holds me in my seat. "That's her jacket!" I'm suddenly terrified that Caitlin's been dumped in the swamp like Casey Whalen. "Back off a little bit! Get down close to the surface so we can see under the branches!" "It's going to be close," Danny says in a taut voice. "Those branches are a problem." "Screw the branches!" Carl growls. "Take this bitch in, Danny!" The Jet Ranger edges up to the colossal tree, chopping branches into kindling like the world's biggest weed whacker. A choking lump rises in my throat. Caitlin is sitting with her back against the cypress. She's still too far away for me to see if her eyes are open or closed, but if she were all right, she would be jumping and waving at the helicopter. "Get us down, Danny! Hurry!" With an expert hand, Danny noses the chopper still closer to the enormous cypress, descending all the while. Suddenly, Carl is at my shoulder, staring through the side window with me. "I'll go down first," he says, "with the hoist." "Bullshit, you will!" I grab the handle on my chest and pop the harness free. Carl opens the side door, then begins prepping the rescue basket. When I look forward, Danny is holding a pair of field glasses to his eyes. "What do you see?" I ask, dread filling my chest. "She's got blood on her chest," says the pilot. "A good bit. Her eyes are closed. We've got to get her out of there ASAP. Let Carl go down first." "I'm going down." "Penn, wait." Danny looks back, his eyes searching mine from beneath his helmet. "Your father's down there, too. He's lying face up, his eyes are closed, and he's not moving." I scramble back to where Carl is prepping the aluminum mesh basket for descent and drop to the floor. From here, I can see the pilot was right. Dad is lying on his back about 10 feet from Caitlin near the water's edge. How the hell did this happen? How did he get here? In less than a second, I know the answer. Snake Knox brought him here. Carl checks the hoist's cables, then gives Danny a thumbs up. We're only 6 feet above the water now. I'm going to jump. As though reading my mind, Carl grabs for my arm, but I twist away and leap through the door before he can stop me. My feet dig into soft mud as icy water closes around my chest. The chopper's rotors fling a stinging storm of spray and debris into the air, nearly forcing my eyes shut. Just above me, Carl slides the rescue basket through the open door. At 6'1", I can bull my way over to the cypress without swimming. Pushing through the sulphurous water, I see a dark, vertical slash in its trunk, like a great scar left by the sword of a giant. She really found it, I think. That's the fucking bone tree. This realization transforms the cold iron of dread into molten terror. Not of the tree and its legends, but of the men who use it as their killing ground. Clawing my way out of the water, I scrabble up onto the tussock beside my father. "Dad!" I shout, shaking him. "Wake up!" He doesn't move. Checking the pulse at his throat, I feel nothing, but my fingers are already stiff from the cold water. Leaving him for the moment, I crawl to Caitlin, whose stomach and lap are red with sticky blood. My right hand goes straight for the artery beneath her jaw. Her lips are blue and her neck strangely swollen, but she's still faintly warm, as though life still thrums somewhere beneath her skin. There's no pulse in her throat. "Caitlin!" I shout, taking her cheeks in my hands and squeezing tight. "Caitlin, can you hear me?" She doesn't move. With rising panic, I turn and wave to Carl for help. He's fighting through the water now, nose and eyes just above the surface, dragging the rescue basket behind him. Turning back to Caitlin, I slide my hand over her belly, searching for her wound. My palm hits something hard. A Bic pen stuck to the blood on her stomach. 6 inches above it is a small hole beneath her left breast. A bullet made that. A loud splashing sounds behind me, and the ground thumps as Carl drops to his knees at my side. "Any pulse?" "Nothing. She's bled out, Carl. She's dead." His dark fingers go to her throat where mine were moments ago. "My ass," he says. "I feel something." He presses his ear to her chest. "This girl ain't dead till a doctor tells me she is. Let's get her in the chopper. We can make Baton Rouge General in 15 minutes. "The basket?" I ask numbly. "Fuck the basket. Danny's practically on the surface. I'll carry her. You get your old man. He's bigger." As Carl turns to the hovering chopper and waves Danny still closer, I run to my father and grab him beneath the arms. Struggling with his heavy bulk, I see Carl drag Caitlin away from the bone tree, lift her slim body over his shoulders, and charge into the blast of spray coming off the water. Replaying the scene in Brody's basement 2 nights ago, I drop to my knees and heave my father's body over my shoulder, then march down into the black water, while Danny's screaming rotors smash bone-thick branches off the towering tree above me. Chapter 72. Walt had kept nearly a mile between himself and Forrest's cruiser as he followed his quarry southward. The GPS tracker allowed him that luxury. He prayed that Knox and Ozen were driving to wherever Tom was being held. If they weren't, then Forrest might already have given the kill order, and Tom could be dead or dying at this moment. For the 1,000th time, Walt cursed McKeever for not bugging Knox's car, but there was nothing to be done now. All he could do was follow Knox and the Redbone to wherever they were bound. The cruiser was following a roundabout back road that looked as though it might lead around the Lussahatchee Swamp toward the Mississippi River. Walt couldn't actually see any water, but he could smell it. When you lived in a dry state like Texas, you got to where you could smell rain from 100 miles off. When he slowed Drew's pickup to soften the sickening drop of a pothole, the guns in the bag on the floor behind him made a reassuring clank. Thinking himself at the end of this empty, winding road, Walt visualized various scenarios. No matter what odds he confronted, he could not hesitate to fire, as he'd done back at the Bouchard Lake House. In fact, he decided, he would shoot the bastards in the back if he got the chance. Kidnapping was a felony, after all. I ain't proud today, he thought, or particular. Forrest Knox leaned against the side of his cruiser and watched the pirogue glide toward him out of the cypress trees. Ozen looked back from the water's edge and gave him a thumbs-up sign. If the boy in the boat had done as instructed, then Caitlin Masters was no longer a problem. Forrest had parked his cruiser right beside the boy's junk pickup truck. He left his engine running so he couldn't hear the hum of the trolling motor as the pirogue neared the shore. Harold Wallace raised his left hand and waved. Ozen waved back. As Wallace cut his motor and drifted toward them, Forrest could see the kid was surprised to find them waiting for him.
"Hey there, Colonel," Wallace called. "I didn't expect to see y'all out here."
The pirogue's bow bumped the shore. "I guess you didn't," Ozen said, "since you didn't call us back." Harold opened his mouth, but no answer emerged. Forrest took a couple of steps toward the water's edge. It surprised him that a drug courier like this boy couldn't sense the danger in what he had done.
"That was a big job you did for us, Harold," he said. "We want you to know we appreciate it."
The boy relaxed a little, but he didn't move to get out of the boat.
"What about the girl?" Ozen asked. "She dead?"
Harold ducked his head with an exaggerated nod.
"Yes, sir. She gone. Long gone."
"How many times did you shoot her?" Wallace's eyes flicked back and forth.
"Oh, 3, 4 times. Right in the chest. She died inside the tree."
"You checked to be sure?"
"Yes, sir. She bled to death right there."
Ozen had taken a step closer to the water.
"What's the matter with your arm? Is that blood on it?"
Wallace shook his head quickly. A stupid lie.
"Did she shoot you?"
Ozen asked.
"It ain't nothing, Captain. She winged me after the first couple of shots, but I finished her off good."
The kid was definitely lying, Forrest decided. He'd shot her, all right, but he hadn't stuck around to watch her bleed out.
"It's too bad she had to die," Forrest said. "She was a hell of a pretty girl, wasn't she?"
The boy looked at the bottom of his boat.
"Yes, sir." "Did you think about fucking her? As a little bonus?"
Wallace shook his head.
"No, sir. I just done my business so my brother could get out of Angola."
He looked up at last, clearly frightened.
"You going to take care of that next month, Colonel? Like the captain said?"
"Absolutely," Forrest said.
"Least I can do after what you did today."
The boy's face was still troubled.
"That lady told me she was pregnant, Colonel. She was lying, right?"
Why would Masters tell the kid that? Forrest wondered. She must have figured that killing a pregnant woman might move a simple young man to mercy. A smart play, considering the softness of this kid. She'd probably been lying, of course, but they'd never know because no one would ever find her body and perform an autopsy.
"Sure she was lying," Forrest said. "She was trying to play you, Harold. Play on your sympathy. She sensed you're a good boy."
Wallace didn't look convinced.
"It's wrong to kill a doe that's carrying, Colonel. Every hunter knows that." "Let me help you out of there, kid,"
Ozen said, reaching out his left hand.
"I'm good," Harold said. "You men got important things to do, I know. I can pull the boat out and load it. I do it darn near every day." "No, it's no problem,"
Ozen said, his hand still extended. Harold hesitated, then stepped to the bow of the pirogue and took Ozen's hand. Forrest saw the Redbone's other hand slip into his back pocket and take out his knife. In a single motion, Ozen released the spring-loaded blade and drove it up beneath Harold Wallace's sternum. Nobody ever looked as surprised as people stabbed without warning. It wasn't like the shock of a bullet, which often scrambled the brain in a millisecond. A blade gave people time to comprehend what had happened to them. The force of Ozen's blow had surely knocked the wind from Wallace's lungs, and the knife had probably punctured his heart, but his eyes were wide open and still full of life. The kid looked like some blackface cartoon from the 1920s, drawn to illustrate the question, "What the heck?" Or maybe, "Why me?" Ozen lifted Wallace off the ground by main strength. The boy hung there, folded around the knife, his eyes bulging. Forrest heard a low rumble that rose in volume, then faded. Probably an 18-wheeler back on the highway. He stepped up to the dying boy and looked directly into his stunned eyes. "Your brother's going to rot in Angola, son. But I do appreciate the favor." Forrest nodded, and Ozen twisted his hand. The light in the boy's eyes went out. His body hit the ground with solid finality. "What you want I should do with him?" Ozen asked as Forrest walked back to his cruiser. "Load him into his truck. Have one of those boys drive him down to Baton Rouge and leave him behind a crack house. Too many eyes around here right now. The security cameras from the cafe will ID him as the person last seen with her, and after we get rid of her body, they'll eventually write it off as a homicide." "True dat, boss. See you back at the camp." Forrest's hand was on the door when a helicopter stormed over them at treetop level, its throttle wide open. For a moment, Forrest stood paralyzed, back in Vietnam, trying to recall map coordinates for an artillery strike. "Son of a bitch!" Ozen yelled. "Who the fuck was that?" "Lussahatchee County Sheriff's Department," Forrest cried, shading his eyes and peering after the bird. "I saw the gold star on the door. That's Billy Ray Ellis's chopper. Looked to me like it was coming from Valhalla." "From the Bone Tree is my guess," Forrest said. "God damn it! What would Sheriff Ellis be doing there?" "That wasn't Billy Ray, Alphonse. Shit! We've got trouble." "You mean you think they found the girl?" "That's exactly what I think." "What you want to do?" Forrest's mind was gearing down into combat mode. If Penn Cage had somehow discovered the Bone Tree, then a tectonic shift had occurred in the situation. A curtain was about to be stripped from the past, which meant casualties were inevitable. "Boss?" Ozen asked softly. "We've got an hour before the cavalry gets here. Maybe half that. We've got to move fast." "Where to?" "First, Valhalla, to clear out the safes and get some diesel fuel." Ozen gave him a puzzled look. "And then?" Forrest smiled the way he once had before going out on night patrols when he expected contact. "The Bone Tree, Alphonse. Where else?" Walt had just worked his way into a spot from which he might see something when a Bell Jet Ranger came blasting over the treetops above him. Whatever Knox and Ozen had stopped to do, the appearance of the chopper had startled them. Even before the sound of the rotors faded, he heard an engine start up. Then a pickup truck he had never seen trundled over the hill with Ozen at the wheel and a pirogue in back. Walt ducked down and waited for it to pass, then started running back toward his own truck. Knox was bound to be right behind the Redbone, and Walt had a feeling that things were going to happen fast from this point forward. Just as he reached his truck, Forrest's cruiser came racing past on the road. Walt cranked his engine and started to follow, but then he realized that he shouldn't do that before driving back and checking the spot where they'd stopped. It might be that Tom had been held prisoner by whoever owned that truck and pirogue, and Knox and Ozen had killed both guard and captive. Cursing like a sailor, Walt manhandled the truck out of the trees, then pointed it back into the woods and floored the gas pedal. Chapter 73. I have a friend whose son was accidentally shot in the chest by his brother during a hunting trip outside Natchez. For 35 miles, my friend cradled his dying son in the back seat, trying to stanch the bleeding while the sobbing 14-year-old brother drove towards St. Catherine's Hospital at nearly 100 miles per hour. 12 miles from Natchez, the boy's heart stopped. I used to wonder what those last 12 miles were like. Now I know. Under a sky so dark we could see the lights of the Capitol from 30 miles out, Danny McDavitt piloted the Jet Ranger southward toward Baton Rouge at over 130 knots. In the chopper's belly, Carl Sims gave Caitlin continuous and violent chest compressions while I got on the radio and fought to get landing clearance at Baton Rouge General Hospital. They had an active delivery in progress, and since we weren't an authorized life flight, they were trying to divert us elsewhere. During the first minute of flight, Carl had determined that my father had a faint pulse and a heartbeat. After I used a fence-cutting tool to remove the handcuffs from his hands, I'd plundered Danny McDavitt's flight bag, found a Snickers bar, and stuffed a chunk into Dad's mouth. We couldn't be sure that blood sugar was his problem, but there was little else we could do without real medical help. Caitlin was another matter. 10 miles out of Baton Rouge, Carl could no longer detect a heartbeat in her chest. While Danny pushed the chopper's engine beyond its operational limit, I telephoned Drew Elliott and begged him to do anything he could from Natchez. 30 seconds later, we were over Baton Rouge and boring in on Baton Rouge General. Danny started to land in their automotive parking lot, but space was tight and the risk to bystanders real. While Carl and I stared wild-eyed at each other over Caitlin's bloody chest, Drew called back and told me to divert to Our Lady of the Lake. A med school buddy of his was a trauma surgeon there, and he was ready to get Caitlin into an OR the moment she arrived. Danny instantly aborted the parking lot landing and got us over Our Lady in less than a minute. As we dropped toward the rooftop helipad, John Kaiser called and told me we'd been cleared to land at Baton Rouge General. I thanked him and shut off my ringer as Danny flared and settled the Jet Ranger dead center on the white-painted ring. Crouching against our rotor blast, a trauma team rushed to the chopper and moved Caitlin onto a gurney within 10 seconds of the skids touching concrete. Carl and I followed them into the elevator, watching in stricken horror as they started large-bore IVs and searched in vain for a heartbeat. A technician diagnosed pericardial tamponade even before the doors opened on the next floor. Drew's buddy was scrubbed and waiting in the OR when they shoved Caitlin through the big double doors and ordered the security guard to keep me outside. 4 minutes later, using a long pair of tweezers and a portable fluoroscope, the surgeon pulled a deformed .22 slug out of Caitlin's heart with as little trouble as a boy pulling a doodlebug from a hole with a stick. Then he declared her dead. She'd apparently been dead when they bundled her off the chopper. The surgeon had only opened her chest because the nature of her injury sometimes offered hope of an exceptional save. There was also the unspoken reality that the doctor had been doing Drew a favor. When I close my eyes, I still see Drew's friend coming through the double doors, pulling off his mask and reciting his stock speech with solicitous eyes. "Mr. Cage, your wife was shot, as you probably know. The bullet struck her heart. We tried every means at our disposal to resuscitate her, but in spite of our best efforts, she died a few minutes ago. I'm sorry." "She's not my wife," I said, which was legally true, but made no sense or difference to the well-meaning surgeon. He apologized again, and I mumbled that he should forget it, while it struck me that no matter what the law says, I am twice widowed, which must be a fairly rare mark of distinction among 45-year-old American men these days. Carl Sims put his hands on my shoulders and in a cracked voice said he was sorry. Then he told me that Danny McDavitt would have been there, but the hospital had asked him to move the chopper to a secondary landing site near the car lot. Then, to my surprise, the trauma surgeon spoke some more, telling us things that brought tears to our eyes. He told us that Caitlin was brave, even heroic, and that she and my father had used an ingenious method to try to relieve her cardiac distress. The remarkable thing, the surgeon said, was that Caitlin must have done all the cutting and probing herself, for since my father's hands had been cuffed, he could not have done it. Had Dad not gone into a diabetic coma, he might have kept Caitlin alive long enough for the trauma team to save her. I was in no mood to hear praise for my father, and I did not react well. The surgeon shook my hand and bade me farewell, and then a nurse came out with a hospital bag containing Caitlin's personal effects. All that happened 20 minutes ago. Now I stand alone with Caitlin in the OR, viewing the remains, as I heard a nurse say, in what she thought was a whisper. Someone had draped a sheet over Caitlin's body, covering her to the neck, but I removed it as soon as the nurse left me alone with her. Standing in the awful silence, I relearn lessons that I learned when my wife died, then forgot out of self-preservation. Lesson 1. The stillest thing in the world is the corpse of someone you loved. A hunk of cold granite seems more alive than a dead human being. You don't expect a stone to move. A person robbed of all motion and cold to the touch is the most alien object in the world. Natural instinct drives us away from the decaying body, and quickly. Yet love compels us forward, to kiss the empty vessel of the soul departed. Lesson 2. There are many fates worse than death. The most common is surviving the death of a loved one. For the dead, all questions have been answered or made irrelevant. For the survivor, some questions have been rendered unanswerable. When my wife died, I had months to prepare, yet even then the final reality stunned me. But Caitlin has been snatched away like the son of my deer hunting friend, alive and vital one moment, permanently AWOL the next. The cruelty in this feels personal. Many in my circumstance would lay it at the door of God, yet I know where the true blame lies. But that is for later. For now, I must say goodbye. Unlike my wife, Caitlin is beautiful in death. Sarah was beautiful in life, but cancer stripped away her loveliness piecemeal until all that remained was a living husk. On this table, Caitlin reminds me of stories from London during the Blitz, when lovers seated on park benches had the life snatched out of them by the blast of a V-2 rocket they never even heard. The bullet wound in her chest is obscene, as is the thoracotomy window the surgeon cut in her side, but the rest of her body bears no mark. Her skin was always china white, and with her veil of black hair, she looks more like an actress playing a murder victim in a film than an actual corpse. For a surreal moment, I half expect someone to yell "cut," and to hear the footsteps of the crew rushing in to congratulate her and give her sips of Perrier. But no one does. Looking closer, I see that Caitlin died without a trace of makeup on. Jordan glasses influence, no doubt. Beneath her frozen perfection, though, I sense that the process of decay has already begun. Her cheeks sag in a way they never did in life, and her breasts lie flatter than I ever saw them. This woman will never bear a child, never nurse one, or watch one take its first steps. She will never sit proudly at a graduation, or grow old and touch the wrinkles on her face with exquisite sadness over slowly encroaching mortality. For Caitlin Masters, mortality arrived all at once, in a tiny package of lead and copper that rearranged her vibrant heart just enough to smother it in its own blood. Questions swim like ravenous fish below the surface of my consciousness, yet something of almost terrifying power holds them at a certain depth. Since Caitlin cannot answer questions for me, the fish must wait to be fed. Some part of me understands that this will be the last time I spend with Caitlin in her natural state. As a prosecuting attorney, I know too well the clinical rituals that follow death. After this brief lacuna in the rush of events, she will be violated by the pathologist's saw. Her organs will be weighed upon the scales. Her blood will be pumped out by the embalmers and replaced by chemicals. All the other ghoulish sequelae we inflict upon the dead will follow in train. Yet all this leaves me strangely cold. My temporarily cauterized nerve endings transmit no signals of agony. My brain experiences revulsion as a concept, not an emotion. I know that pain will come, In minutes, perhaps, or hours, or even days, and when it does, I may not be able to endure it. But for now, I reach out and take the cold hand of the woman I would have married next week had my father not taken leave of his senses, and gently squeeze it as I did in life. She does not squeeze back, but I still remember with absolute clarity what the reciprocal squeeze felt like. The proof of love returned. The OR's double doors open behind me, but I do not turn. A nurse gently suggests that I rejoin my friend outside. I ask her to leave. Perhaps I was not as polite as I should have been, for I hear voices just outside the door. Some male, others female. Someone is talking about shock, suggesting I might need to be seen by a doctor. Shock. Am I in shock?
"Penn,"
says a hesitant voice from behind me.
"It's Carl. Can I talk to you?"
Talk, I say without turning. Carl walks slowly up beside me.
"I'm sorry we couldn't save her, man. I did everything I could."
I know you did.
"I think I broke her ribs doing CPR. I'm so sorry about that."
That means you did it right.
"You don't—"
Carl's voice catches, and he has to pause to regain his composure.
"You don't think I made her worse, do you? That pericardial thing?"
In truth, he probably did, but nobody could have wanted Caitlin to live more than Carl Sims in those moments. She wasn't going to make it, man. You did all you could. Carl sobs once, then wipes his nose on his sleeve.
"You heard what that doctor said. Your daddy tried hard to save her, and Caitlin did all she could to save herself. She did shit even a combat soldier might not do."
My throat constricts painfully, cutting off a single racking sob.
"Your daddy's awake now," they said, "down in the ER. He went into sugar shock. A few more minutes and he would have been dead."
I grunt, but say nothing.
"I didn't tell them who he was, but that trauma doctor knows, and I mean, he's still a fugitive. You better think about how you want to handle that. State police could show up any time."
It doesn't matter now.
"Well, I just thought I should tell you. They're getting kind of antsy out there, the hospital folks."
It doesn't matter, Carl. The deputy makes a sad sound deep in his throat.
"Look now. Sheriff Ellis ordered me and Danny back to Athens Point. We told him you didn't have a ride back, but he said you weren't our problem, that we had a job to do out in the swamp. But then I got a call from Agent Kaiser. Kaiser said we weren't to leave this hospital without you on board, and he would take care of the sheriff. And I guess he did, 'cause the sheriff ain't called back once."
I nod, but don't take my eyes from Caitlin's placid face.
"Penn,"
Carl says, stepping closer to the table, then turning to look up at me.
"I never got a chance to ask you. Why'd she go back out there, man? She didn't say nothing to me about it, I swear. Did she tell you she was going back?"
"No."
"Lord, I just can't believe it." "I feel for you, brother. I know that don't mean nothing right now. You just tell me and Danny what you want us to do and we'll do it. I don't care what it is."
"I want to take her back to Natchez." Carl says nothing for a few seconds. Then he says,
"I don't figure the local law would look too lenient on that. But if that's what you want, then say the word. We'll put her on a gurney and roll her down to the chopper and fly her back home."
As insane as this would be, it's what I want. Though Natchez was never really Caitlin's home, taking her back would spare her the impersonal butchering that awaits her here, at least for a little while. Her father and mother might be able to see her as she is now, tranquil and relatively whole.
"I'm afraid you can't do that,"
says a deep voice from behind us. I turn. Behind us stands a man in his 60s wearing the uniform of the Louisiana State Police. The sight of that uniform sends me into a rage. Blood pounds in my ears, and I surge toward the stranger, but Carl hooks his muscular arms beneath mine and locks his hands behind my neck.
Easy, Penn. Easy now. Listen to what the man's saying. He's one of Knox's people.
The newcomer holds up both hands and shakes his head. Then he steps closer, apparently confident that Carl can restrain me. The old trooper's eyes look more sad than angry or gloating, and his voice communicates empathy when he speaks.
Mayor Cage, my name is Griffith McKeever. I understand why you're angry, so I'm going to tell you something that's not to leave this room. A long time ago, I used to be a Texas Ranger, and I've been in contact with Captain Walt Garrity for the past 2 days. I'm also in contact with Special Agent John Kaiser and Sheriff Walker Dennis. We're all trying to work together to handle the shitstorm that Forrest Knox and his people have unleashed in this state. Forrest does work for my agency, yes, but I've been investigating him for some time, and I am most assuredly not one of his people. In fact, he's trying to destroy me as we speak.
McKeever pauses as if to ensure that what he's saying is sinking in. Apparently satisfied, he continues.
This is a tragic thing that's happened, and it's not the only murder of the day.
His words are registering about the same emotional response as if he'd told me a dump truck ran over an armadillo on the highway.
I'm still trying to ascertain what happened out in the swamp,
McKeever goes on,
and I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes before the media descends on this hospital. If you're up to it, that is. Now, obviously, Ms. Masters is going to have to remain here for the time being. There'll have to be a post-mortem, as you know.
She died in Mississippi, I say flatly. They can do the autopsy there. McKeever gives Carl a worried look, as though he's uncertain of my sanity.
She was declared dead in Louisiana, Mr. Cage. That puts the autopsy here.
I say nothing.
I think you can let the mayor go, officer, McKeever tells Carl. You okay? Carl murmurs in my ear.
Yeah. Carl lets me go and my hands tingle and ache as the blood flows back into them.
The FBI is about to pour massive resources into Lussahatchee County,
McKeever informs us.
Agent Kaiser has already dispatched bureau choppers from New Orleans to secure that bone tree and whatever was inside it. Apparently your fiancée uncovered a trove of bones and other evidence that could solve up to 12 murders.
Then you don't need me.
Mayor Cage,
please don't call me that. With careful movements, I pick the sheet up off the floor and lay it over Caitlin's body, leaving only her face exposed.
Mr. Cage, I think you'd better come with me,
McKeever says gently.
Pay your last respects, and then meet me outside in the hall.
The colonel nods once, then leaves the way he came.
I know it doesn't make you feel any better, Carl says, but Caitlin did find what she was looking for, and I know she'd be proud she did.
Proud? I echo. Yes, she would have been proud. And for what?
For the families, man. All those boys that got killed and the families that suffered. They can finally have some peace.
I look back and find his earnest eyes. Is that why she did it, Carl? The young ex-Marine shrugs awkwardly.
I think so, yeah. She wanted to do good.
A strange laugh comes from my throat. If only Carl had known her as I did.
Well,
he says,
you knew her a lot better than me. All I know is she was the prettiest woman I've seen in a long time. She still is even now, ain't she? Even lying there now.
I turn back to the table. Yes, she is that. Taking 2 short steps forward, I lean over and kiss her forehead. She's not as cold as stone, not yet, but the skin beneath my lips sends a shudder of revulsion down my back. The woman I loved is no longer present. Death has taken her, and it mocks me now from within her. The tears I leave upon her face might as well have fallen on the floor. When at last I turn and walk from the room, part of me is as dead as she is. Chapter 74. Tom had been awake for less than 5 minutes when he saw the first cop walk past his door. It looked like a city uniform, not the brown of the state police. A nurse had asked him his name, and he'd acted as though he was unable to hear her, but he knew the troopers wouldn't be long in arriving. A man with a gunshot wound would always trigger a message to the police. At least he wasn't handcuffed to the bed yet. From staff chatter, he'd gleaned that he'd suffered diabetic shock and gone into a coma. It couldn't have lasted long, he figured, because he felt reasonably alert, and his wounds looked just as they had when he last checked them, albeit cleaner. His memory was sketchy, but he clearly remembered trying to save Caitlin beside the huge cypress tree in the swamp. He had no idea how she'd gotten there, nor had he even thought to ask her. He had no idea whether she'd survived her wound or not. The only thing he was sure of was that if Caitlin had not appeared at the bone tree, he would be dead by now. The next time a nurse came through, he asked how Caitlin Masters was doing. The woman told him she'd been taken into the OR and a trauma surgeon was working on her. Tom would have given all the money in his name to rest on that bed and wait to hear the outcome of Caitlin's surgery, but if he did, he would almost certainly be arrested by cops who reported to Forrest Knox. He rolled onto his side, then slowly sat up on the treatment table and waited to regain his equilibrium. Once he had, he pulled the IV out of his wrist, held his thumb against the hole, and walked over to a chair where a white coat had been left by the ER physician. After struggling into the dirty clothes they'd removed from his body, he slipped on the lab coat, then opened drawers until he found a surgical mask, which he placed over his nose and mouth. He knew he should check his appearance in a mirror, but he didn't have time. A nurse or tech could come in at any moment. He walked to the door and paused long enough to steel himself against the pain signals pouring into his brain from every extremity. Then he marched through the ER as he had 10,000 times in Natchez, walking with the purposeful tread that nurses would instantly read as the gait of a physician in a hurry to get somewhere he was needed. Though Tom had never been in this emergency department, he'd worked in enough of them to sense the flow of people, and within seconds he was in the ambulance bay and walking through the parking lot. A spray of rain hit him as he moved out under the gray clouds, but he didn't break stride. The lone security guard was staring at what appeared to be an illegally parked car as Tom approached. When the guard looked up, Tom gave him a quick salute and kept walking. "Yo, Doc," said the guard. "Have a good one." Peggy Cage stood at the kitchen stove of Penn's Washington Street townhouse watching Annie and waiting for the 6 o'clock TV news. Kirk Boiseau had finally agreed to go to the hospital for treatment, and after that she and Annie had been moved here, where they would be surrounded at all times by at least a dozen cops and FBI agents. The Natchez police chief had told Peggy that a prisoner had either died or been murdered in the Concordia Parish jail, but he knew few details. As for Penn, Peggy knew only that he had raced out of town to try to find Caitlin in the swamp near Athens Point. Peggy had tried to persuade Annie to rest, but all her efforts were in vain. Annie meant to sit up until her father returned. Peggy had thought she knew Annie pretty well, but right now she couldn't tell whether the 11-year-old was on the edge of cracking or whether she was stronger than her own grandmother. Peggy was feeling pretty fragile after the events of the afternoon. Had Kirk Boiseau not reacted as quickly and selflessly as he had, she might have been badly burned. And there had been no word, neither open nor via a secret channel, about Tom or Walt. When Peggy was stressed, she cooked, even if there was no real need. She'd decided to prepare chicken jambalaya for Annie, even though the child had claimed all she needed was a peanut butter sandwich. The policeman outside would certainly appreciate it. As Peggy stirred the chicken and rice mixture, she wondered whether the time had come to trust her son above her husband. During their life together, Tom had rarely made a bad decision about the big things, but this time Peggy had come to believe he was wrong. Even if he was right, he was wrong in the sense that his choices might cost him and Walt their lives, not to mention what might happen to the rest of the family.
"Come sit down, Graham,"
Annie said, beckoning her to the kitchen table.
"I'm cooking, sweetie." "What will Mr. Abrams think about his house? It smelled pretty terrible when we left, and some of the windows got knocked out by the fire."
"Mr. Abrams's son and your father are good friends. Your father will pay to fix it like it was before."
"The news is on!"
Annie cried, pointing at the living room.
"I hear it! Come on! Should we watch Baton Rouge or Alexandria?"
"I'm not sure we should watch either. You can't be sure they have accurate information."
As the announcer gave a précis of the night's report, which included a possible murder in the Concordia Parish jail, the house phone began ringing, triggering a rush of fear in Peggy. She forced herself to calm down, then picked up the kitchen extension.
"Penn Cage's residence?"
"Mrs. Cage?"
The voice sounded familiar, but Peggy wasn't sure she recognized it.
"Yes. Who is this?"
"Special Agent John Kaiser. I met you this afternoon with Penn."
"Yes, I remember."
Peggy's throat tightened in dread.
"Do you have any news?"
"I do, and I'm afraid it's not good."
Peggy stopped breathing, and her gaze flew to the kitchen door to be sure Annie wasn't eavesdropping from the den.
"Is my husband all right?"
she whispered.
"And my son?"
"Yes, ma'am. Penn's alive and well. Dr. Cage, too, as far as I know. But I'm afraid that Caitlin Masters has been killed."
The world seemed to distort around Peggy, and a claustrophobic silence blanked out the sound of the television from the den.
"Are you certain?"
she whispered.
"I'm afraid so, Mrs. Cage. She was airlifted to a hospital in Baton Rouge, but she expired before she arrived. Penn was in the helicopter with her."
Peggy shut her eyes against tears.
Dear God, could things get any worse?
But she had lived long enough to know the answer to that question. Things could always get worse. Much worse.
"Where's Penn now?"
she whispered.
"He'll be headed home soon, but, Mrs. Cage, there's more."
Peggy's hand went to her mouth, and she felt her heart pounding. She knew before the FBI agent said anything that it had to do with Tom.
"Tell me,"
she said.
"Dr. Cage was apparently with Ms. Masters either when or after she was shot. He tried to save her, but he wasn't able to. He went into diabetic shock."
"Oh, God."
Peggy closed her eyes.
"You said he was all right."
"Yes, ma'am. He was on the chopper when they flew into Our Lady of the Lake Hospital in Baton Rouge. They stabilized him, but after he regained consciousness, he walked out of the ER. Nobody knows where he is now."
"Oh, no. Are you sure? How do you know he wasn't kidnapped?"
"Security camera footage shows him walking out under his own power. I believe he knew he was going to be arrested by the Louisiana State Police, so he fled the scene."
Peggy didn't know what to say.
"Mrs. Cage, I called you for two reasons. First, I'm concerned about Penn's state of mind. According to two officers who were on the scene, he was extremely upset. I was thinking you might even want to call one of Dr. Cage's partners to check him out. I know that may sound extreme, but Penn's going to be feeling a lot of anger at your husband, unless I miss my guess, and grieving men in shock can be pretty unpredictable."
"I understand,"
Peggy said, thinking of all the widows and widowers Tom had been forced to sedate over the years in the first hours after a death.
"Obviously, the question of telling Penn's daughter the news is going to come up. I don't know how you feel about that, but given what I've heard tonight, you might want to handle that job yourself. Penn may not be in a condition to do it."
"Of course,"
Peggy said automatically, though dread had begun to fill her heart. Annie had lost her biological mother at the age of 4, and she hadn't handled it well. Now, on the verge of gaining a new one, she too had been snatched away?
I didn't want Penn driving a car, Kaiser was saying. That's why he's returning by helicopter. He left his Audi on a highway in Wilkinson County, so I sent agents to retrieve it and bring it back to the house. Don't be alarmed if you see his car pull up outside. I've alerted my men there.
Thank you, Agent Kaiser,
she mumbled, even as her ears picked up the news announcer in the next room saying, "We're getting news of a breaking story in Lussahatchie County, Mississippi, one that involves yet another death and possibly a break in the unsolved civil rights murders being investigated in the Natchez, Concordia Parish area."
"Oh, I've got to go," she said.
"Wait, please," said Kaiser. "There's a good chance your husband will try to contact you. It's time to bring this circus to an end, Mrs. Cage. I'm doing everything I can to arrange protective custody for Dr. Cage. If he should contact you, please try to persuade him to call me. Any FBI office can patch him through to me. Tell him to identify himself as Dr. McCrae, which I believe is your maiden name."
"It is? And I'll try. I've really got to go now."
Peggy hung up and rushed into the den, meaning to grab the remote and shut it off. Annie was holding it, of course. The child whipped her head around, then froze as she saw Peggy's face.
"What's the matter, Graham? What happened?"
Peggy's throat had sealed shut. Annie's eyes widened.
"Graham?"
"Your father's on his way home, sweetie."
"Then why don't you look happy?"
Peggy glanced at the television. The newscast had cut to a commercial, but it would return any second with the story that John Kaiser had already relayed to her. "Annie, let's turn off the TV."
"How come?"
Peggy stepped forward and held out her hand. "Let me have that, sweetheart." Annie looked down at the remote control. Then she began to cry. Chapter 75. As the Lussahatchie County Sheriff's Department helicopter storms northwest through gray towers of cloud, I huddle in its belly, my back pressed against the chopper's metal skin. From across the cabin, Carl Sims stares at me like he's been assigned to a suicide watch. Carl cares about me, I know, and at some level he loved Caitlin, but right now he might as well be a stranger. The only thing that really joins us is that once he was paid to protect Caitlin and failed in his duty. So Carl knows that pain, at least to some extent. But in the last analysis, Caitlin's death is a tragic but transient event for him, whereas I have suffered a physical and spiritual amputation. Caitlin is gone forever, and from bitter experience, I know I will feel her loss every day, as I did that of my first wife, for at least several years. The effect on Annie I cannot even begin to contemplate. I must spare myself that pain for now. Between my legs rests a small cardboard box containing what the duty nurse at Our Lady called Caitlin's personal effects. I only glanced inside the box, half hoping for some clue to what happened to her. But all I saw was her cell phone, which Carl had instinctively saved during our attempted rescue, her engagement ring, the very modest one she'd asked for, one plain gold earring, the other had somehow been lost, a navy blue hair scrunchie, and a scarred Gerber multi-tool with clotted blood still on it. The nurse seemed torn about the multi-tool, wondering aloud whether the police might want it as evidence, but the trauma surgeon believed that Caitlin herself had bloodied the tool in a failed effort to save her life. Again and again, I hear that surgeon marveling at how Dad had contrived to drain the blood from Caitlin's pericardium with a ballpoint pen, but even more that Caitlin had carried out the painful procedure herself. Once I left the hospital, I couldn't shut out the image of Caitlin steeling herself against the fire of that naked blade, then cutting her own flesh in a desperate attempt to save herself. God knows she didn't lack nerve. Caitlin once put 4 stitches in my lacerated foot under my father's watchful eyes after I'd ripped it open walking through a creek on the Natchez Trace. I did similar things as a boy when Dad tried to instill in me a love for medicine. But despite his effort, that love never developed, and instead I followed my talents for reading people, for seeing through the fog of lies, and for persuading people of certain realities. How odd that I would ultimately turn to writing fiction, telling lies to persuade people of things that never happened. Of course, the secret that all good novelists know is that the lies they tell are truer than any factual history could ever be. I wish I had a good lie now. If I did, I would tell it to myself and then, before I saw through it, call Caitlin's father and tell it to him. Because how do you tell a man that his daughter has been murdered? What do you say when he asks you whether his little girl suffered before she died? And how do you answer when he asks you what you intend to do about what happened to her? In that father's ideal world, you would say, "I promise you this, sir. The son of a bitch who killed her won't see another sunrise." For that is one thing about the South. It's still a place where if a man catches someone molesting his child and beats that man to death, he can reasonably expect a jury of his peers to conclude that the pervert fell down 26 times on his way to the morgue. "Not guilty, Judge, and by the way, could we shake the defendant's hand?" The same principle would hold true for a killer of women, at least in some circumstances. But in reality, most times the man in my position does nothing. I saw this soul-deadening dilemma too many times as a prosecutor. The desire for revenge is primal, bred deep in our species, but the fear of losing everything is greater still. Most times, a man who contemplates revenge realizes that he must throw away not only his freedom, but his family in order to get it, and in the end he turns his anger inward. There it mixes with guilt and poisons him until, with luck, the passing years eventually dilute the toxins to a tolerable level. Sometimes, though, particularly with the parents of missing or murdered children, that dilution never happens. Sometimes the poison kills them. I may not turn to murder for revenge, but neither will I be one of those poisoned men. Whatever responsibility Caitlin bears for her fate, I have failed in my duty to protect her. What can I do now? Killing her killer for revenge would go against everything I've stood for all my life. It would go against everything my father taught me. But as this thought flashes through my brain, I realize that in the past week, my father has broken every precept he ever tried to instill in me. So why do I still jump to the false tune of his teaching? Danny McDavitt's voice crackles in my headset. "I just heard on the radio that somebody set that bone tree on fire." This brings me out of my fog. "Set it on fire?" "That's what I heard. Trying to destroy evidence, looks like." "Snake Knox," says a voice in my head. "Or Forrest. Or that ozone." "Danny?" I say into my headset mic. "What is it?" Carl asks, his lips not seeming to move beneath his helmet. "Can you fly over Valhalla on your way back to Natchez?" "I think the FBI is pretty active in there right now," McDavitt says, "and Sheriff Ellis is mad as hell at them for diverting this bird. I'd hate to have to explain what we're doing in that airspace when we're supposed to be delivering you elsewhere." I guess I expected this answer, or one like it. "We already passed it anyway," Danny says. "I didn't know the tree was on fire, but the swamp to the south of Valhalla was lit up like a fire base under attack." "Thanks," I mutter, visualizing Kaiser and his men standing around the burning bone tree like angry crusaders around a burning altar. "Is there anything else I can do for you, Mayor?" Danny asks. "No. Just take me home." "I'll sure do that." After closing my eyes for nearly a minute, I take out my BlackBerry, scroll through my contacts, and find the home number of John Masters. Somewhere in North Carolina, the self-styled Southern media baron sits in blissful ignorance of his daughter's fate. For a few more seconds, he can believe he has been blessed by Providence. But after he answers my call, his life will implode as surely as mine has. Where another man might pray, I simply stare across the deck at Carl Sims and give John Masters a little more time to feel alive. A little mercy. Tom Cage stood shivering on a street corner in the pouring rain, watching a line of vehicles douse him with gutter spray as they passed. 2 blocks from the hospital, he'd stopped a man wearing a business suit and told him he'd just been mugged, then asked if he could use the man's cell phone to call his son. The businessman had hesitated only a moment. The physician's coat, white hair, and professional manner, along with Tom's ragged condition, convinced him that Tom must be telling the truth. "Punks ought to be hung," the man said, shaking his head. "This city's gone to hell since those Katrina refugees flooded in, am I right?" "When you're right, you're right," Tom replied, turning away and praying Walt would answer. To his surprise, Walt had, his normally strict phone discipline overruled by his desperation for news of Tom. More surprising still, Walt had been parked outside State Police headquarters only a few miles away, surveilling Forrest Knox and Alphonse Ozen. 30 seconds after arranging to meet, Tom had tossed the white coat in a dumpster and set off across Baton Rouge on foot. Now he cupped his hands over his eyes and peered into oncoming traffic, searching for Drew Elliott's old pickup. After 2 freezing minutes, Walt pulled to the curb in front of him, ignoring the honks and curses of the irate drivers behind him. Seeing Tom's state, Walt jumped out and helped him through the driver's door. Tom slid carefully across the bench seat and sagged against the passenger door. He felt Walt fasten the seatbelt around his waist, then a lurch as Walt put the truck in gear and rejoined the flow of traffic. "We should never have split up," Tom said, his feverish face pressed against the cold glass. "You got that right," Walt said. "Whose idea was that, anyway?" Tom couldn't raise a laugh. "Should we turn on the radio? Find out how hard they're still looking for us?" "You don't want to do that." Tom looked up then, and he saw pain in Walt's face, the kind of pain that often filled his own when he passed on terrible news. "What is it?" he asked. "Has something happened to Penn?" Walt shook his head. "No." "Who?" Tom felt a shiver of dread. "Not Peggy or Annie?" No. It's the girl. Caitlin." Tom's heart turned to lead. "Tell me." "She died on the table. McKeever just called me." Tom stared at Walt, slowly shaking his head, refusing to believe it. Then he put his face in his hands and began to shudder. He had failed at so many things over the past few days, over his lifetime, really. But failing to save Caitlin was beyond bearing. For Tom knew in that moment that he had lost not only Caitlin and the child she was carrying, but also Penn. He had crossed into a country beyond forgiveness. He had lost his son forever. Chapter 76. Peggy Cage had watched her son endure tragedies before, but she had never seen him come unhinged. During the past few minutes, Penn had started to do just that. She already regretted not calling Drew Elliott so that he could sedate Penn, but in truth, Drew would have refused to do such a thing unless Penn requested it, and Penn would never request it. Yet sedation was exactly what he needed. If watching Caitlin die in his arms had not driven Penn beyond the point of endurance, having to tell his daughter about it had. Peggy had done all she could to help, and more than half the battle had been fought before Penn ever arrived. Peggy had never suffered as she had while watching Annie's face as she absorbed the news that the woman she'd viewed as a second mother would never walk into this house again. Peggy had worried that Annie might not believe the news, but she had, instantly. She had, in fact, been waiting for it. Apparently, Annie's fears for Penn, for Peggy, and for Caitlin had been so great that she had scarcely slept the past few nights. She had covered it well, but once Peggy confirmed one of her worst fears, Annie had begun a sort of high-speed, infantile regression. Peggy had never forgotten the effects of Annie's mother's death. The then 4-year-old had developed severe separation anxiety, which was the main reason Penn had moved her to Natchez. Prior to that move, Annie had refused to leave her father's side, and even insisted on sleeping in his bed, one little hand always in contact with his wrist or arm, an early warning system of impending loss. After that move, Peggy had taken Penn's place to some extent, as had Tom, until over time the child had grown secure enough in their love and constant attention that she learned to be independent again. But Caitlin had played an important role as well. She had entered their lives as soon as Penn and Annie arrived in Natchez, and despite being only 28 and career-oriented, Caitlin had proved amazingly intuitive at earning Annie's trust. The depth of their bond had been displayed tonight, when Annie shattered before Peggy's eyes. After the first tears of shock, Annie had voiced an almost obsessive concern with Caitlin's body. Where was she now? Was she alone? Why wasn't Daddy bringing her home with him? The rational answers did nothing to allay her concerns, and once Annie realized that Caitlin's body was almost sure to be autopsied, she had grown even more distraught. After a very difficult hour, Peggy had given her a couple of teaspoons of Benadryl, with the excuse that it would make her burning eyes feel better. The adrenaline-depleted child had almost instantly collapsed in her lap and gone to sleep. Annie still lay there now, while Penn steadily vented the emotions boiling in his mind and heart. At first he had spoken softly, but as he revealed more of his feelings he got louder, and Peggy grew worried that he would awaken Annie. On the advice of their FBI guards, they had moved down to Penn's basement office. Thankfully, that isolation also prevented the guards from hearing what Penn was saying now, which was a blessing. Peggy didn't want anyone to know how angry he was at his father, or how irrational he sounded when he spoke about the Knox gang, particularly Forrest Knox. She worried that Penn actually might take it on himself to go after the state police officer with a gun. Part of her was glad to see Penn's anger diverted from Tom, but she knew his focus on others was probably some sort of transference. His deepest anger was reserved for Tom, and there Peggy was at a loss. She didn't know how to argue without appearing to be giving her husband the blind support of an ignorant or deluded wife. She was looking down at Annie when the best solution came to her.
"Penn, would you take Annie from me? My legs have gone to sleep. She's way too big for my lap now."
He stopped pacing and glared at her, but then his face softened, and they made the transfer with the smoothness imparted by long practice.
"I'm going to make you a drink," she said.
"I don't need a drink."
"Yes, you do. If you don't slow that brain down, you're going to talk yourself into something crazy. You have to calm down, son."
He sighed heavily and looked over at his desk. "All right, 1 drink."
"Gin and tonic?"
He nodded. Peggy swished up the stairs before he could think twice, then went to the kitchen cabinet where Penn kept the liquor. A young FBI agent sat at the kitchen table, but he merely nodded to her and smiled encouragingly. "Is there anything I can do for you, ma'am?"
"No, thank you."
Peggy quickly poured in a triple serving of gin. "Don't hesitate to ask."
"I won't,"
Peggy said, covertly reaching into her purse for the bottle of the temazepam she took to help her sleep. She swallowed one of the yellow capsules, then quickly pulled apart 3 others and stirred the white powder into Penn's drink with her forefinger. It didn't dissolve very well, but she thought the bitter gin would cover the taste.
"I wish my husband would call,"
she said, just to keep the agent focused on what she was saying rather than what she was doing. "I think Agent Kaiser wishes the same thing."
"Oh,"
Peggy said brightly.
"I'm sorry, I forgot to offer you a drink."
The agent smiled. "I'm on duty, Mrs. Cage."
"Peggy, I told you, please."
"I'm fine, ma'am." She smiled, then picked up the glass and carried it back to the basement, the ice tinkling as she negotiated the stairs. She thought she might have to press Penn to drink, but when she got to his office, she found Annie asleep on the couch and Penn standing by his desk with his hand out. He took a big gulp from the glass, then gave her a hug so tight she could feel him shuddering against her. As she hugged him back, she spied a suede zip bag lying on his desktop. It hadn't been there when she left to get the drinks. Tom owned several bags like that one. Every one contained a pistol. "Mom, last night, Dad was hiding at Quentin's house in Jefferson County. I didn't know that, but Caitlin did. She found him somehow. She went to see him. She talked to him, but she never told me about it. I think Walt knew, but he held it back to protect her. I only found out because I called Melba to check on her. She let it slip by mistake. If Caitlin had told me last night where Dad was, none of this would have happened. Don't you see? It's like she killed herself because she wanted an exclusive story. Can you believe that?" Peggy was stunned, but she didn't want to play into Penn's anger.
"I imagine Tom made her promise not to tell us about it."
"Of course he did. But still, you've got to draw the line somewhere with loyalty. That's what I was telling you yesterday." Peggy just hugged her son and willed the drug to take effect. "Can you believe Dad just walked out of that hospital? Caitlin was dead upstairs, and he just walked out, like he didn't even care."
"He couldn't have known she'd died, honey."
Peggy prayed this was true. Penn drew back, his bloodshot eyes like those of an angry and disillusioned teenager. "If he didn't, then it's worse. He knew she was barely holding on."
"Don't talk that way,"
Peggy snapped. "Why not? I'm sorry, Mom, but I have to say it. How many chances has Dad had to do the right thing?" Peggy went and sat beside Annie, stroked her silken hair. All she'd withheld from Penn roiled in her stomach like something she needed to vomit up, yet still she did not speak. "I wonder if he'll even come to Caitlin's funeral," Penn asked bitterly. A wrenching abdominal ache nearly doubled Peggy over. She almost couldn't bear to hear these words come from her son's mouth. When would those 3 pills take effect? Penn's face had grown steadily redder, but he showed no sign of collapsing. As she stroked Annie's hair, Penn spoke with almost fearful softness. "Mom, do I know everything you know?" Peggy closed her eyes and thought of Tom running through the night. Every fiber of her heart urged her to stand, take Penn in her arms, and do all she could to make him understand the true stakes of their situation. But she had sworn to Tom not to reveal her knowledge without his permission, not even to save his life. She hadn't wanted to make that promise, but she had. Earlier she'd considered breaking her oath, but now, with Penn like this, she knew Tom had been right.
"I can't help you," she said simply. "I wish I could, but your father is the only one who knows what really happened back in those dark days."
"I'm not talking about the old days," Penn said, his eyes leveled at her. Peggy's heart fluttered with fear. After taking a slow breath, she folded her hands together and spoke with absolute conviction.
"Son, the violence that exploded this week was like the bombs the work crews used to find in Germany when they worked on the streets after the war. It's been waiting in this ground ever since the 60s, rusting away. Sooner or later,
somebody was going to sink a shovel into the wrong place. That was Henry Sexton, and once he shoveled out enough dirt, nothing was going to stop the explosion. Penn shook his head, his eyes unmerciful. That's not what happened, Mom. Henry had been digging around that bomb for years, and it never went off. It was Viola Turner who triggered it. And why? Why did she come home? To die? Maybe. More likely, it was to make Dad— "Stop!" Peggy hissed, and a door slammed shut in her mind. I won't listen to that kind of talk. Even if you're right, I don't care to discuss it. Mom, we have to— She shook her head and looked resolutely down at Annie's face. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If we do. If we're not going to discuss that, why are we even talking? Peggy took another deep breath, then slowly exhaled. I know there's a pistol in your bag. What are you planning to do with it? He looked over at the suede pouch. I'm not going to hurt myself if that's what you're worried about. It's not. I'm worried you'll try to hurt someone else with it, because of what happened to Caitlin. Penn shrugged angrily. I don't know who killed her. Peggy gave him a long look. Mom, I've been carrying that gun since Monday. None of us has any business leaving this house unarmed. None of us has any business leaving this house, period. Not tonight. And especially you. Your daughter needs you. Penn walked up and stood over Annie, looking down with a mixture of love and grief in his eyes. Where's Dad, Mom? Dear God, son, if I knew, I would tell you. Don't you know that? Penn looked over at her then, his eyes more lost than she could ever remember. I don't, he said. That's what all this has done to us. What Dad has done to us. And now Caitlin's dead. He started to continue, then checked himself. His mouth opened and closed as though he were testing the function of his jaw. Thank God, Peggy thought, seeing confusion in his eyes. The drug is finally working. Tom still might not know what's happened to Caitlin, she thought aloud. He could be lying unconscious beside a road somewhere. He could have been kidnapped from that hospital. Penn made a contemptuous sound and flipped his hand in the air. The security cameras filmed him walking out. He put on a doctor's coat and sneaked out. Penn sounded like Tom after 4 or 5 whiskeys. Peggy started to worry that he might hurt himself if he simply passed out. Why don't you sit down? You're exhausted. Dad knows what happened, all right. Earlier today, Walt and I were working together. He was glad to take my calls. But now, he won't answer. That tells me he's hooked up with Dad again. I hope that's true. I just pray they're not dead in a ditch somewhere. A snort of laughter came from Penn's nose. No chance of that, he slurred. If those two get killed in this mess, they'll be the last to die. No. He and Walt are sitting pretty somewhere, playing whatever game they've been playing from the start. Unless Walt doesn't know the game either. He might be just like the rest of them, acting out of blind loyalty to a man who doesn't exist, who never really did. Like Drew, Melba, even Caitlin. And what? Penn shook his head. I forgot what I was saying. I was thinking about the Bone Creek. You mean the Bone Tree? That's what I said. Penn looked at the floor and shook his head like some despairing drunk. I had to call her father, he said, wavering on his feet. Did I tell you that? I called the estimable Mr. John Masters to tell him his daughter had been murdered. I know that was hard. Penn's glassy eyes found hers again. You know what he said to me? What the great John Masters said to me after I'd told him I'd let his favorite daughter get killed?"
Peggy shook her head. Penn opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. She was about to slide Annie's head from her lap when he turned in place and fell across the club chair beside his desk. He was out. As carefully as she could, Peggy reached into her pocket, took out her cell phone, and dialed Drew Elliott's home number. After 3 rings, a reassuring voice said, "Dr. Elliott."
"Drew, this is Peggy Cage."
"Oh, Peggy. I'm so sorry about Caitlin. Is everything all right over there? Can I do anything to help?"
"Actually, you can. Penn isn't handling Caitlin's passing very well. I slipped him 3 of my sleeping pills and got him down, but it's going to take more than that to keep him asleep until morning. I'm worried he's going to wake up in the middle of the night and go hunting for someone."
"Okay. I'll be right over."
"Thank you, Drew. We're in the basement."
"Have you had any word from Tom?"
"No. Have you?"
"I'm afraid not. But sit tight. I'm on my way."
"Bring something strong, Drew. Penn's just like his father. It's not easy to get him angry, but once he is, there's no stopping him."
Chapter 77. Walt Garrity sat half-conscious in the back seat of a massive silver Bentley, Tom's head cradled in his lap. The only light came from the dashboard, but the muscular shoulders of the young man called Xerxes looked a yard wide in the passenger seat ahead. To Xerxes's left, his more conventionally sized father, Darius, gently steered the vehicle through the night without benefit of headlights. It had taken Tom's last conscious effort to guide Walt to the front gate of Corinth, which was one of the most magnificent plantations Walt had ever seen. 50 acres of virgin land right in the middle of Natchez, fenced from prying eyes and owned by a woman who had loved Tom for more than 40 years. No better sanctuary existed in the world for the 2 fugitives, and they'd been lucky to reach it at all. Only moments after the great iron gate came in sight, Tom had finally collapsed from exhaustion. As Darius and Xerxes carried Tom from Drew's pickup truck to the gleaming Bentley, Walt had felt lost in a dream. Once inside the car, he'd nearly fallen asleep himself. Now, after what he judged to be a slow ride of about a minute, the heavy Bentley came to a gentle stop like a boat settling against a dock. Walt leaned over to make sure that Tom was still breathing, then looked between the shoulders of the 2 men in front and saw a pair of white columns as thick as oak trees beyond the car's winged hood ornament.
"Home safe," Darius announced from behind the wheel. "Tell Doc hang on just half a minute."
Walt felt a cold rush of air as both back doors opened and Tom was slid off his lap. Tom groaned but did not wake. Walt clambered out of the luxurious back seat and trudged up the steps of a Gone with the Wind-era palace. As Darius and Xerxes approached a great walnut door with Tom in their arms, the door receded before them as if by magic. Walt followed the men into some sort of entry hall, where they laid Tom out on a worn red sofa. 30 seconds later, a door at one end of the hall slowly opened, revealing an old woman seated in a motorized wheelchair. Behind her stood a black woman who had clearly once been beautiful, but now looked as stern as any general's Batman. The wheelchair whirred forward, and in the dim light Walt gradually made out its occupant's features. The woman was at least 10 years older than he, but age had not stolen the refinement from her face. Her paper-thin skin was the color of bone china, and Walt could see that it had once been soft as cream. The eyes beneath her high brow held many things, but most of all intelligence. They settled upon Walt and seemed to take in the whole of his being at a glance. Then her gaze moved to Tom.
"Can he survive without a hospital?"
she asked. "For a while," Walt replied, "if his heart doesn't give out. He needs medicine, though. Insulin, antibiotics, nitro, God knows what else. And it sure wouldn't hurt to get his partner here to look at him. I was a medic in Korea, but that was a long time ago."
The woman looked back at him, her eyes filled with something he couldn't quite make out.
"Was it? To me, that was yesterday."
Before Walt could analyze this, she said,
"Take Dr. Cage upstairs, Darius. My old chamber, if you please."
The two men moved as one to obey.
"He'll get all he needs here, Captain Garrity," the woman said. "I'll see to that. You need to rest now. Can you make it up the stairs, or do you need to use my elevator?"
Walt was now certain he'd fallen into a dream, or maybe a hallucination. He blinked several times, waiting to awaken in a gully off Highway 61. "Who are you?" he asked dully, but "what are you?" was the question that ran through his mind.
"I'm Pythia Nolan. You may call me Pithy."
"Pithy," Walt repeated. "Yes, ma'am." The spectral woman reached into a bag attached to the arm of her chair and brought out some sort of mask, which the stern maid fitted over her face with an elastic strap. Then she pointed up the hallway like a military officer ordering a charge. Walt followed blindly, glad to be only an infantryman once again. Walt awakened some time later in the half-darkness of a guest room on the upper floor of Pithy Nolan's great mansion. Darius and Xerxes had installed Tom in a hospital bed just up the hall from Pithy's bedroom. When Walt found him, his first thought was that he was watching his old friend die. It had been 50 years since he'd done any real medicine, and back then most of his patients had been soldiers in their 20s with various holes in their bodies. Treating a wounded 73-year-old man with a multitude of comorbid conditions was far beyond his abilities. Drew Elliott had done a good job with Tom's shoulder wound on Tuesday, but Tom belonged in an ICU now, not on the second floor of a decaying antebellum mansion. Still, you worked with what you had. Afraid to risk calling Dr. Elliott yet again, Walt dispatched Xerxes on a dangerous mission to Tom's clinic to retrieve a list of medicines and equipment. After the young man succeeded, Walt caught Tom up on his cardiac and diabetic drugs, then hung an IV banana bag by duct-taping it to the four-poster bed. But what really worried him were the rails he'd heard when he put a stethoscope to Tom's chest. Wet rails could be signs of pulmonary edema secondary to congestive heart failure, which Tom had experienced long before the crisis of the past few days. Walt had little choice but to pray that the diuretic he'd administered would drain some of the fluid off Tom's heart. Pithy Nolan had twice driven her electric wheelchair into the room, but Tom had been asleep both times. The matron's breathing sounded even more labored than Tom's, but her oxygen mask seemed to give her some relief. If Walt was honest with himself, the old lady gave him the creeps. She seemed almost incorporeal, masked and wrapped in her voluminous blanket, yet her love for Tom could not be questioned. Xerxes remained outside the door like a sentry, ready to run whatever errand Walt might command. Walt had already sent his father, Darius, to Walmart to buy 4 more track phones. No matter what course of action he and Tom took now, they were going to need secure lines of communication to get out of this mess alive. It was one of these phones he used to call Griffith McKeever when he checked his old burn phone and saw that the embattled superintendent of state police had tried to reach him only minutes earlier. "What's the situation?" Walt asked when McKeever answered. "We'll get to that," McKeever said. "Did you check the GPS coordinates on Forrest's car around the time the Masters girl was killed?" "Why?" "I figure he was within 8 miles of that bone tree when she was shot." "That's about right, I'd guess." "I'd like to prove Forrest killed her, but we also have a videotape of Ms. Masters leaving the Crossroads Cafe with a black kid." "I'll go you one better. I saw Ozen drive away from the swamp in that kid's truck, and I found blood on the ground at the edge of the water."
"What? Christ, Walt, I could do something with that."
"A statement from a fugitive cop killer? Wake up, son. You'd be a lot better off using that Katrina video I gave you."
"I'm working on it. I haven't had any luck reaching my former friends in state government. I think my only choice now is the feds."
"I agree. What's happening at the Bone Tree now? Who's got control of the scene?"
"It was shaping up to be a jurisdictional dispute, but then the FBI went in there like the goddamn Marines and cordoned off about 20 acres. A U.S. attorney issued some kind of special directive under the Patriot Act, and they ran the goddamn Lussahatchee County Sheriff right out of there. The senior agent is Agent John Kaiser out of the New Orleans field office."
"That's who you want to see, Mac. He and Penn Cage know each other. Do you know where Penn is now?"
"They flew him back to Natchez in the Lussahatchee County Air Unit. He and his family are under 24-hour FBI protection at his residence."
Walt sighed in relief. "Okay, good." Walt hesitated as Tom stirred in the bed, but he didn't awaken. "Are you going to see Kaiser now?"
"That's my plan. I wish to God I didn't have to bust open this Katrina sniping mess in order to do it, but I guess that's the only way to take Forrest down."
"There's always my Derringer."
"Don't even mention that."
McKeever was silent for a few seconds.
"I tell you, Walt, when I think about what happened this afternoon, those Eagles killing Sonny Thornfield right in that jail while it was under FBI control, I wonder if even the feds can stop Forrest. It's like he's 3 steps ahead of us all, no matter what we do."
"No," Walt said. "He's scrambling just like the rest of us. Worse, he's got dissension in his ranks."
"How do you know that?"
"Trust me, him and his Uncle Snake don't exactly see eye to eye. Sooner or later, one of them's going to have to go."
"Not soon enough for me. I'm going to talk straight to you, Walt. I've got a bad feeling about those Knoxes. They remind me of a couple of crews back in Texas in the old days. I don't think even the FBI scares them much, and I think that rather than let themselves be taken, they'll try to take down everybody. I think a lot of people could die."
"What are you saying, Mac?" Walt asked, but he already knew. He and the LSP chief had been Texas Rangers in an era when they'd gone after certain outlaws with the tacit understanding that they were not to return with a prisoner. And to Walt's ear, McKeever's voice had echoed into the present from that time. "It's not 1955 anymore, Griff. Not even 1965.
You could have fooled me these past couple of days."
Walt listened to the phone hissing in his ear. McKeever wasn't speaking hypothetically. He saw a malignant cancer eating his department from within, and he wanted a fellow ranger to rip it out by the roots. "I've got a wife now," Walt said.
"I know. I've got no right to ask anything of you. But the situation is fluid, and I just want you to know that if anything were to happen to Knox, I can promise you'd have an angel on your shoulder in the aftermath. I'd move heaven and earth to protect you. You and Dr. Cage both."
"I hear you. And my advice is, take everything you've got to Special Agent Kaiser." McKeever was silent for several seconds. Then he said,
"I'll do that, Captain. Just don't forget what I said."
The connection went dead. Walt stared at Tom for a long time after he set the phone down. Then he reached over to the bedside table and opened a box of Tom's precious cigars. Xerxes had retrieved them earlier when he'd gotten the drugs from Tom's clinic. Walt knew that lighting one would be bad for his friend's lungs, but he needed to settle his nerves. He also knew Tom would thank him for the vicarious pleasure he would experience upon waking. Biting off the end of a Partagas, Walt picked up the lighter Xerxes had brought in and lit the cigar, savoring the flavor of one of the few luxuries Tom Cage allowed himself each day. Tom stirred, but thanks to a hefty dose of oxycodone, he did not awaken. Walt smoked thoughtfully, watching the man he'd fought with like a brother through the killing snows of Korea. In the deep shadows, he turned his mind away from the war and thumbed back through the years he'd spent chasing desperate men across Texas, first on a horse, then in motor vehicles of various types. He recalled times that he'd followed the rules and other times when he'd thrown the book away and simply done what was necessary. He wasn't proud of those occasions, but he wasn't ashamed either. While Tom slept fitfully, Walt wondered whether John Kaiser and the FBI could take on Forrest Knox, who personified the endemic corruption of an entire state, and win. Even if they did, how many more people would become casualties in that war? Caitlin Masters' death had already come close to destroying Tom. As the cigar slowly burned down, Walt pondered Colonel McKeever's final words and what it might cost him personally to relieve the world of the burden of Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest Knox. Chapter 78. Claude Devereaux had waited nearly 2 hours before the FBI agreed to admit him to the visiting room in the Concordia Parish Jail. In the end, it took not constitutional arguments, but threats to go public with the Bureau's use of the Patriot Act to supersede the Bill of Rights to gain him access to his clients. An agent confiscated Claude's cell phone at the door of the visiting room, then patted him down for weapons, but as Forrest had anticipated, they left the cigarette pack in his briefcase alone. Claude had worried that an FBI agent would stay in the visiting room with them, but after searching it thoroughly, the agent posted himself outside the door. As Claude waited for Snake, he cursed himself for trying to see his daughter and grandkids before fleeing the country. Forrest had put out a statewide APB, and they'd caught him easily. Had he run north to Memphis through Mississippi, they never would have found him. The door opened behind him, and 2 deputies ushered Snake into the room. The double eagle looked down at Claude, gave him a game wink, then sat in the chair across the scarred old table. Claude got out his legal pad as if to take notes, then looked up at the deputies and waited for them to leave. The 2 men glared at him as though they'd like to kill him, which was no surprise, considering they'd lost 2 fellow deputies in the past 36 hours, but at length they turned and left the room.
"So what are you doing here?" Snake asked. "I'm supposed to be out of here." "We are working on it. Somebody wants to talk to you."
Snake chuckled softly.
"You got smokes in that pack?"
4. Claude lowered his voice.
"But I've got something else for you in there."
Claude ripped off the taped-down top of the pack and brought out an analog flip phone and a thin wire with an earpiece wrapped around it.
"It's encrypted," he whispered. "Hit *1, and Forrest will pick up."
Snake smiled. Forrest jumped when the burn phone finally rang. He and Ozen had been waiting 2 hours in Forrest's home office in Baton Rouge, and he'd just about given up hope that Devereaux would be allowed into the CPSO jail. But the caller ID told him that unless the FBI had discovered the cell phone hidden in Claude's briefcase, the man on the other end of the call was his Uncle Snake. Forrest clicked send and said,
"Identify yourself."
"This is Jerry Lee Lewis, the killer." Despite the circumstances, Forrest laughed. It was just like Snake to cut up at the very moment the world was crashing around him. Snake had known Jerry Lee his whole life, and he'd often used that connection to get bar sluts to sleep with him.
"I'm going to talk fast,"
Forrest said, clicking on the speakerphone.
"In case they figure out what you're doing. Keep your answers short and don't use names." "Well, get with it, Tayo."
Ozen scowled in confusion, but Forrest smiled. Tayo, a Cajun expression that meant big, hungry dog, was a childhood nickname that only Snake and very few others would remember.
"Did your lawyer bring you up to speed on recent developments?" "I hear the girl's dead. Shot at the Bone Tree." "That's right. And she met somebody else there. Somebody she didn't expect." And he lived? He walked out of the hospital under his own power. He's a tough one, I'll give him that. Do you know where he is now? No. Find out. He knows way too much about too many people in our past. If that doesn't pucker your asshole, I'm working on it. There was a fire at the Bone Tree. You understand? Somebody went to a great deal of trouble to destroy whatever evidence was there.
Snake chuckled.
That was mighty nice of somebody. That same person also cleared out the safe. Everything that was there is somewhere else. Sounds good. It's not going to be enough. That's why I'm calling you. I wish I could tell you you're going to be okay, but the FBI isn't going to let this go. Neither is Penn Cage. You were part of everything the Eagles ever did, and no matter how much evidence was destroyed, they're eventually going to tie you to one of those killings. And one's all it takes. If that doesn't happen, somebody's going to flip on you. Whichever it is, your days are numbered.
Snake grunted but didn't comment.
At least here they're numbered.
Forrest watched Ozen's expressionless face for clues to how his pitch was playing.
It's time to use your golden parachute, Uncle.
Snake still did not reply. Forrest thought he heard his uncle blowing out cigarette smoke. Right now, the old man was thinking about the arrangements Forrest and Billy had been perfecting for the past 5 years. New identities, clean passports, 3 separate properties in Andorra, one of the few non-extradition countries left in the world where a white man could live well. But something told Forrest that his uncle wasn't itching to retire in the Pyrenees.
You still there?
Forrest asked.
I'm here, and I hear what you're saying. But all in all, I think I'd rather take my chances where I'm at. I got no desire to spend my last years with a bunch of foreigners. I don't ski or hike or hang glide, and I don't care to live with a bunch of Pernod-sipping faggots who do.
Ozen groaned softly.
Do you realize what you're saying? Forrest asked. How long do you think you can— What you don't seem to understand,
Snake cut in,
is that I don't give a shit what they accuse me of. They've been calling me a killer for 40 years. So what? A few more accusations ain't gonna matter. Proving guilt in 40-year-old murders is a tough job, and it gets tougher with every passing day. I don't think they got the evidence to do it. Maybe not, but 6 people have died in the past week. I don't know nothing about those killings. Do you?
Forrest shook his head at Ozen, who cursed in exasperation.
You sound nervous, nephew,
Snake said.
Take it easy. Have a drink. I'm not nervous. See, I'm not in the position you're in. With me, they can either prove a crime or they can't. But you, even the appearance of wrongdoing could end your career. So maybe it's time for you to pull that golden ripcord. God damn it, Snake.
Snake laughed softly.
Have you shoved your boss out of his job yet?
Not yet.
That doesn't sound promising. What's your next play?
I'm not going to get into that on the phone. We'll talk when you get out.
When will that be?
Soon. Tomorrow, probably.
Probably? Shit, boy. Sounds to me like you don't know whether you're going or coming.
Forrest slammed his hand down on the table.
What the fuck were you thinking, taking the dock like you did? Covering my bets, Tayo. The way Frank taught me. Now seriously, when do you see me walking out of this dump?
Forrest forced himself to try to calm down.
That depends. The meth disappeared during the bomb scare, so they have no drug evidence to hold you on. In theory, you could be released tomorrow morning, but I don't know what forensic evidence they may get from Sonny's corpse. Don't worry about it, nephew. I've figured my own way out of this place. All 5 of us will walk out before noon tomorrow. You watch. I'll give Claude instructions on how to pick us up."
Forrest didn't like the sound of this.
"What are you planning?" "That's my business. Now listen, you need to calm down. Things are actually falling our way. The girl's gone. So's our latest traitor, and none of my crew's going to open his trap to the government again. The next thing that needs to happen is for Doc to be shot as a fugitive, and that Texas Ranger needs to die with him. As for the FBI, you just get your ass into McKeever's job and the federal hassle will die down quick."
Forrest was far from sure about this. Worse, Snake was right about one thing. He could endure anything the FBI threw at him and laugh, while Forrest could not. If the money men in New Orleans decided he was a magnet for scandal, they'd cut him off like a gangrenous limb.
"I know you're thinking about pulling in your horns," Snake said, "but Frank would have done the exact opposite right now. When the enemy comes for you, you don't turn tail or lie low. You hit back so hard that nobody will ever think about fucking with you again. Right? I told you, I'm not going to talk about tactics. You don't have to. I know how your mind works. If I'd agreed to retire into the sunset, you'd have made sure all the loose crimes around here got blamed on me. Since I'm refusing that option, you're going to start exploring other options. But you know me well enough to know I'll see bad news coming. So be real careful if you're tempted to think in that direction. You could wind up on the row yourself."
Ozen actually rose from his seat at that remark.
"Don't worry, Uncle," Forrest said. "You want to stay in Louisiana and take the risk? Be my guest. Always a pleasure, Tayo. I'll see you tomorrow when I get out."
Snake clicked off. Forrest tossed the phone on the table and joined Ozen standing to pace. The conversation hadn't gone anything like he'd hoped. He hadn't actually had much faith that it would. Where Snake was concerned, nothing could be predicted. It had been that way for as long as he could remember. That was why Carlos Marcello had canceled the RFK plan after his father died in '68. The pragmatic old mobster had known Snake was too crazy to trust with an operation like that.
"That didn't sound too promising," Ozen said. "He's not going to leave the country, that's for sure." "Then they're going to get him, and sooner rather than later. He's popped too many people, boss. They're going to find some forensic evidence or somebody will flip, and then he'll be sitting in an interrogation room playing Let's Make a Deal."
Forrest sat on the edge of his desk.
"There's only one thing to do now."
"What's that?"
"Let Snake do what he wants."
"What do you mean?"
"He's not going to sit still and wait for the Bureau to come at him no matter what he said on the phone. And with Caitlin Masters dead, her paper might come at us twice as hard as they did before. Snake won't sit still for that. He figures we'll take Tom Cage and Walt Garrity out of the equation as fugitives, so he'll move against the mayor and maybe even Kaiser."
"Bullshit. You think he'd hit an FBI agent?"
"Alphonse, Snake would kill the Pope and 12 nuns if he thought it would keep him out of jail. He does not give a fuck."
"And you're saying we should let him do that? The heat would be unbearable." A tight smile came to Forrest's lips.
"You've forgotten the plan I brought up the night Snake missed killing Sexton and Brody got killed instead."
"Which was?"
"We let Snake hit the people he wants to hit. Then we paint him as an out-of-control psycho. Once the pursuit starts up, he'll come to me for an escape route. I'll send him to what he thinks is a safe house. Then when he's cornered, I'll go there myself to arrange a surrender. Once I'm inside, I'll blow him away. After that, I'm not only washed clean, I'm a hero. I was willing to kill my own uncle in the name of justice."
Ozen nodded steadily.
"That's a cold play, boss, and a ballsy one, which pretty much makes it perfect. But Snake has to be out of jail to make that work. Do you really think he can get himself out? If he says he can, I believe it. You think he's planning on busting out? I hope so. The bloodier it is, the better.
Ozen looked like he was thinking hard.
What is it?
Forrest asked.
I had another idea. Didn't you say our hotel bugs told you the FBI's planning to fly their evidence up to D.C. on that bureau plane out at the airport? They're still discussing it. If you tipped Snake about that flight, he'd probably go after the plane.
Forrest shook his head.
We don't want that. For one thing, the feds might capture Snake alive. For another, Snake might actually succeed in destroying the evidence.
It took a while, but a smile slowly spread on the Redbone's face. At last he understood the reason Forrest had thrown more than 50 bones into the water near the bone tree before they'd set it afire.
Once Snake's dead, he said, you're going to bury him in blood and bones. That's right.
Forrest snapped his fingers.
I want him to look so demonic that I look like a saint by comparison.
Ozen rubbed his eyes, then shook his head.
One thing, I've read up on the mayor a little bit. He's been in some scrapes before, and he did what he had to do to get out of them. He's killed some people. And after what happened to his girl today, he's never going to stop trying to nail us. Never. That's what Snake is for, Forrest said. It was probably always coming to this. Sometimes you just have to wait and see which way things break.
John Kaiser stood in the study of the Valhalla hunting lodge and stared into the eyes of the 700-pound hog that stood opposite the desk. He'd spent most of the night working beneath the bone tree in shadows thrown by Klieg lights like the ones Londoners had used during the Blitz. Kaiser had visited countless crime scenes during his career, especially during his time with the Investigative Support Unit, but few could compare in scale or horror to the bone tree. From the Civil War-era chains hanging from the limb outside to the inverted skeleton wired to the wall within, now badly charred by the diesel fire, the whole scene forced you to contemplate the essential savagery of the human species. The tree had still been burning when Kaiser arrived. From the helicopter it looked like a colossal column of flame burning on a vast landscape. After bringing in some pumps on airboats, a fire department team from Baton Rouge had managed to douse the flames. Even so, Kaiser and his team had been forced to wait to get inside the tree. He lost no time getting divers into the water around the gigantic cypress, and they'd already brought up more than 100 human bones. Once the interior of the tree cooled sufficiently, an evidence team began using archaeological picks and brushes to sift through the layers of bone and human remains buried beneath the new ash. All that time, he had been haunted by an image of Tom Cage trying desperately to save Caitlin Masters, sucking blood from her wounded heart with his hands cuffed behind him. Kaiser found it hard to view a man who would do that in a negative light. A half-hour ago, he'd tired of slogging around in hip waders, so he'd airboated to their base of operations on the shore, then ridden an ATV to the main Valhalla Lodge, which stood on a high ridge over the Mississippi River. The search team here had already uncovered 2 floor safes in the study, but they had been cleaned out. A file cabinet contained some corporate papers from Billy Knox's media company, the one that produced an outdoors show for cable TV. They found no computers in the lodge, despite it having a Wi-Fi connection, and no other papers that could implicate Forrest Knox in any crime. As far as weapons, there were some samurai swords mounted on the walls, and there was a gun room that held about 30 hunting rifles, but Kaiser didn't see anything that looked suspicious. Still, he would have them checked against any unsolved murders in the state. The real question now was whether the bone tree stood on federal land or property owned by the hunting camp. If you judged by the game fence, then it was on Valhalla land, which meant the corpses inside the tree were automatically tied to the men on the Valhalla deed. But there was apparently some question about the real property line, and Kaiser had a feeling that the Great Cypress might actually be on federal land. "Sir," said one of his agents from the study door. "Somebody to see you."
"Who is it?"
Before the agent could answer, a trim man wearing the uniform of the Louisiana State Police walked into the study. For a second, Kaiser thought Forrest Knox had decided to show up and make a turf battle of it, but then he saw gray hair, deep wrinkles, and heavy black bags like bruises beneath the man's eyes.
"I'm Colonel Griffith McKeever," said the newcomer, "Superintendent of the Louisiana State Police."
"You're out of your jurisdiction, aren't you?"
"Technically, yes."
Kaiser got up and shook McKeever's hand.
"How can I help you, Colonel?" "I'm hoping we can help each other. I'm here to talk to you about Forrest Knox."
Chapter 79. Tom wasn't sleeping, but floating in a fog of oxycodone and Ativan. His limbs felt no contact with the bedclothes, and only the pulsing memory of his shoulder wound kept him from sinking into oblivion. A few minutes ago his mind had cleared enough for him to see Walt sleeping beside him on a cot, as he had half a century ago in Korea. But Tom's mind had now turned inward, slipping beneath the surface into a layer of awareness where time had no meaning. In this place all things happened at once. Caitlin was as dead as the young GIs who had perished in the ambulance after running the gauntlet south of Chosin Reservoir, and Tom was as responsible for one death as for the others. In truth, he was more responsible for what had happened to Caitlin, because if he had made different choices, he might have prevented that. The boys in the ambulance would have died anyway. Caitlin lingered in his mind because he had lied to her. The night she had come to him at Quentin's house, she'd asked him many questions. One was about the Kennedy assassination, and Tom had claimed he knew nothing. That was a lie. It hadn't bothered him to tell it at the time because he'd told himself he was doing it for Caitlin's good, as he had so many other times on behalf of others. That was how it went with lies of omission. You could always rationalize staying silent when to speak would cause pain or injury. But now that Caitlin was dead, Tom would never be able to tell her the truth.
"Perhaps that isn't such a terrible thing," said a voice he knew too well.
It was the voice of self-preservation. He had made friends with that voice over the decades. The last time he had resisted it was 1990, the year he'd last seen Carlos Marcello. Tom had nearly fainted when the mafia boss summoned him. He'd had no direct contact with Marcello for at least 20 years and had not even treated any of his soldiers for a decade. The summons had been delivered by Ray Presley, of course, the former Natchez police detective who'd once worked as a New Orleans cop on the Marcello payroll. Ray had stopped by the office late one Friday, as he sometimes did, and told Tom that the little man wanted to see him at his Metairie home. So much time had passed since the bad old days that Tom had actually tried to beg off, but Presley had only laughed and said he would pick Tom up on Sunday morning. During the drive down to New Orleans, Ray explained that the Don had not been doing well since his release from a Rochester, Minnesota prison hospital the previous year. While in the maximum security prison in Texarkana, Marcello had suffered a series of strokes, and someone had arranged for his Brelab conviction to be overturned, allowing him to return home. Originally, many had assumed that the strokes were simply a scam to spring the Don from prison, but Ray had heard that Marcello's health was truly declining. Now Carlos himself had apparently asked to see the jail doc from the parish prison, and someone close to him had remembered the doctor from Natchez. Tom tried to hide his anxiety during the drive, but Ray Presley had the predator's instinct for weakness, and he sensed Tom's discomfiture. Over the years, Tom had come to an uncomfortable truce with his conscience over his relationship with Marcello. In a perfect world, he would have had nothing to do with the mafia kingpin. But when that kingpin provided the umbrella of protection that kept Viola Turner alive, Tom had little choice but to bow to his wishes. The hardest thing to grasp was how tiny turns of fate resulted in inextricably complex relationships. Tom had entered his externship at the Orleans Parish Prison with the dewy eyes of a schoolboy. Still only a medical student, he'd done his best every day, treating cops and criminals alike with equal courtesy. Tom had always been that way. He'd treat a black sharecropper just as he would have treated the Prince of Wales. But in the Orleans Parish Prison, his attitude marked him as different. His dedication was noticed by guards and cons alike, the difference being that cons, or the men behind them, came from a culture that believed strongly in rewarding good turns. It was this informal system, which in Louisiana had been a way of life for centuries, that resulted in Tom being sold a $25,000 Ford for $300 cash. One fateful day, a bookie named Cookie Pistolet had been serving a 30-day stretch in the Orleans Parish Prison for beating his wife. Tom had been treating Cookie's gout. Pistolet was apparently a man of some stature in the Marcello organization because he received daily deliveries of food and liquor, not to mention a regular envelope filled with various papers and receipts which he worked on far into the night, with police assistance when necessary. Tom had never seen anything like this, but it was the way of the world in New Orleans, so he turned a blind eye. 20 days into Cookie's sentence, the Godfather himself had showed up to visit his subordinate. Marcello had apparently been suffering from a racking cough that had prevented him from sleeping for nearly a month. His doctors had diagnosed bronchitis and prescribed antibiotics, but they hadn't helped. When Cookie discovered this, he praised Tom to the skies and sent a guard in search of the jail doctor. Tom soon found himself being led before the real ruler of the state of Louisiana, where he was asked to take a look at the Don's chest. After examining the short but powerfully built Marcello, Tom had questioned the Don about his symptoms. Half a dozen questions convinced Tom that the Godfather was suffering an acid reflux cough, a condition likely exacerbated by Marcello's late-night consumption of acidic Italian Creole cuisine. The Don had brushed off Tom's diagnosis as old women's talk and departed the prison. But 1 week later, a smiling stranger had shown up and handed Tom a set of keys to the prettiest 1957 Ford Fairlane he'd ever seen. Apparently, Marcello had grown so frustrated at losing sleep to his cough that he'd tried Tom's advice and avoided eating sauces and spices after 8 p.m. After 5 days of this discipline, the cough had subsided. Naturally, Marcello had wanted to thank the man who'd relieved his discomfort. Through the prison grapevine, Carlos discovered that Tom and Peggy had no working vehicle. Their 12-year-old truck had been sitting dead in front of their apartment for the past 3 months. The Don's answer to this problem was the Fairlane, which could be Tom's for a little more than 1/10 of the sticker price. Tom had tried to resist the gift, but one older cop whom he trusted had advised him that refusing gifts from the Godfather of New Orleans was the surest road to ill health that a man could take. So, Tom had withdrawn most of his nest egg from savings, paid the $300, and accepted a bill of sale from a grinning young Italian who was surely a mafia foot soldier. Then he'd concocted a story for Peggy that his wife, thankfully, had never analyzed too closely. After all, her daily grind involved trudging through torrents of French Quarter rain to ride the ferry over to the West Bank to teach English to immigrant grade school kids. The car literally transformed her life for the better. From this humble beginning had grown an unwanted relationship that ultimately provided Tom with the godlike power of saving Viola Turner's life 9 years later, when the worst Ku Klux Klan offshoot in the South wanted her dead. Carlos had been all too happy to accommodate the doctor who had cured his cough, especially when the favor was as trivial as safeguarding the life of a colored woman in Chicago. Of course, Carlos had not accommodated Tom gratis. Since he was doing a favor, he required a favor in return, and that favor turned out to be covert medical treatment for his men during any emergencies that might occur in Tom's neighborhood. Tom had been in no position to refuse these terms, and both he and Carlos had lived up to their word for the next 25 years, though thankfully the burden had lessened for them both as time passed. But the connection had never been forgotten. That's what had placed him in the passenger seat of Ray Presley's truck in 1990 as it turned into a secluded section of old Metairie, Louisiana, and then into the driveway of the white marble home of Carlos Marcello. Despite what Ray had told him, Tom expected to find an older version of the saturnine boss he had met back in 1959. But the Don he viewed on that day was a man beset by Alzheimer's disease and fast regressing toward infancy. Tom had no idea why he'd been summoned, unless someone in the family had decided to humor a casual whim of the old boss. Marcello's disease, combined with the sequelae of several strokes, had left him unable to care for himself. A team of nurses tended him around the clock, and with more than 30 years of medical practice behind him, Tom knew that the death watch had begun. He'd been as kind as he could be to the family, then made his exit as rapidly as possible. He never found out whether Marcello himself had requested his presence, and the question would vex him greatly, because 30 seconds after he left the Godfather's sick room, he realized that the shield that had protected Viola since 1968 would soon crumble into dust. As soon as he got back into Presley's truck, he asked Ray what would happen when Carlos died. "Is it like a royal succession? Will his oldest son take over, or one of his brothers?" "Neither," Ray said. "They've already lost most of what they had. Frank Carracci and Nick Carno have controlled the French Quarter for a while now, but Carlos always knew his brothers could never hold his empire together without him. So he made sure that when the time came, the family would be legit enough to make it without the old part of the business. And they are. They own more land than the goddamn Catholic Church, and they've got all kinds of other businesses. So Carlos is going to do something not many mob bosses get to do." "What's that?" "Die free in his bed. And his brothers are going to do the same. His kids, too, see? He was always smarter than the other bosses." Tom found no comfort in this. He'd hoped that the business would be passed down to a son or brother who would honor the Don's old commitments, including the protection of Viola Turner. But this was apparently not to be. All the new players have been trying to carve pieces off the carcass. The Asians, the Jamaicans, the Russians. There's always a free-for-all for a couple of years till things settle out. Lots of blood, lots of payback. Tom wanted to ask whether there might be any way to extend the protection of Viola, but he didn't want to start Ray thinking about her, because that would give the crooked cop leverage he might try to exploit in the future. A few miles passed in silence. All Tom wanted now was to get home as soon as possible, and home still lay nearly 3 hours up the Mississippi River. "It's fucking hard to believe," Ray said suddenly. "You know?" "What's that?" "That lump of cauliflower we saw back there was about the most powerful boss who ever lived. To think, he changed history like he did. Changed the whole world. And now he ain't no better than some Gomer in a nursing home. Needs to be diapered like a damn baby." "What are you talking about?" Tom asked. "What do you mean?" Ray asked. "You said he changed the whole world." "What did you think I meant?" Ray asked, cutting his eyes at Tom. "I'm talking about Kennedy." "Kennedy?" Tom asked. "What Kennedy?" "John Kennedy. Who else?" "What about him?" Presley drew back his head as if Tom were trying to play him. "Come on," he said. "I know you know." "Know what?" "What the little man did back in '63. "I don't know. Spit it out, Ray. What are you saying?"
"Shh.
Shit, don't give me that. I know you know. I don't know anything. Why don't you spell it out for me? Presley snorted and drove another mile. Then he said, Carlos killed Kennedy, Doc. You know that. Why are you making me say it? Are you serious? Am I fucking serious? Sure he did. Carlos himself? Tom asked incredulously. Himself? That's like asking if Patton kicked the Germans' asses himself. Course not. Carlos didn't kill anybody himself, not after about 1955 anyway. Unless he finished somebody off for the fun of it out at Churchill Farms. Then who did it? Shit, Ray said, laughing uncomfortably. I know you're fucking with me now. The hell I am, Tom said angrily. Okay then, okay. Play your games. I've said too much anyway. The little man ain't dead yet, and he's got damned big ears. Always has. Ray, are you telling me you know who assassinated President Kennedy? Presley turned to him then, peering deep into Tom's eyes. You know, too, he said. Unless you're a lot dumber than I think you are. Tom shook his head. How could I know? But Presley just looked straight down the highway. If you want to know the answer to that, think about who you knew who had the balls, the brains, and the talent to kill a protected president. That's got to be a pretty short list. Tom stared back at Ray for a long time, but he asked no more questions, nor did he think too hard along the lines Ray had suggested. Some deep part of him had already realized he might not want to know the answer. 2 nights later, despite his best efforts to distract himself, Tom had come awake in the middle of the night with an image of Frank Knox in his head. Of all the men he knew, or had known, Frank was the one with the balls, the brains, and the talent required to kill a president. A few minutes later, Tom's heart nearly seized in his chest when he remembered Knox asking a favor of him the first year that he'd joined Dr. Lucas's Natchez practice. There'd been a story about a woman, a mistress, threatening to ruin his marriage. Frank had told Tom he desperately needed to be excused from work for several days to calm the woman down. Tom might have balked at such a request from just any patient, but on more than one occasion Frank had mentioned training Cuban troops at a Marcello-owned camp in South Louisiana. Frank's connection to the little man had been enough to tip the scale. Tom wasn't sure about the exact dates, but an awful feeling in the pit of his stomach told him that the time frame would match John Kennedy's rendezvous with death in Dallas. While Peggy snored, he'd put on his clothes, retrieved a flashlight, and climbed up to his attic to go through his old Triton battery records. A steady current of fear ran through him as he breathed suffocating dust and flipped through yellowed files, but the thing he feared most he did not find. Frank Knox's health file was not among his records. Tom didn't sleep much after that night. He worried constantly about Viola in Chicago and also about the favor he'd done for Frank back in '63. He lost weight, hair, and his peace of mind. Peggy begged him to have one of his partners check his health, but Tom knew the source of his problem. What he didn't know was what to do about it. Eventually, he crafted a request based on fabricated medical grounds, which he sent to the Triton Battery Corporation. Tom claimed to need information on Frank Knox's medical history in order to better treat one of his descendants. Though the Triton Company had recently been sold, a clerk responded to Tom a month later, telling him that he'd been unable to locate Knox's medical record. Tom initially felt relief, but then a second missive from the helpful clerk arrived, informing him that the bulk of Knox's personnel file had been transferred to the FBI in 1965 and had never been returned to the company. The clerk forwarded a few photocopied sheets covering Frank's employment from 1965 until his death in '68, but this chronicle of suicidal alcoholism held no interest for Tom. The relevant year's record was in the hands of the FBI, and this sent his paranoia into overdrive. The first Saturday after receiving this letter, he drove down to the clinic's rented storeroom, rolled up his sleeves, and began tearing through every box of extant medical records. It took him 6 hours, but he finally found the answer he had both sought and feared. It waited in a bellied old box containing the medical records of deceased patients from 1968. There, in the file of Frank Knox, was a notation in Tom's scrawled hand recording a visit by Frank on November 18th, 1963, during which Tom had ordered Knox to stay home from work for 5 days. The medical reason, chronic hepatitis. Tom sat alone in the storeroom, his heart pounding, his blurred eyes skimming the final page of Knox's file where he'd recorded Frank's accidental death by industrial mishap. As terrible as that lie had always seemed, it paled in comparison to the implication of freeing Frank Knox from work during the week of the Kennedy assassination. Tom returned home that evening a changed man. He had satisfied his curiosity, but the price had been a piece of his soul. He told no one about his discovery. After all, Carlos Marcello was still alive, and the FBI already had its own copy of Frank Knox's absentee record. Though Tom lived in constant dread of being contacted by the Bureau about Frank, he never was. And while he half expected to receive tragic news about Viola any day, he never did. Eventually, the demands of his practice and the passage of time drove his anxiety into the background, and 3 years passed before he was forced to confront his fears once more. On March 3, 1993, Carlos Marcello finally died. Naturally, the first Tom heard of it was when his nurse ushered Ray Presley into his office at the end of a workday. The raw-boned former detective held a brown paper bag in his hands. In that bag was a bottle of expensive bourbon, which Ray took out, set on Tom's desk, and said, "The king is dead. Long live the king." "What are you talking about?" Tom asked. "The little man passed." A cold shudder went through Tom. It was fear that Viola's days were now numbered, possibly in single digits. Ray opened the bourbon and poured shots, and Tom drank 3 in a row. After Ray waxed poetic for a few minutes about the old days in New Orleans, he fell silent and looked into Tom's eyes. Then he asked whether Tom was still confused about who'd killed JFK. Tom shook his head and said, "Frank, right?" "Good old Frank," Ray confirmed, nodding. "So what happens now?" Tom asked. "What do you mean?" "Well, Frank's been dead for a quarter century. Now Marcello's dead. Kennedy's been dead 30 years. Are you going to carry the secret to the grave? Or are you going to do something else with it?" Presley's eyes narrowed to slits. "Like what?" "You know what. You're a history buff like me. We're talking about the biggest murder case in American history. You can set the record straight. Let the world know what really happened. Hell, that story's probably worth millions of dollars." Ray thought about this for a while. Then he said, "I'd never live to spend it." "But you told me his family had lost most of its power, that his brothers were going straight. Where's the danger?" Presley chuckled softly. "Not from his brothers. I'm thinking about the Corsican." "Who the hell is that?" "Another guy who was involved in that hit." "Another shooter?" No. He was the cleanup man. If anything went wrong, he would have cleaned it up." "Meaning?" Ray laughed at Tom's ignorance. "Meaning kill everybody involved. Oswald, Frank, Ferry, everybody." "Who was he?" "Shit, I don't know. He was Corsican, a CIA contract man. He worked as an instructor at one of the mongoose camps like Frank did. Hell, you met him yourself." Tom blinked in disbelief. "What? When?" On the fishing boat, remember? That time down on the coast? With Brodie Royal and Devereaux?" A wave of heat rolled across Tom's face. "That Frenchman who got so drunk and ranted about Dallas?" "That's right, Cher. That's him. They speak French in Corsica, don't they? And I heard some real horror stories about that guy. Frank killed people, but that fucker liked it." Christ. The bourbon soured in Tom's mouth and gut. Is that guy still around? Who knows? But you never leave a guy like that out of your calculations. But, with Carlos dead, why would he take the risk of killing somebody who talked now? Presley laughed again. "Because he was involved in the hit. Because he's a pro. Because he's a sick fuck. Need I continue?" Presley threw back a shot and shrugged. "No. I'll carry what I know to my grave because I want that grave to be a long way off. I'd advise you to do the same, Doc." Later that night, Tom decided he would heed Ray's advice. Keeping such knowledge secret went against every principle he believed in, but the logic seemed inescapable. If he contacted the authorities about what he knew, what would really happen? First, he had no objective proof of anything. There was the medical excuse, of course, but all that proved was that Frank Knox had lied about why he'd skipped work during the week in question. That didn't place him in Dealey Plaza or even in Texas. Second, Ray Presley would never corroborate anything Tom said, and he might well kill Tom for dragging him into the mess. Third, the Corsican assassin remained an enigma who might or might not be out there somewhere, ready to silence anyone who talked. If Ray was scared of the guy, that was sufficient for Tom. Finally, who would see Tom's tale as anything more than just another crackpot conspiracy theory? Ethically, his dilemma wasn't as thorny as some. Unlike the Albert Norris case, the perpetrators in the JFK assassination were as dead as the victim. No one had been wrongfully imprisoned. Nothing would bring the victim back. At the empirical level, Tom would be risking his family's lives in order to set the historical record straight, and with only the slimmest circumstantial evidence to back up his accusations. Tom was far more concerned that with Carlos Marcello physically gone, Snake Knox and his old Double Eagle comrades would take the opportunity to silence the one person who could send them to death row for murdering her brother and Luther Davis. But that did not happen. Tom's original deal with Marcello had stipulated that so long as Viola did not return to Natchez, she would be left alone. And it seemed that the Double Eagles were content to abide by that arrangement. Maybe they figured that since Viola had held her silence for that long, she never intended to speak. And until a few weeks ago, history had proved them right. But at some point during her journey toward death, Viola had decided to return home. In so doing, she had attracted the attention of Henry Sexton, and through Henry, she'd drawn the notice of the other local men who knew that Viola possessed information that could alter not only the perception of the past, but the reality of their futures. The Double Eagles. Through the chemical fog that held him in his suspended state, Tom heard a distant voice calling his name. "Tom? Tom? Tom," said a voice in the dark. "Can you hear me?" Someone shook him. Then Walt's face appeared above his, eyes bleary in the weathered brown skin. "You were moaning something, then you stopped breathing." "Did I? Were you having a nightmare?" "I don't... Must be the drugs." Walt nodded, then took Tom's pulse. "Not good," he said, "but you can dance to it. Can I get you anything?" Tom shook his head in exasperation. "I need the goddamn urinal again." "You and me both. Let me get enough light on to find it." While Walt searched the floor beside the bed, Tom lay back and remembered Viola in the year he'd first gone to work at the clinic. But then, Flowing through and over those memories came images of Peggy during those summers in New Orleans when they'd been as poor as Viola and her husband would be later, when a meal in Mosca's Italian restaurant and a tableside visit from Carlos Marcello had made Tom feel like he was more than a penniless student, and when the smooth rumble of the Ford Fairlane carrying his wife and him back to their apartment with good wine and food in their stomachs was as solid and comforting as anything he'd ever known. For it was only later, much later, that Tom realized the $300 Fairlane was the costliest possession he would ever own.
Chapter 80. Jordan Glass walked slowly along the Malecón in Havana, watching young couples stroll down the promenade while old men fished the night surf along the seawall. The night air was warm, and Jordan could hardly believe she'd been in the chilly swamp of Lussahatchee County only hours ago. Her Nikon hung around her neck, but she hadn't taken a single photo since the afternoon, when she'd shot Raul Castro in his office in El Capitolio. The president had been too ill to be photographed, and Jordan had done a poor job of hiding her disappointment at being passed to his younger brother. Before the session was done, however, she'd had a brief encounter that, from her husband's point of view, had made the trip worthwhile. Jordan couldn't agree, since she felt certain that had she not left Caitlin alone in Athens Point, the young newspaper publisher would still be alive. Even if Caitlin had insisted on the two of them pushing on to find the bone tree using Rambin's map, with 2 guns, they might have driven off the young man who had killed her. In fact, Jordan thought, if she'd stayed in Athens Point, Harold Wallace might never have summoned the courage to approach them. But maybe she was flattering herself. She'd survived many combat zones, but even a seasoned veteran could be killed by making assumptions about people. And in the end, that was what had killed Caitlin. She'd been so hungry for that story, so ready to go to the end of the trail Henry Sexton had blazed, and then farther, making the story her own, that her normal defense mechanisms had been blunted. Where normally she might have felt suspicion of a stranger approaching her with information, the fact that the young man was African American had lulled her into thinking he was naturally on her side. Caitlin probably assumed he'd heard of her quest through Carl Sims's minister father, who'd put out the word for information on the bone tree the previous night. Caitlin would have known she stuck out like a TV actress in the dingy cafe at the Athens Point crossroads, so it was only natural that someone might recognize and approach her. A burst of salsa music from the street startled Jordan, and she turned in time to see a gleaming relic of Detroit metal roar past, complete with tail fins and fisheye headlights. The laughing girl in the passenger seat was stunningly beautiful, as most young women down here seemed to be, and watching the antique car race past a dozen others like it gave Jordan the feeling of being lost on a film set. This feeling was magnified by the depressing fact that most of the occupants of the classic cars were tourists who'd paid locals to drive them around old Havana. More disturbing still, she'd noticed that except for a couple of large ships visible in the harbor, the sea was empty of boats. The government knew that its citizens would not hesitate to strike out for Miami in even the flimsiest craft that offered the promise of a new life. God, Jordan wished she'd stayed in Mississippi. Her mind returned to the afternoon's photo shoot, which had begun as a study in anticlimax. Raul Castro was a poor substitute for Fidel, or at least the Fidel that Jordan remembered from her visit 20 years earlier. But as she was concluding her work, the president himself had stepped into the room unannounced and told her he remembered her from their previous meeting. Back then, the Cuban leader had been vital and filled with restless energy, and he'd flirted shamelessly with Jordan. The man facing her now was only a shadow of his younger self, a bent figure with a grizzled beard swept aside by the tides of history. Speaking softly in Spanish, Jordan told him that her husband had asked her to inquire whether he might answer a couple of questions. Having been briefed before the meeting,
Fidel knew that Jordan was married to an FBI agent. In response to her request, he gave her a non-committal tilt of the head and asked what the subject of her questions might be.
"John F. Kennedy," she said. "New evidence has been discovered in America."
Castro gave her a polite smile, but she thought she saw a flicker of interest in his eyes.
"You speak much better Spanish than you once did, I believe," he said.
"I got a lot of practice in El Salvador and Honduras in the 1980s.
"Excellent. Tell me about this new evidence."
Jordan had lowered her voice.
"I'm not free to do that, but my husband would like to know if an American pilot named David Ferry once ran guns to your government, before you aligned yourself with the Soviet Union."
Castro considered the question for some time. Then he said,
"This is true. Senor Ferry was an unstable man, but in those early days we could not be selective in our choice of allies."
"Thank you. The Bureau also has a reliable report that when you heard of the death of President Kennedy, your first reaction was to say it was a terrible thing for Cuba."
Castro nodded firmly.
"This is also true. Kennedy's administration worked against us, and even tried to kill me. But privately we were working toward a sort of détente between our countries. Also, the man who stood waiting in the wings in America, and the men behind him, were far worse than the Kennedy brothers, from my perspective. It was Cuba's good fortune that those men became ensnared in Vietnam. Otherwise, I fear we would have been next on the menu, and the world itself might now be only a memory."
Again, Jordan thanked him for his candor while struggling to remember the questions John had given her. Pulling out a note card didn't seem like an ideal move in a situation where informality was the lubricant for conversation.
"At that time, you also seemed to imply that the CIA or a right-wing cabal was behind the assassination."
Castro tilted his palm from side to side.
"At that time, you must remember, this was a reasonable suspicion, given the events at Playa Girón, the Bay of Pigs. And of course, the Caribbean crisis, our blockaded missiles, and the subsequent activities involving Operation Mongoose. It was very easy to see Lee Oswald as the dupe of more devious men. He tried to emigrate here, but we wanted him no more than the Soviets."
Castro waved his hand dismissively.
"But that is ancient history. I no longer believe in a CIA conspiracy regarding Kennedy. Such men could not have kept that secret for so long."
The president regarded her curiously, then said,
"Does your husband have a new theory about the events in Dallas? What has been discovered?"
Jordan tried to keep her answer as short as possible.
"I'm afraid I don't know that myself, but my husband and some of his colleagues now believe that the president was killed by a mafia figure that Robert Kennedy was trying to deport from America. Do you have an opinion on that?"
The old dictator's eyes seemed to deepen as he studied her.
"I've had a good deal of experience with gangsters, mi cariño. They are venal men. They care only for themselves. They have no morals or mercy. If you seek a man who would murder the president of his country, one who is not a political extremist, then a gangster fighting to survive would be very easy for me to accept. Which mafioso do they have in mind?"
"The boss of New Orleans, Carlos Marcello."
Castro's eyes filled with some of the intensity she remembered from an earlier decade.
"Ah, see. Some of my people had dealings with this man. He was a crony of Santo Traficante, who I held in jail here for some time. Marcello had an interest in the Lansky casinos and—"
Yes? Jordan asked, willing him to continue.
Marcelo's people also had dealings with Signor Jack Ruby, who paid a visit here in connection with the release of Traficante during the early days of the Revolution.
Do you know whether Marcelo and David Ferry knew each other?
This I do not know, I'm afraid, but—
The president smiled.
I will inquire among certain men of my acquaintance.
Thank you. Can you tell me anything more that might be helpful?
Perhaps, but first you must tell me something. I watched you while you were photographing my brother. You seem very sad, mi cariño. Not like the girl I remember from before. Has your trip been made unpleasant in some way?
Jordan felt heat come into her face. I lost a friend today. A young woman, only 35. The old man's eyes released the tension they had held.
I see. I am sorry. I experience the same thing often now. More with each passing year.
Jordan forced herself to stay on point, not so much for John as for Caitlin, who would have tried to milk this opportunity for all it was worth. Can you tell me any more about Carlos Marcelo or the other men? Castro's eyes flickered again. Jordan noticed his brother watching carefully from across the office, but the president kept his eyes on her.
Perhaps,
he said finally,
but I shall not. Not today, anyway. I wish to reflect on what you have told me.
At that point, the dictator had nodded with enough formality to let Jordan know that her impromptu interrogation was over.
Please, let your escort know if there is anything we can do to make your stay in Havana more enjoyable. And next time, bring your husband with you. I would like to speak to him on this matter. Like so many, I too would like to know with certainty who was behind the death of Kennedy.
And that was the end of it. After she left the capital, Jordan had gone to the restaurant in her hotel, but found she had no appetite. She did feel thirsty, which had led to her drinking 4 Russian vodkas in quick succession. Then she'd begun her walk along the Malecón, watching the dark blue surf hammer the seawall, the waves hurling cold spray over her more than a few times. She'd wanted to fly home immediately, but to New Orleans, not Natchez. With Caitlin dead, the town was forever tainted for her. Yet John was still there, leading a forensic team as they excavated the heart of the tree that had drawn Caitlin to it like a moth to flame. Jordan could still hear Caitlin laughing in the car as she'd talked about Elizabeth Taylor and Montgomery Clift filming Raintree County in Natchez, and how the bone tree was like a dark manifestation of that myth. More than ever, Jordan thought of Caitlin as a younger incarnation of herself. Only unlike Jordan, who had cheated death all over the world, Caitlin had walked into its embrace in her own backyard. Realizing that she'd just walked past the door of her hotel, Jordan backed up and turned in, meaning to buy a double vodka to carry up to her room. But before she reached the bar, the desk clerk called her over in an excited voice. The 50-ish man she remembered as arrogant was a living stereotype, with slicked-back hair and a pencil mustache that looked drawn on with a grease pencil. "What is it?" Jordan asked, afraid that something had happened to John. The man's eyes sparkled with innuendo.
"You have a present, Miss Glass. A very special gift."
The newly unctuous clerk turned and lifted a breathtaking bird of paradise blossom that Jordan had assumed was part of the hotel's decor. This he presented to her with a suggestive smile. Jordan couldn't imagine John sending this to her. For one thing, he was busy. For another, he knew nothing about flowers. If anything, he would have sent roses. "I think there's been a mistake," she said. The desk clerk gave her a leer.
"No mistake, Miss Glass. El Presidente, madam. See, there is a note."
Caitlin opened the sealed envelope and read the brief lines written in what appeared to be painstaking English script on common white notepaper.
I am sorry for your loss, mi cariño. 35 is far too young for anyone to die. As for the other matter, please tell your husband that I agree with him about Signor Marcelo. A man who knows much of these things tells me that the pilot, Ferry, had close dealings with Marcelo's people. I would be interested to receive a report on this matter, though I do not expect to see one. And anyway, the truth is depressing and simple. The president's brother pushed too hard against the shadow, and the shadow pushed back. This is the way of life. I doubt we will meet again. Like your young friend, we all share the fate of this flower. Farewell, Fidel.
Jordan looked down at the flamboyant signature with a disturbing sense of dislocation. She felt a visceral echo of the excitement Caitlin would have felt to hold that piece of paper. "Well, Signora," asked the desk clerk, "will they be sending a car for you?" Jordan looked up with a glare that backed the clerk up a step. "I'd like a double vodka sent to my room. 2, in fact." Then she turned and walked toward the elevators.
"And the flower, Miss Glass?"
Jordan pressed the elevator button, then looked back at the desk clerk.
"You can send that up, too."
She'd decided to return to Mississippi after all. She would take the bird of paradise and leave it beside Caitlin's grave. The brave girl deserved some symbol of the exotic journalist's life she'd always wanted, even if in truth that life did not exist. Chapter 81. Colonel Griffith McKeever watched Special Agent Kaiser's face as he studied the computer screen on the desk in the study of the Valhalla hunting lodge.
"How long have you had this video?"
Kaiser asked, shaking his head as he replayed it.
"I got it yesterday,"
McKeever replied.
"Where?"
"I'd rather not say just yet." Kaiser looked up momentarily, then reviewed the video again.
"Those are definitely your SWAT officers?"
McKeever nodded.
"I'm sure of it. That's definitely one of our spotting scopes, and I know I've heard those voices before." "And they just killed those kids in cold blood?" "I think that's the only possible interpretation of that footage. I'm trying to identify the 2 speakers based on their voices, but I have to be careful. I'm not sure who I can trust in my tech division."
Kaiser pushed the computer away and leaned back in the chair.
"If that goes public, it'll do irreparable damage to the state police."
"I realize that. I've been struggling with this decision, and in all honesty, I'd prefer not to use it.
But
it may be the only way to bring down Forrest Knox, and if it is, then I'll use it." Kaiser nodded thoughtfully.
"How can you tie Forrest Knox to this video if you don't know who the men in it are?"
"The video was found on a computer in Knox's residence."
Kaiser looked up sharply.
"You searched his home?"
"I didn't say that."
Kaiser mulled this over. He obviously had enough experience to know he should not ask questions he did not want the answers to.
"Why bring it to me?"
he asked finally.
"I have a feeling you want to stop Knox as badly as I do."
Kaiser's reaction was difficult to read.
"Let me ask you a question, Colonel. I've read Forrest's LSP record. You promoted him twice after you took over the state police. You elevated him to his present position. Can you explain that?"
McKeever had asked himself this 1,000 times, and the answer was depressingly simple.
"He was the smartest son of a bitch under my command. He tested off the charts on paper, and he was the best man in the field, bar none. By any objective standard, he ought to be sitting in my chair."
"I see. But?"
"It took me a few years to recognize his problem because he's so good at hiding it."
"Which is?" He's a pure sociopath, but he's not like the robot types we've both arrested before. He's got a genuine warmth that people relate to. He's more like a highly intelligent wolf than a shark. A thinking predator, if you get my meaning."
Kaiser smiled strangely.
"That's basically the definition of a human being."
This brought McKeever up short.
"Well, multiply that times 10, and maybe you'll know what I'm trying to get across. Am I wrong about you wanting to nail Forrest?"
Kaiser closed the computer, slipped the flash drive into his pocket, and stood.
"No, sir, you're not. I've got a lot of evidence to process, but this could be the straw that breaks that bastard's back. We've got to find the men in this video."
"What do you want me to do?" McKeever asked. Well after midnight, a steady knocking awakened Jordan from alcohol-induced sleep. When she got to the door in one of John's T-shirts, she found a Cuban army officer standing in the hall. The captain was in no mood to be patient, but she forced him to take the time to convince her that the Cuban president was summoning her to his estate for a legitimate purpose, and not for some fantasy of a late-night booty call. After she dressed, Jordan carried her camera bag into the hall, but the officer shook his head and said she would have to rely on her memory. No recording devices of any kind would be allowed, not even a notebook and pen. The car that carried her west, past the Bay of Pigs, was a black vintage Cadillac limousine with bulletproof glass. The captain did not once look into his rearview mirror to check Jordan out. She didn't know whether this was out of fear of his commander-in-chief, or because he'd driven so many women to see Castro in this way that he no longer had any interest in the process. Their destination proved to be a mansion on the beach with its own private marina, a palace guarded by at least a dozen soldiers and fully staffed by maids and a butler. This was an eye-opening experience, considering that the tenant was theoretically the leader of a communist revolution. The butler escorted her to a well-appointed study whose walls displayed dozens of framed photographs dating to the 1950s and 60s. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, Jordan walked slowly down the wall and tried to identify various African and Central American leaders. She recognized Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Evo Morales, and, of course, the pale Soviet premiers grinning as they smoked cigars with Fidel. She was a little surprised to see Castro with his arm around Che Guevara, since she'd heard the Cuban president had been jealous of his more glamorous comrade-in-arms.
"Thank you for coming,"
a voice behind her said in Spanish. She whirled to find the president standing inside the door watching her.
"I'm told you were sleeping," he said. "I'm afraid I'm at the age where sleep has deserted me, at least as anything but a torment."
Jordan elected the direct approach. "Why have you brought me here?" Castro came farther into the room, then sat in a heavily padded chair and put his slippered feet on an ottoman. All she could think about was how frizzy his white beard looked beneath the pasty face. Gone was the virile, black-haired firebrand who had so impressed her 20 years ago.
"The things you asked me today started me thinking," he said. "I found myself unable to stop. I finally decided that the time has come to pass on some information to the U.S. government. I will not do it officially, but—"
The president looked up at her with a flash of his old intensity.
"It's my understanding that your husband may be working with some older men who remember the Kennedy years as clearly as I do. They call themselves the Working Group. Do you know anything about that?"
While Jordan considered how to respond, the president motioned for her to take the seat opposite him. "Maybe," she said. "I know he's working with a retired agent named Dwight Stone." She perched on the edge of the chair. "Stone's very ill, and my husband wants to find out who was responsible for what happened in Dallas before time runs out for Stone." Castro gave her a tight smile.
Just so.
You obviously know more than you told me today, or in your note.
Oh, yes. The flower. How childish of me, yes?
It was beautiful. The president inclined his head.
So, let us speak of assassination. I myself have survived over 600 attempts on my life since taking office.
600?
That I know of. Nearly a dozen of those were planned and carried out by the CIA at the direction of the Kennedy administration. Some of those were facilitated by what you call the mafia. This is well documented, of course. Not news, as you say.
Yes, I've read about that.
Then let me tell you something about which you have not read.
Jordan waited.
In 1967, a man with a rifle tried to assassinate me in the Plaza de la Revolucion. Had my security services not been warned by one of the man's confederates, he probably would have succeeded. He was set up to shoot me from 700 yards away, and he had the skill to make such a shot.
What nationality was the shooter?
French Corsican.
I see. Was he killed?
Not immediately. He was wounded during his capture. Then he was questioned by the security services. He subsequently died during this process, but not before telling most of what he knew.
Jordan had the feeling that the Corsican's confession was what she had been brought here to hear. And?
The story he told was quite interesting. He had been hired to kill me by two American mafia leaders, Santo Traficante and Carlos Marcello.
Jordan felt an unexpected thrill. Have you confirmed that he was telling the truth? This time Castro's smile had a reptilian quality to it.
He was telling the truth. You can believe me. But I wasn't very interested in his story. The Mafia has wanted its casinos back ever since 1959. They will never get them. Sometime after I die, Cuba will revert to capitalism, and the Walt Disney Company will have Mickey Mouse running the damned casinos.
For a moment, Jordan wondered if the Cuban leader were drunk. In any case, he now seemed to be lost in his own memories. She decided the best thing to do was let him ramble.
The story that interested me also involved Signor Marcello. By 1967, I had, of course, heard the craziest stories imaginable about who killed Kennedy, like Robert Ludlum stories, you know?
Yes.
Justice Warren's commission probed many of these theories, but one that never appeared in the Warren Commission report was Carlos Marcello. It was as though this man had been rendered invisible during the investigations. But the Corsican told me a very simple story. He said Robert Kennedy had been in the process of deporting Marcello permanently from the United States, and the only way Marcello could stop this was to neutralize the Attorney General. To do this, he decided to kill the president. It was no Machiavellian stratagem by the CIA, the military, or corporate America. It was simply a matter of survival.
Did this Corsican claim to have been the shooter?
No. That was partly what convinced me he was telling the truth. He was not claiming to be the assassin and asking to be spared because of it. He was simply emptying his brain to spare himself further pain.
Jordan shuddered at the thought of the agony concealed behind the clinical coldness of that phrase.
He said the shooter was a man who had trained exiles in preparation for Playa Girón at camps in Louisiana. He was one of the white-robed racists, a KKK man. He was also a former U.S. Marine, like Oswald. Unlike Oswald, however, he was supposedly a man of great competence.
Did the Corsican give this man a name? The president vouchsafed Jordan another tight smile.
Si, he did.
What was it? Castro closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head.
I think it best not to go that far at this time.
Jordan struggled to contain her frustration. If you learned this in 1967, why has it never been made public?
For several reasons, mi cariño. First, my security services did not want anyone knowing that a foreign assassin had come so close to killing me. Second, quite frankly, it served the purposes of the revolution to have the American public mistrust its leaders. Far better for the man in the street to fear that the CIA or some corporate bigshots had murdered their King Arthur, and not some Sicilian gangster trying to save his business.
Jordan sat quietly trying to process what she'd been told and why. And the Corsican died?
Si. Badly.
What do you want me to do with this information? The president studied his fingernails for a while. Then he said,
I want you to pass it to your husband. Tell him not to try to contact me for confirmation. I will not confirm it. I tell you now, tonight, because you presented me with a completely unofficial way to let the right people know what we know.
Jordan didn't know whether to thank him, ask more questions, or prepare to leave.
You are a beautiful woman, Miss Glass. You have aged very well since that day we met in 1987.
Was that the year? Jordan asked. I wasn't sure.
Yes. I, sadly, have not aged nearly so well. Were I 10 years younger, I would ask you to stay the night.
Jordan shifted on the chair. She'd been afraid this was coming. You know I'm a married woman. Castro gave her a jaded smile.
Different women view marriage in different ways. I notice you have not taken your husband's surname.
No, but I'm afraid I'm the one-man variety nevertheless. The light of flirtation died in his eyes.
Pity. Well, you've heard what I wanted to tell you. My driver will take you back to your hotel.
Jordan got to her feet before he could have any second thoughts and moved toward the door. As she passed the president, he touched her arm and looked up at her.
Any more questions before we say goodbye?
She knew she should go on, but she stopped anyway. She fought the urge to ask what he was doing living in opulence while his people struggled, but she figured she knew the answer already. Power corrupts regardless of nationality or philosophy. Instead, she asked, What will you do if someone makes this information public? The old man shrugged.
It's an American problem. I leave it in their hands. I only have one regret.
What's that?
I wish I had let Mrs. Kennedy know this information before she died. Perhaps it might have brought her some peace.
She gave the dictator a last generous smile, then walked into the hall and hurried toward the mansion's door. She thought of Caitlin as she passed between the luxurious antiques and crystal lamps, but once she was outside in the tropical air, she remembered that Dwight Stone was fighting for his life in a Denver hospital. As the army officer shut her into the back seat of the limo, she wondered whether the Corsican story would bolster Stone's will to live. If not, at least it might give him some peace before he died. In the well of the night, Walt looked up from Tom's unquiet bed and saw Pithy Nolan's electric wheelchair silhouetted in the door to the hall. This time the old woman did not remain at a distance, but whirred softly into the room, and came around the bed so that she would be close to Walt. Her eyes glimmered in the spill of light from the hallway.
"I smelled your cigar in my room earlier, Captain."
"I'm sorry about that. I needed to settle my nerves."
"Don't apologize. It's good to smell men in this house again. It reminded me of Tom. He never smokes in my presence any more, but I can always smell that cigar on his clothes."
Walt smiled to himself. Many times during his life he had looked up or turned at the smell of certain cigars and expected to find Tom Cage standing there. Pithy Nolan let her gaze fall on Tom for half a minute.
"I've heard some upsetting news," she whispered, "about the girl Penn was set to marry."
"I know about that."
"Have you told Tom?"
"He knows. It's weighing mighty heavy on him, too." The old woman regarded Tom again. Walt had the feeling she saw very deeply, despite her lack of medical knowledge.
"How much danger is he in?" she asked. "I don't feel that he's dying, but—"
"He could die, all right. He should be in a hospital. But this is the way he wants it." Pithy nodded.
"He's a stubborn man."
"Do you know why he's doing this?" Walt asked. The wise eyes returned to Walt's face.
"Do you not?"
"Up to a point, I guess, but no further." Pithy Nolan reached down and sucked a deep inhalation from the oxygen mask on her lap. Then she said,
"He's not doing it for himself. Tom Cage almost never did anything for himself. This man takes care of people. That's his purpose on earth, and he'll die fulfilling it if the gods require it."
Walt thought about this. Makes it a mite tough on the people who care about him. Pithy nodded, the ghost of a smile upon her lips.
"Those who love heroes must walk a stony road."
Then the smile vanished, and her eyes pierced Walt to the quick.
"Sometimes we must share their end as well."
At some level, Walt figured, he had always known this. "I understand."
"I read classics at university,"
Pithy said, a hint of wistfulness in her reedy voice.
"Do you remember the Spartans?"
"I think so, ma'am."
"I didn't care much for them. The Spartans didn't deserve the glorification they got. But they did have a rather succinct saying that's never left me. Nothing is more apt when things come to the sticking point."
"What was that?" The piercing eyes found his eyes.
"Come back with your shield or on it." Did you ever hear that saying?
"Yes, ma'am. And I've been in that situation myself. With Tom, as a matter of fact."
"You must have acquitted yourself well."
Walt wasn't so sure.
"My husband never returned from the war,"
Pithy said quietly.
"He's resting somewhere at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. But his shield is with him. He's sleeping in it. A Curtiss Warhawk."
In his mind, Walt saw a brave American boy in an aging P-40 being cut to ribbons by a swarm of quicker-turning Zeros. He jumped when Pithy reached out and laid her papery hand on his. It felt feather-light and neither warm nor cold, but through her thin skin, Walt felt something like an electric current running into him.
"I'm going to send Flora in with food and tea," she said. "Then you need rest, Captain. Marshal your strength. There's no telling what might be required of you before this business is concluded."
The regal old woman gave him a sad smile, then turned her chair with a touch of a finger and whirred out of the room like a queen borne upon a royal litter. Saturday. Chapter 82. Walt awakened to pale light leaking through the heavy drapes of the guest room. His back ached from sleeping on the cot, and his head throbbed from lack of caffeine. Rising onto one elbow, he saw that Tom was not in his bed, and his heart began to race. He scrambled up off the flimsy cot and hurried around the bed, afraid he would find his friend lying dead on the floor. The floor was empty. Walt rushed out to the hallway, into darkness. A column of light rose from the well of the staircase, filled with dust motes, and through its lambent swirl he saw a crack of brighter light beneath a door at the end of the corridor. Relieved, he rubbed his eyes and trudged down the hall to the bathroom. When he opened the door, he saw Tom standing before the sink in shorts, hacking at his face with a safety razor like a man who'd decided that his beard offended God. The IV bag hung from the brass stem of a wall sconce, still trickling saline into Tom's arm. Last night's exhaustion had vanished from his eyes. Now they looked not quite wild, but filled with almost messianic intensity. "What the hell are you doing?" Walt asked. "Shaving." Tom hadn't even looked in Walt's direction. "You finally got some sleep." "Why are you shaving?" Tom shrugged and kept hacking at his face. "It's been a while." He rinsed white hair from the blade and went back to the task. Yeah, like 50 years, Walt thought. He hadn't seen his friend without facial hair since Korea. Tom's white mustache and beard had become so much a part of his identity that their absence was almost tangible. The new face being revealed in the mirror disoriented him. The strong jawline Walt remembered from the army had emerged, taking 10 years off his friend. "You look like a man with a plan," Walt said. "Maybe." "Where's Caitlin's body?" Walt didn't like the sound of that. "I imagine they've got her down in Baton Rouge, awaiting autopsy. She was DOA from a gunshot, so it's a coroner's case." Tom closed his eyes and breathed like a man forced to expend a significant fraction of his energy just to move his diaphragm. "Are you okay?" Walt asked. "I'm functioning, which is more than I can say for that poor girl." Walt waited for whatever was going to come next. Grief did strange things to people, and Tom was unlikely to be an exception. He turned to Walt, squinching his mouth up so that he could shave the whiskers between his lips and chin. "What was Caitlin doing down in that swamp? I didn't even ask her." Walt shrugged. "Searching for bodies, probably. And if she hadn't gone down there and found you, yours would have been the next one. So she took my place. You think that's a fair trade? A 35-year-old with her whole life ahead of her for a man at death's door?" Walt shook his head. "Life don't work that way, pard, and you know it. What happens, happens. There's no sense to it." Tom rinsed the razor again, examined his face, then went back to scraping off the remains of his beard. "Come on," Walt said. "What are you thinking?" "First, I need to call Penn. I need to apologize." "I don't think that's a good idea. Not unless you're ready to turn yourself in. Penn's being guarded by the FBI, and he's probably pretty upset with you today. If you call him, they're going to trace you, and—" "I am ready, Walt." Walt blinked in confusion. "Ready for what?" "On top of everything else I've done this week, I got Caitlin killed, and I've turned you into a fugitive. It's too late for me to help Caitlin, but not to help you. I figure we're down to two choices. We can either kill Forrest Knox, or I can turn myself in to the FBI." Walt didn't answer right away. He'd given the first option considerable thought during the night, and he'd decided it was suicidal. Of course, Tom already knew that, and he was probably resigned to it. Or maybe resigned wasn't the right word. He was at peace with it, drawn to it even, the way a lot of guilty men were drawn toward death. "As for door number 1, Walt said, "I'm not anxious to make Carmelita a widow, and I can't see us getting out of that play alive." Tom turned to him and held out his right arm. "Then will you pull this damned IV out? I did it once yesterday, and it wasn't much fun." "I will, if you tell me about that second option." Tom dropped his arm to his side. "On Thursday, Caitlin told me that Agent Kaiser would offer me protective custody if I could give the Bureau information about the Kennedy assassination." Walt had to think about this for a minute. "The Kennedy assassination?" "That's right." "What the hell do you know about that?" "More than you'd think, I'm sorry to say. I knew Carlos Marcello back in New Orleans when I was a medical extern at the parish prison. Our paths crossed a few times after that, and I got pulled into something I didn't really understand." Walt felt as though the floor had shifted beneath him. "Well, ain't you full of surprises?" "The point is, I may be able to buy protection from Kaiser with what I know, hopefully for you and me both, and I think it's high time I did." "How exactly are you going to do this without getting killed?" "You're going to coordinate the negotiation with those burn phones of yours, and I'm going to arrange a surrender in a very public place." "It sounds like you already have somewhere in mind." "I do." Walt sighed, dreading the answer. "I'm afraid to ask." "It's somewhere I would have gone anyway. Henry Sexton's funeral." "Oh, hell. That's crazy. You'd be recognized and arrested before you could cross the church parking lot." Tom patted his clean-shaven face. "I don't think so." "That's your idea of a disguise?" Tom nodded with surprising confidence. Walt had to admit he might not have recognized his friend in a crowd if he hadn't known about the missing beard ahead of time. And even then... Tom tossed his wet towel into the bathtub, where it landed with a slap. "I'm the last person the Knoxes would expect to show up at that funeral, and if they show, we'll let Kaiser worry about them." "Where's Sexton's funeral going to be? Louisiana, I'd guess." "The Early Funeral Home in Faraday," Tom confirmed. "Jim Early owns that business. I've known him 35 years. He's buried many a patient of mine. Visitation probably doesn't start until 9 a.m. at the earliest. It's only 6:30 now. Jim will let us in before anybody gets there, and then he can smuggle us over to the church without anybody the wiser." Walt slapped his thigh. "You're some damn piece of work, I swear. You've got cops from 2 states and the FBI on your tail, and you want to visit a funeral home to see a dead man who'll never even know you were there? If you want to turn yourself in, call Kaiser and arrange to do it in the middle of nowhere. Hell, do it here. This old mausoleum is perfect." Tom's gaze remained on Walt, his eyes cold and leaden with intransigence. "Henry Sexton died in part because of things I did. Also things I didn't do. I'm going to pay my respects to him, even if it is too late." Walt shook his head. "You're suicidal, bud." "What if that was you lying dead over in Faraday?" "I'd yell up from the fiery furnace for you to light out while you could and pour a whiskey for me later once you were safe and dry." "No, you wouldn't. So get this damned IV out of me." Tom held out his arm and made a fist. "Mrs. Nolan ain't going to like this plan," Walt grumbled. "Wait and see." Remembering last night's strange conversation, Walt decided Tom might be right. "I think she's had some sort of vision about the end of this business, and I think maybe we die in it." Before Tom could answer, Walt yanked the IV catheter out of his wrist and pressed Tom's free thumb against the bloody hole. "We all die," Tom said, scanning the floor for something. "I've been watching it from the bedside for 50 years. It's how you go that matters, not when. You know that. That's why you came to Mississippi when I called. Now help me find my goddamn pants." Chapter 83. Special Agent Floyd Berthollet watched Snake Knox and 4 other men in their 70s walk out of the main entrance of the Concordia Sheriff's Department and pause at the top of the stairs.
"Looks like a geriatric walking club," said his partner, Sheila Stowers.
Floyd saw at least 3 vehicles waiting to pick up the newly released Double Eagles. "Watch who gets in what car. Do you recognize Snake?"
"Oh, yeah," Sheila said. "He's the wiry old fucker, the crankiest-looking bastard in the bunch."
"I don't even get why the boss is letting them out. You know they killed Thornfield yesterday. Even if that meth disappeared, we could have held them, especially with Kaiser invoking the Patriot Act."
"Kaiser knows what he's doing," Sheila said. "If he's letting these guys walk, he's got a damn good reason. But you and I won't ever be told what it is. We'll just have to pay attention down the line."
3 Double Eagles walked down the steps, then climbed into the waiting cars and pickup trucks. Snake accompanied the last 2 men, but Floyd didn't see him get into any vehicle. Instead, Snake seemed to be walking along the front wall of the courthouse, away from the vehicles. "Where's he going?" Floyd asked.
"I don't know,"
Sheila said, a note of concern in her voice. "Did you see anybody waiting to pick him up over that way?"
"Nope, just parked cars."
Berthollet grunted and watched Snake Knox walk toward the edge of the parking lot, which abutted the parking lot of a single-story shopping center on the east side of the courthouse.
"I'll bet somebody's waiting for him in a car over in that lot," Sheila guessed. "Whoever it is didn't want the courthouse cameras to record their face. Let's see if we can get a look."
She picked up her radio and called a second surveillance car, asked them to pull into the shopping center lot and be sure they saw Knox get into whatever vehicle was waiting for him. "He moves pretty good for a 70-year-old man," Floyd commented.
"He still flies crop dusters, which means he's a long way from dead. Let's pull out to the main road. We'll pick them up when they leave the lot."
"Let's give it a minute," Floyd said, keeping his eyes on Snake's diminishing figure.
"Uh-oh,"
Sheila said. "What?"
"Look."
She pointed toward the shopping center. Snake Knox had just climbed onto an orange and white motorcycle and kick-started it. Berthollet could see smoke blooming from the exhaust pipe. "Tell me that's not a dirt bike," he said.
"It's a dirt bike. Looks like a 250.
"Fuck!" Floyd jammed the Ford into gear and hit the accelerator, but even as he did, he saw Snake pull onto the grass lawn beside the shopping center, then spin a shower of gravel into the air as he took off toward the tree line far behind the stores. His front wheel lifted off the ground from the force of his acceleration. "Look at that shit!" Floyd cried.
"I told you," Sheila said. "A goddamn crop duster. What do you expect?" She keyed her radio and said, "What are you waiting for? Get this car up onto the grass and try to stay with him."
"There's no way," Floyd said. "He'll be in those trees in 30 seconds, and without air support he might as well be in Mexico. He's gone."
"I know. We need a goddamn drone." "I wonder if we have an aircraft close," Stowers said. "Kaiser might divert the chopper to keep eyes on Snake Knox."
"Give it a try," Floyd said, aiming the Ford at the space between the courthouse and the shopping center.
"I sure wish this was a rental."
Snake was 3 miles from the courthouse when he stopped the Honda. He'd lost the FBI after the first half-mile, as he'd known he would, so he'd taken care to ride the last 2 miles under heavy tree cover. He'd found the pistol and the cell phone he'd requested in a leather bag attached to the handlebars. And during the ride over, he'd called his illegitimate son and told him to be parked by a certain borrow pit 15 minutes later. Unlike the pit where Deke Dunn had died, this one lay north of Highway 84, but otherwise the topography was the same. Snake put the motorcycle back in gear, rode to the edge of the water, then stashed the bike behind some thick cottonwoods and waited. If Forrest meant to kill him, it was likely to happen here. Now. After 2 minutes, a navy blue pickup truck nosed up the little dirt road, stopped 30 feet from the water, and fell silent. Through the windshield, Snake saw 2 familiar faces, One belonged to Alois Engel, his son, the other to Wilma Dean. He wondered how far he could trust them. Most bastard sons carried a heavy burden of anger, and Alois was no different. And while Wilma was no fan of forests, she didn't like Snake much better, considering how he'd treated her over the years. He'd screwed her when she was young and attractive, and ignored her all the decades since. Snake listened hard for other engine sounds, but he heard none. After another minute, he walked into the open with his pistol in his hand and beckoned them out of the truck. They moved naturally as they got out, no shared glances or any other signs of nerves, so Snake calmed down a little.
"Everything cool?"
Alois asked.
"Worked like a charm," Snake said, walking toward the truck. "The fibbies don't know what hit 'em."
"What do we do now?"
Snake studied the boy before he answered. Alois looked nothing like him. Snake saw his mother in the blonde hair and two close-together eyes.
"Dump the bike in the water," he said, "and get the hell out of here. It's over behind those trees."
Alois nodded and went to take care of it. When he was out of earshot, Wilma said,
"I don't like your boy much. Thinks he knows everything."
"Shows the apple don't fall far from the tree."
She laughed bitterly.
"You got that right."
Wilma looked over her shoulder and watched Alois run the Honda into the black water.
"Look, before he gets back," she said, "I heard something you might want to know."
"What's that?"
"I got a friend who works part-time at the motel where them FBI agents are staying."
"And?"
"She tells me her manager asked her to plant some bugs in their rooms yesterday."
Snake went on alert. He'd heard nothing about this from Forrest.
"Keep going. Who's this manager?"
"Name's Wade Kimball."
Snake smiled. Kimball's father had been a Klansman back in the day, and the son fancied himself a right-wing blogger.
"Little Wade," Snake said. "Forrest must have put him up to that. Where else would he get the bugs? Does your friend know who's monitoring the transmissions?"
"Kimball himself, she thinks. He's been locked up in his office ever since the bugs went in."
Snake couldn't believe his luck. Alois walked back up to them and said,
"What now?"
"Now?"
Snake grinned.
"Now we're going to kill some people."
The boy's mouth twitched a couple of times, then broke into a slit of a smile. After years of waiting, the hardcore action he'd been craving was at hand. Snake had figured Alois would be more than ready.
"Who?"
Alois asked.
"Penn Cage and his old man. Maybe even that FBI agent, Kaiser."
Wilma drew back her head, her eyes unbelieving.
"That sounds pretty damn stupid to me."
"You want to go sit home and watch your soap operas? Go ahead."
"I'm ready,"
Alois said.
"Where are they?"
"The mayor's home right now and covered by about 20 cops. But later on, he won't be. And neither will his father."
"Where'll they be?"
"I'll lay odds on Henry Sexton's funeral."
"How do you know that?"
Wilma asked.
"Because that's what guys like them do. They follow the rules, observe the social niceties, and that makes it easy for us to pick them up."
"Are we going to hit them at the funeral?"
Alois asked, his eyes wide.
"Depends on who else is there. We might do it there or right after. Or we might wait and stage something interesting. But either way, we move today."
Chapter 84. Walt felt more than a little anxious crossing the river back into Louisiana after killing the state trooper only 4 days ago. Thankfully, Darius had agreed to drive them, and in Flora's Lincoln, not Pithy's Bentley, which would have been like driving through India in Queen Elizabeth's golden carriage. Walt had tried to enlist Pithy in his effort to dissuade Tom from visiting Henry's remains, But as he'd feared, the old woman had predicted that no evil would come from Tom paying proper respect to the dead. This hadn't reassured Walt, but neither Tom nor Pithy had paid him any mind. He felt like the insignificant shield-bearer that Pithy seemed to think he was. The miles flowed by under Darius's sure hands and feet, Tom as silent as a pilgrim nearing a holy shrine. And soon they reached the west side of Faraday, where Early's funeral home stood. The business occupied a columned two-story Greek Revival house, while the owner lived in a simple ranch-style home next door, a bass boat parked on a trailer to the side, and martin boxes on poles in the yard. Walt felt some trepidation as Darius went to the door to summon Mr. Early to the Lincoln, but once the owner of the funeral home stopped gawking at Tom's missing beard, he couldn't move quickly enough to please his guest. 2 minutes after they'd pulled up, Jim Early was letting them into the funeral home through the back door. Tom thanked Darius and asked if he'd mind going to a convenience store and picking up a couple of Diet Cokes, and their driver agreed without a word. Walt didn't like the idea of losing their transportation, but once again Tom ignored his concern. Mr. Early led them to the room where the pre-service visitation was to be held for Sexton. A gleaming metal casket lay at the head of the room, already surrounded by flowers. By necessity, Early informed them solemnly, the funeral would be a closed casket affair. The reporter had been burned beyond all recognition. Brodie Royal had suffered the same fate. After shaking both their hands, Early excused himself to begin preparations for the day's operations. Walt told Tom to get on with his business since they were basically sitting ducks. Tom had already arranged his surrender to the FBI, but Agent Kaiser didn't expect him to turn up until midway through the church service after the crowd had been seated. Walt had brought a pistol along, but he knew better than to think he'd get the drop on another state trooper like he had with the one by the borrow pits. This time, if the Staties came, it'd be the SWAT boys with body armor, tactical sights, and pump Remingtons. Tom walked up to the casket and laid his hand on the lid, right about where Henry's chest would be. He was speaking softly when a woman who had to be 80 entered the back of the room. She started when Walt nodded at her as if shocked to find someone here. But then, after staring at Tom's back for a while, something in her gaze softened, and she shuffled forward. Walt followed softly behind her, more out of curiosity than anything. As she neared the coffin, Tom turned and looked at her. Walt saw then that his friend's eyes were wet. Tom held out his right hand to the woman. "Hello, Virginia." The newcomer gave Tom her quivering hand, and Walt saw that it was a working woman's hand, calloused and scaly from many washings.
"Dr. Cage?" she said hesitantly. "Is that you?"
She laughed self-consciously.
"I didn't recognize you at first."
"It's quite all right, Virginia. I shaved my beard." Mrs. Sexton looked blankly around the room, then shook her head like someone lost.
"Lord, Doc, you're one of the few people I could stand seeing right now. What are you doing here?"
Tom's face reddened. "I came to pay my respects to your son. You may have heard that the police are looking for me, and I hope you're not offended." Mrs. Sexton dismissed his concern.
No, I'm glad to see you. You were so good to us back in the old days. It meant so much to me and to Henry."
"I was just doing my job, Virginia."
"Oh, no. You do your work the way my Henry always did his. It's not a job to you. It's a calling. That's mighty rare these days, I'm sad to say."
Tom nodded. "Henry was working with my daughter-in-law, you know, Caitlin Masters. Or my future daughter-in-law, I should say. I lost her yesterday. She was killed by the same bunch that got your boy." Mrs. Sexton laid her hand on Tom's forearm and squeezed, and her eyes said, "Have strength." "Caitlin loved to chase big stories," Tom said, "and she was good at it.
But your son was different. He reminded me of my boy, actually. Henry was a crusader, like Penn. He didn't work for the glory, but for truth, for real justice. That's what's rare in this day and age. You taught him well, Virginia. Henry believed right and wrong are as plain as day and night, and it's a man's duty to stand up and be counted no matter what the cost. Tears welled in Mrs. Sexton's eyes, then slid down her cheeks. She did not wipe them.
"You are right, Doc. But Lord, what that costs."
"The last full measure," Tom said softly.
"Beg pardon?"
I was quoting President Lincoln. Henry gave the last full measure of devotion to his cause.
"Oh, yes, I remember now,"
Mrs. Sexton said in a voice of detached wonder.
"Did I have to memorize that in school?"
"You probably did." Virginia Sexton looked over at Walt, who smiled awkwardly, being a stranger. Then she said,
"Dr. Cage, I wonder if I could ask you something."
"Anything."
"It would mean the world to me if you would say a few words over Henry. It would have meant a lot to him, too."
Tom looked stunned by her request. "Actually—"
"Don't say no now. I struggled and fretted over who to ask for a eulogy, and I'd about decided on his publisher. But somehow I just haven't felt settled with it. And the way you put that just now, that's what I want people to understand about my boy. And coming from you, well, it would really mean something. Everybody knows what kind of man you are, no matter what any law says. Folks know you, and they care about what you say."
"Actually, I came here expressly to ask you if I might say a few words during the service." The old woman's eyes brightened.
"Really?"
"Yes. Henry's passing affected me a lot more than you might suspect. It made me realize some things about myself." Mrs. Sexton looked flabbergasted by this turn of events.
"Well, I never—" "Of course. You say whatever you feel called to."
Tom took Mrs. Sexton's hands in his and squeezed them. "I'm going to leave you alone with him now, Virginia, but I'll see you at the service. And if you would, please don't mention to anyone that I'll be speaking. I'll have Mr. Early inform the pastor."
"I understand, but could you stay here a little longer, Doc? You see, I don't have anybody left now that Henry's gone."
Tom looked back and gave Walt an apologetic glance, then put his right arm around Mrs. Sexton and stood before the coffin in silence. Walt wondered what his friend was thinking. Tom never went to funerals, seeing them as a reminder that, in the end, a physician always lost his battles with death. For his part, Walt was thinking about the hours still to pass between now and the moment when the FBI would take Tom into protective custody. So long as they were in Louisiana, someone could alert Forrest or Snake Knox to that fact. And if they did, then Mr. Early would be doing a land office business in caskets before the day was through. Chapter 85. "FBI's pulling out," said Alphonse Ozen. "I just got word. They're staying down at the Bone Tree, but they're pulling out of the lodge." "Wasn't anything there for them to find," Forrest said. The two men faced each other across Forrest's kitchen counter. His wife had left for her yoga class 15 minutes ago, and Forrest had brewed a second pot of coffee. "So what now?" Ozen asked. "We go right back in there like we have nothing to hide. I'll call Billy and get him headed toward Valhalla in his plane. I want Kaiser and McKeever to see I'm going to brazen this through." "And Snake?" "Snake did what he said he was going to do. At this point, the best thing is to let him be himself. Given what I read in the paper this morning, I'm betting somebody's not going to live through this day." "Who?" "I'm not sure, but I'll make one prediction. The mayor's under round-the-clock protection, but I think there's a good chance he'll show up at Henry Sexton's funeral. Dr. Cage will want to go too out of guilt, but he won't be able to risk it. There's bound to be some FBI agents there paying their respects, if nothing else.
You think Mayor Cage will want to go to that funeral right after his fiancée was killed?
Especially after that. I figured he might be a pallbearer, but he's not.
Ozen looked unconvinced.
Would Snake really try to hit Cage at a funeral with FBI agents present? Why not? This isn't like the hospital where he had to shoot through glass. The service is at Early's funeral home. Mourners have to walk in from their cars, then walk out again. Probably wait in line, too, at this service. Snake could stand off with his sniper rifle, pop anybody he wants from 500 or 600 yards out, and still get away clean.
Ozen thought about this. I guess it's a good thing he's not coming after us, huh, boss? Forrest felt a ripple of foreboding along the skin of his arms.
You're damn right. Snake's got to believe we're on his side right up to the second I put a hollow point in his head.
The 28-story state capitol building dominated the Baton Rouge cityscape like a spike against the sky, and it was the key offices in that building to which Colonel Griffith McKeever had been trying to gain access for 2 days. Stymied at every turn, he'd finally been forced to settle for a glass and steel box within sight of the Capitol, a branch of one of the wealthiest private banks in Louisiana. Victor Marchand, its chairman, was not only an architect of the secret plan to transform post-Katrina New Orleans into a much whiter city that could bring back the corporate tenants it had lost in recent decades, but also one of Forrest Knox's most powerful supporters in his bid to be the next superintendent of state police. Marchand's influence in the political corridors of Baton Rouge was second only to his power within the less visible conclaves of New Orleans. Short of the Capitol, there was no better place to test the power of the weapon Walt Garrity had given McKeever than Marchand's office. The colonel watched the banker sit behind his desk and fold his arms in what McKeever could only interpret as a combative position. A handsome and urbane 55, Marchand was dressed to the nines, probably for some fundraising luncheon, but McKeever couldn't imagine an honest citizen giving this man any money. An executive assistant stood behind his boss like a cross between a bodyguard and an attack dog.
"I assume," said the banker, "you understand that I don't relish being asked to come into my office on a Saturday to see a child molester." "Alleged child molester," McKeever said, nervously gripping the notebook computer in his lap. "It's only at the strong insistence of the FBI that I've agreed to see you." But here you sit, McKeever thought. After being publicly pilloried by the media, he could not deny the degree to which he would enjoy the next 2 minutes. "I'm sorry to have to say this," said Marchand, not sounding sorry at all, "but I see absolutely no reason to postpone your resignation, which frankly we expected long before now. No matter what you have to show me, neither I nor my associates in government can possibly intervene in a matter that will soon be under adjudication. We're going to have to let law enforcement and the courts settle this." McKeever opened his computer and made sure it was powered up with the appropriate file queued in the viewing program. "I hope that contains your resignation letter," the banker said. McKeever stepped forward and set the computer on the desk, the screen facing Marchand. "If you'll just hit play, I think you'll understand a lot better where things actually stand." "What am I about to see?" the banker asked irritably. "Not anything illegal, I hope." "Very much so, I'm afraid." "I'm not going to look at child pornography." "Just hit play. You'll understand." After a heavy sigh, Marchand started the video. McKeever knew from watching Kaiser's face what he should expect, or he thought he did. But the banker's eyes went so wide during the executions that he looked as though he were watching the kiddie porn that McKeever had been accused of trafficking in. "Are those men doing the firing police officers?" he asked.
At least 2 are, and they are under the direct command of Forrest Knox. Marchand swallowed, then glanced at his assistant. When did this happen? 1 day after the storm made landfall, before General Honoré took over the city. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. And who was that I saw shot? Drug dealers. Specifically, African-American drug dealers. Why were they shot like that? Because they were cutting into the profits of Forrest Knox's ongoing drug operations, and by that I do not mean his anti-drug law enforcement operations. I mean his family's drug sales operations. The banker blinked in disbelief. Are you saying that Forrest Knox uses his troops as a private enforcement arm of his family's drug smuggling and sales organization? Yes. Marchand closed his eyes. He had just glimpsed the beginning of a PR disaster that could bring down not only politicians, but also any known private sponsor of the man who had ordered these murders. Do you have proof of what you just said? Marchand asked. McKeever let the banker twist in the wind for a few seconds so he could better appreciate the abyss yawning beneath him. As we speak, the FBI is interviewing the man giving the kill order in that video. Marchand's face went completely white. You went to the Bureau before you came to us? No one in the state government would even return my calls. About the manufactured charges Knox leveled against me? They went straight to the media and called for my head. But this could destroy the effectiveness of the state police for years. It could destroy a lot more than that, McKeever said softly. Marchand looked back at his assistant, who obviously had nothing to offer. Son of a bitch, he muttered. What are we going to do about this? Less than 5 miles from Victor Marchand's bank, Special Agent John Kaiser sat in the back seat of a black FBI Suburban. Beside him sat the state police sergeant whom Griffith McKeever's son-in-law had finally identified as the man giving the kill order in the Katrina sniping video. Kaiser's agents had snatched the sergeant right off the street as he walked out of a coffee shop down the block from the parking lot where they now sat, watched over by 4 heavily armed FBI agents. You can't fucking do this, the sergeant growled. I don't give a shit who you are. There's laws in this country. And you've broken the most serious of them, Kaiser said calmly. Keep your eyes on the screen. Once the filmed replay of the murder began, the SWAT sergeant knew exactly what he was about to see. He didn't wait for the shots to begin defending himself. His first instinct was to use the classic Nazi defense. I was just following orders. Only in this case he was clearly the man giving the orders. Kaiser finally silenced him with a wave of his hand. You're not under arrest, Kaiser said, although I'll be happy to oblige you right now if you'd prefer it. Second, we are operating well outside the parameters of what you think of as normal procedure. The special provisions of the Patriot Act give me truly frightening power over your ass, so please keep your mouth shut while I finish. You have only 2 choices. 1, you turn state's evidence and tell us everything you know about Forrest Knox and his illegal activities before, during, and after Hurricane Katrina. The SWAT sergeant's eyes bugged. Or 2, you become the epicenter of the biggest police scandal in modern American history, after which you spend the rest of your life in a maximum security prison, praying that no relatives of the black drug dealers you murdered during the storm put out a gang hit on you behind bars. The SWAT officer turned to stare out the window at the people walking up and down the street. The world of which they were a part had just shifted forever beyond his reach. Forrest Knox will never be head of the state police, Kaiser said with finality. Somebody in this video is going to flip. Maybe it's just me, but I'd rather risk Forrest's retribution than what will happen to the guys in this video once it hits the internet and you're all identified. It took the sergeant less than a minute to make up his mind. He insisted on speaking to a lawyer before signing any plea agreement, but in principle he agreed to give up everything. After all, he had no blood stake in the Knox organization.
"One thing,"
Kaiser said as an agent in the front seat put the Suburban into gear.
"Do you know if Forrest is planning any sort of hit today?"
The sergeant shook his head.
"Not that I know of, but he ain't the one I'd worry about. I'd worry about Snake, 'cause that motherfucker is crazy."
Duly noted, Kaiser thought.
"2 of my agents will drive you to our New Orleans field office," he said. "Your attorney can see you there. This is obviously a politically sensitive matter, so we'll play it by ear as the day progresses."
Kaiser leaned over the sergeant and opened the door, and 2 FBI agents unceremoniously pulled the man from the vehicle, then closed the door. Kaiser tapped the shoulder of his driver.
"Let's get back to Concordia Parish and fast. We've got a funeral to go to."
Chapter 86. When I entered the broad door of the AME church for Henry Sexton's funeral, less than 18 hours had passed since I cradled Caitlin in the shadow of the bone tree. Were it not for Annie, I probably would not have come here. But after awakening groggily from what I would soon learn was drugged sleep, I found her sitting beside my bed dressed for church. "Where are you going?" I asked her.
"We're going to Mr. Sexton's funeral," she said.
I blinked and tried to think of ways to dissuade her, but before I could voice the first objection, Annie said,
"That's where Caitlin would be today, and she'd want us to go in her place."
There was no arguing this point, and after my mother sided with her, I resigned myself to the fact that sulking in my tent was not a viable option. After a shower and 3 cups of coffee, I found myself in Mom's Camry, driving across the river I'd come to curse in the past few days. Annie had appropriated Caitlin's cell phone from the box of her personal effects, and though my daughter could not break the passcode, she held the phone tightly as a kind of talisman. She also asked whether she might wear Caitlin's engagement ring around her neck on a chain, but this request I gently refused. I could see that my mother agreed with me, and that made me feel a little better as we left the house. We can't let Annie slip back into the kind of paralysis she experienced when my wife died. I assumed that Henry would be buried from a white church in Faraday, Louisiana, but as we crossed the bridge, Mom informed me that he would be buried from a black church in Clayton, a few miles away. Knowing this, I expected to come upon a white salt box standing at the edge of an empty soybean field, with maybe 50 cars in the parking lot. Instead, I saw a white salt box that appeared to be floating on a sea of automobiles, with more lining the highway for at least a quarter mile. Inside that box, I found a crowd that probably violated the fire code by a factor of 5. Like most black churches in this part of the South, this one was built from cheap pine and stands on wedge-shaped concrete blocks. If set alight, it would burn to the ground in less than 20 minutes. Yet it has stood for nearly 70 years. The demographics of this parish are simple. 70% black, 30% white, give or take a few percent, with no mixed churches or cemeteries, and the white kids in segregated private schools unless they can't afford the tuition. Today, however, quite a few white faces salt the pews of the AME church. They look slightly confused at finding themselves here. Yet here they have come to honor Henry Sexton. I recognize Jerry Mitchell from the Clarion Ledger, and one older reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Beyond the smattering of journalistic luminaries, I see John Kaiser and at least half a dozen FBI agents standing near a door behind the altar. This comes as a surprise, since Kaiser must surely have more pressing business than Henry's funeral. Spying me as we move up the crowded aisle, Kaiser points to a few empty seats in the front rows that have been reserved. As we take our places, he walks over, leans down to me and whispers, "How's your daughter coping?" At least he didn't ask me how I'm doing. Rising again, I say, "Better than I am so far. What are you guys doing here? Has there been a bomb threat or something?" Kaiser shakes his head. "They found Harold Wallace early this morning, dead." "Where?" "Behind a Baton Rouge crack house." I close my eyes, absorbing this news at the gut level. "Doesn't matter," I say softly. "He was just the bullet. I want the man who aimed the gun." Kaiser's eyes tell me he remembers telling me the same thing about the Kennedy assassination. "You probably don't know, but the Double Eagles were released this morning." This penetrates the haze of my grief. "What? After killing Sonny Thornfield?" Kaiser gives me a cagey look. "There's a method to my madness. I have them all under surveillance. But Snake Knox has temporarily lost his tail. Keep your eyes peeled for him if you're out and about." "Great. Where's Forrest Knox now?" "Holed up with his sidekick at the Valhalla hunting camp." "You haven't gone after him?" "We're close. I'm working with the Louisiana State Police now." "Forrest is the state police." Kaiser shakes his head with confidence. "Not quite. We're going to get him, Penn. I can't tell you how, but it's only a matter of time now. And not much at that." "So what are you doing here?" The FBI agent smiles and nods at Annie and my mother. "I'll explain later. Just be cool no matter what happens." Before I can ask what he means, he drifts back toward the door beyond the rail. The hum of voices in the church is like the low rumble before a big high school graduation. People are still squeezing through the double doors at the back, and after the younger men give up their seats to women, the rear of the room swells with bodies, and the balcony creaks from the collective weight of children. I start to offer my seat to a woman standing against the wall, but Annie holds me firmly in my spot. As we wait for the service to begin, I look to my left and right. The deeply creased faces around me have seen more toil and pain than I ever will. Life here has always been hard. In 1927, the river inundated the Louisiana Delta for miles inland, trivializing the flooding caused by Hurricane Katrina. Raccoons and poisonous snakes filled the trees, while rat-covered logs and rotting cattle floated between the hacked-through roofs, serving as islands of grim survival. On the levees near the river, Red Cross camps struggled to treat refugees suffering from pellagra and other maladies. Out here, the only food or medicine arrived on small boats sent by the federal government. Yet still, these people refused to leave their land. More than a few of today's mourners looked like they lived through the 27 flood, and most of them probably remember the 1960s like they were yesterday. The humming voices drop to nothing as two men wearing suits wheel in a coffin of dull gray metal. After they depart, a tall black man who must be at least 90 walks out to the lectern carrying an ancient Bible. He is the Reverend John Baldwin, a legend in this parish. Probably 6'4" during his prime, Baldwin now has the subsident stoop of osteoporosis, but the wise eyes behind his large gold spectacles communicate dignity and compassion. A hatted matron seated at an upright piano up front begins the service with a hymn I don't recognize, but none of the black people in the pews need a hymnal. They sing with full-throated passion, tempered by the sadness appropriate to the occasion. After the last chord fades and dies, Reverend Baldwin looks over at another preacher who appears to be a younger version of himself. When that man nods, Reverend Baldwin begins to speak.
"Greetings, brothers and sisters,"
he says in a deep baritone ravaged by time and cigarette smoke.
"Friends and neighbors. My son Richard recently took over as pastor of this church, but today I will preside over the funeral of my good friend Henry Sexton. I ask you new folks to be patient with me. I'm 92 years old, and it takes me a while to say what I mean to, but I can only hope that you find what I say worth the waiting."
Reverend Baldwin turns his head slowly and takes in the sea of faces upturned to his. Then he smiles with a generosity of spirit that makes many of the whites in the pews smile in return.
"This is more white folks than I've preached to since 1964, when the children from the white colleges up north came down to help in the struggle. That makes me happy, despite the sad occasion. People say the most segregated day of the week in America is Sunday, and they're close to right. But today, in this church, that's not true."
Reverend Baldwin looks down at his Bible, but he's not reading anything. He's thinking, or perhaps praying. Then he turns around to where the long coffin lies on a bier draped with a cloth to hide the trolley wheels beneath it.
"First, I want to answer the question some of my parishioners are asking themselves. Why is that white man lying here in our church instead of in the white church down the road? Ain't that the way it's supposed to be? Well, yes and no. That's the way it is most times, I'm sad to say. But it's not the way it ought to be. When a man gets to where Henry Sexton is now, he ought to be where he belongs, and Henry belongs right here. His mother knew that, and that's why she asked me to preside over his funeral service. And when she asked, I knew this was something I had to do. Indeed, I'm proud to do. Why, you ask? Because every member of this church owes Henry Sexton something. What, you ask? What do I owe that white man? First, your prayers, brothers and sisters, and your thanks.
Reverend Baldwin takes out a white handkerchief and dabs sweat from his brow.
Last night I thought about comparing Henry to a hero from the Bible, but that was an age of heroes, if the stories aren't exaggerated. Being a hero in our time seems particularly hard. Our children don't even know the names of the martyrs who freed them from the chains of bondage. They know Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Medgar Evers, maybe. But ask them who Wallace Jackson was, or Jimmy Revels, and watch the blank look come over their faces. If it's not on the TV, they don't know it. Well, Henry Sexton, the man who brings us together today, is a hero from our time. The scripture says, "He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword." Well, Henry Sexton did not live by the sword, yet he died by it. Henry never resorted to violence, not until his last day on earth, anyway. And even then, he only did so to save the lives of others. I have preached nonviolence all my life, but that's not an easy road, I can tell you. I served in the Navy during the war against Japan, but I wasn't allowed to carry a gun, not even in the combat zone. I was a cook, like Jimmy Revels, and there were times, such as when we were being attacked by kamikaze airplanes, that my greasy, shaking hands itched to have a gun in them. But they never did. After the Lord brought me home, though, I finally picked up a gun to defend my family and protect my flock. Henry wrote an article about us, the Deacons for Defense. He must have asked me 500 questions for that story.
Reverend Baldwin smiles in fond remembrance.
He pestered me night and day. Henry asked what I'd think about when I laid in a ditch all night with a shotgun to keep marauders from burning down our churches and homes. I told him that when I wasn't praying, I was asking myself the same question my good friend Wallace Jackson used to ask. How can we change the white man's heart? How can we make him see that we're all the same inside? Over the years, I've asked myself what made Henry different from other people. One answer is that he spent his younger years in the company of Albert Norris and his family, some of whom we have with us today.
"Amen," says a soft voice. Stretching my neck, I try to see who the pastor might be talking about, but this is foolish. I wouldn't recognize any of Albert Norris's family even if I saw them.
For another,
Reverend Baldwin goes on,
Henry was a musician, and music always brings a man closer to his fellow man and to the Lord. I've known very few men with music in their hearts who hated their brothers and sisters.
"Hallelujah," someone calls.
"Yes, Lord,"
chimes in another.
But as much as Henry loved music, that was not his calling.
Reverend Baldwin looks slowly around the room as though he has all day to speak to this crowd.
Do you know what Henry's calling was?
"Tell us, Reverend."
Henry's calling was truth.
"Praise Jesus."
Henry's calling was justice.
"Yes, Jesus."
Annie looks around to find the authors of these cries, but she doesn't seem disturbed by them in the least.
When other men reach for swords,
Reverend Baldwin says in a stronger voice,
Brother Henry reached for a pen, and with his other hand he reached for a shovel, and with that shovel he dug for the truth. You know, the truth isn't hard to find if you're willing to get your hands dirty. Truth waits just under the surface for any man brave enough to scrape a little dirt away. But most people are too afraid or too lazy to get dirty. They're afraid to ask the right questions, the hard questions. Brother Henry asked the hard questions, and after he got his answers, he took his pen and wrote them down.
"Yes, Lord."
Henry wrote the whole truth, too. Not half the truth, not a sanitized truth. He wrote the signified truth, and he wrote it down for everybody to read. From his tiny little newspaper right down the road, Henry shook the foundations of this great nation. He shook the Capitol in Jackson, Mississippi, and he shook the FBI building in Washington, D.C. Look around at all the strangers sitting here with us today, and you'll see what one man can do with a pen and the truth.
"Yes, Jesus."
Brother Henry,
Reverend Baldwin says softly,
our brother Henry proved an old saying that we all hear from the time we're children, but one we never quite believe.
The old man holds up his long right arm, and in his hand is a fountain pen. In full voice he cries,
The pen is mightier than the sword!
A swell of emotion fills the church, and cries of praise ricochet through the echo chamber created by the seasoned wood that holds us. When the calls finally subside, Reverend Baldwin still holds the pen high, like a wand that might spew lightning at any moment.
The word of God is sharper than a two-edged sword, he quotes, penetrating even between soul and spirit, joints and marrow, and able to discern reflections and thoughts of the heart.
"Amen,"
shouts a woman close to us, and Annie's mouth falls open in wonder. Reverend Baldwin pauses, and the brief silence is filled by the sound of shifting bodies and gurgling babies. Then he speaks in the voice of a grandparent, recalling his grown child as a toddler.
Henry must have asked me 10,000 questions during his life. He was like a child that way, always another question. Who? Where? What time was it, Rev? How many were there, Rev? But most of all, he asked the question the youngest children ask, the hardest question of all to answer. Why? Why did they do that, Reverend Baldwin? Or why didn't they do such and such? You wouldn't know that from reading Henry's stories, because newspaper stories aren't generally about the why of things. But I believe Henry was saving up all the why answers to put in a book someday, a real book, like Mayor Penn Cage writes, but not fiction. A true book. Henry's book of why. And now that book will never be written.
Reverend Baldwin turns and walks solemnly to Henry's casket, then lays his hand on the polished metal.
A lot of history died with this man. Satan will bury a world of truth with Henry Sexton. And the same is true of that poor young lady who published the Natchez newspaper. On Wednesday night, Brother Henry gave his life to save Caitlin Masters, and when she died on Friday, she did it following in his footsteps.
Annie grips my hand hard enough to stop my circulation.
One more bullet flew,
Reverend Baldwin says,
and more truth fell into darkness. But hear me, friends and neighbors, bullets can't kill truth. They can kill flesh, but truth does not die, no more than the soul does. The truth is all around us still, waiting for someone to find the courage of the fallen champion we mourn today. And though it might seem like the dark times of 40 years ago have returned, I tell you now, the truth that Brother Henry and Miss Masters died for must not be buried with them. No, Jesus, because the truth shall set us free. Amen. Yes, Lord.
After the thunder of amens subsides, Reverend Baldwin's voice drops to a confiding murmur.
I said that Brother Henry reminded me of a child with his questions, but Henry Sexton was not a child. And if you've asked yourself what this white man is doing in this church of ours, I say this to you.
Reverend Baldwin looks out and seems to find every pair of eyes in the room.
Henry Sexton was not a white man.
This time no one cries out. Everyone in the church leans forward with bated breath, even the children, waiting to see what Reverend Baldwin will say.
Henry wasn't a white man, he repeats. No. Henry Sexton was a man. Just a man. Do you hear me, brothers and sisters?
The exhalation doesn't come for several seconds, and when it does, it's like a gasp of comprehension.
A man,
echoes a woman near the back, as though speaking the word for the first time. Reverend Baldwin looks down at the coffin and speaks softly.
A man is a hard thing to be, friends. And my final word on Henry is taken not from Scripture, but from one of the musicians Henry loved so much, Mr. Muddy Waters.
Lord, Lord,
moans an old man near us.
What did Muddy say?
Asks a female voice.
Ain't that a man?
Quotes Reverend Baldwin, pronouncing man as main as he points at the coffin. Now his voice rises, and he stabs his finger at the coffin.
I said, ain't that a man?
Yes, Lord! Praise Jesus!
Comes a counterpoint of impassioned voices. Out of this chorus rises a soft flurry of piano notes, and then the younger Reverend Baldwin walks to the lectern. Brothers and sisters, we're going to be blessed today by a unique musical performance. A song by two performers who've traveled 2,000 miles to be with us today. The first grew up in Faraday, but she hasn't been back for more than 20 years. Brothers and sisters, friends, Miss Swan Norris. A thrill of shock and anticipation races through the crowd, as though the pastor has announced the presence of a recording star. Swan Norris, I echo silently, the name hurling me back to Thursday night when Caitlin and I made love at Edelweiss after my face-off with Sheriff Byrd. As we lay in the shadows of the master suite upstairs, Caitlin told me a story she read in one of Henry's journals, a tale of childhood innocence and passion that had moved her profoundly. How happy it would have made Henry to know that the love of his young life would return to Faraday to sing at his funeral. A woman who looks closer to 50 than the 60 she must be rises from the front pew and walks to the lectern while the Baldwin men vacate it. As Caitlin told me, the daughter of Albert Norris is indeed beautiful. Her face is lined at the corners of her eyes, but otherwise smooth as polished wood, and her high cheekbones and forehead give her an aristocratic mien. Wearing a simple black dress, Swan gazes out over the congregation like a dark angel who long ago left the mortal world, but has returned to bring comfort to those who remain. "Accompanying Swan on the piano," says the younger Reverend Baldwin, "will be James Revels Argento." A handsome, light-skinned man of 20 rises and walks to the piano with the unself-conscious manner of a natural painter walking to a canvas. "James is the grandson of Swan Norris and Jimmy Revels, who was tragically lost to us in 1968. This time the response is electric. A symphonic cascade of piano notes cuts through the awestruck buzz that follows, silencing all conversation. Gradually the notes diminish in volume until they settle into a slow, rhythmic undercurrent. Then, out onto that current, like a sleek canoe of rough-hewn timber, sails the voice of Swan Norris. "I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since." Sam Cooke's immortal anthem is one of those songs that few singers are really up to, but the restrained power of Swan's voice brings chills to the back of my neck. One senses that, like a dammed river, it could break loose at any moment and wash away all before it. Swan doesn't ruin the song with exhibitionist melismas the way so many modern singers do, yet her sinuous phrasing easily matches Cooke's original. When she pauses after the second verse, her grandson's piano fills the space like an eddy of water. Then she goes on, catching the main current again. In the third verse, her timbre changes, morphing into a more angelic tone, one reminiscent of a boys' choir. Then I realize that Swan is no longer singing. She's watching her grandson carry on what she started. As James Revels sings of being denied help from his brother, his voice seems to float above the crowd into the high spaces of the church. But just as it seems in danger of drifting away, Swan's rich, earthy alto fills the building from the floorboards to the apex of the ceiling. "It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is going to come. Oh, yes, it will." When the last resonant echoes of the piano fade into silence, awe fills the church. For the natives of this area, a prodigal has returned. 2 in this case. One a daughter, and the other the descendant of a man they believed martyred long ago and without children. All I can think of is how profoundly moved Caitlin would have been to know that Jimmy Revels left a child in the world, and by Swan Norris. Then a piercing question comes to me. Did Henry ever know? As Swan returns to her seat, the elder Reverend Baldwin rises once more, presumably to dismiss the mourners. But when he reaches the podium, he looks out and says,
"Brothers and sisters, our final guest today was asked to speak by Henry's mother. Almost all of you know him, and I ask that you remain seated and give him the courtesy of silence."
In the front pew, John Kaiser gets to his feet. Several FBI agents do the same. When the door behind the altar opens, I half expect a black celebrity to walk to the podium, but to my surprise, the man who appears is white, with white hair, a clean-shaven face, and piercing eyes. "My God," whispers my mother, clutching my arm so hard it hurts.
"Brothers and sisters," says Reverend Baldwin, "Dr. Thomas Cage."
I start to get to my feet, but a strong pair of hands presses me back down. When I turn, I find Walt Garrity's face only inches from my own, his eyes filled with empathy. "Just sit tight," he says softly. "Hear him out. Then decide what you want to do." Chapter 87. As my father walks to the lectern, obviously bent with pain, Walt keeps one hand on my shoulder. The whispers in the church rise like a wind before a storm, but Dad looks unfazed. My mother is blinking in open-mouthed shock, but Annie is smiling broadly, Caitlin's cell phone still held tight in her hand. "What the hell is he doing, Walt?" I whisper. "You'll see. Just wait." I quickly scan the pews behind me. 100 people are using their cell phones. Forrest Knox will have men here in 10 minutes, and we'll have a war on our hands. No, we won't. Check your phone. I slip my mobile from my inside coat pocket. The LCD reads, "No service." Jammed, Walt says with satisfaction. Courtesy of the FBI. Your father's turning himself in, Penn. But he's doing it in his own way. To who? Kaiser? That's right. Jesus. Does the FBI know you're here? Officially? No. In reality, yes. A flood of confused emotions is surging through me. Dad stands silently at the lectern, a gray pinstripe suit with high, wide lapels hanging off his frame. He looks as though he barely has the strength to hold himself upright. I don't believe this, Penn. What the hell is he wearing? A suit that belonged to Pithy Nolan's husband, Walt hisses. It was made in 1940. Pithy Nolan, I think, stunned by my stupidity. Of course. Where else would they be hiding? He's lost his mind, Walt. This is insane. Just listen, for God's sake. Dad looks down at the lectern, but he has no notes. He seems to be considering what he wants to say. When at last he begins speaking, his usually strong voice sounds weak, but his words are clearly audible. I know some of you are surprised to see me here, he says. I haven't come to disturb this service. I've come to pay my respects to Henry, and to the cause for which he worked so hard. Dad looks out over the crowd, and recognition is the dominant expression on his face. His eyes pause as they take in Annie and my mother, but they slip right over me and move on. He can't bear to look at me, I realize. When he speaks again, his voice seems to have gained strength. This morning, I told Henry's mother that he had given the last full measure of devotion to his cause, which was justice. I was quoting Abraham Lincoln, describing the fallen at Gettysburg. But Henry's bravery wasn't the kind I saw demonstrated by my fellow soldiers in Korea, charging into bullets and dying in a foreign land. Henry proved his courage alone, in the face of apathy, resentment, and open hostility. Having experienced battle myself, I wonder whether Henry's bravery isn't a higher form of courage. There's nothing harder than fighting alone, with no one to keep you company in your foxhole. There ought to be a special medal for that. But, like most soldiers I knew during my service, Henry wasn't looking for medals. Amen, says a soft voice behind me. In the pew reserved for family, I see an old woman who must be Henry's mother nod and wipe her eyes. It says in the good book, Dad goes on, no greater love hath any man than he who lays down his life for his friends. That's right, says a bass voice from the rear of the church. Dad bows his head as though paying homage to this principle. Henry laid down his life to save my future daughter-in-law, Caitlin Masters, who I've thought of as a daughter for years now. As Reverend Baldwin told you, Caitlin was murdered yesterday despite Henry's sacrifice. She died following a trail that Henry blazed, and her greatest hope was to complete his work. If she hadn't managed to discover that bone tree, I wouldn't be standing before you now, but lying on a cold slab somewhere. Instead, that brave young girl is the one awaiting burial. Dad pauses to catch his breath, and I can tell this speech is costing him dearly in physical terms. Then I see his chin quivering with emotion, and a knife of pain goes through me. To paraphrase what President Lincoln said in 1863, "We here cannot consecrate or hallow the ground in which those honored dead will lie, for their actions stand far above our power to add or detract. The world will not remember what we say here today, but it will remember the battles that Henry and Caitlin fought. What remains for us is to rededicate ourselves to the task for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. We must resolve that they shall not have died in vain." All the whispered conversations have ended. Everyone in the church sits with rapt attention. Something is coming, and the congregation senses it like a flood swelling one bend up the river. Dad looks around the church, taking in each face in its turn. "How can we do that?" you ask. "Tell us, Doc." My father raises his right hand, his finger pointed skyward, and the spirit of the crowd rises with it. As angry as I am at him, he somehow radiates the conviction of a prophet when he continues. "Hear me now," he rumbles, "for the hour of justice has come." Excitement sweeps through the church like a strong wind. That I, a white man, stand here and speak to you, the descendants of slaves, about justice is almost absurd, yet speak I will, because someone must. The wound that slavery dealt this country has never healed. Speaking as a physician, the efforts to heal it have been pathetic. 4 months ago, a hurricane swept through New Orleans and revealed just how broken this country is, how deep the divide between black and white. The scenes we saw play out after that storm would not, could not have happened in a white city in the North. "You're damn right," murmurs a voice from the crowd, and Reverend Baldwin glares at his congregation. "Some people argue that your community is destroying itself," Dad goes on. "Your children are killing each other, accomplishing a genocide that the Ku Klux Klan never could. The terrible truth is, all that death is a legacy of the great crime that came before, that shattered families and stained these rich fields red for generations. But nothing is simple. I wish I could tell you that the enemy is all of one tribe, but I'd be a liar if I did. It seems that the young man who killed my daughter was black, a drug user manipulated by white men to do their dirty work for them." A few sharp inhalations cause me to start. We in the South know just how complex and porous the boundary between black and white truly is. Our communities touch each other in 1,000 ways, but not always in the light. We try to bridge the great gulf between us at our peril. In my life, I came to know and love people on your side, but I don't know whether I helped or hurt them. Dad pauses to wipe sweat from his brow. I suppose this is as far as he will go toward acknowledging his relationship with Viola. After gathering himself again, he continues speaking as intimately as he would to his own family. Some of you here today I delivered into the world. Others watched me hold the hands of your parents or brothers or sisters or even your children as they passed out of it. I relieved pain where I could, but in the last analysis, I've been nothing but a conductor on the train of life. I took people's tickets as they boarded, attended to a few needs while they rode, then punched their tickets as they got off. In my own life, I did things I should not have done, and I left undone things that will haunt me to my grave. For the most part, other people paid the price for my sins. Henry Sexton was one of them, and I can't change that. But the lesson of Henry's life is that you don't cure the great ills of the world by grand gestures. You start small. Like all great men, Henry began in his own backyard. He saw injustice and tried to remedy it. He knew that murder, especially the murder of those who had no voice, no champion, could not be allowed to stand. So he took up the work that his government had failed to do. He lit the lamp for the rest of us. Henry pointed the way.
Amen,
says Reverend Baldwin. If we're to follow Henry's path, then we must be as brave as he was. We must risk his fate, and Caitlin's too. There are always 1,000 reasons to do nothing. We tell ourselves the past is better left undisturbed, that stirring up old trouble will hurt everybody, white and black, that only when the oldest among us have died will change be possible. Even the Bible warns of the terrible price of looking behind us. Don't look back, said the angel to Lot's family, lest you be swept away. But Lot's wife did, and she became a pillar of salt.
Sure did,
says a woman's voice. Unlike Lot's family, we live in the modern world, and in this world there is only one path to healing. As a physician, I learned long ago that denial, no matter how fervent, will not cure the afflicted, nor will prayer, I'm sad to say. If prayer could cure cancer, that scourge would long ago have been wiped from the earth. No. If we hope to leave a better world for our children, we must cut deep into living flesh and rip out the tumors we've left alone too long. That's hard and bloody work. Practicing medicine over the years, I came to know secrets that might have altered the future of our little postage stamp of America. But I feared what might happen to my family if I exposed the terrible deeds of which I had knowledge. I did small things to ease my conscience along the way. I even wrote to Henry anonymously and tried to point him in the right direction on some cases, but that was far too little. Henry lying dead in that casket is the proof, and also my reprimand. Today, I am shamed by his example. This time, no one calls out in support or affirmation. But I will be ashamed no longer, Dad says with an edge of anger in his voice. I will live in fear no longer. They've shot me once already, and if necessary, they can shoot me again because I've already lost a daughter. But no matter what they do, the crimes of the men who killed Henry and Caitlin will not stand.
Praise Jesus,
calls an older woman. Last night, I was kidnapped by Colonel Forrest Knox of the state police, not legally arrested, but kidnapped and taken to a secret place to be held hostage. A few hours later, I was kidnapped from Forrest by his uncle, Snake Knox, who meant to murder me. The name Knox has silenced the church. Not one breath do I hear, and to the side of the altar, John Kaiser's face has gone white. But Dad has no intention of stopping. He was always a commanding speaker, but now, despite his obvious physical frailty, his voice is gaining power like a heavy rocket leaving the gravitational pull of the earth. You all know these men. You know their history and that of their family and fellow travelers. None of that's a secret anymore, if it ever was, thanks to Henry Sexton and his newspaper. Like Brodie Royal, these men not only mock the law, but wear its mantle and twist it to their own selfish purposes. You in those pews know more about that kind of injustice than I ever will. I hear bodies shifting, angry whispers and murmurs of resentment, but Dad pushes on with irresistible force. Today in the shadow of Henry's coffin, I call you all, not to arms, for this is a house of worship, but to witness, to speak the truths you know, and to demand the justice for which Henry gave his life. Set aside your fear. Refuse to be silent 1 minute longer. For justice delayed is justice denied. For those who come in the night to terrorize and kill, to flee in terror themselves, deny them the sanctuary of silence. Deny them all refuge but the bars of a prison cell. Deny them all rest but the grave. And by so doing, let Henry and all the grieving families for whom he sought justice rest in peace at last. Dad sags forward on the lectern, and half the people in the church lurch forward as though to prop him up, but after a moment he pushes himself erect again and gazes out over the congregation with empathy and sadness. Thank you for hearing me out. And now, I go to answer for those things I've done and left undone. I go to speak the truth as I know it, and pray there's still time for redemption. But please, remember my charge to you. Do not let them die in vain. God bless you all. With that, my father turns and shuffles to Henry's coffin, then lays his hand on it, head bowed. My mother sobs once beside me, overcome with emotion, and then her quivering hand closes around mine. "That's your father," she says, her voice filled with vindication. "I know that," I mutter, more confused than I've ever been in my life. After his silent communion with Henry, Dad straightens up and walks back through the door from whence he came, this time escorted by 2 FBI agents. The buzz of voices that rises in his wake sets the walls of the church to vibrating. The energy in this building is palpable, electric, a living force that craves a balancing of the scales. If the surviving members of the Double Eagle group were brought through the doors behind me now, I doubt they would escape this crowd alive. Does Kaiser have men out back? I ask Walt as the pallbearers slowly walk to the bier. He's got everything covered. Are they taking Dad into custody now? Probably. Quentin Avery's back there, too. Kaiser's coordinating this with Colonel McKeever, the Concordia Parish DA, and the big boys in Washington. It's going to run like clockwork. You're forgetting the Knoxes, aren't you? Walt squeezes my shoulder again. I'll talk to you outside, Penn. He starts to rise, but I turn and grab his arm. What did Dad trade for this, Walt? I don't know. The JFK stuff? I whisper. Or is he going to come clean about Viola? I don't know, man, and I don't care. This was the only way to end this nightmare with him alive. And you? I'll be okay. He's seen to that. I shake my head, then release Walt's arm. As the old ranger hurries through the back door, Mom clenches my knee. Penn, what's happening? Did Walt say Tom is turning himself in? Yes. She nods and shudders with conflicted relief. Do you think the FBI would let me see him? Just for a minute? I can hardly answer, so profoundly shaken has this turn of events left me. Penn? Mom says again. Henry's funeral is over. The coffin has departed. Reverend Baldwin has released the crowd with a barely audible prayer, and the doors at the back of the church have been thrown open, letting in a broad shaft of gray-white light. Walt said Quentin's out back. I tell her, go through the door behind the lectern and find him. He'll help you. Mom grabs my hand and places it over Annie's, then rushes through the door beside the altar. As the excited mourners stream outside and a couple of the journalists scrawl in notebooks produced from their suit jackets, Annie tugs at my sleeve. When I look down, I see her holding Caitlin's cell phone to her ear. Her eyes are wide with an emotion I cannot read. Daddy,
You need to listen to this.
What, Boo?
I finally broke Caitlin's passcode. She left a message on her phone.
Only then do I remember that Caitlin originally bought the trio because it had a voice memo function that allowed up to an hour of voice recording, an invaluable tool for a journalist. That's a new phone, Boo, but she's probably got an hour of memos on there already. I'll listen to them after we get home. As Annie speaks again, a commotion erupts outside, so loud that I can hear it through the back wall. Several voices shout out for someone to stop something and then leave him alone.
Daddy?
Annie asks worriedly. Dr. Cage! Someone screams. Caitlin's cell phone forgotten, I grab Annie's hand and race through the door by the altar into the blinding sunlight.
Over there!
Annie cries, pointing at the crowded parking lot. A burly man in a black t-shirt is gripping my father's arm with one hand and aiming a pistol at him with the other. 4 FBI agents and Walt Garrity have surrounded the gunman, but they seem helpless as the big man yells, "This man's a fugitive! I'm making a lawful arrest!" Only when I get close enough to read "Bail Recovery Agent" on the t-shirt do I understand what's happening. Half of Kaiser's men have their weapons out, but they're not aiming them at the bounty hunter yet.
Penn, do something!
Cries my mother, who's being restrained by an FBI agent.
Everybody back off!
The big man yells.
This man's wanted for the capital murder of a Louisiana State police officer. I'm taking him into custody.
As I let go of Annie and run toward the group, Walt's hand disappears under his jacket. A voice that sounds like Kaiser's yells for Walt to stop, but Kaiser might as well have shouted for a meteor not to fall. Out comes a black semi-automatic, and Walt orders the bounty hunter to release my father. Recognizing the steel of an armed lawman's voice, the bounty hunter turns toward Walt and finds the barrel in his face.
"Texas Rangers," Walt says. "Just take your mitts off him, Junior. Nice and easy."
"Take it easy, Captain Garrity,"
Kaiser says in a level voice, motioning for his agents to holster their weapons.
"Put that gun away."
The bounty hunter stares back at Walt, and then his eyes narrow in suspicion.
"Texas Ranger my ass! This son of a bitch is wanted too! What the hell's going on around here?"
"You're disturbing a funeral," Walt says with eerie calm. "And that's bad manners in any jurisdiction."
"Manners?"
the big man scoffs.
"I just made a lawful arrest. There's 100 witnesses here. You'll get the death penalty if you shoot me in front of all these people."
Walt shakes his head so slightly that only the men who have witnessed a lethal violence realize how close they are to it.
"I'm Special Agent John Kaiser, FBI,"
Kaiser says to the bounty hunter.
"I've already taken Dr. Cage into protective custody. If you don't holster that weapon and leave now, you'll be spending tonight in a federal lockup."
This threat should be sufficient to defuse the situation, yet somehow it doesn't. I can't understand why the bounty hunter would disobey Kaiser unless he's waiting for some kind of backup.
"John, you need to get Dad out of here," I say in a taut voice. "Right now. Walt, too, if you can. Something's wrong about this."
"Put down that gun, Garrity,"
Kaiser orders. "Him first," Walt says. And for the first time I sense that Walt may be the sanest one of us. I step closer to Kaiser. "This guy could be working with Forrest, John. He could be waiting for state SWAT to show, or for a kill shot to come out of the trees across the road." This prospect galvanizes Kaiser beyond anything I expected. He whips out his service weapon and plants its barrel on the temple of the bounty hunter.
"You're under arrest for violation of the USA Patriot Act. Drop your weapon now or I will fire. You have 3 seconds. 1, 2, wait, shit!"
The bounty hunter's gun hits the ground and his hands fly skyward, his eyes bugging in shock and fear. 2 FBI agents hustle him through the crowd while another jerks Walt's pistol from his hand. One agent starts to arrest Walt, but Kaiser waves him off. Then I hear tires spinning as an FBI vehicle leaves the lot, hurling gravel behind it. The standoff has stunned everyone within sight of it. The faces in the crowd run the gamut from green looks of seasickness to fascinated stares. As I pull Annie into my arms, a black Suburban with tinted windows rumbles up beside Dad, who is hugging my mother like he'll never see her again. Kaiser gently separates them, then shepherds my father toward an open door halfway down the passenger side. Dad turns, possibly looking for me, but I look down and put an arm around Annie's shoulders so that I don't have to endure whatever he wants to communicate to me. After he's been closed into the SUV, it waits only for Kaiser to board. The FBI agent climbs in, then rolls down the window and addresses us through it.
We federalized the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office. I emptied out the jail. Let us get Dr. Cage processed into custody, and then you can see him.
My mother clenches Kaiser's hand and thanks him, and then the Suburban speeds away. As Mom falls into my arms, I hear a strange whir to my right. Turning, I see Quentin Avery rolling up in his motorized wheelchair. Despite missing both legs, he manages to look more debonair than any male present, thanks to his still handsome face and his $5,000 suit. At least 100 people stand behind him, watching expectantly. Beyond them, I see Swan Norris on the church steps, looking serene and resigned as people mob her with what politeness they can manage. Her grandson, too, is shaking hands with well-wishers. Quentin rotates his chair to face the mourners, and, in the voice of a man with an enviable ability to stop and smell the roses, says,
"That Swan sure sang Sam Cooke pretty, didn't she?"
"She sure did,"
someone agrees. Annie tugs anxiously at my trousers.
"Daddy, where are they taking Papa?"
I lean down and give her a reassuring squeeze. "Don't worry, Boo. Mr. Quentin's going to take care of Papa."
"How? That man with the gun looked really mean. The guys in the black truck looked scary, too."
Quentin leans toward her with a confident smile and then winks.
"Don't you worry, pretty girl. Bullies are my specialty."
"But they were a lot bigger than you are, and—"
The old lion's smile broadens.
"And they are not in a wheelchair?"
Quentin reaches out and taps Annie's forehead.
"Looks can be deceiving, darling. That's an important lesson. Ask your daddy about it on the way home."
He gives me a mock salute.
"I'm off, my brother. Keep your chin up and remember what's important."
"Which is?"
"Those women on either side of you."
As Quentin's wheelchair hums off toward a white Mercedes van, Doris Avery climbs out and opens the side door, then deploys the ramp. She sees me watching, but she does not wave. This is exactly the kind of situation she wanted to avoid when she urged Quentin not to take Dad's case, which already seems a lifetime ago. Looking around for Mom, I see that Walt has taken her aside to explain what happened with the bounty hunter. For a brief moment, I feel released from the weight of supporting her, and into that vacuum rushes all my grief and anger at my father. The logistics of getting to Henry's funeral and the intensity of the event itself had distracted me from it for a while, but now the nearly unendurable reality returns with shattering force. Caitlin is still dead, and 2 days from now, we have another funeral to attend.
"Daddy,"
says Annie,
"you need to listen to that message now."
"I told you, babe. I'll listen to it when we get home. I promise."
"Now!"
she insists, her face angry.
"It's important!"
There's a desperate note in my daughter's voice that I can't ignore. "All right, okay. You start it for me." Annie goes to work on the keypad with fingers as deft as her mother's once were, and Caitlin's too.
"The passcode was y'all's wedding day,"
she says.
"Or what it was supposed to be. All numbers. Lean down by me to listen."
I do. Annie presses a button, and then, as though calling from some plane beyond the grave, the second love of my life begins to speak in a strained whisper.
Penn, this may be the last time you hear my voice. I've been shot. In the heart, according to your father.
The rasp of labored breathing comes from the phone's tiny speaker.
Tom was trying to help me, but his hands were cuffed, and now he's passed out. I'm afraid he may be dead. I'm going to try to save myself, but in case something goes wrong, I want to tell you some things. Daddy?
Annie asks, her eyes wide.
Daddy, are you okay?
Chapter 88. The road from Early's funeral home to the Valhalla Exotic Hunting Reserve has passed like a hallucination. I couldn't say whether I've been driving 30 seconds, 30 minutes, or 30 hours. All the way I've played back Caitlin's last words, spoken into her cell phone before she performed that last, desperate self-mutilation in an effort to save her life. Her message is a sequence of broken sentences, punctuated by gasps, gurgles, wheezes, and racking coughs. Each sound of distress makes it plain that she has little time to live. Yet I'm as powerless to stop listening to it as I am to stop breathing.
I did something stupid, Penn. I went looking for the bone tree by myself. I found it and got myself shot. My own damn fault. A black kid offered to show it to me, and because he was black, I just assumed we were on the same side. Anyway, he shot me with a .22. Otherwise, I'd be dead. I scared him away with my pistol, but it doesn't matter now. Wasn't him anyway. Forrest Knox did this to me. The kid who shot me told me Forrest promised to get his brother paroled from Angola if he killed me. After the boy ran, I realized Tom was in the tree. Don't know how he got there. He was unconscious. Sugar shock, I think. Thought he was dead at first. Revived him with a goddamn peppermint. I'm sorry I sound this way. Veins in my neck are filling up. Can't get my breath. Tom said I have pericardial something. My heart's being smothered by blood in the sac around it. I'm sorry. The point was to tell you some things. Feel like that guy on Mount Everest who got to talk to his wife on the radio before the end. I heard a chopper a couple of minutes ago. I hope it's you, or at least Danny and Carl. Anyway, here goes nothing.
There were more savage wheezes, and then she said,
First, I love you. I don't know why the hell we waited so long to get married. Stupid, I guess. Second, you have to forgive your father. There's stuff you need to know. Viola and Tom killed Frank Knox. Frank was hurt, but Viola finished him off. She shot his heart full of air. And Tom stood by while he died. Covered it up. That's why Tom kept silent all those years. He thought Viola would go to prison. He'd be jailed and taken from his family or killed by the double eagles. Oh, God, I feel like my neck's going to burst. I don't want to pass out.
There was only gasping and wheezing for a few seconds, and when Caitlin spoke again, her voice was much weaker and far less coherent.
To think about, Forrest raped Viola when he was a teenager. He raped another woman, too. here at the Bone Tree. I think Forrest may be Lincoln's father. Look at his skin color. Anyway, can't believe I actually found the Bone Tree. I'm leaning against the thing, but didn't find what I was really looking for. Tell John that Frank Knox kept something from the assassination. It tied him to Marcello. Frank killed JFK, Penn. I believe that now. Tell John to look for a letter written in Russian. Snake told Morehouse about it.
At this point, her voice constricted into a strangled squawk, and I feared I would hear no more. Then she coughed and somehow went on.
I've got my multi-tool. Tell Jordan it saved me. Fucking pin in my chest. Need some kind of suction, but Tom can't help me. I'm afraid he's dead, Penn. Oh, God. If I don't make it, tell Annie I loved her like she was my own. I want to tell her myself, though, because I don't want to die in this fucking swamp. Okay. This is me, babe, signing off. Heard rotors again. Hope to God you're in that chopper. Don't ever blame yourself for this. I asked for it and I got it. I love you. Bye for now.
The first 10 times I listened to this recording, her voice was like a blade shaving shreds of muscle from my heart. Then I started to curse Caitlin for talking so long, talking to me when she could have been trying to save herself. But finally I realized the terrible truth. She'd known all along that without my father's help, her efforts would be futile. Whatever she said into that cell phone would be the last words I would ever hear from her. Typical that she spent so much of that precious time catching me up on facts, as though the message were her final news story. When I get within a mile of where I expect the Valhalla Road to be, I start watching the turns that lead into the woods between the highway and the Mississippi River. I try two that lead nowhere, logging roads that wind through the dense trees and then peter out. But then I come to an asphalt lane blocked by a wrought iron gate set between two enormous stone pillars. A gleaming sign on one reads, Valhalla Exotic Hunting Reserve. Absolutely no trespassing. Seeing no other option, I press a small black button on the keypad and wait while the wind blows through the dry leaves still clinging to the trees. A fire is burning somewhere nearby, but the scent of wood smoke brings me no pleasure. To the right of the gate, I notice a small sign hanging on a tree trunk. It reads, Fort Knox. The letters look as though a child made them with a wood-burning iron. "Who's there?" asks an accented voice that reminds me of Captain Ozen. "Penn Cage." The silence from the intercom lasts a long time. Then the same voice, laced with amusement, says, "Come on in, Mayor. But if you've got a weapon, be advised, I'm going to take it off you." "I didn't come here to kill anybody," I say in a robotic voice. "I came to talk." 5 seconds later, the great gates slowly part. For a moment, I'm reminded of Corinth, Pithy Nolan's mansion, but then I realize that the two places could not be more different. Corinth is essentially a sanctuary, while Valhalla has always been a killing ground. Approaching the lodge, I see a large, rough-hewn timber building served by central air and heat. The telephone wires, satellite dishes, and antennas make the place look more like an army outpost than a hunting camp. Alphonse Ozen awaits me on the porch, a pistol in one hand and his black wand in the other. The sight forces me to accept a grim reality. Before I can speak to Forrest Knox, I must give up my ability to defend myself. I could leave my gun in the car, but some primitive impulse makes me jam it into my waistband at the small of my back. As I get out of my mother's car, Ozen watches me as he might a rabid dog. He doesn't take his weapon off me for a moment. After I climb the steps, he instructs me to lean against the porch rail, and I comply like the most docile of prisoners. The red bone kicks my calves apart, then pats me down from the shoulders to ankles. Yanking the .357 from my belt, he pulls me away from the rail, and with a flourish like an overzealous doorman, motions for me to enter the lodge. The great room of Valhalla is a surreal museum filled with dozens of stuffed animal heads. Some appear to be endangered species. A fully grown mountain gorilla squats in one corner, its glassy gaze trained on the massive flat-screen TV across the room. Ozen prods me toward a cypress door at the far end of the room. As I make my way toward it, 4 gleaming samurai swords catch my eye. To the right of them hangs a photograph of an American sergeant beheading a Japanese officer in a World War II uniform. It makes me think of John Kaiser and his psychological history of the Knox family, but Kaiser is a million miles away from here. In a study beyond the door, Forrest Knox sits waiting behind an antique desk, his freshly pressed state trooper's uniform worn like protective armor. He regards me with curiosity but does not speak as I survey the room. His trooper's hat hangs from an iron coat rack in the corner to his right. A finely tooled leather holster containing a semi-automatic pistol hangs beside it. Opposite the desk stands a massive feral hog, stuffed and mounted on an ash pedestal against the wall. A long spear protrudes from the animal's back, but it's clear to me that whoever killed that tusked giant must have struck it through the heart in order to get away alive.
700 pounds, Forrest says. A worthy opponent, wouldn't you say?
An armed man against a pig? Forrest smiles.
Get out there in those woods on horseback and you'll change your mind.
He glances at Ozen.
He's clean?
As the sheets in a convent.
Give us a few minutes, Alphonse.
Obviously disappointed, the red bone slips through the door and pulls it shut behind him. Knox smiles enigmatically, then motions for me to take the chair that faces his desk. As I sit, he leans back in his leather chair and cradles his hands behind his head.
Alphonse told me you want to talk, he says. You're here to give me another ultimatum? That last one didn't work out too well.
Yet again I note that Forrest is darker even than Sonny Thornfield was, and could well be Lincoln Turner's father.
Maybe I can save us some time,
he says, impatient with my silence.
You made some serious threats yesterday. I don't know what your plans are, and you don't seem in a very talkative mood, but I know one thing without you saying a word. Today you know something you didn't know yesterday, which is that loss is not theoretical.
I say nothing, and he takes my silence as encouragement to go on.
Mayor, sooner or later your fiancée was bound to die like she did. She nearly died 2 months ago during that gambling mess, didn't she? See, her way was to grab the snake by the tail and try to pull it from its hole. Henry Sexton had the same problem. He lacked an appreciation of nature's laws. It may be a cliché, but when you enter a lion's territory, you become prey.
Forrest waits for me to object, but I don't.
Let's look at how things stand as of today.
He ticks off points on his fingertips.
Your mother and daughter are still alive, which is a blessing. Your father is also alive, which isn't ideal from my perspective, but something I can tolerate under certain conditions. Besides, Doc hasn't got that much time left, from what I understand. As for me, any minute now I'll be superintendent of the state police. The FBI may have an army wading through the swamp a few miles from here, but nothing they find there will ever be tied to me. They already searched this lodge.
He gestures around us, then leans back again, satisfied.
They found nothing. So, no worries here. The Double Eagles aren't going to say a word to anybody, especially since that planted meth disappeared from the evidence room at the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office.
Forrest stops talking and regards me with the seemingly detached interest of a poker player. But the animal cleverness in his eyes tells me that despite his calm affect, he's trying to decide whether I'm an annoyance that can be mollified or a threat that must be eliminated.
The long and the short of all this, he concludes, is that I'm content with the way things stand. You paid a heavy price, granted, but I'm hoping you're smart enough to count the blessings you still have, rather than dwell on what you lost.
When my silence becomes intolerable to him, he gives me an odd look and says,
I think it's time for you to talk, Mayor.
You ordered Caitlin's death, I say softly. I can prove that. Knox blinks twice, but otherwise shows no surprise. You also raped Viola Turner when you were 16. Like father, like son, right? Grandfather, too. Now some color has come into his cheeks. With any other man, I'd have expected to see blood drain from them, but Forrest Knox is not a man to run from threats.
Go on, he says, if you have more to say.
You raped another woman, too, at the Bone Tree. I don't have her name yet, but I will. You probably raped a dozen or more over the years, right? Killed them, too? Forrest cocks his head as though unsure of my sanity. Then he gives me a broad, conspiratorial smile that reveals gleaming yellow teeth.
Let me tell you a little secret, Mayor. If you've never taken a woman by force, you've never had a woman. Do you understand?
I can't say that I do. Knox gives me a skeptical look.
Are you sure? See, it's the same with killing. Until you've killed a man, you haven't become a man. I know you know that because you've killed men. You know it transforms you. Most men don't these days. That's why I'm paying you the courtesy of this audience. But there are many levels to the mystery of life, Mayor. And at bottom, what you learn is that there is no mystery. There are sheep and there are wolves. That's it. You follow?
Maybe you'd better enlighten me.
Since you're not wearing a wire, I will.
Knox takes a tin of Copenhagen from his desk drawer and stuffs a plug behind his bottom lip.
The only gods who ever existed were men who had the courage to live as gods. You follow? Men who seized the power of life and death, embraced it, ruled through it.
You're the Ubermensch, huh?
You think I'm ignorant, he says, betraying some bitterness. Unread, like my father, but you're wrong. You, your father, Henry Sexton, do you know what kind of men you are? You're the ones who plant crops in the river valleys, who invent gods, who pray for rain. You build houses and write laws, then beg forgiveness for every natural impulse.
Knox leans forward, puts his elbows on his desk, and speaks with naked disdain.
I'm nothing like you. I'm like my father was. We're the men who swept down off the steps on horseback like a storm. We burned your cities, devoured your crops, salted your fields, pillaged your treasure, raped your women, and left them pregnant and wailing. Men like your father took black slaves to do the hard work, then mated with them and corrupted both races. But to us, you're all slaves, to be used, worked, fucked, and finally killed, if necessary.
You did some mating yourself, I believe, I say in a neutral voice. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're Lincoln Turner's father. Forrest barks a laugh.
So? What could I possibly care about that?
You're as guilty of corrupting your race as anybody else. That's my point. Knox leans sideways and spits in a trash can.
The difference is, I don't give a shit whether some nigger whelp lives or dies. A man takes his pleasure where he will and moves on, same as the buck.
You're full of shit, Knox. Startled from his rant, he regards me as he might some mentally defective child.
How's that?
You think you fucked Viola Turner, but she fucked you 10 times over. Suspicion comes into his face.
What are you talking about?
Viola Turner killed your father, dipshit. She killed the great Frank Knox. At last my words have struck home. The whites of Forrest's eyes have grown larger.
Are you drunk?
He asks softly. I wish I was. It's hard to think about this shit sober, but I'm going to because you need to hear it. See, the day after you and your father's crew raped Viola, Frank was brought into my father's office hurt. Viola saw her chance at payback and took it. She injected him with enough air to stop his heart. That doesn't sound much like a sheep, huh? I'll tell you something else, too. My father saw it happen, and he didn't do a damned thing to stop it. He watched your father die like a dog, Forrest. Not a lion. A dog. Or a sheep, maybe. Knox's Adam's apple bobs in his throat. Frank Knox died in terror on a cold tile floor. I press on. He died helpless and begging for mercy from a black woman who cursed him while he bled out. Forrest has gone so still that I wonder if he's even breathing. The blood has finally drained from his face. He raises a calloused hand and rubs his jaw, the sound like the scrape of sandpaper. Doesn't sound like the death of a Hun to me, I say simply. Sounds like one more broke-dick factory worker too dumb to see death coming for him. Knox's eyes have narrowed to slits, yet I sense that he no longer sees me. Rather, he sees his father dying under the hand of a woman they both raped nearly 40 years ago. Suddenly his eyes clear, and I feel the single-minded stare of a true predator upon me.
You just signed your daddy's death warrant, he whispers. Your mother's too. And your kid. And last of all, you. You're going to watch them all die, Cage, and then, when you least expect it, I'll step out of the shadows and gut you.
In the wake of Caitlin's death, his threats mean nothing to me. Perhaps this is a sign that my mind has come unmoored from reality.
I'd like to do it now, he says, but too many people know you're here.
His eyes suddenly flash with comprehension.
Or do they?
He raises a hand and points at me.
You came here to kill me, didn't you? You want to cut my fucking throat, only you can't do it without going to jail.
A weird glint comes into his eyes.
Shit, Cage. You might just have some potential after all. Same as your old man. I guess Daddy was right. The blood never lies.
I take a deep breath, then slide back my chair and get to my feet.
You going somewhere?
Forrest asks. Yes, but you haven't seen the last of me.
Oh, I know that. Well, there's one thing I forgot to mention. I'd spare you, but the medical examiner's going to tell you anyway, so I might as well enjoy it.
Something in me rises to his goad, like iron filings to a magnet. What are you talking about? Just before he answers, I feel a sickening dread that he's going to tell me he raped Caitlin, which I could not bear. Because of her past experiences, Caitlin had a special hatred for rape, and it was an ever-present fear.
Your fiancée was pregnant?
Forrest says.
Ain't that a shame? You thought you just lost one person, but you lost two.
For a moment I lose track of his voice, so loudly is my blood rushing in my ears. How do you know that?
She told the nigger who killed her when she was pleading for her life. She figured he might spare her, I guess. And the truth is, he might have. He was awfully upset about shooting her when he came out of that swamp. He was talking crazy, scared to death.
But you killed him, I say in a flat voice. Knox laughs again.
Alphonse did. Stuck a knife in his gizzard to make sure he stayed quiet. You know what Daddy always said. A man's worst enemy is his mouth.
My next breath is a gasp, and I realize I haven't breathed for so long that I'm dizzy from oxygen deprivation.
He was right,
I whisper, more to myself than to Knox. Without looking away from his eyes, I gauge the distance to the holster hanging in the corner. 12 feet. Knox's knees are still under the desk. 2 backward steps cause me to bump into the giant razorback standing on its pedestal. Turning as though surprised, I lay my hands on the shaft of the spear.
That's no toy,
Forrest says.
That's a man's weapon. You think you could kill a monster like that?
What do you call this thing? I ask dully.
A spear, or a dart, but you throw it with an atlatl, which comes from a Nahuatl word, which is Aztec.
My eyes go once more to the pistol in the corner. It's too far away.
That's gotta hurt about your girl,
Knox says with mock sympathy.
She could have been carrying a son. Guess you'll never know now, unless you ask the M.E. to check.
He's pushing me to go for the gun. With the speed and power of a man with everything to lose, I yank upward on the shaft of the spear. For a sickening moment, the whole animal rises, and I sense Forrest aiming a gun at my back, but then the shaft slips free, and I'm whirling with the gleaming black point before me. Forrest is moving too, shoving back his chair and reaching for something below my line of sight. I lunge toward him, but the distance is too great. Then, just as his bright pistol clears the desktop, the wheeled chair skates backward, and he grabs for the edge of the desk with his free hand. In that instant of uncertainty, I drive the spear into the hollow at the base of his throat. His blinding muzzle blast scorches my face, but I cling to the shaft and drive forward until the point strikes bone. Knox's hands fly to his throat, and his gun caroms off the wall behind him. His eyes follow its path, but instead of chasing that pistol, he hurls his body toward the corner, reaching for the gun on the coat rack. The spear point goes with him, but the shaft remains in my hands. As his right hand closes on the holster, I twist the shaft with all my strength and jab it forward. There's a sharp crack. Then Knox drops like a puppet whose operator has snipped its strings. His weight tugs the spear from my hands, but the threat is no more. My final thrust must have severed his spinal cord. Forrest Knox lies on his side, the spear lodged in his neck, blinking mechanically and gasping like a catfish dying on a riverbank. His gray lips are fast turning blue, and the only emotion I see in his eyes is horror. The sound of the door behind me registers too late. By the time I turn, Alphonse Ozen is aiming his pistol at my chest. He takes 2 steps into the room, far enough to see what's happened to his boss. When he looks back at me, his eyes blaze with rage.
"You just killed a cop," he says.
You die for that, and nobody will even question why.
I'm weaponless, but it hardly matters. He's got me cold. All I can think about is Annie wondering why she had to lose her father as well as her mother. but I can't simply stand helpless and wait for his bullet. As my legs tense to spring, a soft creak comes from behind Ozen and he whirls. Before he can fully turn, a silver blade flashes down, slicing through his shoulder and deep into his chest. The blasts from his pistol deafen me, but the rounds blow harmlessly through the floor. When Ozen falls, I see Walt Garrity standing framed in the doorway behind him. He looks as dazed as a sleepwalker awakened in the midst of traffic. The curved blade of the katana, jutting from Ozen's back, pulses for a few seconds, then goes still.
"Walt, are you okay?" "Is Knox dead?"
Forrest's eyes are closed, his face gray. "He's dead."
"Come on, then."
Walt beckons me forward.
"We've got to get out of here."
"What's the point? There's no running from this." He starts to reply, but then he touches the back of his head. When his hand comes away, I see blood. Lots of it.
"Ozen hit me with his pistol," he explains. "I'm foggy, Penn. We've got to move."
Walt rolls Ozen over, wipes down the hilt of the sword with his shirt tail, then pulls me to the door.
"Did they take anything that belongs to you?"
"I didn't bring anything but my gun."
"Find it. I'm going to do what I can in here."
As I hunt through the main room, Walt calls from the study,
"I saw game cameras on my way in, mounted on trees. I avoided them, and I took the memory cards on the ones I saw. We'll just have to hope I got them all."
At last I find my .357 in the drawer of a maple cabinet.
"We can't get away clean on this," I shout. "You need a hospital."
The old ranger marches out of the study and grabs my shirt front, his eyes wild.
"Listen to me, goddammit. Think about your kid, okay? Even if Tom gets out of jail, he doesn't have long to live, which means you're the only one left to take care of the women. You get it? So get your ass moving."
"Okay," I tell him, following toward the front door. "But you're hurt, man. You need a doctor."
"All that matters now is getting clear of this place. We don't know who else might be out there."
He stops me at the door, then opens it a crack and peers through.
"We've got to run for it. We'll take the car you brought and drive to mine. I'm down the drive a ways. I don't know if anybody's out there, but we've got no choice. You ready?"
"I'm right behind you."
"If I'm hit, don't stop. Get the hell away and call Kaiser or McKeever. Nobody else."
I nod, recalling the night I told Henry Sexton something similar. Walt shoves open the door and goes flying down the stairs with amazing speed for an old man. I leap off the porch and quickly pass him, racing for my mother's Camry.
"Go!" he yells. "Go, go, go! Start the car!"
When the Camry's engine roars to life under my hands and feet, a manic exhilaration blasts through me. Then Walt slams into the door, yanks it open, and gets in beside me. 3 seconds later, we're fishtailing down the road toward the highway.
"I'll tell you where to stop,"
he says breathlessly, one hand cupped behind his bloody head.
"I'm in Pithy's maid's car."
"Screw that. You're coming home with me."
"I can't. I've got to take care of something."
"What?" Walt digs in his pants pocket, then opens his hand beside the steering wheel. In his palm lies a small silver key.
"What's that?" "I found it in Forrest's pocket."
"What does that fit?"
"I don't know, but I think it may be a padlock. I mean to find out."
"How?"
"Stop here. I'm parked right through those trees."
I slammed the brake pedal and skid to a stop near where he pointed.
"You're crazy if you go off by yourself now. You could die, Walt."
When he shakes his head, the look in his eyes tells me it's pointless to say another word.
"Get back to your mother, Penn. Your mother and Annie. You were never here."
Chapter 89. The blood was still wet when Billy Knox walked into his office at Valhalla and saw his cousin lying dead in the corner with Alphonse Ozen sprawled across his legs. Billy had asked his pilot to wait down at the airstrip in case he wanted to make a swift exit, and he thanked God he had. But after the first rush of panic eased, he decided to learn what he could before running back to Texas. Taking a small Walther from his ankle holster, Billy moved quickly through the office. The floor safes behind the desk were open and empty. His second instinct was to call Snake, but then it struck him that his father had been out of jail long enough to have done this himself. Billy propped his butt on the edge of the desk he'd sat at for so many hours and stared at the sword jutting from Ozen's back. What's the smart move? He wondered. What would Forrest do? Then he realized that the man he'd always looked to for guidance was dead. For the first time in his life, he was truly on his own. Before he could make any decision, he had to know whether his father was behind this or not. This desire triggered the first brilliant idea Billy had had in a long time. Keeping his pistol in his hand, he slipped out through the glass doors and trotted around to the front of the lodge, moving swiftly from tree to tree. There were 8 or 10 game cameras between the lodge and the main road, and at least 50 more on the larger property. But it was the ones near the drive that interested Billy. The first 3 he checked had had their SD cards removed, which made him suspect Snake even more. But in the 4th camera, he found a card in the slot. In the remaining 6, he found 4 more cards. There were no computers left in the lodge. Forrest had removed them prior to the FBI search, but Billy had a laptop in his bag in the plane. Racing back to the ATV he'd ridden up from the airstrip, he cranked the engine and took off down the rocky trail that led to the bottomland where they'd graded out a runway. If luck was with him, he would soon know who had killed the most dangerous man he'd ever known. Billy hoped to God it wasn't his father. Chapter 90. I haven't been inside a jail cell since my time working as an ADA in Houston, and then it was to visit prisoners. Today, I'm the inmate, and the unforgettable ambiance hurls me right back to my former career in Houston. I'm sitting on a plastic-coated mattress on the lower bunk of an 8x10 cell. The chemical tang of disinfectant can't mask the reek of mildew, urine, old vomit, and worse things. The toilet is a stainless steel hole with no seat, and I wouldn't sit directly on it for $1,000. The scarred walls have been scrubbed and painted countless times, but there's no shortage of artwork. Above a childlike drawing of a massive phallus entering exaggerated labia lined with teeth, a recent occupant scrawled the encouraging missive, "I'm going home, but you're fucked." From the mouths of babes. The Adams County Sheriff's Department was waiting for me when I finally drove up to my house on Washington Street. The deputies didn't even let me go to the door before hauling me the 6 blocks to the jail. Mom and Annie ran out onto the porch as they handcuffed me and forced me into the back of a cruiser, and I could hear Annie's screams through the glass. All I remember of the drive home from Valhalla is 40 miles of oak and pecan and pine trees covering the rolling land. A few times I flashed back to Forrest Knox lying in the corner of his study like a bag of bones, but I felt no emotion. I now believe I was slowly decompressing from a state of mind that attorneys used to call irresistible impulse. At one time, this principle was an important component of the insanity defense. Essentially, it was a way for sane people to plead diminished capacity by arguing that even though they knew the difference between right and wrong, they could not have restrained themselves from killing. It was sometimes called the policeman at the elbow defense. In other words, if I would have killed my victim, even with a policeman standing at my elbow, then surely I could not be responsible for my actions. After John Hinckley was declared not guilty by reason of insanity, most states threw out this component of the defense, and it's a shame, because I'm a living argument for the validity of that statute. It was the memory of Walt Garrity that reawakened my emotions. Faithful Walt, who despite being badly wounded had insisted on going God knows where to check out the key he'd found in Forrest's pocket. As he drove away from me, the silver Lincoln he'd borrowed from Pithy Nolan's maid had weaved all over the road, but then he got the car centered in a lane and disappeared over the hill. After I reached Natchez, I drove aimlessly around the city, much the way I once had as a teenager. I drove down Broadway and paused in front of Edelweiss, the house that Caitlin will never live in. I suppose I was waiting for some insight or even a blind impulse to push me in a particular direction, but none came. Walt was right. My only real choice, other than to turn myself in for murder, was to go home. And there I found Billy Bird's welcoming committee. The speed with which they identified me as Forrest's killer was impressive, and during the booking process, Bird lost no time bragging about what had gone down. Forrest Knox's cousin Billy had flown into the Valhalla airstrip from Texas and discovered the bodies shortly after Walt and I left the camp. After calling the Lussahatchee County Sheriff, yet another Billy, albeit Billy Ray, Billy Knox got the idea of checking the deer cameras strapped to pine trees on the Valhalla property. Several had missing SD cards, but in one, Billy found not only a card but also a photograph of me. The photo was dated and time-stamped, which definitively placed me at the scene of the crime near the time the two men were killed. Sheriff Ellis immediately issued an APB for first-degree murder, and based on this, Sheriff Bird had started combing Adams County for me. Since I drove straight home, more or less, I was an easy catch. I'm surprised that Shadrach Johnson hasn't come up to my cell to gloat, but perhaps Shad senses that right now, any punch he lands on me will strike an anesthetized man. Better to wait until the awful reality of my situation has sunk fully into my soul. My prospects are grim indeed. When I tore out of Clayton, Louisiana, bent on confronting Forrest Knox, I laid my daughter's future down on the green felt of God's roulette table and spun the wheel. So long as that wheel remained spinning, I felt the wild rush of seizing fate in my hands and twisting it to my purpose. When I impaled Forrest on his own spear and Walt spirited me away from the scene of the crime, the gleaming ball appeared to drop into my chosen color, black. But at the last possible moment, thanks to forces beyond my control, that ball skipped over into a red slot. Now, less than 1 hour later, I'm locked behind bars, the remainder of my life held in escrow. Sheriff Bird gave me my own cell, something I know enough to appreciate even in my deadened mental state. At best, cellmates are an irritating annoyance. At worst, they're sociopaths who will beat you, rape you, kill you, or provoke you to murder in self-defense. My block has 6 cells, 5 of which hold 2 or more men, a mixture of blacks and whites. Most are here on drug charges, but 2 have been charged with armed robbery, and 1, the lone Mexican, with murdering his wife. My father isn't housed on this block, and for that I'm grateful. I have no desire to see him now. According to a man 2 cells down from me, Dad was here for a while, but they transferred him out half an hour before I was brought to my cell. To my knowledge, Walt has not been arrested or even found, so perhaps the deer camera didn't capture his presence at Valhalla. A harsh buzz announces that the block door is about to open, and with a low clang it does. A big black deputy enters and walks slowly down the line of cells as though checking for mischief. The closed-circuit TV system monitoring the cell block doesn't show every inch of every cell.
"What you looking at, Mook?"
He challenges someone down the block.
"Let me see them hands. Both of them." "That's right."
He moves steadily up the block, getting closer to me.
"Miss Francine say we gonna have chicken and greens tonight, boys. What you think about that? Maybe even a biscuit for every man this time.
The whoops and hollers that greet this news tell me fried chicken and biscuits is a rare treat in these environs. As excited conversation breaks out, the deputy pauses in front of my cell and focuses heavy-lidded eyes on me.
"Come here,"
he says.
"Move!"
I get up from my cot and shuffle warily toward the bars, expecting some kind of taunt. But when I near him, the guard whispers,
"I got a message for you. Quentin says don't say nothing to nobody no matter what they tell you. He'll be up here as soon as he can."
My pulse kicks up several beats. "Who told you that?"
"Mr. Q,"
he whispers. I start to ask the deputy for more detail, but before my first word emerges, he bellows,
"I can't do nothing about that, dumbass! I don't care if you're the governor's brother!"
For emphasis, he wangs the bars of my cell with his billy club and marches back toward the door, mumbling,
"Man wants to see his kid. Everybody up in this motherfucker got kids." "No shit!" shouts someone down the block. "Who that motherfucker think he is, the president?" "He be Dr. Cage's son," says a wise-ass voice. "Little Lord Fuckleroy." Scattered laughter reverberates through the cells. Then another voice says, "He's the mayor, man. I guess his power don't quite extend to the jail, though." "I guess it don't," hollers someone else as the block door clangs shut. I walk back to my cot and sit, hoping to lessen my silhouette in the consciousness of my jailmates. So, Quentin Avery has enough juice to send me covert messages via Billy Bird's own deputies. I shouldn't be surprised. Quentin has contacts all over the South. If I asked about this, he would only laugh and say something about the Soul Brother Network or something similar. And I have no doubt that the black deputy feels far more allegiance to Quentin than to a redneck like Billy Bird, despite working for Bird. If he'd passed me a more substantive message, I might doubt its authenticity. But don't say nothing to nobody is the first law of the jailhouse, and I'm surprised Quentin felt he needed to send that advice to a former assistant district attorney. Then it hits me. If Quentin felt he needed to tell me that, then he seriously doubts my present mental state. "Maybe he should," says a voice in my head. "You couldn't have fucked up much worse than you did." But once Forrest told me what he did about Caitlin, I had no choice in what followed. I don't think I even made a conscious decision to kill him. At some level, I realized that Caitlin had known she was pregnant, but had decided to spare me that pain by omitting that information from her last message to me. And in some unquantifiable fraction of time after that realization flashed through my brain, every nerve and muscle fiber in my body fired. The buzz and clang of the cell block door don't signify anything at first, or else I think it's my imagination. But then the clack of expensive shoe heels sounds between the cells, and Shadrach Johnson appears before my cubicle. "How are you doing, Mayor?" he asks, straightening the lapels of his expensive suit. I remain on my cot and say nothing. Whatever Shad has to tell me will be calculated to hurt me in some way, so I might as well sit and take it and give him the least possible amount of pleasure during the process. "I just gave a press conference on the courthouse steps," he announces. 2 Jackson TV stations were there, a half-dozen print reporters, and producers from the BET network and Court TV. "Congratulations. Next stop, CNN." "With any luck. Anyway, I informed those outlets that the prosecution of your father for the murder of Viola Turner will proceed as scheduled in 3 months. March 1st on the court docket, just in time for spring pilgrimage." Despite my familiarity with Shad's boundless ambition, this surprises me. I thought my father had been placed in protective custody by the FBI. Shad gives me a knowing look. "I don't know what kind of strings you pull with the Bureau, but we both know that they can't grant him immunity on a state murder charge. They may find some way to shake him and Garrity loose from that dead state trooper, but not even the president can make Viola Turner go away.
So you're a happy man. I really appreciate you coming by with the bad news. The DA shrugs.
I wanted you to hear it from me first. This is going to be a high-profile case, Penn. Historic.
Maybe you can kickstart your mayoral campaign for the special election they'll be having after they throw me out. Shad snorts with what sounds like derision.
I'll be shooting a lot higher than that after this case is over. But that brings up the real reason I came. The Lussahatchee DA will probably want to try you in his county. Since they're in our judicial district, you'd normally get one of our circuit judges, but since you know them all so well, the Attorney General will probably bring in an outside judge. My office could prosecute your case, but I haven't yet decided whether to take it on. Given our history, the AG may decide to appoint a special prosecutor.
That must really rankle, Shad. You'd probably rather convict me than my father. He looks philosophical.
A week ago I'd have said yes, but given the issues in your father's case, no. You killed a dirty cop who's going to be looking like a world-class dirtbag by tomorrow. I'm happy to leave you to the special prosecutor. By the way, my condolences on Caitlin's passing.
I can't tell if he's feeding on my pain or hoping I'll give him some sort of absolution.
Seriously?
I whisper.
You do realize that if you hadn't grabbed onto Lincoln Turner's accusation and turned it into a three-ring circus, she'd still be alive?
That's absurd, he snaps. But he knows it's true.
Caitlin was killed by her own ambition. You know that as well as I do.
Get out of here, Shad, while you still can. His dark face cycles through several changes of expression I can't quite read. Then he says,
I have something else to tell you, but you'll have to come closer if you want to hear it.
He's worried about the closed-circuit cameras. Not interested, I tell him.
It's about Forrest Knox and your father.
Forrest and my father. What could Shad know about Knox and my father? Whatever it is, I'd rather find out now than sit here wondering about it for the next few hours. After a long sigh, I get to my feet and move up to the bars. Shad's eyes become clearer as I get closer, and in them I see a strange, hyper-excited light.
I'm telling you this, he says in a near whisper, because you're one of the few southern white males I've met who's capable of appreciating irony. 2 days ago, Forrest Knox came to me and told me he was either going to kill your father or let him go free. If Dr. Cage went free, he said, I was to drop all charges and leave the crime unsolved. If I didn't, Knox would destroy me. I don't know if that bastard had the power to do it, but he talked like he did.
Shad's eyes flicker in the shadows between us. He's watching me for signs of emotion.
Do you see? He whispers. If you'd let Forrest live today, I'd have no choice but to drop the charges against your father, and you would never have been charged with killing him. That almost beggars belief, doesn't it?
I can tell from Shad's voice that he's telling the truth. And what he said fits with what I know. Forrest probably went to see Shad before he offered me the deal for my father's safety. He wanted to be sure the district attorney could and would kill the case against Dad, which means that Forrest meant to stand by that deal, if he believed I could compromise my principles and do the same. This terrible irony sinks into me like the spear I drove into Forrest's throat, and this time I can't hide the pain. Shad's eyes devour my anguish the way death row convicts in solitary drink in their allotted hour of sunlight.
Strange, isn't it? He asks. I've dedicated so many hours to paying you back in kind, and in the end, I didn't have to do anything. You've destroyed yourself. It's positively Greek, isn't it?
As he stands mulling over my fate, The irrational rage that possessed me a few hours ago lights up my nerves like copper wires, and my muscles fill with blood. Shad perceives the change, but he doesn't recognize it for what it is.
"I never thought I'd see you like this,"
he goes on, a distinct note of pleasure in his voice, like that of an enophile drinking a rare wine.
"Not in my wildest fantasies.
Your father, yes, but you?
Never. Just goes to show you. I suppose your mother will have to raise your daughter, unless your sister takes her back to England. I only hope Mrs. Cage lives long enough to—"
Without even thinking, I grab Shad behind the neck and snatch his head against the bars with a muted clang. The security footage of this assault might tack attempted murder to my charge sheet, but at this point, what does it matter? As Shad screams and tries to jerk himself free, the other residents of the cell block shriek like crazed zoo monkeys. Before Shad can get away, I bring up my right fist and drive it against his skull with all the follow-through I can muster. The impact hurls him against the opposite cell, where another prisoner kicks him in the back, knocking him to the floor. When he rolls over, I see pure terror in his eyes. Something crunched when I struck him, either my hand or his skull, and rather than try to get up, he covers his face with his hands and lies there shuddering. 10 seconds later, 2 white deputies rush into the block and help Shad to his feet, while a bigger black one charges my cell with a taser. I back against the wall with both open hands held high. The deputy roars something at me, but his warnings are drowned by those of Shad Johnson, who's now yelling that I'm going to get the death penalty for killing Forrest Knox, just like my dad will for killing Viola. My fellow inmates' cacophony has reached such a frenzied ecstasy that I expect a half-dozen armor-suited deputies to flood in and blast us with pepper spray, but no one else appears. The 2 deputies with Shad help him limp to the steel door, while the black one remains in front of my cell. Just before exiting the block, Shad turns back to me, his face dark with rage and shame.
"I told them about Lincoln," he says. "The reporters at the press conference. I told them you 2 are brothers and that your father killed that boy's mother. You should have seen them eat it up, like dogs gobbling raw hamburger. Your life is over, Penn. Life as you know it anyway. Your mother won't even be able to walk down the street. They'll hiss her out of church. And your daughter? Wait till she gets back to St. Stephen's. Can you imagine what they'll be calling her?"
Shad strides out of the cell block door under his own power, the deputies flanking him. Only then do I realize that the black deputy with the taser is the one who brought me the message from Quentin Avery. Amid the prisoner's rabid screams, he looks at me sadly and shakes his head.
"You shouldn't have done that, Mayor, no matter what he said to you. I figured you'd know better."
I lower my hands, then shrug. What does it matter now? The deputy's sad eyes linger on me with a sort of clinical empathy.
"Everything matters in here, Mayor. You'll see."
Chapter 91. 2 monotonous hours have passed since I assaulted Shad Johnson. When the big deputy appears before my cell again to announce that I have a visitor waiting, I assume Billy Bird is about to inform me that new charges have been added to my sheet. I do the convict shuffle as I follow the deputy out of the cell block so that my leg manacles don't abrade my ankles. But when he takes me into the visiting room with the solitary chair and the wire screen, I find not Billy Bird, but Special Agent John Kaiser waiting for me.
"All those years in the Houston DA's office," he says, "and you never learned that punching a district attorney is a bad idea?"
I actually wanted to punch the DA about once a month over there. When Kaiser forces a smile, I realize he's doing it because of Caitlin. He looks as though he hasn't slept since I last saw him, and his shoulders seemed bowed beneath some great weight. "Why the long face?" I ask him. "You must have found a treasure trove of evidence at the Bone Tree."
"Yes and no. Plenty of bones, but they'll take a long time to process. All in all, though, this is shaping up to be one of the crappiest weeks of my life.
What do you mean?
For one thing, I was about to nail Forrest Knox's hide to the barn door when you decided to relieve him of the burden of living.
I hope you don't expect me to apologize. Kaiser sniffs and bites his bottom lip.
That's not all. Dwight Stone died this morning.
This bald statement hits me like a gut punch.
His daughter was with him, at least.
Shit. You told him everything Sonny Thornfield told us, right?
Yeah.
Kaiser rubs his right thumb against his fingertips with a dry, urgent rustle.
It meant a lot to him. His daughter told me that.
That's something, at least. So, is that what you came to tell me?
Partly. But I've also got some more news for you. Quite a bit, actually.
Good or bad?
I think you'll like it. Do you know who Griffith McKeever is?
Sure. Forrest Knox's boss. The one accused of child pornography.
Right, well, Colonel McKeever is going to quite a bit of trouble to get you released from jail.
Released? Why would he do that?
A couple of reasons. First, Walt Garrity has been doing some undercover work for him for at least 2 days.
While he was being hunted for killing a state cop? Kaiser gives an ironic chuckle.
Yeah, it seems Walt and McKeever go back to their days as Texas Rangers. Forrest was the one smearing McKeever, trying to take his job. McKeever promised Garrity that he'd do all he could for him and your father if Garrity would help him bust Forrest.
Bust him?
I think remove might be more accurate. In any case, you ended up performing that function, and you happen to be very dear to Captain Garrity. Also, according to Walt, McKeever is one of those rare men who understand gratitude. He's the personification of old school.
Great. But how the hell can he get me out of killing Forrest? Kaiser leans forward and speaks in a nearly inaudible whisper.
Don't ever let those words pass your lips again. You drove south on Highway 61 and walked through the Valhalla property, but you never entered that lodge. You were distraught, but you came to your senses and drove back home. You never saw Forrest Knox.
John. How the hell can he make that fly? Kaiser speaks a little louder, but keeps his voice low.
That's where I come in. You see, Garrity's not exactly alone in trying to help you.
After Shad's gloating certainty about my fate, the recognition of compassion in Kaiser moves something within me. I think you'd better explain.
Do you remember Garrity telling you he'd found something in Knox's pocket after he died?
Sure. A key. I saw it.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Go on.
Well, Garrity figured he ought to do what he could with that key before events took on their own momentum. All he knew was that it went to a Chateau brand lock, which is a very common disc-type padlock. That wouldn't have meant a damned thing to most people, even most cops. But being the old bloodhound he is, Garrity did something pretty remarkable. He drove to Baton Rouge and looked up rental storage units in the Yellow Pages, and he found 2 that were within a mile of Forrest Knox's residence. They contained hundreds of individual units, of course, but that didn't stop Garrity. He drove to both places and saw that one had security cameras while the other didn't.
Forrest used the one without cameras, I think aloud, in case whatever he kept there was ever discovered.
Exactly. And did Garrity stop there? No. That wounded SOB walked up and down the lines of units, checking every chateau lock he could find, until he found the one that Knox's key fit.
That sounds just like him, actually. What did he find inside?
The jackpot pen. I shit you not.
Not a body.
Better than a body.
God damn it, John, tell me. Most of the stuff was locked in metal containers, and some were even booby-trapped. Walt figured he'd better leave that intact for a later search, an official search. But just inside the storage unit's door, like it had just been dropped there, he found 2 boxes of crap that probably came from the floor safes at Valhalla. What was in them? Not much, but 2 items were of particular interest to me. One was a U.S. Navy tattoo on a swatch of human skin. A chill races up my back. Jimmy Revels' tattoo. Kaiser nods, his eyes shining. The one stolen from Sheriff Dennis's evidence locker yesterday, and now back in our hands. The other item, he digs into his back pocket, was this. The FBI agent brings up some folded sheets of paper and holds them in the air just out of my reach. What's that? A letter. From who? To whom? Kaiser looks like he can't decide whether to tell me or not. Then he says, Lee Harvey Oswald. What? The FBI agent nods. It's a letter from Oswald to his wife Marina, and it's dated November 21st, 1963. John, that's impossible. Not if Frank Knox killed John Kennedy. The letter was still in its envelope, by the way. Yesterday, I wouldn't have cared one whit about more assassination information, but for some reason, Kaiser's revelation has stirred something within me. I try to imagine a sequence of events that could have produced the scenario he's describing, but my mind is too detached to do it. That can't be right. No letter like that was ever found. Marina Oswald sure never mentioned it. I don't think she ever got it. The envelope was addressed and had a stamp on it, 5 cents, but it wasn't postmarked. So, what are you thinking happened? Kaiser lays the letter on the table and folds his arms in front of him. I think Frank Knox was following Oswald the day before the assassination. As Sonny told us, he wanted to get some idea of who the primary shooter was. He was supposed to kill him the next day, remember? I think that sometime late that day or night, Frank saw Lee drop this letter in a public mailbox. At that point, he had to decide whether to keep following Oswald or try to get hold of the letter, and I think Frank chose the second option. He had to, didn't he? In one day, he and Oswald were going to be part of a team that was going to kill the president. Oswald didn't know about him, of course, but that was the reality. Frank was only the backup shooter, so his actions depended on Oswald's. He had to know whether Lee had any other plans or surprises in store. The idea that Frank Knox somehow obtained an artifact no one ever knew about has triggered a strange apprehension in me. What does the letter say? Kaiser looks as though he'd like to tease me, to pay me back for my skepticism in the hotel, but in the end, probably because of Caitlin, he lays it flat where I can see it. The moment I do, my hand and face go cold. The paper is covered with Cyrillic letters. Is that Russian? I ask. Kaiser's grin is filled with triumph. Yes, it is. And it's a known fact that whenever Lee wrote his wife, he wrote in Russian. Marina was a native Russian, after all. All I can think of is Caitlin's final message. What the hell would Frank Knox have made of that? I ask, my mind still on Caitlin's unfulfilled quest. God only knows. He probably worried that Oswald was telling Marina to tell the Soviets what he was about to do, or maybe even Castro, who knows. But Frank didn't waste time in getting it translated. Kaiser lays the second sheet of paper over the first. This one is covered with blocks of courier text, which were obviously hand-typed on an old machine. Walt found this translation in the same Ziploc bag that held the original. These are both photocopies, of course. Would you like to read it? In my present state, I don't think I could even reach out for the paper. How about you read it to me? Kaiser nods and begins reading in a low voice.
Marina, I am writing because I cannot tell you what I am about to do. I wanted to tell you earlier tonight because I thought it might convince you to give me one more chance. But for once, I can afford to be patient. If all goes as planned, by the time you read these words, I will be on my way to Havana. I can't write how I have arranged this, finally, but by the time you read this, you will know. Tomorrow, everyone who doubted my commitment will finally see how wrong they were. I mean to bring you and the girls to Cuba as soon as this can be arranged, so prepare yourself. No snow this time, only sand and sun. I have only one reservation. I don't completely trust the man who is making this possible for us. I knew him long ago when I was a boy. I never told you about him. He and I no longer share the same politics or motivations, but we do want the same end, at least in this matter. But in spite of my reservations, this opportunity is so historic that I could not in good conscience refuse it. Fate has chosen me to alter the history of the world. Tomorrow you will see how I was placed in a position to change the future, and no man of conscience could refuse such a call. After you finish this letter, burn it and flush the ashes down the toilet so that Hosty and the other agents will have no evidence against you to prevent you from leaving the country. I'm mailing this because I did not want you to find it too soon, and we can't be sure that the FBI doesn't enter the house at times, even with the cleaning woman there. If anything bad should happen, know that I gave my life to change things for the better, for us and for the world. When the girls are old enough, tell them what I did. Lee. By the time Kaiser falls silent and looks up from the page, the table before us is wet with my tears. My God, man, he says. What's the matter? It's not the letter. It's Caitlin. She found out about the letter on her own, through something of Henry's, I guess. She actually knew it was in Russian. That's really what she went back to the Bone Tree for. She left a final message on her phone, and one thing she said was to pass that on to you. I'm sorry, I forgot. But you found it anyway, so... Kaiser is blinking in disbelief. Henry knew about this? Christ, man. She died for something that wasn't even out there. Do you think it was ever out there? Kaiser shrugs and says, Who knows with those old guys? It might have been, and for a long time. We'll probably never know until a double eagle tells us about it. I'm sorry, Penn, but at least we've got it now. Do you believe that letter is real? I ask. I already checked the Russian handwriting against known samples of Oswald's other letters. It's real, Penn. No doubt. I sit in silence, trying to process the implications. The way that's written certainly implies a conspiracy. Kaiser nods. He's talking about Ferry, Penn. He doesn't mention a name. No. But I got independent confirmation of a tie between Ferry and Oswald late last night. From who? Fidel Castro. What? Kaiser's eyes light up again. Jordan asked him about it, and that wasn't all. Castro told her about a French Corsican who made an attempt on his life. I think it was the man in the fishing boat with your father and Brody Royal. Under torture, he told Castro that an American instructor at one of the Cuban training camps killed JFK for Marcelo. He said the man was a former Klansman. Even in my numbed state, this revelation sends shock through me. Did Castro mention Frank's name? No, but God damn it! What more could we ask for? I shrug. Frank's name, obviously. Not to mention Dwight and Caitlin living to learn about this. Dwight did find out. I told him late last night. My face probably doesn't express it to Kaiser, but this does bring me at least some comfort. Well, I'm glad of that.
But all this is kind of off track for me, actually. My problem is a murder charge.
No, it's not. Don't you get it? This letter is your ticket out of here.
I don't follow. Kaiser gives me a sympathetic smile.
When Garrity found this stuff, he knew how big it was. He called McKeever right away, and by then, McKeever and I were working together. He told us what he found, and he made some very clear demands. He wanted Forrest blamed for the murder of Trooper Deke Dunn, which would clear him and Tom of that killing. By some method I won't let myself think about, the Derringer that killed Dunn turned out to be hidden in Forrest Knox's Baton Rouge home.
I nod slowly.
I see that doesn't surprise you. Well, maybe this will. Garrity also wanted you cleared of any possible charges that might come from the death of Forrest Knox or Alphonse Ozen. At first it seemed that I couldn't use this letter or even the evidence from Forrest's storage room without revealing that you and Garrity had been at Valhalla and done what you did there, which allowed Garrity to find the storage locker.
I'm listening.
After some discussion, we decided that Colonel McKeever would say he'd discovered the key at Forrest Knox's house during a legitimate search. He was actually searching Knox's house while you were driving to Valhalla. He found the Derringer, but there's quite a bit of other evidence against Forrest, too. We have a video of Knox's SWAT guys carrying out a multiple murder during Hurricane Katrina. Using that, I forced one of the snipers in the video to turn state's evidence. And last night, when I was questioning Double Eagles about Sonny's death, I actually turned one of them.
Are you serious? Kaiser nods.
Will Devine. The guy was scared to death. He was out of the cell block when they killed Sonny, but he knew what had happened. Devine's the oldest eagle left alive. He's haunted by things he did. A bit like Glenn Morehouse, I imagine. That's why I let those guys out this morning to protect him. He couldn't have kept up a front while I worked out his plea deal. That's what I was hinting about at the funeral. Anyway, taken in toto, all that gave us quite a bit of power to shape the narrative that would emerge in the wake of Forrest's and Ozen's deaths.
Your code of ethics seems to have relaxed a bit since yesterday. The FBI agent sighs deeply.
I'd rather not discuss that just now. What matters for you is the new narrative, the official story. Now it's McKeever, not Walt, who discovered the key, hunted down Forrest's storage unit, found the evidence, and contacted me about the Oswald letter.
Okay. But I still don't see how that gets me out of here. Sheriff Ellis from Athens Point has game camera photos of me at Valhalla right around the time of death. Kaiser gives me a strange smile.
Does he? Well, the significance of those photos is all in the interpretation, isn't it?
Come on, man, out with it.
This is where another friend of yours proved to be a great help. Carl Sims, the former Marine sniper.
How did Carl help?
Once Sheriff Ellis issued the APB on you for killing Knox, Carl decided he had information I might need to know. And he was right. Carl told me that if I poked my hand into certain holes, I'd find evidence tying Sheriff Ellis and his department to the Knox family in Valhalla. Turns out Ellis went on all-expenses-paid hunts in Alaska and Canada every year on the Knox's dime. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. A lot of drugs moved through that county, and a lot of murders have gone unsolved. Turns out, I didn't have to work very hard to convince Sheriff Ellis that a double murder in his county involving endemic police corruption wasn't something he wanted me looking into too closely. He was perfectly willing to take my word that your presence at Valhalla was wholly unrelated to the crime.
This statement leaves me almost breathless. How the hell is that possible? Who killed Forrest, then? A self-satisfied grin animates Kaiser's face.
As a novelist, you'll appreciate this.
Captain Alphonse Ozen is now the hero of this revised opera. Ozen was the brave internal affairs officer assigned by Colonel McKeever to infiltrate Forrest Knox's cabal of corrupt cops. Earlier today, Forrest discovered that Ozen had been working against him for months, and the two men killed each other in a vicious hand-to-hand struggle. I can hardly get my mind around this revision of reality. McKeever's going to stand by that? He's drafting his statement as we speak. Spear versus sword makes pretty compelling news. The media's going to eat it up. My brain has gone into overdrive. Okay, but even if Dad and Walter clear to the Dunn killing and I go free as well, that still leaves Dad charged with the murder of Viola. Kaiser nods with somber deliberation. McKeever's got no control over that, Penn. Neither do I. Your father was always going to have to face that on his own. That's why attacking Shad Johnson wasn't the best idea you had today. Oh, but I enjoyed it. I sigh heavily, then lay my hands on the scarred table. How soon can I get out of here? It shouldn't be long. I'm about to go downstairs and give Billy Bird a heads up on what to expect. He won't like it, but I'll make him take it. Also, McKeever tells me that he may have some leverage against Shad Johnson. This takes me by surprise. What kind of leverage? I don't know, but he told me to tell you, every dog has its day. A slow smile spreads across my face. I think I know. All right. Well, just sit tight and don't assault anybody else, no matter how badly they provoke you. Don't worry. He reaches up to the wire screen and flattens his hand. I know this is a fucked up time, but I'm glad for you, Penn. And as for Forrest, I wanted to be the one to take him down, but if I'm honest, what happened was probably the best thing in the end. That guy had too much power. He could have had every one of us hit while he was awaiting trial. With an almost overwhelming rush of emotion, I raise my hand and press my palm against his. Thanks, John. I'm so sorry about Caitlin, he says, his jaw set tight. But you know what? She went down swinging. What more can any of us do? I nod but say nothing. I don't trust myself to speak. Chapter 92. The next time a deputy tells me I have a visitor waiting, I assume it's Quentin Avery and follow him without question. But this time my surprise guest truly stuns me speechless. The black man sitting in the adjacent room is not Quentin, but Lincoln Turner. Lincoln offers us an expansive smile. I've got nothing to say to this man, I tell the deputy, a comically skinny white man of about 30. Take me back to my cell. Can't do it. Sheriff says you got to stay here 10 minutes. Thanks, Billy. The sheriff can't make me see a civilian I don't want to see. He's your goddamn brother, says the deputy, backing through the door with a smirk on his face. You don't have to say nothing to him if you don't want to, but you got to sit there. What about these? I ask, holding up my handcuffs. The deputy grins, then closes the door. Lincoln's smile has vanished. Now he simply watches me through the wire screen, his face inscrutable. Just as I did in the Black Juke out by Anna's Bottom and beside Drew Elliott's lake house, I find myself searching his face for similarities to my own. But now I don't really expect to find them. All my instinct tells me Caitlin was right. If this man's father wasn't Sonny Thornfield, it was Forrest Knox. I don't know why you're here, I tell him, but you pushed that case against my father for the wrong reason. He's not your father, no matter what your mother told you. You're going to find that out eventually. Lincoln shakes his head as though he's dealing with an idiot. I guess you haven't heard. What? Dr. Cage had a DNA test done on some baby teeth of mine that Mama kept. He got the results back today. It was positive. He's my father for sure.
I don't want to believe him, but I see no trace of deception in his face. Lincoln's eyes play over my face like those of a man trying to read a hidden code.
I had a feeling he might not have told you. You never really believed it, did you? That you and me were brothers?
Half-brothers, you mean? No, I guess I didn't. He shrugs again.
Blood don't lie, man.
Well, now you've told me. Lincoln just sits there staring as though he has all day to study me.
Maybe you know how I feel now,
he says at length.
That Knox guy killed your woman, and you killed him right back. Well, Dr. Cage killed my mother, and I feel that same hole. I want him to pay too.
I don't believe you, I say in a flat voice. I know you're hurting, but you're hiding something. I've dealt with too many witnesses in my day, Lincoln. Dad may be your father, I can believe that. But there's more to it somehow. I know there is. And if you push this thing, the rest of the story's going to come out, I promise you. I hope you're ready for that, because it always does. A resentful hardness comes into his eyes.
Well, you won't have to worry about it. You'll be on trial yourself for murder.
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
As if on cue, the door to the visitation room bangs open behind Lincoln. I first see the big deputy who first brought me into this room, but with surprising grace he steps sideways so that the man behind him can see into the room. That man is Quentin Avery, seated in a motorized wheelchair with two stump supports jutting out from the seat. Quentin's wearing a beautiful three-piece suit, the pant legs sewn shut beneath what remains of his legs. For a moment there is only silence. Then Quentin raises his right hand and points a long forefinger at Lincoln.
Get this bum out of my sight, Larry.
Black rage darkens Lincoln's face.
You don't talk to me like that, you Tom motherfucker.
The big deputy leans into the room and glowers at Lincoln.
Don't be calling Mr. Avery names now. I'm the one gonna escort you out, remember? You kiss my ass too, Larry,
Lincoln spits.
I'll kick your fat ass down those stairs and sue you out of a job.
The deputy shakes his head without rancor, but I remember him charging into the cell block like a blitzing linebacker, and I wonder about Lincoln reaching the exterior of the jail without injury.
Don't pay that chump any mind, Larry, Quentin says affably. Just make sure he gets outside in one piece. All right, Mr. Q.
Yes, sir, boss,
Lincoln mocks.
Anything the house nigger say do, I gwine to hop right to it.
Quentin's deep-set eyes focus on Lincoln.
Like I said, Larry, ignore him.
I'm a lawyer too, old man,
Lincoln says.
Just like you.
A rumbling chuckle comes from Quentin's chest.
There aren't many lawyers left like me, boy, and Lord knows you're not one of them.
I'm glad of it. You're long past your prime, dog. I checked you out. You sold out a long time ago, and you're in this fight for the wrong reason. You made a lot of enemies over the years, too, and when you go down in flames on this case, a lot of people are going to be glad to see it, you old crip.
For the briefest instant, I see doubt in Quentin's eyes, and it frightens me. I expected a deft riposte from him, but what I hear instead is the ringing impact of Lincoln's head being slammed against the wire screen by Larry. Lincoln is a muscular man, but his struggles against the deputy are like the thrashing of a toddler against a full-grown man. Lincoln tries to yell, but Larry mashes his mouth against the steel and jams a knee as thick as a tree stump against his spine. Quentin lets this go on for perhaps 8 seconds, then calmly tells Larry to let Lincoln go. When my half-brother finally slides off the screen, he gasps like a winded fighter on his last legs.
"That's battery, goddammit!"
he croaks.
I guess he is a lawyer, Quentin says, his equanimity restored. Disbarred, I inform him.
Good to know. Take him out, Larry, and don't worry. If he sues, I'll defend you in court.
Ignoring Lincoln's parting threats as Larry drags him out, Quentin carefully navigates his black wheelchair through the door. One thing you never are, I say to the old lawyer, is boring. Quentin smiles, but his once proud and handsome face is lined with pain and care.
I've got good news for you.
Your face doesn't show it.
Well, things aren't so good for your father.
I let this slide past me. Kaiser told me that Griffith McKeever was working on getting me out. Quentin nods.
They ought to have you processed in a few minutes. I was surprised that Brother Shadrach would go along with this little maneuver. Do you have any thoughts on why our esteemed district attorney would accede to this?
I can think of one. Shad told me that Forrest threatened to destroy him unless he agreed to do certain things. That means Forrest had some sort of leverage over Shad. He and McKeever were both state cops. I'm betting they have a file on Shad dating back to the dogfighting stuff in Louisiana. Maybe they have a photo like I had, or even a videotape. Sheriff Byrd neutralized mine by saying he'd testify that Shad had been working undercover for him. But Billy Byrd's not going to line up against the Louisiana State Police and commit perjury. Not to save Shad's ass.
You have the FBI to thank as well,
Quentin adds.
Agent Kaiser has spoken up for you where it counts.
I raise my eyebrows at that. Kaiser's a good man.
Good for you. But none of that helps your father.
Bullshit. McKeever is clearing him and Walt of the cop-killing charge, and John has spared him the hell of Billy Byrd's jail by taking him into protective custody. I think that's about the best Dad could hope for, considering.
You sound like you want to see him go to trial over Viola Turner.
I look down, trying not to let my anger engage. I think that may be the only way we'll ever find out the truth of what happened in Viola's house that night, Quentin. In a court of law, under oath. Avery closes his eyes and sighs like a weary old wizard. Then he opens them and shows me his irritation.
Don't be naive, Penn. That's like saying we're going to measure the position of an electron by having 12 scientists watch it for a week and then take a vote. No jury ever found out the truth of any damn thing. Not the kind of truth you mean.
That's a pretty remarkable statement for a trial lawyer. If you really believe that, you've stayed in the profession too long.
If you think I'm wrong, you were right to get out when you did. Now,
Quentin claps his hands and wrinkles his nose.
Let's get the hell out of this dump. That stink reminds me of my wayward youth.
After Billy Byrd's functionaries process me out of the lockup, a ritual at which the sheriff chooses not to appear, Quentin stops me in the corridor that leads to the ground-floor lobby of the sheriff's department. What is it? I ask, itching to get out of the building before someone realizes they've made a mistake and set a cop killer free. Through a glass window to my left, I hear a dispatch radio and the clicking of an actual typewriter being pecked with painful slowness. Quentin looks up from his wheelchair with some trepidation.
Don't be angry, but your mother and daughter are waiting out there for you.
A ball of ice forms in my chest. Where? Outside the building?
In the lobby.
With the pimps and hookers?
Ain't you high and mighty for a jailbird? Look, Peggy hasn't left that lobby since they brought you in. It's like she's standing vigil in a surgical waiting room, waiting to hear the worst. Even Walt Garrity's out there, and he ought to be in a hospital bed.
Annie hasn't been down there all that time, has she?
No, she's been at home with Kirk Boiseau and a half-dozen Natchez cops. But she's here now. An FBI agent drove her over.
To my embarrassment, hot tears are rolling down my face. They're tears of shame, a special variety I saw on the faces of many men in my former life. Just tell me one thing, I say, wiping my face on my shirt sleeve. And don't bullshit me. Did Dad run a DNA test on some baby teeth of Lincoln's? Quentin mutters something under his breath.
God damn that boy.
What was the result, Quentin? The lawyer looks up like a man who'd rather be anywhere but here.
Viola was telling the truth. Tom fathered Lincoln Turner.
I nod slowly, taking it all the way in. All right, then. So now we know. Let's go see Mom and Annie.
Wait.
Quentin grips my wrist with surprising strength.
You don't want to hear this, but I've got to say it. Right this minute, your father's sitting in a cell exactly like the one you just left, and he's in a lot worse shape than you, physically speaking. He wants to see you, Penn. He wants to talk to you.
The ice in my chest has begun climbing up my throat. After a week of running from me? Quentin, I told you I'm not asking you for Tom's sake. I'm asking for Peggy's. If your mother asks you to go across the river with her, you need to go. Quentin, I ain't flapping my gums to hear myself talk, boy. His shout stuns me into silence. A shocked face appears in the window to my left. I signal that we're okay.
You know what's going on here? Quentin asks. You're like the angry parent who thinks the best thing for a wayward child is to spend a night in jail, but this is your father, Penn. He probably won't even live until his trial date. He might not live to see next Sunday if he doesn't get something to hope for soon, and Sunday is tomorrow, in case you forgot.
I look down at the floor, Caitlin's last message playing in my head. You've got to forgive your father, she said. What can Dad want from me but absolution, Quentin? And I'm not empowered to give him that. That's up to Mom. Quentin drops his hand from my wrist.
Penn, you got a lot of growing up to do yet. Your mother forgave that man the day she married him. You've got to swallow your pride and face the world as it is. You just lost the woman you loved, and you feel like you've lost your father, too. You've also got a brother you never knew about. A soul brother, as it happens. That's not the end of the world, but you want to blame all that on somebody. Well, that's natural. But there's plenty of blame to go around. You've got to be a man now.
I'm 45 years old, Quentin. The old man shakes his head sadly.
Age got nothing to do with it. I know 80-year-old men still obsessed with the slights of their youth. They wouldn't know forgiveness if they stepped in it. You've got to open your heart to let the pain out. Ask any nurse, she'll tell you. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. Better out than in.
I haven't got the energy to resist Quentin's gift for persuasion. You know, sometimes I really do believe you spent time in jail with Martin Luther King.
Hell, that's established fact. Now, hang on.
He takes his cell phone from his coat pocket and checks it.
Doris just sent me a text message. The reporter's out on the steps just left. Must have gone to get something to eat. Let's get out while the getting's good.
His whirring chair leads me to the wide swinging door monitored by a video camera. When the door buzzes open, Quentin rolls through the door like an aged black knight on a charger, ready to do battle with anyone who would obstruct us. Beyond him, I see a motley crowd lining the seats against the walls, wearing clothes that look like they were snatched out of a Goodwill bin and worn directly to the jail. Half the people in the crowd are talking on cell phones, while several toddlers bound through the lobby as if playing in their own backyards. In the midst of this chaotic scene, my mother stands like a duchess at the center of a Renaissance painting. With her perfectly coiffed silver hair and sky-blue pantsuit, she clutches a purse under one arm and holds my daughter's hands in hers. Walt Garrity stands beside them like a tired cowboy who mistakenly wandered into the painting and can't find his way out. Annie sees me first, and her eyes light up like diamonds in the beam of a spotlight. With no regard for the propriety so important to my mother, she shouts, "Daddy!" then jerks her arm free, sprints toward me and leaps into my arms. This barely elicits glances from the veteran visitors, but my mother raises her chin to get a better look at me. After convincing herself that I am indeed her son, she sags against Walt as though her storied strength has finally given out. Walt hooks a comforting arm around her, then raises his other hand and gives me a thumbs up and a wide grin. Chapter 93. During our walk from the jail lobby to the courtyard outside the sheriff's department, Quentin must have communicated to my mother that I now know the results of the DNA test. Otherwise, she would have already asked me to ride over to Vidalia with her and visit my father. She hasn't, and after a few awkward moments, I realize she doesn't intend to. She will cross the river with Walt as an escort and only asks that I take care of Annie while she's busy. Quentin straightens in his wheelchair to accept a bent-over hug from my mother, then follows Doris to their Mercedes van. Backing his wheelchair onto the mechanical lift, he watches me while it raises him into the van's belly. His reproving eyes tell me he expected more compassion from me than this. My last image of him is of a proud man looking determinedly forward as his younger wife and de facto nurse drives him away from a block where he'll be spending a great many hours during the next 6 months. We four who remain exchange hugs, but as we separate, John Kaiser walks briskly through the main lobby doors, scans the sidewalk, then turns directly toward me. I can see from his face that something has changed, and not for the better. At this point, having tasted freedom, my greatest fear is that Billy Bird has decided to keep me in jail until a judge orders him to release me. Giving Annie's shoulder a squeeze, I meet Kaiser at the foot of the steps leading down to the sidewalk. Up close, I see his face is deathly pale. "What's happened, John? Don't tell me I'm going back inside."
"I wish that was it," he says.
Now I'm truly afraid. Don't tell me my father died.
"No. We just had a plane go down."
A plane? What plane?
A bureau jet. A small citation. It took off from Concordia Airport 15 minutes ago, headed for Baton Rouge and then D.C. Looks like it crashed in East Feliciana Parish, not far from Zachary.
Who was on board?
2 pilots. But they weren't the target.
Target? What do you mean? Kaiser's face looks as grim as I've ever seen it.
Somebody brought that plane down on purpose. It was loaded with most of the evidence we've gathered over this past week.
You're kidding.
Kaiser shakes his head. The bones, Jimmy Revels' tattoo, even the Marina Oswald letter.
Jesus, John. What brought it down?
We don't know yet. All I know is that it took off from the same airport that Dr. Leland Robb's plane took off from 36 years ago, the same airport where Snake Knox's crop dusting service is based.
Unbelievable. And yet... Where's Snake now? Kaiser pulls his lips back over his teeth like a man suffering bone-deep pain.
We lost him 2 minutes after he was released from jail this morning. And 2 minutes ago I called Will Devine, the eagle I turned last night. He gave me an emergency number. I got no answer. I think they played me, Penn.
There's nothing I can say to this.
Your family's going to need protection, Kaiser goes on. Around the clock, most likely. These guys aren't going to lie down and wait for us to round them up.
My mother's going over to Vidalia to see Dad. Can I have a couple of minutes with my daughter before we head home?
Sure, yeah.
I walk back to Annie, then tell Walt that he and Mom should start for the Concordia Parish Jail. Walt raises his eyebrows for an update, but I shake my head. After Mom kisses Annie and they depart, my daughter leads me westward down the street toward the bluff and the river. Our Washington Street house lies 4 blocks in the other direction, but Annie whispers in my ear that she wants to visit our new house before we go home. Taking her hand in mine, I lead her slowly down the slope to Broadway, where Edelweiss stands above the vast emptiness that stretches west from the bluff over the river. As soon as we reach Broadway, everything changes. The wind is stronger here, racing up over the face of the bluff after its long journey across Texas and Louisiana. As we turn the corner in front of Edelweiss, I look back and see John Kaiser following at a discreet distance. He means to make sure we're safe, even if he has to provide the protection himself. Annie and I climb the steps side by side, then walk to the rail of the wide gallery that overlooks the river. A long string of barges is rumbling downstream toward the twin bridges, the red and white pushboat behind them looking almost festive against the dark water. I expect Annie to chatter as she so often does, but the loss of Caitlin has affected her as profoundly as it has me. We still have each other, of course, but the road we've anticipated walking for so long has disappeared, and the way forward feels far from certain.
"Is Papa going to be all right?"
Annie asks without looking up.
"Graham's really scared. She won't say so, but I can tell."
I know. I'm not sure yet what's going to happen with Papa. We're just going to have to do all we can to make sure Graham gets along as best she can. After some thought, Annie says, "Okay." She waits until the barges vanish around the bend. Then, very softly, she says,
"Somebody at the jail said you killed the man who killed Caitlin. He whispered it, but I heard him anyway. Did you really do that, Daddy?"
I consider lying, but what would that achieve? One day she's bound to learn the truth. I suppose today is as good a day as any. "Yes, Boo," I tell her, squeezing her shoulder. "It's a secret. We can't tell anyone else. But I did." Annie blinks twice, then looks up at me with wide eyes I can't quite read. After studying my face for a while, she takes my hand again and looks out over the river.
"I'm glad," she says. "I've been really scared, too."
This hurts me more than anything I've heard in the past week. You don't have to be scared anymore, Boo. A mile downriver, another long string of barges appears, pushing slowly upstream. We watch it labor through the current for a while. Then Annie points to a spot in the middle of the river where two tiny kayaks glide and bob like reeds over the surface. Though they're far away, I can just make out the sea bags secured to the sides of the boats. These voyagers probably began their journey up in Minnesota or even Canada. If so, they've traveled far, but they still have many tortuous miles to go before they reach New Orleans and the Gulf. For nearly a minute, the colossal train of barges threatens to overrun the little craft. Annie's hand tightens on mine as their courses converge, but at the last second, the kayaks squirt from under the bow of the iron giant, and she relaxes.
"They made it,"
she says with relief. They did, I agree. This far, anyway. Chapter 94. 50 miles south of Natchez, Snake Knox piloted a Cessna 182 along the floor of the cloud ceiling above Zachary, Louisiana. His son Billy sat beside him, trying to hide his fear. This was a dangerous area to depart from regulation procedures. Baton Rouge's main airport lay only 10 miles to the south, and commercial airliners might pick him up with their anti-collision radars, not to mention the possibility of actual collision. Snake had already been challenged twice by an air traffic controller from the airport, but he'd ignored the call. If he hung around much longer, he might find an F-16 on his wingtip. "Keep your eyes peeled to the east," he said. "There's a little town over that way. Ethel, it's called. I'm thinking that's where it went down."
"How do you know it went down at all?"
Billy asked, shielding his eyes from the sun glaring through the scratched plexiglass. "Because I knocked it down." Billy blew out a rush of air and lowered his face into his hands.
I haven't heard anything on the radio about it.
You will. Any second.
Wait, Billy said the moment he looked up.
I see something. Can you drop a little lower out of these clouds?
Sure, if you want to go to prison for the rest of your life. What do you see?
Fire. Fire in the trees.
Excitement ran through his son's voice like an electric current. Snake banked so that he could make a pass with the fire on his side of the plane. Just as he was coming into position, the Baton Rouge air traffic controller said,
"This is Metro Center. All aircraft be advised. We have reports of a downed aircraft in the vicinity of Ethel, Louisiana. Aircraft is U.S. Government Cessna Citation. Please report any visual evidence of debris in the vicinity of Metropolitan Airport."
Snake felt the primal pleasure he'd always experienced after making a kill shot as a sniper, or even hunting game, only magnified by 1,000.
How can you be sure all the FBI's evidence will be destroyed?
Billy asked.
I couldn't be, if all I did was bring the plane down. That's why I used 2 devices.
2 bombs?
Bingo. The first one brings down the plane. The second sets the fuel on fire. If I'd blown the thing to pieces in the air, the fuel would have been wasted, and most of the evidence would eventually be recovered. But by bringing down the plane relatively intact and then setting the fuel on fire, abracadabra, nothing left. No bones, no guns, no nothing.
Are you sure, Pop?
You're damned right I'm sure, Snake said irritably. Jet fuel's what melted the steel in the Twin Towers.
Snake could see the crash site now, 30 feet of white-hot flames climbing out of a charred section of scrub pine. At least 2 vehicles were moving on the ground nearby. Time to bug out. He climbed 50 feet higher into the clouds and started his last turn.
"Where are we going now?"
Billy asked.
"I feel like we ought to head for fucking Mexico."
Snake laughed.
To hell with that. We're going back to your place on Toledo Bend, just like I told you. We're going to sit this thing out in style.
Billy's eyes filled with disbelief.
"Is that even possible now?"
Sure it is. The Bureau will hang everything that's happened around Forrest's neck, just the way he was going to hang it around mine. And I'm going to give him a little help, too."
Billy rubbed his head with his hands as though trying to hold himself together.
"I still can't believe Forrest is dead."
Snake shrugged.
He pushed somebody too hard, just like I told you he would someday. And he paid the price.
Snake checked his GPS and saw that they would soon merge with his original flight plan.
"So what about Penn Cage?"
Billy asked.
"And his father? You just going to let them go?"
Snake could hardly believe it, but his son sounded almost hopeful.
"Christ," he muttered. "You gotta know me better than that, boy."
Snake craned his neck around and took one last look at the burning wreckage on the ground. Then he opened the throttle to maximum and headed for Texas. This is Robert Petkoff. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Bone Tree by Greg Iles. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Katie Ostroka. Text copyright 2015 by Greg Iles. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.